This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Zhu Ning woke up to a knock on the door. Open the door. Stop pretending. I know you are at home. Her first reaction was to touch the knife under the pillow, and then she realized that she was no longer in the Doomsday world. 10 days ago, Zhu Ning was still fighting zombies in the Doomsday. As soon as she sneaked into the mission site, she heard the bomb countdown behind her. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a bang, the moment the bomb exploded, Zhu Ning had no time to find shelter, and only felt a sense of weightlessness. When she woke up, she was lying in an abandoned garbage room. It was still raining acid that day, and the sky was gray and yellow. And her abdomen was in great pain. A piece of iron was embedded in her abdomen, and blood was dripping. Driven by the desire to survive, Zhu Ning used all her strength to crawl to the automatic medicine vending machine, and used all her wealth to buy a powerful healing agent. After stopping the bleeding, she found her way back to her residence according to the original owner's memory. This is a wasteland world. 80% of the land has been polluted, and humans can only live in high walls to resist the attacks of monsters outside the walls. At least there are high walls, so she doesn't have to face danger directly. Her original world has been occupied by zombies, and she is dying every day just to survive, and she has no idea whether she can see the sun the next day. The technology tree of the wasteland world is full, with powerful healing agents, gene enhancers, and nutrients. And a system. When she just woke up, she was bound to a purification system. She had nothing in her previous life. When she first got the system, she thought she had changed her fate, and she looked at the panel several times. Name, Zhu Ning. Age, 19. Education, Bachelor of Mechanics. Identity, 5th class citizen. Talent, unknown. Direction of mutation, unknown. Degree of alienation, unknown. Physical strength, unenhanced. Spirit value, 100. Normal people have a value of 20. The next column is all gray and must be activated automatically. There is nothing special except the high spirit value. In other words, it is a new panel that cannot be newer, and there is not even a new gift package. The system conveniently issued the main task: purify the polluted land and rebuild the human home. Huh? Why not just send her to death? As the saying goes, you can't draw too big a pie. When you face a task that is impossible to complete, you just want to be a salted fish. Zhu Ning has no will to survive, and even thinks that this world is fake and all systems are shit. Destroy it, that's it. In the past 10 days, Zhu Ning lay flat, basically did not go out, and only relied on drinking nutrient supplements to survive, but unfortunately the facts did not allow her to lie flat. Zhu Ning, open the door. The person waiting at the door was already impatient. If you don't open the door, I pry it open. Zhu Ning got up and opened the door helplessly. Standing outside the door was a short old lady, only 1.2 meters tall. She suffered from dwarfism, and was the building manager Mama Wei. Mama Wei knocked the ground heavily with her crutches. Rent. Rent? Such a shabby place still needs to pay rent? How much? Zhu Ning asked. Mama Wei looked at her strangely. The rent for 12 months is 24,000. How much? Zhu Ning suspected that she had heard it wrong. Her entire net worth only added up to 700 Singapore dollars. 24,000. Mama Wei repeated. Zhu Ning took a breath. This is a damn wasteland world. In this world, the rent is 12% deposit? If you don't rent, move out. There are plenty of people who rent. Mother Wei tapped the ground with her cane, staring at Zhu Ning with a pair of gloomy eyes. Zhu Ning just realized that he had behaved a little strangely. The original owner had lived here for 5 years. How could he suddenly forget his rent? Rent. Zhu Ning said, give me 2 days grace. Until the end of the month at most, Mother Wei asked, are you crazy again? Again? Crazy again? Zhu Ning felt from a few words that the original owner was a mental patient. It seemed that everyone knew about this. It was not a secret. At least it was normal for her to lose her memory and forget the rent in the eyes of the other party. Zhu Ning simply acted like a madman. Well, I have a headache recently. Mother Wei really believed it and didn't ask any more questions. Zhu Ning, I will definitely pay you the rent at the end of the month, so don't ask anyone to look at the house yet. Zhu Ning didn't know a lot about the original owner. Once she was driven away, she would have no place to stay. Mother Wei looked at her meaningfully. Don't turn my house into a haunted house. Zhu Ning frowned. That day, she came home covered in blood and accidentally bumped into Mother Wei. In her eyes, she might have attempted suicide. Mother Wei said before leaving, Deal with the payment slip at the door. Payment slip? Zhu Ning poked her head out. There were all kinds of payment notices posted at the door, including water and electricity bills, property fees, management fees, and taxes. Zhu Ning tore off a thick stack of payment notices and did a simple calculation. She probably still owed various management departments 8,000 Singapore dollars. 8,000 in payments, 24,000 in rent, and future expenses. Starting with a debt, she wanted to die and live again. She returned to the house with the bill. She had been idle for so long that she had stopped thinking about her main task. Although escaping was shameful, it was useful. The system had not given any prompts for so many days. Zhu Ning sat in front of the computer. The large computer screen was considered high-tech in her era, but it was only an antique in this era. It was too old-fashioned. Except for District 103, not many people still use this model. But because it was old-fashioned, Zhu Ning had no difficulty in operating it. She opened the recruitment website. Based on her rich work experience in the past, there must be many jobs that are quick and profitable. At worst, she could go back to her old job. There were all kinds of jobs on the recruitment website, and Zhu Ning couldn't even understand some of them. There were tens of thousands of jobs recruiting people, so there were a lot of jobs, Zhu Ning thought optimistically. Someone was recruiting mercenaries, and Zhu Ning's eyes lit up, and she almost wanted to recommend herself on the spot. I'm a professional, choose me. Less work, faster work, guaranteed employer satisfaction. But as soon as she clicked in, a window popped up, with a hard requirement of being a third-class citizen or above. Damn! She was stuck on citizenship level. All citizens in the Wasteland world must undergo a genetic screening after birth, and people are classified according to the screening standards. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning's genetic screening failed, and she was classified as a defective product, and was classified as a fifth-class citizen. She then discovered that there was a filter button in the upper right corner, and the website could automatically filter suitable positions for you. She entered her personal information, citizenship level and education certificate, and then clicked to filter matching jobs. Swipe. After the page refreshed, hundreds of pages of jobs disappeared, leaving only one page of jobs. Zhu Ning, There are 10 jobs on one page that require men first. This shit world is discriminating. There are only 6 jobs that fit her, all of which are nurses, maintenance workers, nannies, etc. Zhu Ning looked at them one by one. Wait, this job is not bad, 5,000 Singapore dollars for 3 hours, and there is commission? This is a cleaner? Zhu Ning read carefully. The information above is too simple. Garbage collector. The job content is to sweep garbage. As long as you work for 3 hours, you will get 5,000 Singapore dollars, and the commission will be awarded according to the specific situation. The website automatically calculates the average salary, which is actually 25,000. What kind of garbage does it cost 25,000? Collecting corpses? The average salary is 25,000, regardless of age, gender, education, and citizenship level? How can this be a scam? Federal law requires that recruitment information be true. Those who falsify recruitment information will be sentenced to jail. You can also try collecting corpses. Zhu Ning clicked the registration button. Wow, the website set off colorful fireworks. Congratulations on your successful registration. Wow, you have been accepted by our company. Zhu Ning, On-the-spot acceptance? No interview required. 100% acceptance rate, afraid that others would regret it. But it was too late for her to regret now, because there was a new email in her mailbox, and she received an offer. The start time was 6:30 p.m., and the work location was near the incinerator in Area 103. The company's name was Area 103 Cleaning Center. Zhu Ning was stunned when she saw the company name. It turned out that it was not a fake company. She walked into the door of the cleaning company according to the navigation. There was no security check, only a robot to guide her. The robot pressed the 49th floor button for her. The building had a total of 360 floors, and the highest floor was probably going straight into the sky. Ding! The elevator opened to both sides. Zhu Ning was stunned after seeing it clearly. What was in front of her was a mess. The hall was noisy. There were piles of documents on everyone's desk. The employee closest to Zhu Ning was losing his temper. Don't tell me nonsense. Just tell me if it can be done. The other two were arguing, their faces flushed. What's my fault? Are you blaming me for the failure of the approval document? Can you please be reasonable? Which grandson started the A-level program? Let me take the blame for you. It didn't look like a cleaning center, but a security center. A woman in a professional suit found her. She had a bun and delicate features. She looked like an assistant. The lady ran over apologetically. I'm sorry. There are too many people. It's okay. Zhu Ning, right? The lady looked down at the panel in her hand and said softly, I'm Fong Ying, the center assistant. Last name Fong? What a beautiful last name. Don't be afraid. The first day of work is not difficult. You can complete it by following the instructions. Fong Ying led Zhu Ning away and said quickly, the probation period is only 1 day. If you pass it, you will be promoted to a regular employee the next day. Zhu Ning realized that her family was in urgent need of employees, and the speed of issuing offers was too fast. Fong Ying led her into a meeting room and said, let me introduce the salary structure. The basic salary is 5,000 Singapore dollars. As long as you work for 3 hours, the salary will increase by 1,000 Singapore dollars for each additional hour. The commission is calculated based on the number of pieces. The price is different for different levels. Basically, you can get more than 10,000. Zhu Ning was dizzy after hearing a series of numbers. He is rich, really rich. However, according to Zhu Ning's experience, if the salary is introduced first, and then the job content is introduced, the job must be very difficult. Zhu Ning asked, what is the job content? Fong Ying was very efficient. She just talked like a machine gun, but now she suddenly stopped. She restrained her smile and looked at Zhu Ning with an extremely serious look. Zhu Ning was a little nervous when she looked at him. Is it difficult? What are you going to deal with? Fong Ying lowered her voice and asked with a heavy face, Miss Zhu, are you afraid of monsters? Huh? That's it? Zhu Ning spoke. Not really. To be honest, she has seen a lot. Chapter 2. Monsters? In Zhu Ning's original Doomsday world, all human cities were breached, and a large number of zombies were strolling at the door. Want to see new monsters? Go out and get close to them. Fong Ying's expression was very interesting. She probably didn't expect to hear this answer, and her expression was a little strange for a while. Are newcomers so brave? She was supposed to follow the rules and explain what monsters are in a long speech, and then play some videos and show some data. The listeners might collapse, be confused or scared, and Fong Ying was also responsible for calming the employees' emotions. But Zhu Ning didn't have any of that. Her expression was very comfortable. Talking about monsters was like talking about wholesale cabbage at the doorstep. Fong Ying was silent for 2 seconds and continued to follow the process. Are you afraid of corpses? Zhu Ning said very conservatively, not very afraid. She had seen too many corpses before, human, zombie, and some unknown things. She saw corpses as if she saw streetlights. Fong Ying paused. As expected of the person chosen by it, no matter what his ability was, Zhu Ning was at least full of courage. Having been screened by it once, Fong Ying was just going through the process. Fong Ying, it's good to be brave. You can start working. Zhu Ning. So simple? She thought there was some kind of test. Fong Ying, our work is not very difficult from a technical point of view. The only requirement is to be brave, not afraid of blood or nausea, have high stress resistance, and be in a good mental state. Zhu Ning paused and asked in a low voice, collecting corpses? Fong Ying, you can understand it this way. You have to clean up the scene. Sure enough, she was asked if she was afraid of monsters and corpses. She must have to deal with this thing. Zhu Ning understood it briefly. First, there was some mysterious monster in this world, but she didn't need to know what it was. Second, the body of this monster needed someone to collect it. The job was not difficult, and there was no need for an interview. It was so easy to join, so it should be the logistics unit. This kind of job generally did not require direct confrontation, and just followed the big team to pick up leaks. Zhu Ning had lived a life of death every day in her previous life, so this job was too easy for her. Can't you recruit people with such a high salary? Zhu Ning asked. 5,000 Singapore dollars for 3 hours. According to the website's calculation, the daily salary is tens of thousands. In the Wasteland world, when a large number of jobs were replaced by robots, this job would be scrambled for once it was released. Fong Ying sighed, there are not many people who meet this qualification. Many people simply can't stand it. Our longest-serving employee has only worked for 8.5 years. Many people change jobs after working for 3 months. Zhu Ning, why? Fong Ying was embarrassed. It's easy to go crazy after working for a long time, so we recruit people all year round. Zhu Ning, go crazy. Yes. Fong Ying smiled bitterly. Most people can't stand it mentally, but we will monitor the employees' bodies. When you can't stand it, the center will come forward to stop you. But don't worry, we won't force people to work. We will be responsible for treatment if you are injured, And you will also receive a pension every month after leaving. It sounds cruel, but it reveals the warmth from the organization. So our probation period is only 1 day. You can tell whether you can work for 1 day. Fang Ying said. Zhu Ning asked, what about robots? It sounds like there is some kind of spiritual field. If humans are affected, then robots should be fine. Fang Ying, it will short-circuit. Zhu Ning, ? Fang Ying, I can't say more, and it's better for you to experience it yourself. To be honest, we are in urgent need of new people, but the work is confidential, so I must tell you clearly. Fang Ying pushed a dozen contracts in front of her. Zhu Ning took a look. There were basically no specific terms listed in the confidentiality contract. It probably just said that she had to keep confidential what she saw. One contract was a probationary contract to protect Zhu Ning's basic rights, and the other was a safety agreement. The safety agreement was very long, a full 20 pages. Zhu Ning read it carefully, and there were several items that made people concerned. Article 11. Any casualties during the work period shall be the sole responsibility of the Federal Cleaning Center, and triple compensation shall be paid in accordance with the 15th regulation. Article 35. For those who suffer lifelong disabilities, the Federation will be responsible for life. This safety agreement contains some casualty terms. Is it dangerous? Zhu Ning asked. Yes, but the probability is not high, and basically you won't encounter it, Fang Ying said. Generally speaking, when the cleaners enter, the inside is already very clean. After all, they are not the vanguard, and the danger is borne by the people who take the lead. In summary, it is the most unskilled job among dangerous jobs, and it is most suitable for Zhu Ning, who is unskilled. Zhu Ning read all the terms and signed them neatly. Anyway, it's better to do a high-paying job. She always likes to earn enough money for a month in 1 day and lie down for the remaining 29 days. Fang Ying's bracelet rang, and someone else was looking for her. She said to Zhu Ning, your work location today is A7 sewer, and someone will take you later. Fang Ying operated on her screen. We are on a prepaid basis. Today's attendance salary will be transferred to you first, and the commission will be settled after you finish your work. Ding dong, Zhu Ning's wrist flashed, and 5,000 Singapore dollars arrived. Is it money now? Zhu Ning had the illusion of picking up money. Zhu Ning received an hour of simple employee training, commonly known as Zero Basics, 1 hour to teach you how to sweep garbage. The training time is counted as working time, so this training video is particularly interesting. Zhu Ning watched the video very seriously. After all, it was still a dangerous job, so she didn't dare to be careless. The corpses in the teaching video turned into a bloody mess. From the video, it was almost impossible to tell what kind of monster it was. The only thing we knew was that the official name was Pollutants. Zhu Ning remembered every step firmly. She received it quickly. In short, it was just collecting corpses and cleaning the battlefield. It was very simple for her. After watching the video, someone took her to change into work clothes. Unexpectedly, changing clothes was the most time-consuming. It took 20 minutes to change clothes. This work suit is very much like a motorcycle suit, pure black, with a fabric similar to a leather jacket, and a pure black helmet. She would not feel out of place if she went to steal a motorcycle and ride away. If you press the button on the chest, the inside of the work suit will be inflated, which can resist the impact of monsters and increase cushioning, and even supply oxygen to deal with extreme environments. After inflation, it looks more like a space suit. Zhu Ning thought of the first rule of the cleaner's work code: no skin exposure. Zhu Ning held the helmet without wearing it. There were 2 colleagues in front of her, the corpse collection team. The cleaning team is usually a group of 3, and if you bring a new person, you will arrange a new person to go in. Lin Yinchuan. Su Ming. The 3 exchanged names, and Su Ming handed Zhu Ning a gun. For self-protection, the authority is not activated. Keep it on you for good luck. Zhu Ning looked at the gun for a while, and there was no bullet in the chamber. Air bullet. Lin Yinchuan explained. When you shoot, the air is instantly wrapped to form a bullet, and the lethality is okay. Lin Yinchuan. It's okay if you can't shoot, you don't usually need it. Today you just learn the whole cleaning process. Zhu Ning didn't refute that she could use a gun, and put it on her waist. Finally, Lin Yinchuan handed her a cleaning backpack. Zhu Ning had seen it in the video, which was the tool she needed to sweep the garbage. Let's go. Su Ming was the captain of the 3-person team. I take you to sweep the garbage. The work location is said to be a sewer. The special car picked up, and couldn't see outside. Zhu Ning had just arrived and basically couldn't judge where she was going. She only knew that about an hour had passed, and the car stopped at 8 o'clock in the evening. It was dark, and 2 big lights were set up in the wasteland, and it was as bright as day. The staff set up a cordon, and there were robots to maintain order. When Zhu Ning and his team went in, a team of people just came out. Their uniforms were different, more like soft armor. If Zhu Ning was wearing a motorcycle suit, then they were wearing a certain Iron Man uniform. Zhu Ning had struggled on the edge of life and death in his previous life, and he could tell at a glance that these people were not ordinary, and they obviously had a murderous aura. This was probably the vanguard unit in the rumors. Su Ming led the team, and stopped on the spot after seeing the armored soldiers to make way for them. It seemed that these armored soldiers were of a higher level than them. When the two sides met, the people from the cleaning center had to give in, and Zhu Ning had to stop. Unfortunately, the other side saw the 3 of them, and didn't even say hello, and walked straight past. Someone passed by them, and laughed softly. Weaklings. Ling Yinchuan wanted to go forward to argue, but Su Ming grabbed his arm, and waited until the armored soldiers left before letting go. Su Ming was used to it, and Ling Yinchuan was obviously indignant. Why are you so arrogant? The 3 of them were wearing helmets, and shared the call. Zhu Ning asked, who are they? Demon hunters, specializing in killing pollutants. As expected of the captain, Su Ming's voice was much calmer. Ling Yinchuan snorted, it's all high-tech, the weapons are so good, and there are combat packages to guide, anyone can go. In the high-tech era, humans rely more on technology. Under the influence of artificial intelligence and high lethality weapons, soldiers are actually like chess pieces. Zhu Ning asked curiously, why didn't you become a demon hunter? Ling Yinchuan sighed, the mental level is not enough, and it is easy to be polluted. Zhu Ning said, it seems that there are conditions. Those with enough mental level go to the front to fight monsters, and those with insufficient level sweep garbage in the back. Ling Yinchuan might be a little embarrassed, but we are the ones who contain the pollutants. Without us, they would be doomed. Zhu Ning agreed casually, yes, we are the best. Ling Yinchuan heard her sarcasm. Do you want to be a demon hunter too? Most people think demon hunters are cool, and garbage collectors are low-level and boring. Zhu Ning refused, no. What a joke, she has been fighting zombies all her life, just to be a salted fish. Ling Yinchuan, Zhu Ning's answer was too straightforward. Ling Yinchuan patted Zhu Ning on the shoulder, good colleague, there are not many cleaners, like you who have a sense of professional honor. Zhu Ning, of course, I saw our job at first sight. More money, less work, no danger, a dream lover. Okay. Su Ming said, let's get down to business, Ling Yinchuan report. Ling Yinchuan immediately put away his playful smile and read out the data. E-level mission, the polluted area is 2,500 cubic meters, the lowest pollution level is 30%, the highest is 55%, there are 16 pollutants, all of whom have died. Zhu Ning listened to a bunch of data, but didn't have any idea. This thing is not easy to explain. Su Ming said, you will understand it if you go down and feel it. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, and within 3 times, Zhu Ning will know these data clearly. Zhu Ning goes first. Su Ming gave the order, I heard from Fa Ning that you are very brave, just let you get familiar with the scene. Ling Yinchuan thought that Zhu Ning was a girl, and suddenly became a gentleman. How about I do it? She is still a newcomer. Zhu Ning, no, I can do it. There is no need to be humble for such a small matter. There should have been a manhole cover in front of her. The demon hunter came here once and dug a big hole. There was a rope hanging next to it, which was specially used by the cleaning team later. Zhu Ning grabbed the rope and jumped down, like a fish. It was very deep underground. Zhu Ning untied the rope, and there was a slight sound. Ling Yinchuan and Su Ming should have come down. The helmet was equipped with night vision function. Zhu Ning glanced at the scene, and then she was stunned. Although she had made some psychological preparations for this matter, watched the video, listened to the advice of her predecessors, and she had seen the world, and even diverged her thinking and added some imagination. But at present, it was conservative, and her imagination was still too conservative. Chapter 3. The helmet is very smart, and has a built-in locking function. 16 pollutants are circled in the dark sewer, and it looks like there is no human shape. The helmet has a filter, so Zhu Ning can't smell the stench, but he clearly feels that it should be stinking here. There are broken pieces of rotten meat scattered on the ground. These are nothing scary. Zhu Ning has long been accustomed to seeing monster corpses. What is scary is the things on the corpse. Drops of blood are separated from the corpse, and then float in the air. The blood drops have different shapes. Some remain in the shape of water drops, and some have mutated, like a bacteria with fangs and claws. The blood drops are still slowly floating upwards, swimming like jellyfish, flashing red light. Zhu Ning was in it, and thought he had stepped into some ancient mysterious cave. From a certain aesthetic point of view, it actually has a very strange beauty. Zhu Ning carefully recalled what was said in the teaching video. Once the pollutants are killed and the vital signs disappear, the polluted spores will not die. They will want to find a new host. The host can be humans, plants, animals, and even some contaminated spores can attach to things without life signs. For example, walls, tiles, and some robots. Fang Ying said that the robot would short-circuit because the contaminated spores can contaminate the machine and even invade the network. It seems that these blood drops are contaminated spores. Contaminated spores cannot be eliminated, they can only be contained. This is why cleaners are needed to clean up. In the teaching video, there was only one contaminated spore, but now it is a whole space. Zhu Ning was very shocked. With two rustling sounds, Su Meng and Ling Yinchuan also landed. Su Meng, you didn't vomit. Zhu Ning has not vomited yet. Normal people's first reaction to seeing this thing is physiological nausea. She is the first newcomer she has trained who has not vomited. Zhu Ning, do you have to perform a vomiting first? Not vomiting is one thing, but this thing is really disgusting. TSK. Ling Yinchuan frowned as soon as he came down. Water pollutants are troublesome. What's wrong with the water system? Zhu Ning asked. Su Meng, the water content is too high, and the contaminated spores are more active. That's true. The blood drops Zhu Ning saw were floating faster than the obvious floating speed in the teaching video. With a bang, the hole above was blocked by an iron plate, and all light sources were lost in an instant. They blocked the entrance. Don't be afraid. Su Meng said, it's just a standard procedure. We are afraid that the contaminated spores will overflow. We will open it automatically after we finish our work. So that's it, but being trapped in a closed sewer still feels uncomfortable. Zhu Ning moved his neck. Su Meng said, this E-level mission is not difficult, and the pollution concentration is not high. It will be completed soon. The floating speed of the polluted spores is limited. The pollutants have just died, and cannot spread quickly. The pollution area given by Ling Yinchuan is 2,500 cubic meters, which is the size of a standard swimming pool. This pollution area is not accurate. The data given is much larger than the actual polluted area. Their data is 2,500 cubic meters per unit. In other words, this area is one swimming pool, or two swimming pools, and so on. Zhu Ning thinks this job is interesting. She only fought monsters before, and never participated in such detailed logistics work. Be careful. Su Meng said, don't be contaminated by spores. Spores are easy to parasitize when they come into contact with the skin, so their work clothes are wrapped tightly. After all, she is a new novice, and if she does not do a good job on the first day of collecting contaminated spores, she may get herself into trouble. Su Meng demonstrated. She took out a straw-like thing from the cleaning bag and carefully touched the blood drop floating in the air with the tip of the straw. There was a slight sound, and the blood drop was absorbed into the transparent straw. The back end of the straw was connected to a transparent box. After the blood drop fell into the box, it lay at the bottom of the box. Every 10 blood drops were gathered together and automatically summarized into a mung bean-sized cube. The whole process was extremely comfortable for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Su Meng moved very slowly, and she could not be fast or impatient. This was a delicate job. It was very similar to picking cotton. Zhu Ning had an inappropriate metaphor in his mind. They seemed like a 3-person cotton-picking team. The workflow is to contain the contaminated spores first, then clean up the bodies, as well as the soil, water sources, stones, etc. that have been touched by blood. Then wash the contaminated area to ensure that no contaminated spores are missed. It's really garbage sweeping. Zhu Ning joined the cotton-picking team and touched the contaminated spores with a straw. After the contaminated spores were contained, there was a sudden ding in her head. System, primary pollutants, purification value +1, purification value? What purification value? Zhu Ning tried again. Every time she contained a spore, the voice in her head sounded once. Who cares what he does? Everyone knows how to get some money. Zhu Ning's hands moved faster and faster. Ling Yinchuan next to her looked at her in confusion. Generally speaking, newcomers come here to fish. This is the first time she has seen such an active newcomer. So curly? Zhu Ning's arms were a little stiff after working for a while. She now had a purification value of 45. Zhu Ning asked, how long will it take to contain it? Ling Yinchuan, about an hour. Sweeping garbage is a physical job, not exciting or thrilling. It depends purely on endurance. Zhu Ning thinks this process is quite healing. Su Ming, if you can't stand it mentally, you can ask for a break. Zhu Ning, can't stand it mentally. Su Ming, our work clothes can't completely isolate pollution. We can only ensure that you will not be parasitized by contaminated spores, but the mental pollution of spores is difficult to defend. Zhu Ning's hand trembled as she sucked the contaminated spores. She didn't like this thing. Spores emit pollution all the time. Even if they are physically blocked, they can't be completely blocked mentally. Zhu Ning, what does it feel like to be mentally polluted? Su Ming, minor symptoms include vomiting, nightmares, and fatigue. Moderate symptoms include mental disorder and hallucinations. We had a colleague who was in a serious condition before, and thought he was a two-headed pink lotus. Zhu Ning, question mark. Is the sacrifice so great? Su Ming, if it's more serious, people will attack others, or if the impact is too deep, they will believe in evil gods and monsters. Some will commit suicide, and some will kill people. There are too many cases. In short, mental pollution will not achieve the purpose of parasitism, but it can disrupt your brain and make you do some abnormal behaviors. Su Ming asked, do you have any reaction now? When they bring in new people, the most important thing they care about is whether the new people themselves will be polluted. Zhu Ning felt it carefully and said cautiously, I don't feel anything. She really didn't feel anything. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at her. Zhu Ning was quite unusual. I can't do it anymore. After a while, Lin Yinchuan was sweating profusely and said, I'm going to take a breath. Zhu Ning heard that his voice sounded a bit painful and asked, how to take a breath? Lin Yinchuan, just stay away. The closer you are, the more polluted you are. For general pollutants, you can't feel them at a distance of 1,000 meters. That makes sense. Pollution has a distance limit, otherwise the spores cannot be eliminated. If there is continuous radioactive pollution without distance limit, wouldn't it pollute the whole world? Su Ming, Zhu Ning, go with me. Zhu Ning wanted to say that she was fine, but Su Ming gestured to her. Was this to ask Zhu Ning to keep an eye on Lin Yinchuan? There were not many spores left, only about 1/5 left, and Su Ming was fine alone. Zhu Ning put down his tools and followed Lin Yinchuan. They were in a sewer in the Federation. Area 103 was originally a garbage dump, and all the garbage in the Federation had to be transported to Area 103. The sewers are interconnected. Lin Yinchuan led Zhu Ning deeper into the sewers. There was no additional lighting, and they relied on the night vision of the helmets to see things. Lin Yinchuan went deeper and deeper. Those who didn't know would think that this man wanted to lead him away to kill him. Perhaps for the sake of caution, Lin Yinchuan stopped after walking a full 2 kilometers. Lin Yinchuan took off his helmet and took a deep breath. I'm suffocating. Lin Yinchuan's face was pale, and his forehead was full of sweat. He looked like he was sick. Zhu Ning was not affected by the contaminated spores, so he didn't learn to take off his helmet. He asked, are you okay? Lin Yinchuan cursed, headache. Zhu Ning knew that Lin Yinchuan was impatient when they first met, but he was obviously more irritable now. Is this mental pollution? Zhu Ning looked at Lin Yinchuan cautiously and asked, do you want to put on the helmet? The work rule said not to expose the skin, and the teaching video also said not to take off the helmet unless necessary. Lin Yinchuan acted more like a novice than herself. Lin Yinchuan, I can't breathe with it on. He was more than breathless, he felt like he was suffocating. Why did he feel more breathless the more he came out to breathe? Lin Yinchuan's eyes began to turn red, and his intraocular pressure seemed to be very high, which compressed the capillaries of the eyeball, and bloodshot slowly appeared in his eye sockets. But he seemed to feel that his eyes were a little itchy, and he rubbed them desperately. Zhu Ning took a half step back, and touched the gun on her waist without making a sound. She couldn't tell whether Lin Yinchuan was infected. Do you want to report to the captain? Zhu Ning thought of what was said in the work manual, that if there were suspected symptoms of contamination, he should report to his superiors as soon as possible and quit the mission in time if necessary. Lin Yinchuan, no, I just need to slow down. I still have work to do later. It sounds like he is not out of his mind, but Zhu Ning did not move her hand holding the gun. She found that the only source of danger in this job is her teammates. Article 2 of the work manual, always pay attention to your teammates. It is indeed the experience of the seniors, and it is true. Zhu Ning stared at Lin Yinchuan and wondered whether to report it. Suddenly rustling. Zhu Ning frowned. What sound, rustle? From Lin Yinchuan? No, Lin Yinchuan is rubbing his eyes, and the sound is farther away. Rustle. It seems that something is moving in the distance. Did you hear it? Zhu Ning asked. What? Lin Yinchuan rubbed his eyes for a long time, and the whole person revealed a confused and stupid look. Zhu Ning reacted very quickly, pulling out his gun and pointing it at the darkness. Lin Yinchuan was not in a good mental state, but when he saw Zhu Ning holding a gun, he became energetic. "What are you doing?" Lin Yinchuan was startled by her. "Put down your gun, I'm not contaminated." Lin Yinchuan immediately realized whether Zhu Ning thought he was contaminated and wanted to get rid of him. Cleaners must be cautious to prevent teammates from going crazy. Zhu Ning is wary of Lin Yinchuan, and Lin Yinchuan is also wary of Zhu Ning. He now doubts whether Zhu Ning is contaminated. "Don't get excited," Lin Yinchuan said. "We don't have the authority. In order to prevent cleaners from killing each other, all guns are set with permissions. Unless instructed by superiors, they can't shoot at all." "Wait," Lin Yinchuan suddenly frowned. "Zhu Ning's gun posture is very standard, very stable, and it doesn't shake at all. Zhu Ning knows how to use a gun? Why would a 19-year-old girl use a gun? Where does she get the experience?" Lin Yinchuan is too clear-headed to say he is contaminated now. "There is something behind you," Zhu Ning said. Lin Yinchuan was stunned, and then he realized that Zhu Ning was not pointing at him, but at the back of him. Lin Yinchuan looked back, and there was a dark sewer behind him. Without turning on the light, the helmet's night vision range was limited, and he could only see a dark place. "What?" Lin Yinchuan was more afraid of Zhu Ning than behind him. He only looked back and didn't dare to leave his back to Zhu Ning. "Can you put down the gun and talk?" Zhu Ning stared into the darkness and said to the public channel, "Captain Su Ming, request to open the weapon permission." Su Ming did not reply in the channel, and it was unknown whether he did not hear or was weighing. Of course, Lin Yinchuan also heard it. How could this little girl be so reckless? There was no third person in the sewer except the two of them. Lin Yinchuan didn't want her to get into trouble on her first day at work. "Can you calm down?" Zhu Ning didn't look at Lin Yinchuan and repeated, "Request to open weapon permissions." Zhu Ning looked at the depths of darkness firmly, and turned on the flashlight function on his wrist. With a swish, the flashlight instantly illuminated 100 meters away. Rustling. The rustling sound came from far away, and the flashlight caught something. Lin Yinchuan's body stiffened. Now even Lin Yinchuan saw it. It was a man, wearing a suit and leather shoes, a red tie, carrying a briefcase, a white shirt that was a little dirty, and his trouser legs were full of dirt. Judging from his clothes, the man looked like an office worker who had just got off work. Zhu Ning's flashlight moved upwards, and a circular spot of light hit the face of the man in the suit. There was no head above the neck. No, to be precise, there was no head. The place where the human head used to be was replaced by a huge fish head, even with cold scales. A fishman wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase? The fishman's lips were facing the sky, his fish mouth moved, and a fist-sized dead fish eye stared at Zhu Ning. Although he had no face, it made people feel that this fish was very tired. "Excuse me." The fishman spoke, with a very strange bubbling sound. "Is the last train of line 1 here?" "Pollution." Lin Yinchuan's face changed drastically, and he put on his helmet instantly. Lin Yinchuan pressed the emergency button. "Report, there is a living pollutant, request to be released." Before Lin Yinchuan finished speaking, he saw the fishman in the distance suddenly waving his arms, and running towards them at a high speed. Chapter 4. Cleaning Center, District 103, Technical Support Department. The technician is eating potato chips, and the screen shows the interior of Sewer A7 in District 103. There was an outbreak of aquatic pollution here, and the demon hunter was gone an hour ago. It was just an E-level task, and it was completed in 20 minutes after the demon hunter left. Now the cleaners are working. Cleaners, to put it bluntly, are cleaning teams. What danger can there be? All technicians know that demon hunters have to be very alert when they work, and cleaning teams are working when they are the best time to slack off. The technician is eating potato chips, typing and chatting with his girlfriend with one hand, and looking up at the screen from time to time. Suddenly, he stopped eating potato chips, and stared at the screen in disbelief. The pollution value on the screen suddenly increased, forming a small peak. The data is crazy? No, the data is still rising. The pollution concentration is 30%, 40%, 50%, 70%, D-level pollution area. 6 blood-red characters appeared on the screen, flashing continuously. Grade D? Isn't it grade E? Was this polluted area rated wrong from the beginning? The technician threw away the potato chips, and quickly tapped the keyboard with his fingers. The calculated result was the same. It was still a grade D polluted area. It was over. The technician stood up suddenly. It was over. He quickly switched to the sewer screen. Each cleaner's helmet had a camera, which made it easier for the headquarters to grasp the situation. The screen was shaking, and the flashlight illuminated the depths of the sewer, revealing a fishman pollutant. It was really a pollutant. The technician quickly contacted the cleaner team and heard a bang as soon as he opened the public channel. Someone opened fire. Sewer A7, Area 103. Report, there is a living contaminant, request to release. Ling Yinchuan had no time to speak, it was too fast. The fishman was so fast that he was right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Authorization has been opened, shooting is allowed. Su Meng's anxious voice came from the helmet. Click, weapon authorization is opened. Bang, at the same time as the authorization was opened, Zhu Ning pulled the trigger without hesitation, and Ling Yinchuan, who was at a loss, was stunned. The bullet ejected at high speed and hit the fishman's face accurately. Under the huge impact force, his face tilted back 180 degrees. Still, the fishman, who was running at high speed, stopped for 2 seconds. Zhu Ning did not dare to relax. Dead? Ha ha ha, the fishman laughed in a low voice. He slowly raised his head, the center of the fish eye was pierced, and his face was washed to pieces by blood. Still alive. Headshot but still alive. Zhu Ning immediately made a judgment in his mind. Unlike zombies' weakness is the head, and once it is shot through, it will lose the ability to move. The fishman can still move after being shot in the head, which is in line with the characteristics of fish to some extent. Ling Yinchuan finally reacted. He pulled out the gun from his waist. He had been a cleaner for a year and a half, and it was the first time he saw living pollutants. His heart was beating fast, and he couldn't hold the gun smoothly. Ling Yinchuan also raised his gun and shot. Bang bang bang. Ling Yinchuan fired fiercely, but his aim was not good, but the fire suppression successfully slowed down the fishman. The fishman's head was smashed by Zhu Ning, and one of his left legs was broken, and he was dragging on the ground. With such tenacious vitality, he would crawl towards them even if he had to. Do you know where the last bus, number 1, is? The fishman had a fish head full of holes, and he was lying on the ground with his limbs, crawling towards this side, like Sadako. The fishman tilted his neck, and the fish scales on it were curled up. I can't catch up, number 1. Last train. Ling Yinchuan's sanity value dropped crazily. Bang! Zhu Ning fired another shot, and the fishman bounced on the spot, and then twitched all over, as if stuck. Last train. Zhu Ning asked, is he dead? Ling Yinchuan was in a state of shock and said in a daze, I don't know. When the cleaners entered the scene, the pollutants were generally dead, and it was the first time he saw live pollutants. He just came out to take a breath after working. No wonder he was not in a good mood today. The more relaxed he was, the more nervous he was. It turned out that there were live pollutants here. Zhu Ning observed for a while, and the fishman only twitched, and asked a key question. How long after death does the spores begin to precipitate? Ling Yinchuan's brain buzzed, and he finally reacted. Immediately, spores will precipitate immediately after there are no signs of life, so he is not dead yet. Ling Yinchuan raised the gun he had just put down again, pointing the muzzle directly at the fishman's body, and the contaminant has not reacted at all until now. There is not a single spore. The fishman is dead, but not completely dead. Zhu Ning is a pure newcomer. Today is only her first day at work. She happily picked cotton for half an hour, and encountered such a bad thing. Zhu Ning wants to be a salted fish, not to encounter a real salted fish. Zhu Ning humbly asked the senior, what should we do in this situation? Ling Yinchuan, wait for rescue. Zhu Ning, Ling Yinchuan was also very depressed. First, the probability of our situation is too low. I have been in the industry for a year and a half, and I have never heard of a demon hunter who would slip through the net after sweeping the scene. Second, we are not as good as demon hunters. If we act rashly, we may die early. All the rules require us to wait here. Has the distress signal been sent? Zhu Ning asked. Even if they are waiting for rescue, they have to let people know where they are. Ling Yinchuan, I sent the signal when the fishman first appeared. But he didn't respond. He thought that he was a senior, and should comfort Zhu Ning. The distress signal has been sent. We just need to wait patiently. Ling Yinchuan sighed again, it's all my fault. If I hadn't come out to breathe, I wouldn't have involved you. Zhu Ning glanced at him, don't talk nonsense. It's a waste of time to say meaningless things. Zhu Ning asked, did you find anything wrong? Ling Yinchuan had long discovered that Zhu Ning seemed to be more sensitive than him. She reacted to the contamination a full minute earlier than Ling Yinchuan. It could be called an artificial radar. When Zhu Ning said this, Ling Yinchuan almost got angry. He thought there was a new contaminant. He held the gun tightly and asked, "What's wrong?" "Zhu Ning, Su Ming hasn't contacted us yet." When the fishman first appeared, Zhu Ning only heard the captain's voice to release the weapon authority, and then Su Ming's voice disappeared. Their channel is public, and Su Ming, as the captain, can clearly hear the movements of Zhu Ning. When Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan suspected each other of being contaminated, Su Ming didn't say anything. Maybe he was considering it, but there has been no sound until now. Zhu Ning asked, "Killed?" Lin Yinchuan's face was hidden under the helmet. His face was pale, worse. Zhu Ning frowned. "Lin Yinchuan, this proves that the contaminated area has been opened. We are in the core contaminated area. Outsiders can't get in for a while. The channel is disconnected under the mental pollution, and Su Ming can't contact us. As two noobs sweeping garbage, we don't have any equipment, the channel is disconnected, and we can't receive any external information." Lin Yinchuan spoke quickly, took a deep breath, looked at Zhu Ning, and said the last sentence, "Zhu Ning, we are finished." "Zhu Ning? Lin Yinchuan? Please reply if you hear me." Su Ming was calling them, but there was no response. When the gunshots suddenly rang out, Su Ming was still containing the pollutants. She thought that one of them was mentally polluted, and when Zhu Ning drew his gun for the first time, Su Ming didn't take it seriously. Su Ming still had polluted spores that had not been contained. If the polluted spores spread to the entire 103 district of the city, it would probably infect. Su Ming knew the priorities of things. No matter what happened, the first priority was always to ensure the containment of the polluted spores. While containing them, she listened carefully to the movements on their side. If this was really an ordinary E-level contaminated area cleanup work, everything should be under her control. But they were getting more and more chaotic, and there was a crackling sound of electricity in the channel. At that time, Su Ming immediately felt that something was wrong. Her intuition told her that this didn't seem to be a simple E-level mission. When Lin Yinchuan said there were pollutants, she knew it was bad. Zhu Ning might be a novice, but Lin Yinchuan was an old employee. Unfortunately, it was too late. She soon received news from the technical department. A rare bad luck happened in 10 years. The pollution area rating was wrong. This was not an E-level, but a D-level pollution area. D-level missions are not difficult for demon hunters, but there are two garbage sweeping logistics inside. The demon hunter thought he had finished his work and left long ago. But they didn't know that if the polluted area was likened to a devil's lair, the demon hunters at best helped the devil clean up the garbage at the door, and the real lair was inside. It would take at least half an hour to wait for the demon hunters to return. One more second in the polluted area would easily lead to early death, not to mention that Zhu Ning was still a newcomer. Su Ming tried to contact Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan, but no matter how she asked, she couldn't hear a response. She immediately guessed that the D-level polluted area was opened, and the mental pollution cut off the channel contact. Su Ming lost contact with him. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. Can a person be so unlucky as her? Is this scientific? When Fang Ying signed the contract with her, she said that she would not encounter pollutants in general, there was no danger, and it was a low probability event. When conducting employee training, the teaching video did not teach how to kill pollutants, but only taught how to pick cotton because it was a low probability event. When Lin Yinchuan gave her the gun, he said that it was generally not necessary to shoot because it was still a low probability event. Now 3 low probability events collided with each other. Zhu Ning not only encountered living pollutants, but she didn't even know how to kill them. She fought zombies in her previous life. Why did she have to kill fish in this life? The good news is that Zhu Ning has a gun in her hand. She can fire thousands of shots with one refuel of air bullets, so she doesn't have to worry about running out of bullets. The bad news is that guns can't kill pollutants directly. Zhu Ning tried to save herself and asked, how to kill pollutants? In the zombie world, the general rule is to shoot in the head with one shot. In the Wasteland world, there must be a general rule for killing pollutants, otherwise humans can't live so long. Lin Yinchuan stood with a look of despair. I don't know. Now the fishman's corpse is still lying there, and I don't know what it will mutate into next. Zhu Ning said to the confused Lin Yinchuan, think of a way. She didn't have a way to deal with the pollutants in her mind, but Lin Yinchuan did. Lin Yinchuan couldn't tell who was the newcomer for a while, but Zhu Ning's aura was too strong. Zhu Ning, don't you want to be a demon hunter? You must have learned it. Lin Yinchuan was a little embarrassed for a while. He generally didn't want to admit his past. He once wanted to sign up to be a demon hunter. In the end, people didn't want him, so he could only fall to sweeping garbage. How did Zhu Ning know? Lin Yinchuan's nose was bleeding, and he was constantly polluted by the spirit, and his mind was a little unclear. He thought calmly about what he had memorized when preparing for the exam before. After half a minute, half-baked Lin Yinchuan said, "To eliminate pollutants, we must find the source of pollution." Zhu Ning asked, "The source of pollution?" "Yes," Lin Yinchuan said. "When a polluted area is generated, there will be a core source of pollution. The source of pollution is usually hidden very deep. He will try every means to hide it to confuse you." Zhu Ning, ghost hunting game? Lin Yinchuan, you are right to understand it this way. The fishman in front of him is obviously a corpse, but there are no spores, proving that this is not the source of pollution. Zhu Ning must find the source of pollution to survive. Zhu Ning asked, "How is the pollutant formed?" "It is easier to start if you know the cause. The fishman just now is actually very similar to humans. He seems to have some kind of grudge." Lin Yinchuan was about to speak when he was interrupted by a loud noise. Rumble, a roar suddenly came from the distance. This time the sound was too loud, and Lin Yinchuan could hear it without Zhu Ning's reminder. The two headlights turned on without warning, and Zhu Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. An old subway train slowly drove out of the darkness. This is the sewer. The sewer is wide, but there will not be a subway train coming. Zhu Ning felt a gray substance floating in front of her eyes, and her vision was a little blurred for a moment. She blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the dirty sewer. A flashing light appeared above her head. Zhu Ning lowered her head. She was stepping on the tile floor with a thick layer of dust on it. "Platform, this is the subway platform. The sewer is gone." Zhu Ning assured that she didn't move just now, and the fishman's body didn't change. She still said in a stuck frame, 111. Line. But the environment has changed. From the sewer to the old subway station, this is the polluted area that Lin Yinchuan said. The rusty and yellowed front of the car says, "Line 1? The last train of Line 1, the time is displayed on the front of the car, 23:35. The last train that the fishmen are waiting for?" Boom, the underground track slowly stopped in front of them, and the iron gate opened to both sides, like a silent invitation. Ding! At the moment when the underground track stopped, a crisp sound came into Zhu Ning's mind. System prompt, "You have started the side quest. The last train of Line 1 disappeared. The current purification progress is 10%. Please keep up the good work." Zhu Ning, What did she accidentally trigger? Chapter 5. After the doors on both sides of the subway opened, it was strange to the naked eye. It seemed that there was something gray crawling inside. Lin Yinchuan subconsciously looked at Zhu Ning, only to see Zhu Ning holding her head with one hand, but she was wearing a helmet, and could not hold her head accurately, so she could only touch the helmet. Lin Yinchuan was obviously a senior, but he instinctively relied on Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was too extraordinary. She was very calm, and exuded a fierceness that did not belong to her age when she fired. Lin Yinchuan had only seen it in demon hunters. So far, Zhu Ning had not made any mistakes. It was hard to imagine that she was exposed to pollutants for the first time. She did not look like a garbage collector, but more like a mercenary. Lin Yinchuan suspected that Zhu Ning was a big boss, and came to their cleaning team to experience life. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yinchuan asked in the spirit of caring for his teammates. "Headache? Polluted by the spirit?" Zhu Ning sighed. She was not polluted, she was just melancholy. She had clearly said that she would be reborn as a salted fish. 10 days after her rebirth, she directly ignored the tasks given to her by the system. What the hell is this purifying the homeland? Who wants to eat this pie? Who knows that Zhu Ning ignored it, and they could force it to open up? The last train of Line 1 disappeared. The source of pollution may be inside. Zhu Ning asked, "What is the pollution concentration inside?" The helmet actually has the function of testing and calculating the pollution concentration, but Zhu Ning doesn't know how to use it. Lin Yinchuan has instinctively become Zhu Ning's younger brother. After some operation, he gave the accurate value, concentration 71%. Zhu Ning didn't say anything. Lin Yinchuan thought she was considering it, but in fact she didn't understand. As a novice in garbage collection, she had no idea what 71% meant. Lin Yinchuan made a rough estimate. This may be a D-level mission. I don't know how the technical department rated it as E-level. Obviously, the demon hunter did not complete the mission. The demon hunter's work rules require that when the demon hunter leaves the scene, all pollutants within 1 kilometer of the contaminated area must be guaranteed to be dead. Lin Yinchuan muttered, "The work of the demon hunter is too dirty." Zhu Ning sorted out his thoughts and asked, "I have a question." "What?" "Zhu Ning, if the pollutants will interfere with the channel signal, how do the demon hunters communicate? A team wants to kill the pollutants, but as long as they enter the area, The signal is forced to disconnect, which is not conducive to a team to carry out the mission. The success rate of the demon hunter seems to be not low. Lin Yinchuan sighed when he heard it. The channel they use is different from ours, and it is less affected by mental pollution. Pollution spores can contaminate machines and networks. Demon hunters should have better resources. We don't? Zhu Ning asked. Lin Yinchuan was even more resentful. There are not enough resources, so we can only give priority to them. Zhu Ning, They are really inferior to garbage collectors, with the worst resources, the worst weapons, and even no care from the organization. It would be fine if their work was safe, but this is obviously not safe. Zhu Ning looked at the subway door that opened in front of him and asked, generally speaking, how long does it take for the rescue team to come? Lin Yinchuan thought for a while. They just left. According to the regulations, it will take at least half an hour for them to return, and our contaminated area has been closed, so they may not be able to come in. They were trapped downstairs, and the technical department of the cleaning center must have known about it, but it would take half an hour for the demon hunter to come. So it's just us? Zhu Ning asked unwillingly. Lin Yinchuan nodded heavily. It's really just us. Salted fish. Zhu Ning gave up. Lin Yinchuan thought for a while and asked, how did you sense the pollutants just now? Do you have the ability to predict danger? He was a little curious. Zhu Ning's reaction was a full minute faster than his old employee. How did she know? Zhu Ning was puzzled. What danger prediction? Can't you hear it? Lin Yinchuan, no. Zhu Ning, Zhu Ning didn't have any predictive ability. At most she was more vigilant. If you have to count, then it's Zhu Ning's skills in her previous life. She fought zombies in the zombie world for half her life. The zombies evolved, and she also evolved. Her shooting skills, techniques, and vigilance far surpassed ordinary people. This is a precious legacy that she spent 10 years to develop. In other words, Lin Yinchuan grew up in the world of science and technology and relied too much on machines. As long as his detection equipment did not have crazy warnings, he could not feel the danger. Zhu Ning grew up in a zombie world. There is no truly safe place for her. She can die if she is careless. Suddenly, Zhu Ning looked at Lin Yinchuan as if he were a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Lin Yinchuan could also feel the gap between him and Zhu Ning. He was a little embarrassed to ask, how do you know I want to be a demon hunter? Zhu Ning glanced at him, and thought that Lin Yinchuan was really naive. Isn't it written on his face? Zhu Ning perfunctorily said, I guessed. Lin Yinchuan, you are so smart. Zhu Ning, I didn't feel praised at all. Thank you. Do you want to go in? Lin Yinchuan pointed at the open subway door. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan must survive for at least half an hour. During this half hour, they must ensure that they are not mentally polluted. Otherwise, when the rescue team arrives, they may have become fools. Do you want to go in? Zhu Ning asked back. Lin Yinchuan, not really. Article 3 of the Employee Manual. Please remain still when you encounter living pollutants, and wait for rescue on the spot. Lin Yinchuan has received professional training, and his instinctive reaction is to abide by the Cleaner Employee Manual. I'm going in, Zhu Ning said. She is not looking for death. She is to complete the task issued by the system. If the source of pollution is inside, eliminating the source of pollution is the only way to survive. Zhu Ning said without hesitation. She stepped into the car. There was a gray thing crawling in the car. After Zhu Ning entered, her figure disappeared in a pile of wriggling unknown creatures, as if she was swallowed in one bite. Lin Yinchuan looked back at the fishman still twitching on the ground, and looked at the open carriage. Then he gritted his teeth, and followed Zhu Ning's footsteps into the car. Article 4 of the Cleaner Employee Code. Do not get separated from teammates. Lin Yinchuan regretted it as soon as he got on the car. There were some wriggling black substances in the carriage, in the air, visible but not touchable. There were not many people in the last train of Line 1. Looking around, there were only a few scattered office workers, sitting very scattered. After seeing Lin Yinchuan, passengers in different carriages suddenly turned their heads in unison. They were all pollutants. They had different shapes. Some had fish fins growing beside their ears, and some had human faces, but their faces were covered with fish scales. In the carriage that Lin Yinchuan got on, there was a jumping fish in the middle of the open space. Lin Yinchuan was already mentally polluted, and now his scalp was tingling. He finally found Zhu Ning inside the carriage. Zhu Ning sat on the left side of the carriage. She was wearing a black full-cover helmet, and a cleaner's work clothes that were particularly conspicuous. After Lin Yinchuan came in, the door closed with a bang. He had no choice but to sit next to Zhu Ning. Boom, the train set off, although he didn't know where the train was going. Zhu Ning turned her head, and looked out the window, counting silently. I didn't see Su Ming, Zhu Ning said. It was pitch black outside the window. The speed of the subway was much faster than the speed of people walking. They were in the sewer at the time, and they were actually only 2 kilometers away from Su Ming. Now 2 kilometers have passed, and she didn't see Su Ming. Lin Yinchuan's nose has been hurting more and more since he got on the car. He said, the contaminated area has independent time and space. Take a look at the clock. The clock inside Zhu Ning's helmet has stopped moving since they came in. The contaminated area has its own time flow rate. It turns out that the contaminated area is this kind of place. Zhu Ning asked, how to get in the contaminated area. Lin Yinchuan, the demon hunter will find the way in. Whether it can be found depends on luck. It is not necessary to come in to eliminate the source of pollution. Heavy weapons can be used to suppress it directly. If it is determined that there are no living people in the contaminated area and the situation is very difficult, you can choose to directly flatten the contaminated area. Sure enough, after the technology has advanced to a certain extent, it will never be solved by hot weapons. The ground track is running. Zhu Ning artificially feels it for a while. It is faster than the flying car she has ridden. Dear passengers, Lily Garden Station has arrived. Suddenly, the station announcement sounded from inside the underground track. Zhu Ning was a little nervous for a moment. No passengers got off the train. Since Zhu Ning and his friends got on, the passengers have been staring at them. Zhu Ning looked at the door nervously, and touched the handle of the gun with one hand. She didn't want to do anything unless necessary. After the door opened, a passenger got on the train, and then the door closed, and the underground track started again. Zhu Ning frowned immediately after seeing the passengers getting on, and Lin Yinchuan almost cursed. It was the fishman they killed. The fishman was carrying a briefcase, and it was no exaggeration to say that his body was full of holes. He was almost beaten to pieces by Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. The fishman dragged his broken left leg and moved his body bit by bit. Then, he grabbed the iron ring of the carriage with his intact arm and stood in front of Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. He didn't move. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan didn't say anything. The first reaction of the 2 rookies was to pick up their guns and point them at the fishman, fearing that he would suddenly attack. The speed of the fishman was at least twice as fast as that of humans. As long as the fishman made any move, they would shoot immediately. But after 5 minutes, the fishman didn't move at all, like a sculpture. Zhu Ning and the fishman stared at each other for a while. The fishman's body was like a sieve, and you could even see the other side through his body. Lin Yinchuan asked in a low voice, why is he standing here? There are still many empty seats. The carriage was so empty, and it wasn't rush hour. Why did he have to stand in front of them? Lin Yinchuan's words did not attract the attention of the fishman. He seemed to be a real passenger, standing here. Are you here for revenge? Lin Yinchuan asked. Zhu Ning, I don't know. I wonder what would have happened if you had stayed on the platform. Lin Yinchuan's scalp was numb. He followed Zhu Ning on the train, and didn't want to stay on the same platform with a twitching fishman corpse even if he died. Lin Yinchuan, I would rather die. Zhu Ning felt that this was very strange. People who were caught in the contaminated area could choose to get on the train or wait on the platform. Zhu Ning knew that he would be watched by people after getting on the train, so what would happen to those who stayed on the platform? It's time to arrive at the station again, Zhu Ning said. This time Zhu Ning observed in advance. An orange-yellow light suddenly lit up in the car, followed by a station announcement. Dear passengers, Sun Kindergarten Station has arrived. The second stop. No one got off the car. After 30 seconds, another passenger got on the car. Lin Yinchuan's hair stood on end, and his nose was bleeding. It was another fishman. The wound was in the same place as the last fishman. The fish head was broken, the curvature of the fish scales was the same, and even the behavior pattern was the same. The second fishman didn't even look at him, and walked directly in front of Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan, pulled the iron ring, and then stood still. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Green River Valley Station. The third stop, the third fishman. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the Strange Museum Station. The fourth stop, the fourth fishman. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the Mechanical University Station. The fifth stop, the fifth fishman. As time went by, a fishman would get on the bus at each stop. Now there were 10 fishmen on the bus, and they all stood in front of Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. Those with pull rings pulled them, and those without pull rings stood behind them. As more and more people arrived, there were already 25 fishmen. The 25 headless fishmen surrounded Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan, and the smell of blood was overwhelming, and even the helmet masks could not filter it out. The strange thing was that they did not move at all, but just lowered their heads and looked down at Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. No expression, no words, just watching, pure watching. Is this mental pollution? Chapter 6. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan tried to change positions. Every time they changed positions, the fishmen would follow them again and surround them in the same posture. Other than that, the fishmen did not make any more moves. Zhu Ning thought about whether to shoot, but he didn't know if the fishman would lose control once he fired. There was only one fishman in the sewer before. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan had 2 guns in total, and they barely killed one under fire suppression. Now there are 25, maybe more. Once the fishmen attack together, Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan can only feed the fish. Lin Yinchuan's scalp was numb and his back was covered with cold sweat when he was stared at by the fishmen. Lin Yinchuan recalculated the pollution concentration and was shocked by the calculated data. The pollution concentration is now 79%. Zhu Ning still didn't know how the pollution concentration was calculated. She didn't feel anything when the data increased several times. Lin Yinchuan seemed to see that Zhu Ning didn't understand, and explained, the D-level contamination area is 60% to 90%. So when they first came in, the concentration measured was 55%, which belongs to the E-level contamination area. What should we do? Lin Yinchuan asked. Fight out? Zhu Ning gritted his teeth. Ignore it. Lin Yinchuan, huh? Zhu Ning thought of when she joined the company. Fang Ying only asked her 2 questions. 1. Are you afraid of monsters? 2. Are you afraid of corpses? The key point of Fang Ying's question was whether she was afraid or not, and Zhu Ning's answer was no. She seemed to understand the reason why her spirit value was 100%, because Zhu Ning was really not afraid. She didn't regard this thing as a monster at all. Zhu Ning, ignore it, don't worry about it, it can't pollute you. The so-called mental pollution does not mean that the more horrible and disgusting it is, the greater the mental pollution. Blood and dead bodies only make people feel scared, not polluted. Mental pollution is that a creature that looks like a human is doing your daily behavior in a very strange way. For example, a fishman takes the last bus and does nothing but stares at you. Abnormal people do normal things, which itself makes people's scalps numb. How can I ignore it? Lin Yinchuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. There were 25 fishmen emitting fishy smells blocking his way, and it was hard to ignore them no matter how he looked at them. Lin Yinchuan looked back at Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning had no symptoms of being polluted so far. Either he was gifted, or he really had something. Lin Yinchuan planned to learn from Zhu Ning. What do they look like in your eyes? Zhu Ning, rotten fish. Lin Yinchuan, So in Zhu Ning's eyes, he was in a seafood wholesale market? Zhu Ning, don't look at them, chat with me to divert your attention. Zhu Ning wanted to ensure that Lin Yinchuan would hold on until the rescuers arrived. What if Lin Yinchuan had a mental breakdown and started praying to the evil god? In the end, Zhu Ning would be the one who suffered. Lin Yinchuan faced the gazes of 25 fish and chatted with Zhu Ning. What are you talking about? Zhu Ning asked, why did you come up? Lin Yinchuan tried to ignore the fishman, abide by the employee code. The 4th rule of the cleaner employee code is not to get separated from teammates, and the 3rd rule is to wait for rescue on the spot. In the case of conflict between the 2 rules, Lin Yinchuan planned to play freely. Zhu Ning said that it was really a chat, and Lin Yinchuan asked back, then why did you come up? Zhu Ning, our job is to sweep the garbage. Lin Yinchuan looked confused. So what? Zhu Ning, we get paid according to commission. Lin Yinchuan reacted for a while. Zhu Ning's idea was that the cleaners had to collect the contaminated spores and get paid according to the number of collected spores. The area they came down from was definitely the only area with so many contaminated spores. Lin Yinchuan and Zhu Ning had been swept into the contaminated area. Since there was another contaminated area next to it, Zhu Ning didn't mind collecting spores from one more area. Without the demon hunter, they could take the initiative to generate income. Lin Yinchuan was stunned by this idea. If there was no work, he created work. If there was no performance, he created performance. What kind of peerless role king is this? Lin Yinchuan said sincerely, boss. Zhu Ning, I've been at work for less than 2 hours. Lin Yinchuan changed his words. Little sister. Zhu Ning, What on earth did they experience in just 2 hours? After Zhu Ning said this, Lin Yinchuan suddenly felt less scared of the fishman. These things became performance in his eyes. There are a total of 25 achievements, which are worth at least 250,000 Singapore dollars. They are not rotten fish, but shiny gold banknotes. Zhu Ning, do you think we can mentally pollute them? Lin Yinchuan just accepted that the fishmen in front of him were achievements, and did not follow Zhu Ning's thoughts at all, but he was a little eager to try. How to pollute? Zhu Ning thought for a while. Mental pollution means that seemingly normal people do abnormal things, or seemingly abnormal people do normal things. It's a bit confusing, but the key is repetition. The key to pollution is repetition. The dead fishmen kept repeating the last bus, and the fishmen who kept getting on the bus kept staring at Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. Repetition plus abnormality is the formula for mental pollution. Lin Yinchuan and Zhu Ning are both grassroots garbage collectors. This is the first time that they have analyzed the internal logic of pollutants so seriously. Lin Yinchuan thought about this line of thought and said, "It makes sense." Zhu Ning asked, "Do you have anything that can brainwash you?" Lin Yinchuan thought about it and said, "I brought a recipe book." Recipe? Zhu Ning tilted his head and looked at him. Lin Yinchuan explained, "We can't do this for a few years. I have to leave a way out for myself. When cleaners make enough money, they have to consider retirement and undergo mental examinations throughout their lives. Zhu Ning may have to do the same in the future. Damn, it's really hard to sweep garbage." Zhu Ning, read a paragraph. Lin Yinchuan flipped through the electronic recipe book, found a page, cleared his throat, and read aloud. The method of braised Christian carp. The first step is to make a cross-shaped cut on the surface of the Christian carp. Add salt to the oil. Fry slowly over low heat until both sides are golden and the fish skin is crispy. Zhu Ning, Fishman, Lin Yinchuan is really a talent. Is this a guide for braised fishmen? Zhu Ning recorded it with the recording function of the helmet. Both of their helmets can be played out loud. Zhu Ning asked for a copy of the recipe and joined the team of reading the recipe seriously. 2 helmets plus the 2 of them, a total of 4 voices. If someone got on the bus at this time, at first glance, it would be very strange. There were 2 passengers wearing motorcycle uniforms and black helmets on the last bus of Line 1, just like 2 robbers. The robbers had no shame and read the method of braised Christian carp aloud. Not only that, but also played it on a loudspeaker in a loop. Disturbing the public. Shameful. Abnormal plus repetition equals mental pollution. The passengers around frowned. Their eyes changed from vicious to confused. After they recited it about 10 times, the fishman in front of them lowered his momentum, lowered his bloody head, and no longer had the previous hostility. The pollution concentration has dropped? Lin Yinchuan couldn't believe it. The current pollution concentration was 78%, a decrease of 1%. It actually worked. Zhu Ning hummed and suddenly stood up. "You continue to recite, I go find the source of pollution." Lin Yinchuan said that this was a ghost-catching game, and the source of pollution must be in the car. After Zhu Ning stood up, Lin Yinchuan also stood up. On the contrary, the fishmen didn't follow. They pulled the pull ring in their hands, turned together, and faced Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan with their broken bodies, but no one followed. Maybe the mental pollution was ineffective, and they were useless. Lin Yinchuan didn't dare to stop, and continued to recite the braised Christian carp recipe, following Zhu Ning like a loudspeaker. This underground train has only 4 carriages. Zhu Ning searched the carriages carefully, looking for some clues. There are 3 passengers in carriage number 4, 2 in carriage number 3, and 5 in carriage number 2. Zhu Ning's carriage number 1 has the most passengers, 25 fishmen plus the 2 of them, a total of 27 people. Something must have happened to this train before. The system said that the last train number 1 disappeared. What was the reason for its disappearance? Pollution? Pollutants can pollute the mind. So is the formation of pollutants also a kind of mental power? Similar to resentment? Ding-ling-ling, a phone call interrupted Zhu Ning's thoughts in carriage number 3. Zhu Ning ran to see, and saw a mobile phone lying on the seat. Zhu Ning had just carefully checked the entire underground train, and didn't see the mobile phone at all. This mobile phone suddenly appeared. Someone is calling this phone. The phone is very old. It's a touch-screen phone. The Wasteland world has undergone technological changes long ago. Most people have chips implanted in their bodies that can be bound to a secondary brain. The secondary brain is equivalent to identity authentication plus wallet plus communication tool. No one uses mobile phones in this era. Zhu Ning, a mobile phone left behind by a passenger? Lin Yinchuan was also surprised after seeing the phone. This is at least a model from 80 years ago. This thing is like an antique. Zhu Ning, you continue reading. Lin Yinchuan was reading the recipe there. The moment Zhu Ning picked up the phone stopped ringing and the phone played a video. A surveillance camera angle in the car. There are 2 people in it. The video is a bit blurry, so Zhu Ning didn't recognize it for a while. In the video, 2 people ran over from another car and picked up the phone left on the seat. A mobile phone left behind by a passenger? Zhu Ning's voice. This is at least a model from 80 years ago. Lin Yanquan's voice. You continue to read. The video inside is exactly the same as Zhu Ning's action. In the video, Zhu Ning picked up the phone and played the video in the phone. The phone left behind by the passenger? The phone in the phone played another video, and it went on and on. They seemed to be trapped. Who could know if they were the real people or the people in the video? Zhu Ning felt a little numb for a while. It was mental pollution again, and it was stronger than before. The logic of the polluted area is to pollute you through repetition and disgust you in various ways. If it continues to play, she will be polluted. What's wrong? Lin Yanquan didn't see the video, but felt that Zhu Ning was not in good condition. Don't watch it. Zhu Ning's mental value is higher than Lin Yanquan's, and Lin Yanquan may collapse after seeing it. Strong mental pollution. Zhu Ning quickly pressed the pause button, but the video could not be paused, and Zhu Ning was about to leave with her phone in her pocket. Lin Yanquan, where are you going? Zhu Ning's hands were shaking a little, and she admitted that she was beginning to be affected by mental pollution, and the mental value on her panel was decreasing. System, deduct 1% of mental value. Zhu Ning tried to ignore it, walked quickly to the front of the car, and said as she walked, if you find lost items, you should hand them over to the crew. This is common sense. Lin Yanquan, Why do you still care about common sense at this time? Zhu Ning insisted that the more abnormal the environment, the more you should insist on doing normal things. The normal way of doing things is to hand over the phone left by the passenger to the driver. This is a normal ground track. This is a normal ground track. This is a normal ground track. Zhu Ning kept repeating to himself, trying to brainwash himself. You have to do things that look normal to fit in with the style of this polluted area. Lin Yanquan could only follow Zhu Ning. She quickly walked to the driver's cabin, where a person sat with his back to them. The driver was concentrating on driving, and looked quite normal. But there couldn't be anything normal on this train. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and knocked on the transparent door of the driver's cabin. Hello, I found a mobile phone, and I want to hand it in. The driver had his back to her. Hello. Zhu Ning knocked on the door again. I want to hand in my phone. The driver finally responded. He didn't turn around, but took off his hat. He pushed aside the hair on the back of his head with 2 hands, revealing another back of his head. He pushed aside the hair on the back of his head with 2 hands again, revealing another back of his head. Bang, bang, Zhu Ning suppressed her nausea and watched the driver slowly push aside the back of his head like a nesting doll, but he never showed his face. Bang, 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 this kind of strange noise has been heard since Zhu Ning came here. The door of the driver's room was not closed tightly, and it kept shaking as the train started. Zhu Ning was about to pull the door, but suddenly stopped moving, and her whole body froze. What's wrong with you? Lin Yanquan was a little puzzled. Zhu Ning rarely showed this expression. Zhu Ning quickly held Lin Yanquan, not letting him see. Zhu Ning's body was stiff, and the hair on his back stood up. He didn't dare to move at all. There was a fish face lying on the left window of the driver's room. The fish face was smiling. Zhu Ning was wrong. The source of pollution was not necessarily inside the car. The pollutants have been lying outside the car. Chapter 7. Its entire fish head was lying on the window. The train was still speeding at high speed. The face of the pollutant was slightly deformed by the pressure. Zhu Ning saw the pollutant, and the pollutant also saw Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning acted decisively, suddenly opened the car door, and suddenly started shooting out of the window, while Lin Yanquan was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets penetrated the car window, and the strong wind from outside rushed in. Before Lin Yanquan could react, he saw Zhu Ning suddenly raised his gun and shot at the roof of the car. Follow my direction and shoot. Zhu Ning gave the order neatly. Lin Yanquan had already formed an instinctive reaction. He immediately stopped reading the menu and followed Zhu Ning's movements. He shot wherever Zhu Ning shot. Fortunately, it was an air bullet, otherwise it would be easy to accidentally injure others if shooting in a closed metal space. Bullet holes were shot on the roof of the car, and some bullets penetrated the iron sheet of the car. More and more wind leaked in, and it was obvious that something was crawling on the roof. That thing is larger and heavier than a human being, and it stepped on deep pits while running to avoid bullets. The sturdy rail carriage was like paper at this time, and it was fragile under the strafing. The air gun was not so powerful, so the pollutants must have become weaker. The pollution source was hidden in the polluted area. Once it was discovered, the polluted area would hardly be as solid as before. In other words, cracks began to appear in the polluted area. Zhu Ning wanted to curse. Why only equip the cleaners with air guns? If they had a submachine gun, they would have finished the battle by now. The power of air bullets was limited, they could not hit far, it took time to load, and there was a clear time interval between the two bullets, which left a huge obstacle to killing pollutants. Suddenly, the lights in the car began to flash violently. Zhu Ning frowned, and the night vision function of the helmet did not adjust for a while. Zhu Ning held the gun in one hand and moved slowly. The passengers in the car stared at Zhu Ning grimly, and let out low roars, like the howling of wild animals before eating. The contaminated area was about to collapse. Zhu Ning was still searching, and suddenly his pupils contracted suddenly. Bang! A hand with sharp fish fins directly pierced through the window, grabbed Zhu Ning's neck, and then pulled it hard. Under Lin Yinchuan's surprised eyes, the fish hand directly pulled Zhu Ning out of the car. Lin Yinchuan shot at the fish hand that suddenly emerged from the darkness, but it was too late. The train was running fast, and Lin Yinchuan was still on the train. In 3 seconds, he was taken away by the train. Lin Yinchuan and Zhu Ning lost contact. At the moment when the whole person was pulled out by the fish hand, Zhu Ning reacted very quickly. She pressed the inflation button on her work clothes, and the combat suit was filled with air, turning from a motorcycle leather jacket into a space suit. The inflatable work clothes gave her more cushioning, and protected her fragile human body when she fell off the rails in the fishman's arms. Zhu Ning was held by the fishman, and she rolled over a dozen times. When she came to her senses, the fishman grabbed her neck and rode on her. The gun had been lost when she rolled down. This was the railroad, and Zhu Ning was lying on the stones of the railroad with her back, and there was a crazy fishman on her body. The fishman's eyes were as big as a fist, and now they were red, with a rotating vortex in the center of the fish's eyes. The vortex rotated at an extremely strange speed, making people dizzy at a glance. Have you seen my last train? The fishman was grabbing Zhu Ning's neck, and he wanted to take off the helmet that was in the way. Zhu Ning kicked him desperately in the lower abdomen. Once the helmet was torn off, Zhu Ning would be parasitized 100%. I can't catch the bus, the fishman said while tearing Zhu Ning's helmet. My daughter is waiting for me at home. I haven't talked to her for several days. I can't find the last bus. He was still repeating this sentence. Zhu Ning's head began to feel dizzy. So that's it. The fishman didn't catch the last bus, so he was not on the bus. He could only cling to the outside of the bus. He didn't get on the bus until he died. Spirit value decreased by 10%. Health value decreased by 20%. Please escape as soon as possible, the system kept prompting in her ears, but Zhu Ning's panel was empty. She didn't have any props to escape. Side quest, the last bus of line 1 disappeared, the current purification progress is 70%. Good news, her purification progress bar moved. Bad news, she was about to be strangled to death by the fishman. What a shitty system. Zhu Ning continued to attack the fishman's lower abdomen. Boom, she suddenly heard a roar. The ground rail came again. 2 headlights illuminated the rails. This ground rail was always in circulation. Zhu Ning was now pressed on the track. Once the ground rail came over, she would be crushed into meat paste. Damn! This fish, he has a sinister heart. Lin Yinchuan was on the car. He had been looking for an opportunity to get off, but the car later stopped. Lin Yinchuan was still anxious. He rushed into the driver's room and shot the driver in the head. Then he locked himself in the driver's room. Outside the transparent glass door were all crazy fishmen, who were scratching the door frantically to get in. Lin Yinchuan saw Zhu Ning on the rails in front. Zhu Ning was being pressed by a fishman. Lin Yinchuan tried to find the brake button, but no matter how he pressed it, the car didn't respond at all. The driver was a decoration, and the underground track had its own operating rules. Zhu Ning! Lin Yinchuan shouted. Get out of the way. Zhu Ning couldn't hear it, of course, so Lin Yinchuan began to press the horn in the car, but fortunately the button was working. Zhu Ning! Amid the high-frequency horn sound, Lin Yinchuan shouted, Go! Lin Yinchuan, a garbage collector, didn't dare to watch his colleague being crushed into meat paste by the underground track. The car lights were too bright, and Zhu Ning's already abnormal brain became even more abnormal. The sound of the horn was so harsh that it seemed to pierce her eardrums. Zhu Ning had no weapons or props, so she could only, persistently, attack the fishman's lower abdomen over and over again, hitting only the same point. She could feel the scales on the fishman's lower abdomen explode, and blood had already spilled out. Zhu Ning gritted her teeth. She needed the fishman to loosen up for a second. Just 1 second, just give her 1 second. Hiss. Zhu Ning heard the fishman gasp, and Zhu Ning broke one of his ribs. Right now, Zhu Ning suddenly exerted force with both legs and hit the fishman's face with an elbow, instantly turning him over and pressing him under his body. Boom boom, the sound of the ground track is getting closer, and it is already in front of her. Zhu Ning has no time to deal with the fishman, and she supports the edge of the platform with one hand and jumps onto the platform. Suddenly, her right leg sank, and the fishman actually grabbed her ankle. Zhu Ning just stepped onto the platform and was almost dragged back by the fishman. At the critical moment of life and death, everything is done by instinct. Zhu Ning raised her foot and kicked the fishman in the face fiercely. Boom, the high-speed train was passed. Zhu Ning's foot loosened, and the fishman had fallen back onto the rails. She heard something run over by the ground rails, making a muffled sound. Huh, Zhu Ning's voice was hoarse, and the long period of lack of oxygen made her eyes black. She took 2 seconds to relax, and the train did not stop and ran over again. Zhu Ning looked at the rails, and there was a fish that had been run over under the rails. Blood was flowing, and the fish scales were blown out. The fishman's lower limbs had been crushed by the rails. If Zhu Ning had not reacted quickly just now, she would be the one under there now. She was still alive, and no contaminated spores were precipitated. After experiencing the zombie world, Zhu Ning's survival philosophy is to finish off the enemy. Zhu Ning immediately turned around and went to the platform, smashed the glass, and came out with a fire axe. While the enemy was still weak, she didn't mind giving the fishman 2 more blows. Zhu Ning walked over with the axe, but was stunned when she saw the fishman's appearance. Yuren leaned on the rails like a real salted fish, unable to open his mouth. I can't find the last bus. It was the same sentence. The key to mental pollution is repetition. Yuren kept repeating it. I can't go home. Taking a taxi will make me work for nothing for a week, Yuren said to Zhu Ning. Yuren was choked by the blood in his throat. I can't bear to spend money, they scold me. They scold me for being useless, poor, incompetent, and unable to afford a taxi. They think I'm hypocritical and can't endure hardship. Zhu Ning listened for a while. Yuren's obsession was actually very light. He didn't lose the love of his life. He just couldn't catch the last bus. Such a small thing can crush a person. The last heavy burden of life is a straw, and the last train is that straw. Am I being hypocritical? The fishman raised his head, and his fish head was covered with debris and blood. She felt that the fishman was waiting for her to speak, and Zhu Ning didn't want to pay attention to him. This black-hearted fish just wanted to kill her, and she was not that kind. Zhu Ning stood on the edge of the platform, carrying an axe. Zhu Ning looked at the fishman's face and said coldly, No. Can't endure hardship. Zhu Ning always thought this sentence was nonsense. Who wants to endure hardship when there is nothing to do? The fishman was stunned for a moment, then laughed softly. Ha ha ha, you are the same as me. Zhu Ning frowned. What do you mean the same as me? The end of the world is coming, ha ha ha. The fishman coughed twice, and the cough mixed with laughter was extremely weird. The end of the world is coming. The end of the world? What end of the world? The fishman propped up his upper body, and his vitality was so tenacious that it was astonishing. He was crawling towards Zhu Ning, not running strangely like before, but crawling towards Zhu Ning step by step, like a friend walking towards another friend. With a snap, the fishman's hand touched the platform. Zhu Ning quickly retreated 3 meters away, holding a fire axe. If the fishman came again, she would chop him into a chopped pepper fish head. You are the same as me. The fishman pressed the platform with one hand, but he couldn't support his upper body with all his strength. He showed a fish eye at the edge of the platform. You will become the same as me. The same. The same. With a bang, the fishman's body fell backwards, making a muffled sound. Zhu Ning did not loosen her hand holding the axe. She tentatively moved slowly to the edge of the platform, always on guard against the fishman's resurrection. Yay, yay, a rusty sound came from the depths of darkness, and the train came again, but it was different from the previous roar. The train was like a broken windmill, yay, yay, and all the parts were rusted. It began to fall apart before it arrived at the station, and quickly collapsed like a melting wax figure. The train stopped. A salted fish lay on the track. After death, its body quickly rotted and slowly turned into a pool of rotten meat. Blood-like contaminated spores began to precipitate from it. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of blood-red spores were flying in the air. The contaminated spores seemed to have life and swam like aquatic creatures. They left the host and struggled upward. But Zhu Ning was still wearing work clothes, without any exposed skin, and the contaminated spores could not find a host. They just bypassed Zhu Ning and floated slowly beside her. One of the contaminated spores fell on Zhu Ning's axe and rubbed the tip of the axe intimately, with a cruel and weird beauty. Ding! The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Zhu Ning's mind. Congratulations on completing the side quest. The last train of line 1 that disappeared, the purification degree is 100%. Main quest, purify the home, completion degree is 1%. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the basic reward, activating some panel data, and the mental value is restored to 100. Congratulations on obtaining the purification value reward of 500. The current cumulative purification value is 545. Congratulations on obtaining the fishman reward, rotten fish head. Rotten fish head, D-level pollutant. Through repeated use of mental pollution on people or pollutants, the movement speed can be increased when escaping, and the speed can be increased by 1 to 4 times. It is only for single use. Please note that using this item will consume life points. Please use it with caution. Congratulations on obtaining the primary talent, danger prediction. Talent description, can predict danger in advance. Congratulations on getting the side quest reward, K003 Dynamite. Reward description, micro dynamite, can blow up a 30-story building in 15 seconds, can be used 3 times cumulatively, and the user is immune to damage from this item. Zhu Ning, question mark. Wait, what does she need so much dynamite for? To destroy the world? Chapter 8. Zhu Ning opened the system panel and restudied her panel values, which were much more than before. Name, Zhu Ning. Age, 19. Education, Bachelor of Mechanics. Status, 5th class citizen. Talent, danger precognition. Direction of mutation, unknown. Alienation degree, unknown. Physical strength, unenhanced. Spirit value, 100. Ordinary people's value is 20. Life value, 20. Ordinary people's value is 70. Luck value, 1. Ordinary people's value is 50. Purification value, 545. Can be exchanged to increase to other points, and every 100 purification values can increase life value by 1. Purification value and luck value are newly activated. And the luck value is only 1, which is very reasonable. No wonder she encountered such bad luck, as the pollution area rating error. Purification value can be exchanged for rewards or added to other points. 500 purification values are exchanged, and each exchange increases 5 life points. It is worth noting that her life value seems to be a bit low, only 20. She has a primary talent for danger precognition, which Lin Yinchuan mentioned before. I don't know how it works. I have no idea what the degree of alienation and the direction of mutation are. The rotten fish head sounds more practical. Before, Zhu Ning could only be polluted by pollutants, but now she can pollute others. It is worth mentioning that she can also mentally pollute pollutants. Is it dirty on top of dirty? When running away, she can increase her speed. It just consumes health points. Her health points have not increased yet, so I guess she can't withstand such consumption. Another reward, explosives can blow up buildings, but Zhu Ning has not yet encountered such a large-scale task. Besides, this thing has great lethality, but its use scenario is actually very limited. Zhu Ning must at least ensure that it will not harm her teammates. She made a post-event summary. Did she get the reward? If she did, can she use it? It seems that it is not possible at the moment, and it is a waste of time. The reward item is good, but it is a bit useless if she can't use it. Can you give her some props suitable for novices? She won't be able to handle such a high-level one when she comes down. Wait. Zhu Ning suddenly had a guess. The props given are so high-level that Zhu Ning must frantically save purification points and life points before she can use them. Isn't this damn system forcing her to upgrade? Zhu Ning, Did the system see through her lazy nature and couldn't help but take action? And she worked hard, but only completed 1% of the main task of purifying the home. Zhu Ning's intuition was right. This is a big pie. If she wants to complete this career, she has to pay for it in her whole life. But she seemed to have figured out a little bit of the signs of purification, so if she wanted to complete this main task, she had to keep entering the contaminated area, and then contain the contaminated spores. The platform was rotting, and the surroundings slowly revealed the appearance of a sewer, and the contaminated area collapsed as the pollutants died. Zhu Ning sighed deeply, and was silent for a minute facing the flying contaminated spores. Article 5 of the Cleaner's Work Rules. Containing contaminated spores is the first priority. Zhu Ning took out a straw-like prop from the cleaning backpack, and then consciously began to pick cotton. Ding! Purification value +1. Zhu Ning contained 1 more spore, and the purification value continued to accumulate. This was not picking cotton, this was saving life points. Lin Yinchuan ran off the bus in a hurry. The whole last bus was rotten and smelly. He held his breath, and the first thing he did was to find Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was fine. She was very serious about sweeping garbage. She was in such a mess. Her work clothes were covered with scratches from the fishman, and her helmet was cracked. Even so, Zhu Ning was still moving slowly, collecting the contaminated spores bit by bit. Lin Yinchuan was dumbfounded. What kind of a king was Zhu Ning? Didn't she forget her mission at this time? She could fight monsters and sweep garbage. What a sweeping monk. You? Lin Yinchuan didn't give up and asked, are you working? Zhu Ning didn't even raise her head. What else? You don't have to work so hard, do you? Lin Yinchuan really didn't have that awareness. What he saw in the contaminated area just now was enough to give him nightmares for a month. He didn't have the mental quality to turn around and work after beating the monsters. Zhu Ning sighed, it's all commission. Her mind kept reminding her that the purification value was increased by 1, which made it hard not to be tempted. Lin Yinchuan, So what Zhu Ning said on the ground track was true. She is really creating achievements? Hello? Lin Yinchuan? There was a crackling sound of electricity coming from the helmet. After the fishman died, the mental pollution disappeared and the communication was finally restored. Lin Yinchuan almost cried when he heard Su Meng's voice, Captain. Su Meng's voice sounded anxious, are you okay? Where is Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning was collecting the contaminated spores with one hand and answered, alive. Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief. God knows that it would be a miracle for 2 cleaners to survive after falling into the contaminated area. Su Meng, the technical center's rating was wrong. You mistakenly entered the D-level contaminated area. It was indeed D-level, Lin Yinchuan thought to himself, and he did not estimate it wrong. Su Meng, now the contaminated area has cracked, I will come to you soon, you wait where you are, don't move, the demon hunters are here, they will start rescue immediately after landing. D-level contaminated area is not too difficult for demon hunters. Lin Yinchuan said cautiously, actually, the demon hunters don't need to come. Why? Su Meng was puzzled, there was always the sound of wind over there, it should be rushing here. Lin Yinchuan glanced around, there were polluted corpses and contaminated spores all around, and he was sure that there was no living pollutant. This contaminated area is very clean. This is what he and Zhu Ning did, no demon hunter entered, 2 logistics cleaners, who swept the garbage, eliminated a D-level contaminated area. Lin Yinchuan proudly, we cleaners don't need demon hunters to rescue. Su Meng, ? No, now is the time to be emotional. That? Su Meng asked carefully, are you mentally okay? This is the most reasonable guess. She suspected that Lin Yinchuan was crazy. Lin Yinchuan said arrogantly, let the organization send another cleaning team, we may not be able to handle it. Su Meng, ? After Lin Yinchuan hung up the call, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his work clothes were full of sweat. He felt exhausted after surviving a disaster, and sat down with a thud. Lin Yinchuan breathed a sigh of relief, and the string in his mind loosened, I don't think I can do it. He had a low mental value, and was mentally polluted at the beginning. Now there are polluted spores all around him. Once he relaxes, he will be more seriously polluted. Get away. Zhu Ning glanced at him, and said if he was polluted, he should get away. No. Lin Yinchuan was close to Zhu Ning. He found that Zhu Ning was more reliable than the demon hunter. I won't leave you. Zhu Ning, Okay, I'm going crazy. The demon hunter will come in soon. Zhu Ning is not too worried about Lin Yinchuan's mental state. Zhu Ning didn't want to look at him. She concentrated on collecting spores. She didn't want to care about Lin Yinchuan, but she couldn't stand Lin Yinchuan's own behavior. Zhu Ning watched Lin Yinchuan suddenly raise his hands. Zhu Ning was quick, and slapped his hands away. Lin Yinchuan raised his arms again. Now there was no danger. He wanted to do something bold. Take off his helmet. Hey! Zhu Ning pressed down Lin Yinchuan's helmet to stop him from taking it off. What are you doing? I can't breathe, Lin Yinchuan said. Taking off the helmet is easy to be infected with parasites. Zhu Ning, don't take off the helmet. Do you hear me? Lin Yinchuan said in a low voice, and he put down his hands in disappointment. Then, in front of Zhu Ning, Lin Yinchuan slowly put his knees back and hugged his knees at Zhu Ning's feet. Like a puppy. Is this moderate mental pollution? Zhu Ning thought of Su Meng's words, that a colleague thought he was a pink two-headed lotus after being polluted. She was a little curious about what Lin Yinchuan thought he was. Zhu Ning asked tentatively, who are you? Lin Yinchuan buried his head in his knees and said, I am my sister's puppy. Zhu Ning, Boy, did you expose your unknown XP? 103 District Cleaning Center. If the mess here was just like a security center when Zhu Ning came before, now it is basically as messy as a war. Lu Qiqing, the director of the technical department, was furious. Rating error. How could there be a rating error? Do you know how big a problem this is? There are no demon hunters inside, only 2 cleaners responsible for logistics, without weapons and no experience. How many lives do you think they can survive? Just sweeping garbage. The lives of cleaners are cheap. 10 cleaners are not as good as 1 demon hunter. If the demon hunters arrive at the scene and cannot enter to rescue, they can even sacrifice the lives of 2 cleaners. From a certain perspective, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. Sweep your ancestors? Lu Qiqing sneered. If the contaminated area cannot be controlled and the contaminated spores spread, do you know how many people will die in Area 103? Do you want to do it or not? If you don't want to do it, get out. The technician in charge of monitoring kept his head down and didn't dare to say a word. The demon hunter has already rushed over. Someone whispered. There's no point in rushing over. Lu Qiqing cursed. It's already been 15 minutes. The best time for rescue has passed. Lu Qiqing casually threw a cup over. The time flow rate in the contaminated area is different from that outside. It may have been several days inside, when only 15 minutes passed outside. That? The technician raised his hand weakly. The pollution concentration seems to have dropped. The pollution concentration has gradually dropped from the initial highest value of 90%. 88%, 80%, 71%. Lu Qiqing frowned. He pushed the technician aside, walked to the machine himself, and quickly typed on the keyboard with both hands. Yes, the value is really dropping. Where are the demon hunters? Lu Qiqing asked. Fang Ying, who had been watching the battle outside the door with his arms crossed, interrupted. We just set off. It is expected to arrive at the designated location in 17 minutes. The demon hunters have not arrived yet, but the contaminated area has already been purified. Report? A subordinate showed. We have contacted Su Meng, the captain of the 3-person cleaner team, and confirmed that all 3 are alive. Lu Qiqing asked coldly, who is inside? Fang Ying held a panel in his hand, 2 cleaners. Lu Qiqing took the panel and took a look, then frowned fiercely. The panel showed the information of 2 people. Lin Yinchuan looked mediocre no matter what data he had, especially his mental value, which was too weak. If he stayed in a heavily polluted area for an hour, he might die of brain death. There was no outstanding place in any of his skills, otherwise, he would not have joined the cleaner team instead of the demon hunter team. The information of the other person was even cleaner, nothing at all. All he knew was Zhu Ning. Newcomer? Lu Qiqing asked. Only newcomers in the probation period did not have any data collection. Fang Ying, yes, I just completed the entry procedures for her today. The newcomer who just interviewed is still in the probation period and has not had time to do any data collection. Zhu Ning's task today should be to learn how to clean, then slack off, take today's meager salary, and wait for the cleaning center to notify her of the next step of entry. Instead of one person not only doing the work of sweeping garbage, but also doing the work of a demon hunter, this matter has become very strange. The data detected by the cleaning center is very accurate. In the past 80 years, the last error was caused by that person. Zhu Ning just started work today, caught up with the data error, and mistakenly entered the D-level contaminated area. Without any weapon support and no reserve knowledge, not only did she survive, but also purified this area. Fortunately, Lu Qiqing is not the head of the demon hunter, otherwise his face would be swollen by these 2 cleaners today. Fang Ying, to be honest, I am also puzzled. When Fang Ying received the news, she was as shocked as Lu Qiqing, and she personally completed the entry procedures for Zhu Ning. Without any data, Fang Ying could only judge based on personal experience. After getting to know him, she felt that Zhu Ning was very courageous. Being courageous is a good thing, which proves that he is very suitable for this job. But she didn't expect that a series of accidents would happen next, and Zhu Ning was the key point of this series of accidents. The only reasonable explanation is that Zhu Ning was selected by it. Fang Ying said, Xian Qing wants to see you. Xian Qing, the director of the operations department, manages the demon hunters in Area 103. The exchanges between their departments are very close, but to some extent, not so close. And Xie Jiazu, the director of the cleaning department. Fang Ying said again. These 3 people plus Fang Ying, she is the center assistant. It is obviously an assistant position, but she coordinates the entire center. Lu Qiqing frowned. The cleaning center is about to change. Chapter 9. An hour had passed since the contaminated spores were contained. Zhu Ning's final purification value was 645. The subsequent corpse collection work was done by the cleaning team. Zhu Ning was notified by the center that she had to do data collection. She had no objection. After all, she did behave strangely. If she was a member of the center, she would also like to send herself to the laboratory for research. I just don't know if they can find out that she brought a system. Don't worry. Su Ming comforted Zhu Ning. During the data collection period, the salary will be paid according to attendance, usually 15,000 Singapore dollars. Zhu Ning, She was a little unhappy, but was instantly soothed by the money. Two people came to meet them. They took away the contaminated spores that had been contained, and they wanted to collect helmets. Miss Xu, can you please give us the helmet? We need it for data collection. The helmet has a video recording function and some basic data detection. These functions can be used even if there is no internet access. They have taken Lin Yinchuan's helmet, and they are still missing Zhu Ning's. Originally, this was also the property of the cleaning center, so Zhu Ning handed the helmet to them. Zhu Ning did not go to the cleaning department on the 49th floor, but was taken directly to the 66th floor. Ding, the elevator door opened to both sides, and a doctor in a white coat came to greet her. Miss Xu, this way. Zhu Ning followed him around a circle, walked through a corridor, and saw a sign, Observation Room on Side A. The observation room is divided into Side A and Side B. The male doctor pushed open a door, revealing the interior space inside. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows. She thought the observation room must be cold and pure prison style, but she didn't expect it to be fresh and clean. The interior is mostly warm light yellow, and the wall decorations are warm and comfortable. There is a self-service area and a free activity area. The assistant doctor handed her a device, data collector. One is attached to the temple, and the other is worn on the wrist. Zhu Ning took the box, and the assistant doctor helped her put it on, explaining, it can monitor your body data. When the indicators are abnormal, an alarm will be issued, so that we can intervene in time. There is a circle of fine needles inside the bracelet, which grabs Zhu Ning's wrist like mycelium. It doesn't hurt at all. There is only a strange feeling when it is inserted, and there is no feeling afterwards. Zhu Ning asked, can it be collected like this? She thought she was going to enter a cabin and scan it in all directions. Assistant doctor, yes, we don't want to interfere with your body, and we will try to reduce the presence of the data collector. People with high mental values are more sensitive, and the presence of the device is too strong, which will interfere with the data. Is the data accurate? Zhu Ning asked. The assistant doctor smiled, very accurate, don't worry, it not only includes your mental value, but also all aspects of your body functions can be collected. And it's painless, you go to sleep or rest in the activity area, and it will be collected in a while. Zhu Ning was a little worried that her abnormality would be detected, but the system painted a big pie for her, asking her to purify the polluted land and save the world. There must be a way to prevent Zhu Ning from becoming a guinea pig. Zhu Ning stayed in the observation room of the cleaning center that night, and the bedroom allocated was very large, larger than Zhu Ning's entire home. There were all kinds of daily necessities in it. Zhu Ning was good at lying corpse, let alone 3 days. She could lie here for 3 months. Zhu Ning took a bath, and lay on the bed thinking about her future silently. The bed was incredibly soft, and the surroundings were a soft cream yellow color, which made people feel particularly relaxed. Zhu Ning opened the system panel, and began to look at it. She exchanged 654 purification points, and the system immediately reminded, congratulations on exchanging 5 life points, the current life points are 25, and the remaining purification points are 154, at least the life points increased a little. Suddenly, Zhu Ning opened her eyes. Her system panel was in her mind. She had just closed her eyes to see it. So if there were outsiders to see it at this time, it would be Zhu Ning sleeping halfway, and suddenly opened her eyes without warning. The situation seemed a little wrong. Zhu Ning frowned and looked back in the direction of the door. The door was pure white, there was nothing there, and the whole room was decorated very warmly, which made people relax their vigilance, but Zhu Ning could feel that someone was spying on her. Eyes, countless eyes blinked in unison. The entire observation room has a total of 9,635 eyes for immersive observation. The contaminated spores cannot be eliminated and can only be contained. One batch is contained, and another batch is sent to the R&D department, Laboratory and Technology Department. The R&D department uses the characteristics of contaminants to make many harmless tools, such as the peeping eye in front of you, which allows people to collect various data in a relaxed state. Behind the observation room is the research room. Zhu Ning's face is on the big screen. She glanced over here abruptly. Researcher Fu Ming is analyzing Zhu Ning's helmet data. He was startled by Zhu Ning and asked, "Did she find us?" "It's possible." Qi Yun wanted to say, "The higher the mental value, the higher the alertness to danger and abnormality. This is almost proportional." Eyes itself is a kind of pollutant. Zhu Ning can detect it, which proves that his mental value is very high. Fu Ming, but she is too fast. Zhu Ning lay down for only 15 minutes, and he could immediately detect the existence of eyes. Fang Ying stood behind them and asked, "How are the data?" She came directly after the meeting, which made the whole laboratory very stressed. Everyone knows that Fang Ying has the authority of the center. She is an assistant, and everyone respects her. I heard that several big guys held a meeting, and I don't know what the result of the meeting is. Well, let me see. Qi Yun looked at Zhu Ning's data carefully and said, "The mental value data is very stable and definitely not polluted." Corresponding to this is Lin Yanchuan's report. His data fluctuates greatly, sometimes low and sometimes high. Lin Yanchuan is in another room. The surveillance shows that he did not sleep. After receiving treatment, he squatted in the corner like a mushroom. Qi Yunxiang, she is quite unusual. She recovered immediately after the mission. Generally, when people enter the contaminated area, their mental value will be damaged to varying degrees, especially for cleaners. Zhu Ning recovers very quickly. Fang Ying asked, "What is her mental value?" She came here specifically for this question. Qi Yunxiang is a professional researcher. She operated the touch handle in front of her and kept adjusting the angle of her eyes. Zhu Ning's various data were collected. Qi Yunxiang said while operating, "Mental value is a very broad term. Generally speaking, it will fluctuate. The mental value is different in different situations. Our theory is to collect the highest peak rather than the average value." Qi Yun wanted to explain his research theory to Fang Ying. "Many people think that the mental value collection in combat is the most stable, but we think it is the most accurate within 6 hours after leaving the contaminated area, because people are tense in combat, and some people are more special, and are very calm when facing pollutants. After the mission is over, the brain begins to relax, and is not so vigilant to the outside world. That's why it must be sent to the observation room immediately after the mission is over. Now is the time when the data is most accurate. If you miss this data, you will have nowhere to cry." Qi Yun wanted to stop the operating handle, then tapped it lightly, and said a number, 1200 S level. "How much?" Fu Ming next to him came over to look, a little incredible. "She is a garbage collector 1200? Did you measure it wrong?" Fang Ying is not a researcher, but she has common sense. The mental value of ordinary people is around 100. The mental value data of cleaners is around 300. The mental value data of ordinary demon hunters is around 800. And the data of top demon hunters is around 1000. Above 1000 will be rated as S level. Those with a mental value of S plus are above 1400, and will be evaluated as important talent assets of the Federation. Currently, there are only 3 people in the entire Federation with a mental value of S plus. They have never seen a few mental values above 1000 in District 103, let alone 1200. Zhu Ning is the only S-level mental value at present. People with this mental value will not be sent to District 103 at all, but sent to the military district as important weapons. "No." Qi Yun wanted to say calmly, "I never make mistakes." Fu Ming choked, and Qi Yun wanted to ask, "How much did you analyze the helmet data?" Fu Ming looked back at his screen and said, 1253. Qi Yun thought, "That's right. Generally speaking, the helmet data and my sampling are within 100 points. She is definitely an S-level mental value." "Is it accurate?" Fang Ying asked. "I think it is accurate." Qi Yun thought and looked at Zhu Ning on the screen, and said, "Her real data may be higher than this, but the error is not large. It will only be higher, not lower. I roughly know why she recovered so quickly. This is the only S-level in Zone 103. Qi Yun thought, this data allows her to enter the A-level contaminated area without wearing any equipment, and recover smoothly after returning. She will not suffer brain damage when entering the S-level or higher contaminated area. It means that Zhu Ning can walk sideways in the contaminated area below A-level, and she will not become a fool when she enters the S-level area." Qi Yun wanted to say to Fang Ying, "You may have picked up a treasure." It was not picked up by Fang Ying, but selected by it. There is a camera in the laboratory, like a cold eye observing everyone. Fang Ying took a look and couldn't figure out its intention. Fang Ying crossed her arms and thought, her index finger gently tapping her upper arm. She was thinking about how to report. Report truthfully? Once reported, it may cause a lot of trouble. This trouble is not only for Zhu Ning, but also for the cleaning center of District 103. Fang Ying asked, what about the various physical indicators? This sentence is a procedure. Fang Ying is cautious and wants to know more about all-round data. People with high spirits are not bad in health, otherwise it is difficult to support such a high spirit. Wait a minute. Fu Ming and Qi Yun want to start observing various data. The data collection of body functions is more troublesome. The body, organs, blood, various cells in the body, etc., the data collection is extremely detailed. It took about half an hour for Fang Ying to get the report she wanted. When the report was generated, Fu Ming and Qi Yunxiang put down their work and waited patiently. Zhu Ning's spirit value is too high. If her physical data is also high, with this qualification, she can't be retained by the cleaning center. She should go to the first military region. If her physical data is at an average level, she could also beat half of the demon hunters. Squeak squeak, a long list of reports spit out from the printer. Qi Yunxiang read it first. She thought she had read it wrong, and then read it again. Fu Ming next to him was very anxious. When he received the report from Qi Yunxiang, his reaction was even greater than Qi Yunxiang. The data is wrong? Fu Ming did not give up. He measured it again and printed the data again. The same data, correct? Fu Ming collapsed in the chair, unable to figure out why. This was too strange. How could this happen? Fang Ying now treated Zhu Ning with a normal heart. With her abnormality, anything that happened was normal. What happened? Fang Ying asked. Qi Yunxiang rubbed his brows and sighed. I thought she was a good seedling, but it's a pity. Her physical data is far lower than that of ordinary people. She is a defective product. Without external intervention, it is hard to say whether she can survive for a year. In other words, Zhu Ning is a dying person. Fang Ying frowned. She subconsciously looked at Zhu Ning on the screen. She saw Zhu Ning studying around the house, and should have noticed the danger. But she just turned on the TV and watched a boring TV series for a while, then yawned and fell asleep. Zhu Ning knew that someone was spying on her, and someone was analyzing her behind her back, but her danger prediction radar did not sound, which meant that there was not much danger. Zhu Ning covered her head. Her survival principle has always been, as long as she is not dead, nothing is more important than sleeping. 3 people in the research room. This person has such a big heart. Chapter 10. If the observation room is a place that some people need to be on edge, afraid that they may be spied on at any time, then for Zhu Ning, it is more like a sanatorium. The next day, she slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon before getting up. She didn't expect that she got up so late, and the self-service area was still open. The cafeteria was empty, and there was no one, and no one was competing with Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning walked around twice with a small tray, tasting everything, as if she hadn't seen food for 800 years. She walked out with the tray, and was still looking for a seat when she saw Fang Ying. The other party was holding a dozen documents, and when she saw Zhu Ning, she showed a standard A2 smile. Hello, Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was silent. For some reason, she felt embarrassed as if she was caught by the head teacher. You eat yours, I talk to you. Fang Ying asked Zhu Ning to sit first. Zhu Ning sat down with a tray, and Fang Ying sat opposite her, then looked at her with a smile on her face. Zhu Ning took a bite of bread, and felt uncomfortable being looked at by Fang Ying. Well, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it? Can you stop looking at her like a terminally ill patient? So kind, but also so scary. It's like this. Fang Ying opened the folder, and put out a few documents. Your data collection report is out. Zhu Ning was eating and hummed vaguely. Fang Ying, do you want to see it yourself? Zhu Ning felt even more strange. In Fang Ying's eyes, was he not far from death or something? He seemed to have an incurable disease, and Fang Ying came to announce his death date. Zhu Ning, you say it. Fang Ying coughed lightly. Your spirit value is very bright, above 1200, belonging to S level. Zhu Ning hummed, not quite understanding, and asked, how much is Ling Yinchuan? She needed to find a reference value. Fang Ying, originally it was 306, but yesterday, when he entered the polluted area, his mental value became higher, and now it is around 400. Can mental value be higher? Fang Ying explained. The more you contact with the pollution source, the higher your mental value can be. Zhu Ning understood it. It should be similar to improving courage, and it was scared out of her. Fang Ying explained, your value is very rare, and you are currently the only S level in District 103. Zhu Ning frowned. It was not a good thing. According to her philosophy of survival, people who are too outstanding usually die quickly. Fang Ying took out Zhu Ning's data report and showed an apologetic expression. But your physical data is not very good. As Zhu Ning guessed, Fang Ying really came to pronounce the death date. Fang Ying put the data report in front of Zhu Ning. If you don't intervene more, you may not live for more than a year. Zhu Ning lowered her head to eat. Oh. She thought it was a big deal. Fang Ying? ? Why doesn't Zhu Ning play by the rules? Just like last time, every time she chats with Zhu Ning, Fang Ying doesn't use half of the words she prepared. She choked on the consolation that was just on the tip of her tongue. To be honest, she felt a little suffocated. Fang Ying, it's a pity that all 5th-class citizens are like this. Zhu Ning only knew a rough idea of the citizen classification and asked, how is it divided? Fang Ying, She found that Zhu Ning's common sense was really incomplete. After the apocalypse, radiation caused large-scale pollution and mutation of organisms. We lost 80% of our land. The Federation built a high wall to resist pollutants outside the wall. But resources are scarce inside the high wall, so we conduct a large-scale screening of citizens and divide people into 5 levels based on whether they are beneficial to the Federation. First-class citizens are natural people, and the Federation needs to preserve their natural genes. Second-class citizens are artificial people, who are specially bred through genetic programming. Third-class citizens are clones, who copy high-quality genes, but their lifespan is generally very low, with an average of only more than 40 years. Fourth-class citizens are robots, which are robots with self-awareness. Fang Ying, 5th-class citizens are defective products from the above 4 levels. After genetic screening, they all have serious genetic defects. The cost of treatment is too high, so most of the defective products live in the 103 area garbage dump. Ah, that's right. Area 103 was originally the garbage disposal center of the entire Federation, and the indigenous people here are almost all defective. Defective people can use medical resources to undergo genetic modification if they want to survive, but the price is relatively high, so most defective people choose to wait for death. Fang Ying was worried that reporting Zhu Ning's mental value would cause trouble. After she reported Zhu Ning's physical data and 5th-class citizen status, the 1st Military Region did not send any news. Zhu Ning is a very good seedling, but as she is a defective, she cannot enter the Military Region. The minimum standard for citizen level in the Military Region is 3rd class or above. In other words, Zhu Ning, as a defective, actually has such a high mental value, which is incredible in itself. Fang Ying, aren't you sad? Zhu Ning, it's okay. She knew that her life value was low, and it was clearly written on the system panel. And when she was reborn, she read some of the original owner's information. The original owner was a defective, but she had limited knowledge of defectives at the time. When she was just reborn, she was busy being a salted fish, and didn't pay much attention to this matter. Zhu Ning killed the fishman last time and activated the system panel data, which showed her own health data. This further confirmed Zhu Ning's guess that she would not live long. However, there is a difference between dying and dying. Zhu Ning lived in the zombie world in her previous life, and didn't know whether she could see the sun the next day after waking up. She now knows that she still has 1 year, which means there is still room for operation. If there is room, there is no need to worry. Zhu Ning just added 5 points yesterday. In contrast, Zhu Ning cares more about another thing. The original owner died so strangely. Why did she go to the garbage room alone on an acid rainy day? Why did she wake up with a serious abdominal injury and a broken piece of iron? Who wanted to kill her? Who was the original owner going to meet? The current reasonable guess is that the original owner knew that she would not live long and actively wanted to save herself. The person she met thought that he could save her. Unexpectedly, the other party did not save her, but killed her instead. But now Fang Ying said that her spirit value is S level. Is this a reason why she must die? Zhu Ning was a little distracted while thinking. Fang Ying didn't know what Zhu Ning was thinking. She took out another contract and said, I reported your situation truthfully. I thought the military district would come to pick you up, but they didn't move, so you are still a member of our 103 district clean center. Zhu Ning chewed the steak and listened to Fang Ying continue. But after I reported your identity, many people came to snatch you. Snatch you? Zhu Ning asked. Yes. Fang Ying said, your helmet has a video recording function. The scene of you killing the pollution source was recorded, and is being circulated internally. Zhu Ning, This is a bit embarrassing. Now both the operations department and the cleaning department want to win you over. The operations department is the demon hunter, and the cleaning department is the cleaner. Fang Ying smiled. This is good news for Zhu Ning. She pushed 2 contracts in front of Zhu Ning. You can choose which department to join. Did Zhu Ning receive offers from 2 companies at the same time? To be a demon hunter who kills monsters, or a cleaner who sweeps garbage. As an assistant, Fang Ying knows the ins and outs of it better. From my point of view, demon hunters have higher salaries, and you can choose more gene drugs. The gene drugs in the medical department of our cleaning center are cheaper than those outside, and you can choose to inject them in the center. In Zhu Ning's case, if he wants to survive, he must try multiple paths, and injecting gene drugs is one of them. If Zhu Ning really wants to survive, he can even upload his consciousness to the cloud and choose a prosthesis to act. But this option is too expensive, and he has to pay a large amount of cloud server fees every year. Fang Ying didn't know if she was trying to comfort Zhu Ning or what. She suddenly said, in fact, there is a 6th class of citizens. 6th class? Zhu Ning thought he was at the bottom of the food chain. How could there be worse? Fang Ying, the deeper the contact with the pollution source, the easier it is to awaken or mutate. Awakening? Mutation? How did it suddenly develop in the direction of metaphysics? But this seems to be consistent with the direction of mutation and degree of alienation on Zhu Ning's system panel. Fang Ying, the 6th class of citizens is a kind of fusion with pollutants. They can use the abilities of pollutants, or in other words, they themselves are pollutants that maintain their sanity. The ability is very strong, but the citizen level is very low, because it may lose its mind at any time and become an enemy of mankind. Zhu Ning asked, is the probability high? Fang Ying, it depends on the individual. 1 in 10,000 is a blessing. Zhu Ning, so it's no different from winning the lottery. Fang Ying said seriously, you may mutate. The higher the mental value, the more likely it is to mutate, because the higher the mental value, the higher the probability of remaining rational after being contaminated. Zhu Ning is just in poor health. With her mental value, it is hard to say what she will be like in the future. Although the military region gave up Zhu Ning, District 103 unanimously felt that Zhu Ning might take a very different path in the future. Fang Ying, many people in our center are 6th class citizens. You can get in touch with them if you have the opportunity. Zhu Ning nodded thoughtfully. Fang Ying, I have conveyed my message. Your data collection is complete, and you can leave at any time. Next, go home and think carefully about which department you want to join. Fang Ying pushed a file bag in a box to Zhu Ning. It contains your employee bracelet and the on-the-job guidance. Just follow the steps and someone will come to pick up the contract after the process is completed. Fang Ying stood up and said casually, your bonus and commission for hunting pollutants have been approved. Remember to check them. Zhu Ning opened his sub-brain, and soon the latest salary list popped up. Federal Cleanup Center salary list. Basic salary of 5,000 Singapore dollars has been deposited into your account. Accumulated 145 pieces of contaminated spores. The task rating is D level, 500 Singapore dollars per spore. A total of 72,500 Singapore dollars has been deposited into your account. 26 pollutants were killed cumulatively, and a D-level polluted area was flattened. After evaluation, each pollutant was worth 20,000 SGD, and the D-level polluted area was worth 500,000 SGD. A total of 2 people participated in the operation. Cleaner Zhu Ning and cleaner Li Nianchuan received a salary of 500 and 10,000 SGD respectively. The cleaning team completed the task across levels, and the center rewarded 50,000 SGD. The main responsibility of the task was the data center's assessment error, which was a high-risk operation. The center compensated 50,000 SGD. Data collection and entry were calculated as attendance wages, a total of 15,000 SGD. Total wages paid, 702,500 SGD. Current account balance, 703,200 SGD. Overnight, she turned over and became a rich woman. Zhu Ning counted the last few zeros and confirmed that there was suddenly an extra 700,000 Singapore dollars in her account. A day ago, she was still a poor girl with only 700 Singapore dollars in her account, the kind that couldn't even pay the rent. She slept for a while, and her account balance increased 1,000 times. The only question was whether to choose the cleaning department or the operations department. Should I choose a high-paying job or a higher-paying job? It would be Versailles to say it out loud. Zhu Ning was almost overwhelmed by the money, but she still maintained a trace of rationality. Before officially signing the contract and becoming a regular employee, she had a question she had to ask. Fang Ying had clearly packed up the documents and was ready to leave, but Zhu Ning asked, "Can I ask you a question?" She had been curious for a long time. Since Fang Ying talked to Zhu Ning had been passive and rarely asked her questions. Fang Ying kept a polite smile, and Zhu Ning asked, "How did I get this job?" She still remembered that when she was looking for a job, it was pushed to her after screening on the website. When she first met Fang Ying barely did any investigation on her. She only asked her 2 questions, and then asked her to do an internship. Zhu Ning found this process very strange. First, this job is very well paid. She has experienced it herself. Second, jobs that obviously involve contact with pollutants are confidential. If anyone could sign up and anyone could take a one-day tour of pollutants without any investigation, this department would have been in chaos. But before Zhu Ning came, she searched the internet and found very little information about the cleaning center. Outsiders thought it was a garbage disposal company. Zhu Ning always felt that someone had helped her choose this offer. Also, Zhu Ning encountered an error in the pollution area rating on her first day at work, although Fang Ying had no explanation for it. But Zhu Ning could feel that such an error in the pollution area rating should be very rare. It was not a coincidence that she encountered such a low probability event. Fang Ying stopped holding the file. She was about to walk out of the cafeteria. She was standing at the junction of shadows, half in the shadows and half in the sun. She was silent because of this question. Zhu Ning thought she had asked a serious question. What happened? Are you going to kill her to silence her? Fang Ying lifted the broken hair by her ears, and her sea blue earrings flashed in the sun. After a while, Fang Ying said, "It was big data that chose you." Zhu Ning, big data? Her world also has big data. Before it was occupied by zombies, the development of big data was nothing more than pushing some products to stimulate your shopping. The more serious it was killing the familiar. How far has big data developed in the Wasteland era? Zhu Ning's poor imagination is actually hard to imagine. Fang Ying smiled. It's called Prometheus. It processes the center data and is responsible for everyone's recruitment. Zhu Ning didn't say anything. All employees of the cleaning center in District 103 were selected through its screening. Fang Ying looked at Zhu Ning steadily, including you and me. Chapter 11. It is here as expected. Artificial intelligence. When technology develops to a certain level, it is natural that artificial intelligence will appear in human society. In this world, robots have self-awareness. The era of artificial intelligence has been fully opened. The function of Prometheus is closer to big data deduction. If all the data from a person's birth to death is controlled, the algorithm can even calculate the person's future development trajectory. When artificial intelligence develops to the extreme, every human is just a string of code in the database. From some of the messy novels Zhu Ning read, artificial intelligence is a supervillain. Zhu Ning is not sure what position this Prometheus takes now. Maybe it is chaotic neutral? What is the reason for it to choose herself? Is it related to the death of the original owner? Zhu Ning asked. Can I refuse? She has made enough money. It's okay to live a good life with this money. There is no need to deal with pollutants. She can hear that there is a lot of water here, artificial intelligence, and the dealings between various departments of the cleaning center. It may even be related to the death of the original owner. Knowing that it is a pit, it seems not very rational to jump into it. Fang Ying was stunned for a moment. Obviously she didn't expect Zhu Ning to ask this question. She quickly returned to her smile. That's fine. You have to go through the confidentiality procedures at that time. Fang Ying said, but I suggest you stay. With your current savings, you can only get 1 injection of gene medicine. You can't last a course of treatment. For Zhu Ning, this is the best job. The salary is high. Zhu Ning is also very adaptable. There is no reason to refuse. We won't force you. Fang Ying said the last sentence. Wait for your good news. Zhu Ning changed into her regular clothes and walked out of the cleaning center with the information in her arms. It was already sunset. Information advertisement windows popped up on both sides of the road. A company called Genesis Technology was promoting uploading consciousness to the cloud, a dream paradise in the doomsday era. The advertisements were annoying, and they even tracked and floated. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to not watch the ads of the chables. The incinerator outside was still burning. All the garbage from the 260 regions of the Federation was sent to District 103, and garbage trucks were coming in an endless stream. The incinerator in front of her was made into the shape of a huge robot, as high as a 100-story building. Standing below it gave her the illusion of looking up at a giant. It was said that this was originally a city defense robot used in wartime, and was used to deal with garbage after retirement. The fire in the incinerator burned day and night, like a lighthouse in the dark, illuminating a radius of 100 miles. Zhu Ning looked at it for a while, and had to say it was quite beautiful. She realized very clearly that she had entered another world. A wasteland world composed of high technology and pollutants. On the one hand, the technology of this world is developing rapidly, but in the corners it is so barren and chaotic. On the one hand, it is orderly, on the other hand, it is chaotic and disordered, and Zhu Ning has never even seen the chaotic world outside the high wall. Zhu Ning transferred the rent to Wei's mother, and paid various fees. At present, her balance is 671,200 New Zealand dollars. After doing all this, Zhu Ning did not go home. She turned around and went to another place, an abandoned garbage room. This is the first place Zhu Ning saw after waking up. It is 15 kilometers away from her home. This place has been abandoned. When Zhu Ning arrived, it was already dark inside, with little light. The garbage room was filled with a musty smell. Zhu Ning didn't bring a flashlight. She thought about it, and put on the employee bracelet that Fong Ying gave her. Sure enough, this thing can illuminate. A warm yellow light came on, and you can even adjust the low beam or high beam. Zhu Ning glanced around. There was a lot of scrap metal piled up inside, and dozens of abandoned robots were lying in the corner. In her world, steel can be recycled, and it will definitely not be abandoned here. Collecting scraps can make a lot of money. But the scrap metal in the garbage room is almost piled up like a mountain. Zhu Ning recalled the iron piece on her abdomen. It was irregular, about the size of a palm, and the edges were jagged. The person who killed her used local materials, and found a piece of iron to kill her. The cause of death is easy to infer, but what about the motive? The original owner was 19 years old, an ordinary person who graduated from mechanical engineering, and a defective 5th-class citizen. No money, no resources, nothing to be missed. The only thing to be missed is the spirit value. But Zhu Ning didn't know whether her high spirit value was because the original owner had a high spirit value, or because Zhu Ning had a high spirit value, or because the system imposed it. Maybe someone had cleaned up the scene. There was no blood here, and no murder weapon was found. After she woke up, she found a vending machine 1,000 meters away based on the original owner's sporadic memories, and bought a shot of powerful healing agent. Her memory was a bit confused. She had too many things to deal with at the time. She had to accept that she had traveled through time, and was not far from death. She also had to accept that she had brought a system with her. She couldn't remember many details. Zhu Ning sat at the place where she died, immersively recalling what happened that day. She raised her head, and saw that the roof of the garbage room had been in disrepair for a long time, and there was a hole on it. She felt here that day, it was raining acid, and you can see the sky from here. The original owner just lay next to a pile of discarded steel, looking at the yellow sky, bleeding and waiting to die. Zhu Ning sat for a while, but got nothing. She felt that her action was stupid. It was not Sherlock Holmes' memory palace, which could call up any memory. Zhu Ning was about to get up, but suddenly her movement froze. There were a few drops of blood in the corner of the wall. She still maintained the posture of sitting down. The things she could see from this perspective were low enough. There seemed to be a line of crooked small words in the corner between the scrap iron and the wall. Zhu Ning was useless sitting down. The original owner was dying at that time, and her perspective was lying down. She lowered her body, and carefully pushed aside a piece of scrap iron. There was a sentence engraved on the model corner of the wall. The end is coming. Zhu Ning whispered the sentence, "You and I are all ants? The end is coming, you and I are all ants." Zhu Ning's brain buzzed. The end of the world is coming, ha ha. The end of the world is coming. You are the same as me. You will become the same as me. The same. The same. This is what the fishman said to her before he died. The fishman was half dead at the time, and he had to crawl toward Zhu Ning, and said a few inexplicable words to her. At that time, Zhu Ning thought it was a kind of spiritual pollution, but now it seems that she was naive. The fishman's words can be expressed in a more elegant way. The end of the world is coming, you and I are all ants. The fishman is a pollutant, so it is understandable that he said this. But why is there this in the place where the original owner died? What was the cause of her death? Was she chosen because she was a defective product, had no social connections, and was originally a garbage thrown in Area 103? If Zhu Ning hadn't traveled through time, the original owner would not even be discovered dead here. Even if someone discovered her, they would just throw her into the incinerator, and it wouldn't even be reported in the news that day. Her death would be very clean. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to click on the employee bracelet. She wanted to check the internal network of the cleaning center. Fong Ying said that her video was uploaded to the internal network. If the fishman said such a weird thing to her, there should be people discussing it in the forum. She stayed on the login page and needed a formal employee ID. Zhu Ning now had to join the 103 District Cleaning Center. Her survival principle has always been, since you can't beat them, then join them. Zhu Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately chose a job type, and simply filled in the entry information. Login successful. The employee bracelet automatically played a mechanical sound. Congratulations on joining. Then, there were some trivial entry procedures. Zhu Ning glanced at them, clicked them one by one, and then clicked into the public forum of the cleaning center. The top post on the forum is shocking. The spirit value of a newcomer in the probation period is 1,200. We have an S-level national treasure. Zhu Ning, The next post is, learning materials are for internal circulation only. The whole process of purification of the last train that disappeared from the D-level contaminated areas. Zhu Ning clicked in to watch the video. The video was spliced with her and Li Nianchuan's helmet perspectives. She fast-forwarded all the way to the fight between the fishman and herself on the rails. Zhu Ning's helmet was cracked, the camera cracked, and the radio received a lot of crackling electric current sounds. Then Zhu Ning kicked the fishman into the ground track, and the fishman was directly run over by the ground track. They think I am hypocritical and can't endure hardship. Am I being hypocritical? The next scene should be Zhu Ning standing in front of the platform holding a fire axe, and the fishman crawling towards him step by step, and it is about to say the words of doomsday. But it ends here, and the next moment the train arrives, and then the fishman turns into a pile of rotten meat. The fishman dies, and the contaminated spores are precipitated. Zhu Ning watched it again, and confirmed that there is no doomsday. Zhu Ning is the person involved. If she didn't believe in her memory, she would have thought it was her imagination. It was edited? Who did it? Prometheus? It's helping me. But why? Ding, Zhu Ning's mind dinged. Congratulations on triggering the side quest. Find the truth of your death. This quest is a long-term quest, and can be completed in parallel with other side quests. The reward for successful quests is generous, and the life value will be reset to 0 if the quest fails. The current search progress is 5%. Please keep up the good work. Zhu Ning, She shouldn't have come to the garbage room. This damn system, the mission reward is not revealed at all. Why does the life value reset to 0 when the mission fails? Wait, Zhu Ning found that the logic of this system is in line with the logic of reality. Zhu Ning's death may be related to the reason why Prometheus chose her. If someone wants to kill her, Zhu Ning not only did not die, but entered the cleaning center, she would definitely be killed a second time. So Zhu Ning must find the truth before this to take the initiative, otherwise if she is killed a second time, she will die. Isn't it just a reset of life? Looking for clues requires entering the cleaning center and becoming a formal employee, so that she can contact Prometheus and the next pollutant. Well, very good, she can happily sweep the garbage again. Zhu Ning thought about it, and took a picture of the corner with his secondary brain, from all angles, fearing that he would miss any details, and then scraped off the sentence with an iron sheet. Zhu Ning was destroying the body here, when he suddenly heard a slight noise outside. Ah, who? Zhu Ning's first reaction was to pick up an iron rod. Could it be someone coming to kill someone to silence him? A robot slowly emerged from the door. It was round and only half a person's height. It was frightened by Zhu Ning, and walked out with 2 mechanical arms raised. Zhu Ning, This robot didn't look very advanced, and was similar to the navigation robot in the supermarkets of her era. Zhu Ning put down the iron rod and asked, "Fifth-class citizen?" The robot nodded. As expected, District 103 is so dirty and messy that it looks like a defective product here. Zhu Ning, me too. It has no voice function, and the light screen on its face shows 2 words. Labeo. Is this its name? Zhu Ning said shamelessly, "My name is Ningbao." The light screen on Labeo's face turned into a smiley face. It should have been a service robot. It looked very happy. Zhu Ning suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Are you picking up garbage around here?" The name is Labeo. It was probably developed as a garbage cleaning robot. There may be flaws in the development, and it was thrown here. Labeo nodded. Zhu Ning asked, "Have you seen anyone suspicious?" Labeo, you. Zhu Ning, besides me? Labeo, no. Yes, if the murderer comes to kill people, he will definitely avoid people. Zhu Ning asked, "Is there any surveillance nearby?" Labeo, no. Okay, it's useless to ask. This place is all abandoned garbage room, so this kind of thing won't be installed. Zhu Ning didn't find any effective clues, and was a little disappointed. Labeo saw that Zhu Ning was not happy, and typed on the light screen, "But the machine has it." Zhu Ning became interested. Labeo slowly typed a line of words on the light screen. "The robot camera is turned on by default." The standard configuration of the robot is to have a camera. The camera is the eyes of the robot. Even if the machine is scrapped, many robot camera functions can be used. So there are mountains of garbage here, and some cameras may still be turned on. The murderer may have a deep understanding of murder, but not a deep understanding of robots, otherwise he would not choose the garbage room. In other words, as long as the camera of a scrapped robot is usable, it will record the whole process of the original owner's death. Zhu Ning's eyes lit up and asked, "Can you help me find it?" Labeo, "No, there are too many. The garbage here is piled up like a mountain. It will take at least 2 months to filter out the cameras that are still intact, then export the data, and then analyze the useful ones." Zhu Ning, Labeo. Zhu Ning squatted opposite Labeo with an iron rod in his hand, looking at it at eye level, with a smile on his face. "Do you want to do business?" Labeo, ? Chapter 12. Labeo was reluctant at first, but Zhu Ning used her money power to buy the service for 10,000 Singapore dollars. She added Labeo as a friend and asked it to send any video it found within the past month to her. Labeo succumbed to Zhu Ning's charm. No, he agreed under the pressure of money. After leaving the garbage room, Zhu Ning chose to walk home. She tried it herself, and it took a total of 1 hour and 40 minutes to walk home, while it would take 8 minutes if she took a taxi. On the day Zhu Ning was reborn, she took a powerful healing agent and then took a taxi back. She checked the map and found that this abandoned garbage room was the closest to Zhu Ning's residence, and there was no surveillance. There must be a reason for choosing the garbage room. Zhu Ning went home again and ran into Wei's mother as soon as she arrived at the door. She had just collected the rent and was walking downstairs with a cane. For some reason, Zhu Ning felt a little uncomfortable when she saw her. She remembered that Wei's mother said that she often went crazy, and she was not talking about the current Zhu Ning, but the original owner. Why did the original owner go crazy? Mother Wei must know something about the original owner. Zhu Ning was thinking about how to open her mouth so that she could get the words out smoothly. But she closed her mouth as soon as she opened it. She couldn't trust anyone now. If Mother Wei was related to her death, Zhu Ning would expose herself as soon as she opened her mouth. Mother Wei glanced at her and said sarcastically, "I was wondering where you got the money. It turns out that you are with a rich woman." Zhu Ning, ? Can you stop talking like she married into a wealthy family? Mother Wei, I think you are so lucky. You actually got into the cleaning center. It's a stable job. Zhu Ning, Why do you look so envious? In the eyes of outsiders, the cleaning center is the highest paid and most comfortable job in the entire 103 district. Even if you are a garbage collector, it is a stable job. There is nothing to say about employee benefits. As long as you become a formal employee, you can enjoy free medical examinations and subsidies after retirement. Enter the federal cleaning center, and you can enjoy a stable life in the second half of your life. Mother Wei, the people from the cleaning center are looking for you, right at your door. So that's it. Zhu Ning is still wondering how Mother Wei knew. But looking for her? Zhu Ning doesn't know many people, just Ling Yinchuan and Su Ming. Ling Yinchuan is still in the medical department for mental pollution treatment. Zhu Ning, I go up now. She left after she finished speaking, and just passed Mother Wei and was about to take the stairs. Mother Wei suddenly said from behind, "Be careful." Zhu Ning stopped and looked back. Mother Wei was standing at the bottom of the stairs with a cane. Zhu Ning stood on the steps, and Mother Wei was dwarfed, so Zhu Ning's perspective was much higher than hers. Mother Wei should have been looking up, but she didn't look up, just raised her eyes, revealing a large area of yellow whites, staring straight at Zhu Ning. Be careful. What should I be careful of? The cleaning center? Or other people in the hive? Is there something wrong with the building manager? Zhu Ning wanted to ask more, but Wei's mother had already walked away with a cane. Zhu Ning walked upstairs in silence. Sure enough, just as Wei's mother said, there was a man waiting at her door. The man was wearing a full set of work clothes, with the logo of the cleaning center printed on his clothes. He was carrying a huge black suitcase, and looked like a courier. Miss Zhu. The man smiled, I'm here to get the contract. The cleaning center staff, Fang Ying once mentioned that if Zhu Ning officially joined the company, someone would come to pick it up. Zhu Ning looked at the man's employee ID, and verified it again with the bracelet. A formal employee. Zhu Ning entered the room, and handed him the contract. After the man received the contract, he handed Zhu Ning the suitcase with a huge bow tied on it. Ms. Zhu, congratulations on joining the company. This is a gift for joining the company. A gift for joining the company? The oversized suitcase can easily accommodate an adult. Zhu Ning thought of the horror movies she had seen. Could there be a corpse in it? The man was very quick and left without stopping after finishing his work. He didn't even need to say hello. After the people left, Juning opened the suitcase. She was silent. It was a complete set of standard weapons, completely different from the air bombs she had brought with her on previous missions. There were 4 guns inside, as well as a complete set of military daggers and blasting devices. Under the box was a set of protective clothing for cleaners, a black leather jacket, and a helmet, including tools for containing contaminated spores, and even some powerful healing agents and other medicines. In other words, Juning could completely leave the cleaning center and work alone with this box. Juning tried to load the gun, but there was no obstacle. These standard weapons were not locked, which meant that Juning did not need to ask the cleaning center for permission to use them. This was completely inconsistent with the style of the cleaning center. Even if the center was restructured, the change was too big. Juning opened the center forum and searched for employee gifts. Many posts popped up. They were basically thermos cups, chrysanthemum, and wolfberry kidney protection tablets, and some were directly giving money. Juning flipped through 2 pages of the forum, but could not find another person who received a box of standard weapons like her. Who sent this to her? Prometheus. It sent a box of gifts to itself. What for? Help it destroy the headquarters of the cleaning center? Juning felt that the box of weapons was too hot to handle, and his first reaction was to contact Fong Ying. Fong Ying was the assistant of the entire center, and she knew best whether receiving a box of weapons was in line with the procedures. But Juning remained silent after opening Fong Ying's dialogue box. He couldn't tell her. Juning couldn't judge who Fong Ying was, and the more people knew about this, the more dangerous it would be. It was not only dangerous for Juning, but also for Fong Ying. Before Juning opened Fong Ying's dialogue box and spoke, Fong Ying sent a message first. Congratulations on joining. Welcome to join the 103 District Cleaning Center. Juning paused and sent an emoticon. Please take care of me. She acted like a normal new employee. Fong Ying, I'm surprised by your choice. Juning exchanged a few pleasantries with her and asked, did you receive the contract? Fong Ying, it just arrived. The guy really came to pick up the contract. Juning asked again, are there any tasks recently? She couldn't find the truth about her death for a while, and it would take some time for Lebeo to find the surveillance video, but she couldn't just sit at home and pick her feet. Fong Ying, don't worry, I applied for 7 days of vacation for you. Juning, who wanted to work 996 for the company, ? What kind of company is this? Work 1 day and rest 7 days? Why force people to take vacations? Fong Ying explained, it's not my rule. The cleaning center stipulates that there must be at least 7 days between 2 tasks as a buffer period. It's mainly because I'm worried that the employees can't bear it mentally. Although this worry does not apply to Juning, the rules are rules. Fong Ying, but you can't go on a mission after 7 days. The cleaning center is undergoing a restructuring recently. I notify you to come to the company for employee training after 7 days. It sounds like there was an earthquake inside the cleaning center, and they are undergoing a reorganization. As for how the reorganization is being carried out, Juning, a small fry, does not need to know. Juning sent an emoticon package and then closed the dialogue box. Accustomed to the oppression of the original world, she was a little uncomfortable when she suddenly encountered such a company that was willing to take a holiday. Juning could only be forced to stay at home. She did what all otakus would do at home and browse the forum out of boredom. The employee forum of the cleaning center is very active. Juning had always thought that even if this forum was not a serious style, the discussions should all be scientific. Unexpectedly, the discussion atmosphere inside the forum was very metaphysical. She browsed out a post. Those who browse to the gray post in the middle of the night, please come in. Newbies, please do not disturb. Gray post? What is a gray post? Juning's impression is that it is those posts that have been posted for many years and dug up by someone. I don't know if it means the same as the gray post in the Wasteland world. After reading 2 pages, she roughly understood what a gray post is. When the cleaning center employees browse posts, they will browse to the gray post on the gray page after midnight. The page is gray, and it is assumed that the poster is dead, so the post will be gray. It is reasonable that people who have died will not post again. Even if they post before they die, they will eventually be drowned in the tide of information, and will not be pushed up again. And those who see the gray post can receive information from the dead. The person who wrote the post said that he received a message from someone who died 7 years ago. Why is it so? Supernatural? Isn't this a world with full technology trees? Do the cleaning center employees still believe in this? The tradition of gray posts has been passed down in the cleaning center for a long time. Everyone has a consensus that the place described in the gray post is a polluted area, and the gray post is sent by pollutants. As for the reaction after receiving the information from the deceased, everyone has a big disagreement. Some people think that it is the resentment of the deceased, and since they know it, they should eliminate it. The deceased is asking for help from them, and those who are capable can try to do it. Besides, as long as they kill the pollutants, they will get rewards. For some people, the existence of gray posts is like a private job. But some people think that these gray posts are a trap. Pollutants send out distress signals to attract people into the polluted area and then devour them. The operating logic of pollutants is to turn you into my kind. Many employees never return and become part of the pollutants. Gray posts may be a way for pollutants to eat. In the middle of the night, Juning was a little excited to brush the posts, as if it was a freshman admission party, scary and exciting. Now the clock shows 11:59, and the time to brush the gray post is only 1 minute away. Brush, the clock jumps from 11:59 to 12 o'clock, and Juning clicks the refresh button. The posts on the forum homepage were refreshed, but the posts were all colored titles, and the so-called gray posts were not seen. Juning frantically clicked on the refresh button, just like grabbing a free meal during a shopping festival. A minute passed and nothing happened. It was indeed a metaphysics. Did it need luck? Juning was about to close the page, but his movement suddenly stopped. A gray post appeared on the colorful forum homepage. Title: Hidden in the alleys of District 103, a fly restaurant that cannot be missed. Spicy food lovers come quickly. This looks like a food recommendation, nothing special. Clicking on the link, the light screen suddenly flickered, as if there was some frame jamming. 2 seconds later, the frame jamming ended, revealing the entire food post page. Under the long title, the posting time was displayed. The post was posted in the 50th year of the new calendar. Since the world experienced irradiation 80 years ago, a high wall and a new world have been built since then, and a new calendar has been used uniformly. The 50th year of the new calendar is the 50th year after the radiation. It has been 30 years since then. Juning didn't know whether she was too lucky or unlucky. She found a post from more than 30 years ago. After carefully looking at the post, the entire page was indeed gray, including the attached food pictures. Against the background of gray and white photos, no matter how delicious the hot pot is, it doesn't smell good. Tripe and duck blood now look like props in ghost movies. The poster vividly described how delicious the hot pot restaurant is, and the must-eat dishes are their spicy beef and spicy squid, but the pictures don't look appetizing at all, but spooky and gloomy, which is completely unconvincing. At the end of the post, the name of the hot pot restaurant was introduced. How's I Lie Hot Pot Restaurant? Juning was still thinking, when she suddenly heard a ding in her mind. Congratulations on triggering the random mission. Man-eating hot pot restaurant. Mission objectives: clean up the contaminated area, contain contaminated spores, save survivors, assist in finding the truth of death. This mission is a random mission, not a mandatory mission. Please choose whether to accept. This mission will be automatically closed before dawn. Please make a decision carefully. Juning, She received 2 missions on the same day? The previous branch mission to find the truth of death has not been figured out, and the system is coming again? Wait. The description of this mission is very complicated. Saving survivors means that there are still living people in the contaminated area. The sentence at the end is to assist in finding the truth of death. Could it be that there are clues to Juning's death in the hot pot restaurant? Are these 2 sentences related? She glanced at the suitcase on the ground. Were these standard weapons prepared for the mission? Could it be that they were not given to her by Prometheus, but by the system? Impossible. Whatever the system wants to give her can be placed in the panel space, and it doesn't take up space. Moreover, this system is very generous in giving rewards. It can blow up a 30-story building with a bomb. In contrast, that box of things is a bit unlike its style. However, the tasks that can be selected this time are different from the previous ones. Juning has a better understanding of this system. There are main tasks, long-term side tasks, mandatory short-term side tasks, and now there are random tasks. The system logic is consistent with the real logic. Fong said that she has a short life, and she is in urgent need of accumulating life points. Juning clicked yes. Task accepted successfully. Please complete it before dawn. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant again. The hot pot restaurant is bustling with people. This restaurant is so popular that you can smell the fragrance across the street. The lobby is full, and the guests at the table in the middle are 4 young men and women. A girl with bangs said while eating, "Where's my tripe?" She put her chopsticks into the boiling red oil pot and fished it out skillfully, but she didn't get anything. Who ate my tripe? I didn't. Try using a colander. Just as Chi Luhai was about to change the colander, her chopsticks suddenly stopped before she took them out. Was it an illusion? It seemed like something was pulling her chopsticks in the boiling pot. Chi Luhai looked down in confusion. Half of the chopsticks were in her hand, and the other half was in the red oil pot, with a small black tentacle wrapped around it. The black tentacle sucker firmly grasped the chopsticks. According to common sense, everything should be cooked in such a hot pot, but she could clearly feel the grip of the tentacle. Who ordered the squid? Squid? I didn't order it, you did. What? Help! The girl in the red t-shirt screamed before she finished speaking. A wrist-thick tentacle emerged from the red oil hot pot. The tentacle rolled up and pulled the girl's hand into the hot pot. The hot pot restaurant was shrouded in screams and blood. Chapter 13. Task accepted successfully. Please complete before dawn. After Zhu Ning read the content of the gray post, the page suddenly flashed, and then an address was displayed, and then the post disappeared completely. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the previous one. Zhu Ning searched for keywords on the internet to find more information, but there was only one post from 32 years ago saying that this restaurant was delicious. There was too little information. The system said that it had to be completed before dawn. It was 12:06 now, and the sunrise time was 6:02. She had about 6 hours left. She entered the address into the navigation software, and fortunately it could still be searched, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to find the mission location. Before leaving, Zhu Ning faced a box of standard weapons and began to think what weapons are suitable for eating hot pot. In the end, Zhu Ning chose 2 guns and brought 2 daggers, plus there was an explosive on her system panel that could blow up a 30-story building. Compared to the last fisherman, this time she at least had enough firepower. She put on work clothes to prevent herself from being parasitized by contaminated spores, and finally put on a helmet and carried a full set of cleaning tools. Before leaving, she looked at the mirror, which reflected a woman wearing motorcycle clothes, carrying a black backpack more than 1 meter long, and a black helmet covering her face. The high-tech material reflected a cold light. Well, very good, very much like a criminal. Zhu Ning lived in a slum, and the community was called Beehive. The population density here was high, and almost all the residents were defective. Because they didn't check their identities, there might be other strange tenants. She guessed that she should have some desperate criminals, and wanted criminals as neighbors, because there was a black shop downstairs from her house that was engaged in reselling. Time was tight. Zhu Ning couldn't walk to the scene, so she had to choose a means of transportation. With this outfit, she could get on a public taxi and report to the cleaning center on the spot. There was a cool motorcycle at the door of the black shop. Zhu Ning took a fancy to it at first sight. The lines were smooth and the body was perfect, like a crouching cheetah. It was a perfect match for her. It was simply written with Zhu Ning's name. The big wave boss lady was smoking at the door. She looked Zhu Ning up and down. She was estimating whether Zhu Ning could afford it. Zhu Ning had money in her hands now, and she was confident. Boss, how much is this car? The big wave boss lady, 4 million Singapore dollars. Zhu Ning, very good. She was depressed. Why couldn't she afford a small motorcycle after working so hard to sweep garbage? Zhu Ning whispered, rent it. The boss lady flicked the ash. No rent. Zhu Ning whispered then. Where are you going? I take you there. The boss lady said, 500 Singapore dollars per time. Very good, an acceptable price. Zhu Ning's momentum had long been dwarfed. In front of the proprietress, it didn't matter that he was carrying a standard weapon. He was as soft as a little lamb. Shall we go? The proprietress put out her cigarette. Let's go! The conversation was becoming more and more like a black motorcycle in front of the train station. The proprietress looked at the address Zhu Ning gave her. Zhu Ning was careful, and didn't really let her drop him off at the door of the hot pot restaurant, but instead dropped him off at a restaurant 2 blocks away. Are you sure it's here? The proprietress asked. Zhu Ning, sure. The proprietress, the little girl is quite playful. Zhu Ning, ? She looked down at the store she had located at random. It was a duck restaurant. With a minimum consumption of 8,888 SGD, you could raise one of their famous ducks. Zhu Ning, She was just glad that I wore a helmet when I went out. No one likes a helmet when you wear it. Who knows who you are? The boss lady was ruthless and didn't say much. She said Zhu Ning to the door of the duck shop directly, and then drove away on the motorcycle without asking anything, leaving only a row of exhaust gas. Zhu Ning stood under the pink Honorable Queen sign, looking like a poor little girl abandoned by her parents. Honorable Queen. There was a man at the door, who should be the owner of the duck shop. He stood against the railing. He was thin, had very white skin, and looked pretty good, like a little star. The shop owner's eyes lit up when he saw Zhu Ning, and the first thing he said was, "Try it." These two simple words destroyed Zhu Ning's last bit of confidence. She had lived too much tonight. She wanted to ask the shop owner about the nearby hot pot restaurant in a tactful way, but when she saw the dark purple high-neck tight sweater he was wearing, she backed off. Zhu Ning only had the skills to survive the doomsday, not the skills to deal with the duck shop. This person must be a shrewd person, and she was afraid that she would be tricked into it. "Thank you. I'm not here to consume." Zhu Ning squeezed out these words from her throat. Mission. Zhu Ning reminded herself that she had a mission. Now the time is 12:56 in the evening, and there are only 5 hours left before the end of the mission. Time must be seized. "Man, oh it's okay, I just asked casually." The man was a little confused when he saw the backpack Zhu Ning was carrying. He appeared in the middle of the night, wearing a motorcycle suit, a mask, and carrying a backpack, like a murderer. He raised his eyebrows, and said lightly, "Where are you going? Can I show you the way? The roads here are quite complicated. The people who open shops here are all inferior. The road is winding, and like a maze. Many people get lost when they come in. This person is so kind. He even gives directions." "Zhu Ning, I'm looking for a hot pot restaurant." "Hot pot restaurant?" The owner's face changed obviously. "Can you come again?" "Why?" Zhu Ning asked. He glanced at Zhu Ning and said slowly, "We don't go near there. I heard that it is a ghost shop. It has been closed for decades. Every time I pass by that street, I can still smell the hot pot. It's so strange." Zhu Ning frowned. The information she found showed that this shop closed down 30 years ago. How could it still smell like hot pot? It's quite weird. There is also an inexplicable meaty smell. I can't tell what kind of meat it is. I feel like I have never eaten it. It is definitely not pork, beef or mutton. Many people say it is human flesh. I don't know whether it is true or not. "Zhu Ning, ? Human meat hot pot?" Zhu Ning asked. "Why did the store close down? I also heard that there are often stores opening and closing in our area, but this store has been open the longest. It seems that it was very popular in the past, and people had to line up for 3 hours to eat once. Later, the boss fell ill and couldn't maintain it. He didn't want to transfer it, so he simply closed the store and focused on his treatment." "Is he sick?" Zhu Ning asked. "What disease?" "I don't know. It's a pity that such a prosperous store is gone." Zhu Ning pondered for a moment. Something was wrong. The medical expenses in the Wasteland world are very expensive. If the owner is sick and wants money, why doesn't he transfer it? Such a prosperous hot pot restaurant, as long as you want to transfer it, a lot of people will line up to claim it. "The owner is already rich to this extent?" Zhu Ning asked. "Is there anyone alive inside?" "How is that possible?" He laughed. "It's been 30 years, sister. It's a dead store. If someone still lives inside." He paused, looked at Zhu Ning with a pair of eyes, and asked, "Do you think he is a human or a ghost?" "It makes sense. Why did the system ask her to rescue the survivors of a store that was closed 30 years ago? Is this person who has lived in a polluted area for 30 years really a human? If not a human, why did the system ask Zhu Ning to rescue him? This system should be a good system, with a great goal to purify the polluted land and save the human home. It is unlikely to let Zhu Ning do dirty things." Zhu Ning asked, "Are they still open?" "Don't tell me. I actually passed by and took a look before. There was a wall inside the door. I don't know who built it. Maybe it's to prevent others from entering by mistake." Zhu Ning thought so too. If it was still open, then the store must have been closed. "What are you doing there?" The more he looked at Zhu Ning, the more suspicious he felt. "Zhu Ning, it's hard to say. Store owner, ? He has been in the business for so many years, and he has seen all the cunning people he should have seen." Zhu Ning at least made up a lie to deceive him. "What do you mean it's hard to say?" "Then I won't ask anymore. I show you the way. You definitely can't find it with the navigation. Turn right at the intersection ahead, turn right again, and you get there 3 times. If you really can't find it, just smell it, and you get there. I hope to see you again tomorrow." Zhu Ning, who is still remembering the way, "Thank you for your blessing." Zhu Ning left the Noble Queen store, and walked to another street according to the directions. This street was very deserted, with no one around. There was a very eye-catching warning sign on the street. The area ahead has been polluted. Please take a detour. Zhu Ning was stubborn and walked into the cordon. He found the hot pot restaurant smoothly. The duck restaurant owner was right. It smelled really good here. The beef hot pot was mixed with a meaty aroma. It was indeed a very strange aroma. The brain could tell it was meat, but it couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. To be frank, it was late at night, and I was a little hungry. Half of the hot pot restaurant was sunk into the ground. It should be that the owner of the hot pot restaurant didn't have much money, and couldn't afford to rent a shop on the ground, so he could only choose a semi-underground one. But according to Zhu Ning's previous experience of foraging, this location was an excellent fly restaurant. This restaurant must have been delicious when it was alive. No, when it was still operating. The hot pot sign was still on, a little shaky, and the sign was crooked. The two words hot pot were probably because of a short circuit, and they kept flashing on the screen. There was also a line of small words next to it, open 24 hours a day. Before going in to die, Zhu Ning wanted to give himself a layer of insurance. She had to let people know that she had entered the contaminated area, and even if she didn't handle it well, the people in the cleaning center had to react in time to come and clean up, so that the contaminated spores would not escape and contaminate the entire area. Zhu Ning thought about it, and found Lin Yinchuan's contact information. The employee bracelet would automatically display the employee's status. A string of small words followed Lin Yinchuan's name: mental pollution, hospitalized. They were all colleagues, and Zhu Ning decided to comfort Lin Yinchuan and sent a message: "Are you okay?" Lin Yinchuan didn't reply for a long time, and Zhu Ning thought that he might be receiving treatment in the medical department and couldn't communicate with anyone. About a minute later, Zhu Ning received the message: "Sister." Woof. Zhu Ning, She was so embarrassed by the sound of Wang that her toes were on the ground. Young man, when your mental pollution is cured, you will regret it when you see your chat history. Lin Yinchuan did not receive Zhu Ning's message, and set a very resentful expression. Zhu Ning chatted with him: "Your pollution is not cured yet. They drew a lot of blood, and gave me a lot of injections." Lin Yinchuan sent a crying expression. "What, is this asking for comfort?" Lin Yinchuan: "Can you give me a gift?" Zhu Ning: "What?" Lin Yinchuan: "I want a pair of wings on fire." Zhu Ning closed the communication page with a snap. It's not normal. This person is too abnormal. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and chose to send a scheduled message to Su Ming and Fang Ying, including the technical support department and the official department. The speed inside the contaminated area is different. If she enters the contaminated area and does not come out for an hour, she should be considered killed. The help message she sent will be automatically sent to Su Ming and Fang Ying, so that they can know her movements. Of course, Zhu Ning didn't want to use this layer of insurance. After setting it up, Zhu Ning walked down the stairs. She walked very slowly, and kept observing the surroundings. The stairs were covered with moss and fallen leaves, and there was also some discarded garbage. From the outside, it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. The shop was not fully open, and the roller shutter door was half down. It was hard to see what was inside from the outside. Zhu Ning noticed that there was no stone wall, as the duck shop owner said. A warm red light leaked out, and the fragrance also wafted out. It was obviously a shop that had been dead for 30 years, but it looked like there were people inside. Zhu Ning had dealt with fish people before, and this time she became much calmer. This must be a polluted area. Today, she watched some demon hunter courses at home, which taught people how to kill pollutants quickly. Unfortunately, killing pollutants is a very large course. Zhu Ning only attended 3 classes, and put the rest of the courses in her secondary brain, ready to watch them when she has time. There are many notices posted on the shutter door. Job notice: now recruiting a cashier, with food and accommodation provided, high school education or above, age under 35, salary of 3,500 SGD per month. Job notice: now recruiting a food preparation worker, with food and accommodation provided, no education limit, no age limit, more than 5 years of relevant work experience, salary of 5,000 SGD per month. Job notice: now recruiting an acting store manager, with food and accommodation provided, bachelor degree or above, age under 35, salary of 10,000 SGD per month. There are 10 job notices. It seems that his family is short of all kinds of jobs, including dishwashers, cleaners, food preparation workers, waiters, and even garbage collectors. There is also a rescue notice next to the job notice. Help! Because my family is ill and has serious genetic defects, I urgently need a C-type gene bone marrow match. If there are kind people, I will thank them generously. Then the help post turned into a reward post. Reward: a large sum of money for an eye, 300,000 Singapore dollars can be paid. Reward: a large sum of money for a kidney, 800,000 Singapore dollars can be paid. Reward: a large sum of money for a mutant gene, 1.5 million Singapore dollars can be paid. The more Zhu Ning looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. It was understandable that one or two were missing, but how could the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and everything else be missing? With the organs offered by the store, he could form a new person. There were even mutant genes. Was this mutant the sixth-class citizen that Fong Ying mentioned? Zhu Ning had made up for his mistakes before he set off. As long as one contaminated spore escaped, the entire area could be contaminated, so the existence of the cleaner was so important. From these rewards and revelations, he could infer clues. Did a mutant die here? Zhu Ning was still thinking about something when he suddenly heard a muffled sound. The shutter door was suddenly pulled up from the inside, and a man stood in front of him. He was wearing a butcher suit, a black leather apron, holding a big knife in his left hand, and a pig's head on his neck. Chapter 14. The man appeared a little abruptly, and Zhu Ning didn't have time to dodge. The two were too close, and Zhu Ning could even see the pores on his pig nose. Last time it was a fishman, this time it was a pigman? The owner of the hot pot restaurant is a pig-headed butcher? Zhu Ning's helmet automatically notified. It has been confirmed that the cleaner Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area. The pollution level is roughly estimated to be Class C. Please choose whether to report to the technical department of the cleaning center. The current pollution concentration has reached a maximum of 99%. The contaminated area is 5,000 cubic meters in size, and there are living pollutants inside. The contaminated area is constantly growing, and the pollution concentration continues to change. Please pay attention to safety. Zhu Ning found that this new helmet is different from the previous one. It is smarter, and can automatically detect data and broadcast it internally, without having to measure the pollution concentration himself. Compared to the last time when he was a complete novice, Zhu Ning was able to read the data this time. The pollution area, which is the size of 2 swimming pools, is larger than the sewer last time. This is unusual. The sewers are connected in all directions, but how big can the interior of a hot pot restaurant be? The pollution concentration is 99%, but according to Zhu Ning's last experience, once entering the pollution area, as outsiders continue to deal with pollutants, the pollution concentration will rise rapidly. As for the pollution area rating, if Zhu Ning does not report it to the technical support department, the helmet is not accurate. It is roughly estimated to be sea level, which should be more dangerous than last time. It appeared again, the black lines drawn out of the air, as if there were some black particles floating in the air. Zhu Ning saw this thing in the last train of line 1 last time. It is invisible and intangible, more like a background board of the pollution area. Zhu Ning looked back, and the stairs she had come down were gone. Behind her was pitch black, and something was moving in the darkness. There was no way back. The contaminated area opened up, and Zhu Ning was trapped again, and had lost contact with the outside world. Pig-headed man, what's the matter? His voice was low, and his pronunciation was particularly strange, as if he didn't speak from his throat. Zhu Ning said calmly, I'm here to apply for a job. She had taken a class with demon hunters, and pollutants would maintain their behavior before being polluted, such as the fishman, which continued to look for the last buzz after becoming a pollutant. The easiest way to enter the contaminated area reasonably is not to force entry, but to wait for the pollutant to invite. The job recruitment notice posted on the rolling door provided Zhu Ning with a perfect reason for the invitation. Apply for a job? The pig-headed man looked at her. Zhu Ning had already figured out some rules, and to do normal things in abnormal places, Zhu Ning was doing normal things. Zhu Ning, yes, apply for the cashier position. Zhu Ning's application for the store manager position may be blocked, but her bachelor's degree in mechanics is more than enough for the cashier position. The pig-headed man was silent. He stood there for 3 minutes like a stuck robot. He didn't say anything or even blink during these 3 minutes. Zhu Ning guessed that he didn't want outsiders to enter the hot pot restaurant, but he couldn't find a reason. 3 minutes later, the pig-headed man compromised, come in. Sure enough, Zhu Ning summed up a law of pollutants. As long as you meet the other party's logic, he can't refuse you. With a click, the shutter door fell behind Zhu Ning. This time he was really trapped. Pollution areas are different, but there are some common underlying logics. If ordinary people enter a polluted area, the pollutants inside will find ways to pollute you. If Zhu Ning wasn't wearing work clothes, the problem would be very simple. As long as a contaminated spore parasitized on her body, she would be assimilated. So the behavior logic of the contaminants is predictable. They will either try every means to take off and break your defense, or they will pollute your mind and make you brain dead step by step. Zhu Ning stepped into the hot pot restaurant. The interior of the hot pot restaurant was very strange. First of all, as a hot pot restaurant, it was very quiet and no one was talking. There were a total of 28 tables in the lobby, and the people were already full. The red oil hot pot in the middle of each table was still boiling, and the guests were eating with smiles on their faces. They also had a variety of eating methods. Some people were rinsing themselves and put their arms into the red oil hot pot without noticing. And the dishes on their table were not delicious at all. The meat had rotted and maggots were running around in their tripe. A guest in front of Zhu Ning put the tripe into the hot pot as if he didn't see it, and even followed the tradition of simmering it for a second before stuffing the rotten tripe into his mouth. Then he smiled happily. There were also people whose meat on the table Zhu Ning couldn't understand at all. It was a black and rotten mass, and he couldn't tell what it was. It should be disgusting visually, but if you just close your eyes, it smells delicious. These dishes all exude a strange aroma, which is more fragrant than all the hot pots Zhu Ning has eaten. People watching from the side may even be a little curious. Is that thing really delicious? She also wants to try it. It should be okay to try it, right? Zhu Ning was suddenly startled. Unknowingly, she was already standing in front of the hot pot, and even wanted to reach out with chopsticks to taste the dishes. Mental pollution. Normal people doing abnormal things is mental pollution. The more common things are, the more people relax their vigilance. If someone kills people here, you will only be afraid, because the brain recognizes that killing is a terrifying thing. But eating hot pot and catching the last buzz are daily trivialities, which seem very harmless and can make people relax their vigilance. It's okay to try it. With this kind of mentality, it is easy to be polluted. The system in Zhu Ning's mind did not prompt her mental value to drop, but even so she was affected. It is hard to imagine what would happen if Ling Yinchuan was here. Boss? Zhu Ning asked, where do I go to work? Pig-headed man. I am not the boss, I am the acting store manager Yang Tao. Not the boss? That's right, the boss should be sick. Yang Tao, come with me. Zhu Ning followed Yang Tao to the cashier counter, and he pointed at the cashier counter. You will work here. Zhu Ning asked, start now? No orientation? Yang Tao glared at Zhu Ning. You don't know how to use the cash register? Zhu Ning seemed to have written on his resume that he was proficient in certain skills, but was caught after joining the company, so he shamelessly said, yes. Yang Tao, work. Sure enough, after working in the dreamlike cleaning center, it seems very uncomfortable to be exploited again. He didn't sign a contract, nor was he familiar with the process. He went to work directly within 5 minutes of entering the door. Yang Tao said, and went into the back kitchen, and the sound of chopping meat came from the back kitchen. The hot pot restaurant has few employees, and the acting store manager has several duties. Zhu Ning can judge from the sound of chopping meat that they should be chopping large meat. She doesn't want to go to the back kitchen to see what meat Yang Tao is chopping. Zhu Ning was silent for a minute in front of the cash register. She sweeps garbage during the day and works as a cashier in the cannibalistic hot pot restaurant at night. Fortunately, the cash register is intelligent, not difficult, and it opened after trying 2 buttons. After opening, Zhu Ning paused and wanted to put it back. The cash register drawer is divided into compartments, all of which are fingers of different sizes. The fingers are carefully classified according to size and thickness. Some of them still have rings on them, and the broken surface is still bleeding. Some fingers are even twitching slightly. Is this the coin of this hot pot restaurant? It is worthy of being a cannibalistic hot pot restaurant, and its reputation is well deserved. This is also a kind of mental pollution. If you look at the fingers for a long time, those fingers will wriggle wildly in the drawer like they have life, which is used to make people lose mental value. Zhu Ning put the cash register drawer back, and felt that this hot pot restaurant was more advanced than the sewer, and the scene was more complicated. No wonder it was a sea-level mission. The latest pollution data was displayed inside the helmet. Pollution concentration 108%. The cashier's position is actually useless, because these diners don't seem to need to pay for their meals. They eat like they can't finish their meals, and eat like crazy in their seats. Zhu Ning observed for a while, and found something wrong. The diners were not happy. They just kept smiling, which did not mean they were happy. They ate too much. They ate meat without talking, and their stomachs were getting bigger and bigger, as if they were pregnant. Zhu Ning heard a slight sound. One of the diner's stomachs split open, and the meat in his stomach flowed all over his body. Even so, this diner was still eating with a smile on his face. They seemed to be trapped here by something. Zhu Ning frowned. It was not the diners who were eating the hot pot, but the hot pot that was eating the diners. After the diners' stomachs split open, a mass of broken and rotten meat flowed out. They were not dead things, but were moving slowly, eating the diners' internal organs and skin bit by bit. The diners stared blankly, willing to be eaten by rotten meat, but they had no reaction. It was a bit disgusting, the nausea caused by the visual impact. This was no longer a matter of pollution or not, this was pure disgusting. It had to be said that it was very effective. She heard her system prompt. Spirit value decreased by 1%, she had to get out early. If there were no survivors inside, Zhu Ning could simply blow up the hot pot restaurant to complete the task, but there were survivors inside, so Zhu Ning could only use the old method to find the source of pollution. According to the description of the owner of the duck at the Honorable Queen restaurant, the source of pollution might be the owner, but how could she contact the owner? Zhu Ning decided to go to the kitchen to ask Yang Tao. She couldn't really stay at the cash register to work, the hot pot restaurant wouldn't pay her wages. Zhu Ning left her post without permission, and went into the kitchen. It was very dark in the back, and Zhu Ning's helmet automatically turned on the night vision function. Because the hot pot restaurant was open all year round, the whole kitchen smelled of oil. The floor was covered with old grease, making it very slippery when people walked on it. The walls were black and yellow from the grease, and you could get a sticky mass off with 2 fingers. The structure behind the hot pot restaurant was very complicated, with a long corridor and 8 rooms on both sides. At the end of the corridor, there was a staircase leading to the basement. The food preparation room should be on Zhu Ning's left, where there was the sound of chopping meat. The freezer on the right was used to store some meat. Zhu Ning had no idea what the other rooms were for. Zhu Ning was about to explore, when suddenly, a hand stretched out from the darkness and grabbed Zhu Ning's wrist accurately. Zhu Ning's hair suddenly stood up, and he instinctively reached for a gun. Don't shoot easily, because alarming the source of pollution will cause the source of pollution to hide deeper. But the hand that touched her was very cold, and there seemed to be oil in the palm. Zhu Ning caught a glimpse of cold light from the corner of her eyes. It was an axe. Someone stood quietly behind a curtain, holding an axe, and the other hand had already grabbed Zhu Ning's wrist. What are you doing? It was Yang Tao. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, doing normal things, not making a fuss. Zhu Ning continued to brainwash herself. Her danger foreknowledge was not triggered, proving that it was not dangerous now. I want to see if there is anything I can do to help. This excuse was perfect. There was only one waiter in the store, and Yang Tao was chopping meat alone in the kitchen. It seemed normal for her to ask for help. Sure enough, Yang Tao let go of his hand. He was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Zhu Ning did not rush into the kitchen, fearing that seeing something disgusting would affect her performance. There was a rustling sound in the kitchen, and after a while, Yang Tao came out. He handed Zhu Ning a black garbage bag. Go take out the garbage. Taking out the garbage, Zhu Ning's old job. Zhu Ning took the garbage bag, and felt something was moving as soon as he started. The meat inside was twitching slightly, rubbing against the plastic bag and making a slight sound. What is this? Zhu Ning maintained his movements, and did not throw the thing away on the spot. Yang Tao, rotten meat, can't be eaten. The garbage can is at the back door, go out from here. Yang Tao pointed to a door for Zhu Ning. It was the third door on the left. It turned out that this door was not a room, but a road leading to the back door. Now 3 of the 8 rooms have been sorted out. Zhu Ning held the garbage bag, expressionless as if he had killed fish for 10 years. She pushed open the third door as instructed, walked through a 3-meter-long corridor, and successfully came to the back door. Because the entire hot pot restaurant is half embedded in the ground, even if she walked out of the hot pot restaurant, she didn't reach the real ground. She seemed to be in a deep pit. The back door was a trash can, and there was even garbage sorting. Zhu Ning originally wanted to see what kind of meat was in the trash bag, but reason told her not to do it, otherwise she would die. She threw the black trash bag into the meat recycling bucket. The moment she closed the trash can, Zhu Ning heard a short scream, and then the trash can returned to calm. What is this? Is the trash can alive? Is this a way of feeding? Zhu Ning stared at the dark trash can, still studying the mystery of the trash can. Suddenly, she heard a slight thump, and a layer of goose bumps appeared on her arms. She saw a very abrupt cold light reflected in the black trash can. Someone stood behind her, holding an axe high, and stood close to her. When did they come? Why were they so silent? She suddenly remembered what they had said in the Demon Hunter course. Pollutants take over the polluted area, the pig-headed man is the host, and Zhu Ning is the guest. It was too late to escape. At that moment, Zhu Ning saw blood spurting out, and the axe hit her neck accurately, and one axe cut off half of her neck. Zhu Ning's eyes widened, and her body fell forward uncontrollably. The black trash can began to shake violently, and something was climbing out. Zhu Ning was just getting up and trying to fight back, when the lid of the black trash can opened, and a large number of tentacles climbed out of it, rolling up Zhu Ning's body, dragging Zhu Ning into the abyss as if eating. Bang! There was another slight sound, and she didn't understand what was going on for a while, and then she heard the system prompt in her mind. Primary talent danger prediction is triggered. 30 seconds in advance danger warning has been sent. Please pay attention to safety. When she came to her senses again, the pig-headed man reflected in the trash can hadn't raised his axe yet. What did she see just now? A warning of her own death. So this is the danger prediction, which can foresee how she will be killed in 30 seconds? Fancy death warning. Zhu Ning didn't even have time to admire this talent. Before the pig-headed man raised his axe, he shot his pig head directly. Damn, I hate sneak attacks the most. P.S. Polluted area classification table. E-level polluted area, less than 60%. D-level polluted area, 60% to 90%. C-level polluted area, 90% to 130%. B-level polluted area, 130% to 180%. A-level polluted area, 180% to 230%. S-level polluted area, 230% to 300%. S+ level polluted area, more than 300%. Chapter 15. This gun is about 10 times more powerful than an air bullet. After firing, the pig-headed man's entire head exploded, breaking the pig's head, but the pig-headed man did not die. Sure enough, the pig-headed man is not a source of pollution. The scene seen in the danger prediction, there is a tentacle monster in this trash can. Zhu Ning also shot the trash can, without even looking at the results of his shooting, turned around and ran away. The lethality of the pig-headed man and the tentacle monster is very strong, completely different from the level of the fishman. In the danger warning, it only took them 30 seconds to deal with Zhu Ning's body. Zhu Ning did not want to fight hard. The backyard is also a closed structure. Zhu Ning could not get out, and could only return to the hot pot restaurant. The pig-headed man struggled to get up and cursed, "You actually don't eat." Zhu Ning didn't listen to his nonsense, and went straight into the house. As soon as he entered, he heard a scream coming from the lobby of the hot pot restaurant. A monster crawled out of the hot pot, and its long tentacles climbed up the chopsticks and dragged the diners into the hot pot along the arms. For a moment, the spicy butter rolled, and screams and blood covered the hot pot restaurant. They were too lazy to even pretend. I couldn't go to the lobby of the hot pot restaurant. The pig-headed man behind me got up, and was still adapting to the fact that he had no head. He was going to catch up. There were 8 doors in front of me. One was a food preparation room, one was a freezer, and one was a back door leading to the trash can. How to choose the remaining 5 doors? Zhu Ning glanced, and saw 5 words written on the door of one of the rooms. Female employee dormitory. To do seemingly normal things in an abnormal place. Zhu Ning's identity was a cashier, that is, an employee of the hot pot restaurant. She should live in the female employee dormitory. With a bang, Zhu Ning locked the door neatly. There are some basic rules inside the contaminated area. This is a female employee dormitory. The pig-headed man is a man, and he has no reasonable reason to come in. Zhu Ning moved a cabinet to block the door. She didn't turn on the light, and looked around the dormitory with the night vision function of the helmet. This is a double dormitory with 2 beds. Both beds have a desk underneath. One bed was covered with dust, and the other bed seemed to be occupied. Zhu Ning quickly flipped through the dormitory, and found a work logbook in the corner of the cabinet. Clue. Zhu Ning opened the bright red logbook. It was originally a work logbook, which many companies would issue, but this cashier used it as a diary. January of the 50th year of the new calendar. The first line of words at the beginning. Zhu Ning frowned. The 50th year of the new calendar was the year when the hot pot restaurant disappeared. Zhu Ning remembered that this restaurant closed down in April of the 50th year of the new calendar, and the posting time was April 13th of the 50th year of the new calendar. This diary is older than the crime. January 2nd, 50th year of the new calendar. I have been working as a cashier at Hao Zai Lai Hot Pot Restaurant for 3 days, but this restaurant is so strange. I have to write a diary to record it, otherwise I am afraid I will lose my mind. Hao Zai Lai's business is very good. It is very hard for me to stand and cash every day. I am a little bit thinking about quitting. But his employee meals are so delicious that I can't bear to leave. Our employee meals are all leftovers prepared for customers. which are almost the same as what customers eat. I don't know what kind of meat it is. Maybe this is the unique secret recipe of the restaurant. January 10th, 50th year of the new calendar. I can't take it anymore. I have had many nightmares, and I feel flustered every day. Recently, I even feel a little dazed. I think I am too tired, and I just need to rest for 2 days. But I took a day off today, and the situation didn't get better, but got worse. Should I go see a doctor? January 14th, 50 years in the new calendar. I seem to be crazy. When I was checking out today, I saw that the drawer was full of fingers. How could it be fingers? Am I hallucinating? No, I can't do it anymore. If I continue to do it, I will go crazy. January 19th, 50 years in the new calendar. I told the store manager that I wanted to resign and go home to recuperate, but the store manager disagreed and asked me to think about it again. What to think about? I see that the store manager is becoming more and more like a pig-headed man, and I really can't stand it. But the store manager won't let me go. He said I will love this place. Love it. My body has been weak recently, and I feel like I'm going to die. There must be something wrong with this store. There are always strange noises coming from the basement. The boss is also sick. Something must have happened to the sick boss. They seem to be researching a new drug. January 30th, 50th year of the new calendar. Today I finally know what I ate. It's so disgusting. How can they feed customers this kind of food? I want to call the police, but I don't dare. I can't even protect myself. I want to run away. I want to run away. I want to run away. Run, run, run. February 15th, 5th year of the new calendar. I have made a detailed escape plan. The store manager and the boss have meetings every Wednesday. That's the best time to run away. I'm dying. This is my last chance. I must succeed. I must succeed. Zhu Ning flipped the page again, but unfortunately, there was nothing behind it. The diary stopped abruptly. Swish, there was a sound of dragging outside. It should be the pig-headed man who was resurrected. Zhu Ning took the diary with him. The cashier girl's experience was the same as his own. It seemed that this was a common tactic used by the hot pot restaurant. There was a cat's eye on the dormitory door. Zhu Ning looked through the cat's eye and saw that the cat's eye had distorted the entire corridor. Yang Tao dragged on the ground with an axe, and a new head grew on his broken neck, if that was a head. Apparently, his parasite had no patience and did not want to grow a new head, but only grew a head-like function. A pair of eyes, a mouth, and an ear grew on his neck, and he didn't even grow a nose because it was not needed. Why are you? Yang Tao made that strange sound again. Don't you want to eat hot pot? Zhu Ning, Is he sick and forcing himself to eat hot pot? Why are you? Yang Tao was checking the rooms one by one. He suddenly opened the first room and didn't see Zhu Ning. Don't you want to cash? She did. She opened the cashier drawer and counted her fingers, and even dropped 1% of her mental value. Bang! Yang Tao pushed open another door. He was impatient and exhausted by Zhu Ning. He spoke viciously. Why don't you look at the garbage bag? Yang Tao scratched the wall with an axe, making a sharp sound. Why can they do it, but you can't? What's wrong with you? Zhu Ning, She suspected that this pig-headed man was pursuing her. The accusatory tone was like that of a scumbag. If she didn't obey, she would have problems. It's all her fault. Eating hot pot, cashiering, and asking her to throw away the rotten meat were all ways for this polluted area to try to pollute Zhu Ning. But Zhu Ning was unmoved. The polluted area couldn't wait any longer and decided to strike first. The pig-headed man wanted to kill her with an axe and put an end to Zhu Ning, the outlier. The internal logic of the polluted area is the same. They see that mental pollution is useless, so they choose physical attack. Why? The pig-headed man stopped in front of the female staff dormitory. You don't listen? The pig-headed man's voice came through the door. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The pig-headed man swung the axe and suddenly smashed the door. Crack, wood chips flew on the wooden door, and a big hole was smashed by him. Is this a cosplay of a horror movie? The pig-headed man has no legitimate reason to enter the female staff dormitory, but he can use an illegitimate reason. Behind the door, Zhu Ning coldly held a gun, and the hole pointed directly at the door. As long as the pig-headed man wants to come in, Zhu Ning doesn't mind giving him another shot. There is no need to waste words on the garbage man who broke into the girls' dormitory. Bang! The pig-headed man smashed down with an axe again. This fragile wooden door would be scrapped directly with another axe. The pig-headed man raised the axe, and was about to hit it for the third time. Zhu Ning's fingers inside the door slightly pressed, and she was ready to shoot. Ding-ling-ling, at this moment, A bell suddenly rang, and the bell vibrated wildly, like a bell for the end of get out of class, which seemed very abrupt in the hot pot restaurant. What is this sound? Why does the hot pot restaurant ring the bell? The pollution area must conform to basic logic. The bell can ring, which proves that the hot pot restaurant has installed a bell before. Who has nothing to do in the hot pot restaurant and is ready to ring the bell? It is not a hot pot training school, and it is not notified on time for get out of class. But after the bell rang, the pig-headed man outside the door stopped moving. He was tall and blocked the door like a mountain. He was silent for 2 seconds, then turned and left, as if he was summoned by something. Not only that, other people in the hot pot restaurant also moved. The waiter and the diners who were half-eaten by the hot pot made the same move. They staggered to their feet and walked straight towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. They were going to the basement. Zhu Ning remembered what was recorded in the diary, that the store manager and the boss would have a meeting in the basement, which was the only chance to escape. Was the bell ringing to notify the meeting? What was kept in the basement? Were they summoned? Through limited clues, summarizing the rules within this polluted area, the power structure of the hot pot restaurant seemed to be a pyramid. Employees have more authority than diners, and diners must eat hot pot if they are asked to. Pig-headed man Yang Tao has more authority than other employees, and he can order other waiters to maintain order in the store. The bell has more authority than the pig-headed man, and as long as the bell rings, Yang Tao must stop what he is doing no matter what he is doing. I don't know what the upper level of the bell is. Zhu Ning tentatively pushed the door out, and a minute later, there was no one in the corridor, and they all walked into the basement. The bell still didn't stop, and I don't know how long it will last. But Zhu Ning speculated that she was relatively safe while the bell was still ringing. During this time, she planned to take a good look at the other rooms. Now that she had the ability to predict danger, she could search boldly. She already knew what was behind 4 doors, and there were only 4 left. The pig-headed man smashed open 2 doors. Behind the 5th door was the cleaning room, which was full of dishes to be washed and cleaning tools such as mops. Behind the 6th door was the male staff dormitory. Zhu Ning wanted to go in and look for clues such as diaries. Maybe Yang Tao was still living there, but she found nothing after searching around. Zhu Ning opened the second to last door, which was a public bathroom for people to take a shower and go to the toilet. The conditions of this hot pot restaurant are not very good. There is always water dripping inside the bathroom, and there are some messy marks on the wall. To be on the safe side, she didn't want to miss any blind spots, so she opened every toilet and bathroom cubicle to check. There was something on the toilet lid of the second toilet cubicle. Above the toilet lid, a waterproof bag was fixed with tape. It seemed to be hidden by someone. Inside was a very old recorder. It was too old, and it didn't match the technological development speed of this era. It was more advanced than the recorders of Zhu Ning's era. The shell was hard, and the overall design was smaller, which was the size of a thumb cap. There was a plug at the bottom of the recorder, which could be plugged into some device. There was an interface on the inside of Zhu Ning's new work clothes wrist. Her helmet was still running. Zhu Ning herself could barely be considered a device. This thing might be a mental pollution, like the fishman's mobile phone before, but her mental value was high and could withstand fabrication. Zhu Ning inserted the recorder into her wrist, and the helmet broadcast, audio data is being imported. Audio data import is complete. First, there was a crackling sound of electricity in her ears, and then, there was the sound of someone running and panting. It took a long time before she got to the point. Zhu Ning listened to the recording, intending to search while listening. She had already walked to the last door, which had a sign saying secure area in the store, no entry. Zhu Ning had just grasped the door handle, and was about to push the door open, when a voice suddenly came from the recording. I know the secret of the hot pot restaurant owner. He is a defective product. Chapter 16. Defective products? Zhu Ning paused when he heard these 3 words. The hot pot restaurant owner was a defective product, the same as Zhu Ning. So he was not sick at all. It was time for his body to decay naturally. Zhu Ning later looked up some information about defective products. In this world, everyone will undergo a large-scale genetic screening when they are born. After the genetic screening, genetic defects will be detected. The side effect of too advanced technology is that your future is directly predicted, and the prediction is very accurate. Genetic diseases can be diagnosed immediately after birth, and even the approximate lifespan in the future can be detected. Artificial people, robots and replicants are actually artificially created human races. The defective products they produce are more like operating errors on the assembly line. As long as they are mass-produced, there will definitely be some unqualified ones. Defective products can be improved through genetic drugs, but the effect varies from person to person, and it cannot be guaranteed to be the same as normal people. Moreover, it seems that the development of genetic drugs was not mature 30 years ago. I don't know how much I can still remember. My memory has become confused since I came in. A man's voice came from the recording. Xiaohui told me to record my memories while I'm still awake. She's been writing a diary every day recently. But I live with Yang Tao, so I can't write. I can only record it and put it on the toilet lid. If someone hears it, don't call the police for me, you may not be able to get out. Xiaohui should be the cashier, and the person who recorded it may be another employee. With a creak, Zhu Ning pushed open the door. Behind the door, it was very messy, with a lot of white plastic sheets hanging from the ceiling to the ground. When he pushed the door open, there was a gust of wind, which made the white plastic sheets make a crackling sound. Click, Zhu Ning closed the door with his backhand. This room is very large, with 2 rows of shelves on both sides of the wall. The white plastic sheet somewhat obstructs Zhu Ning's vision. People moving through the plastic sheet will make rustling sounds, exposing their position at any time. Zhu Ning moved forward cautiously with a gun in hand while listening to the recording in the headphones. We are usually under the management of the store manager, and we have never seen what the boss looks like. That day, Yang Tao asked me to help carry a giant sanatorium into the basement, and I saw the boss. He was already half paralyzed and couldn't stand up at all. I felt it was a pity at the time that such a young boss turned out to be a defective product. Yang Tao asked me to keep it a secret and not tell others, saying that if I told others, competitors would get a handle. I know that this store's business is so good that many people are jealous, so I never said it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Zhu Ning lifted a piece of plastic sheet, and against the backdrop of this thing, it seemed that there was a ghost moving around in the room. But that day, I was resting alone in the staff dormitory, and I saw a figure standing in front of me in a half-awake state. I woke up in shock. It was the boss. The boss stood at the head of my bed and stared at me. How can I describe his eyes? It was as if he was looking at a piece of meat. As soon as I woke up, I called him, but he didn't respond to me at all and walked away slowly. I stared at him for a long time before I realized, wasn't he paralyzed? Why did he stand up? Later I found out that he seemed to be doing some experiment. Crack, Zhu Ning's boots crushed something. It was a glass bottle. Zhu Ning picked up the discarded medicine bottle, and there were 4 words written on the broken bottle. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. There is more than 1 bottle of medicine in the room. This should be a medicine storage room. With a bang, Zhu Ning carefully opened the plastic sheet. The shelves were densely packed with medicines, including injections, medicines in glass bottles, and even a set of scalpels. Attached to the side was a pink card with a smiley face on it. Welcome to participate in the free experimental project of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The man's voice mixed with electricity continued to come from the headset. It's getting more and more wrong. The meat in the kitchen is getting weirder and weirder, and the hot pot restaurant is getting more and more fragrant. I'm getting worse and worse every day, and my memory is very confused, until one day. His voice stopped, and he spoke with a crying tone. Xiaohui is missing. I proposed to look for Xiaohui, but Yang Tao didn't care at all. He immediately wrote a new recruitment notice to recruit new employees, not only cashiers, but also many chefs and waiters, but this store doesn't need so many employees at all. They are like my reserves. I had a feeling at the time that as long as I died, someone would be able to take over. Bang, Zhu Ning turned around and hit something on his back. In the darkness, there was a 3-meter-tall object standing inside the room. Part of it was sticking to Zhu Ning's back. The huge object was covered by layers of plastic sheets, like a monster looking down at her. Zhu Ning's hair stood on her back. She turned around suddenly, and instinctively wanted to shoot immediately. But she suppressed her reason, pointed the gun at the giant object, and pressed the trigger with her fingertips. The monster looked down at him, and its thick black shadow was cast on the ceiling, as if the whole room was its territory. Don't do it. Don't act rashly in the contaminated area. I want to call the police and quit, but I always feel that everyone is watching me. Yang Tao, other employees, and even diners. They are always watching me. As long as I move, they will kill me. I can't even sleep well. The boss is getting better and better. He is energetic every day, just like a normal person, but the healthier he is, the more scared I am. I feel that he is no longer a human being. Today he said that he would close the store and concentrate on treating his illness. He also said that the cost of closing the store can be distributed to us employees as dividends. I hesitated when I heard about the sum of money, thinking about taking the money before leaving. Later, the store. The noodles are closed, but there are still customers coming late every night. The manager asked us to serve them well. They are our VIP users. His voice became lower and lower, and trembled more and more. The customer started to be abnormal. I saw a customer put his index finger into the hot pot that day. The whole finger was burned, but he kept laughing. I began to doubt what the customers were eating. Am I an accomplice? Did I kill them? I am a murderer? Wang Ming. Someone called him in the recording. Where are you hiding? Yang Tao is looking for you. Then I heard the man's panic panting, and then the recording stopped abruptly. It ended. Ding, system prompt. Spirit value decreased by 5. Recording is a form of pollution. After listening to the recording, my mental state began to be unstable. The pollution concentration of the recording is much higher than that of the diary. If an ordinary person listened here, he might be brain dead. She turned off the recording with a snap and deleted the entire folder. It turned out that the employee who recorded the video was called Wang Ming, and he seemed to have encountered the same problem as Xiao Wei. Zhu Ning had been confronting the giant monster in front of her for a while, and the other side was motionless. She was affected by mental pollution, and had a preconceived idea that the thing in front of her might not be a monster at all. Covered by plastic sheeting, people will scare themselves. The greatest fear of human beings is the fear of the unknown, and the imagined fear will kill you. She gritted her teeth and ripped off the last plastic sheet to reveal the thing behind it. Sure enough, it was not a monster but a large culture chamber. The 3-meter-high culture chamber was transparent and test tube shaped. The transparent glass was violently smashed, and the things inside were gone. What was inside originally? Where is it now? Wang Ming's recording lasted a total of 2 minutes. Zhu Ning had already made a rough guess based on the cashier's diary. The owner of Hao Zai Lai Hot Pot Restaurant was a defective product. He participated in the free experimental project of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, but it was obvious that the experiment failed. Zhu Ning guessed that he might have become a pollutant, and employees Xiao Wei and Wang Ming were both mentally polluted to varying degrees. And the pig-headed man Yang Tao might have listened to his boss for money at first, but later it seemed that he was parasitized by contaminated spores. But this guess is not very accurate, because Xiao Wei and Wang Ming were both mentally polluted, and their words were not credible. And many things were not explained. Recruiting so many employees can be explained, but what about the rewards later? The rewards for the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and mutant genes are for experiments. The bell inside the hot pot restaurant is still ringing, and it has lasted for at least 6 minutes. The pollution concentration is getting higher and higher, and Zhu Ning must hurry up. If there is a survivor here as the system says, this unlucky survivor may be brain dead. Zhu Ning carefully checked the incubator, and confirmed that the things inside had gone. There was a light source behind the incubator, and the light source cast the shadow of the incubator on the ceiling, creating the illusion that there was a monster here. This thing is used to confuse people. It is not at the same level as the rotten meat fingers and tentacles in the trash can that Zhu Ning had seen before. It looks like a toy made by children playing house. The light source came from a palm-sized hole behind the incubator. Someone dug a hole here to see the basement. Who did it? Through the hole in the ground, you can peek into the basement. The basement is emitting warm orange light. Zhu Ning squinted his eyes to adapt to this light. The pig-headed man and other employees gathered in the basement. They knelt in order of respect and rank. The pig-headed man knelt in the front, the waiter knelt behind him, and the customer who should be God knelt in the last row. They were in order like a Wi-Fi figure. And the smallest point of Wi-Fi is a bed. Zhu Ning didn't even know what to call the thing lying on the bed. A mass of rotten meat in the shape of a human was lying on the bed. Its body was constantly wriggling, and each piece of meat seemed to be growing. The rotten meat kept wriggling, and slowly overflowed from the bed. At this growth rate, it might fill the entire hot pot restaurant. If I guess correctly, the person lying on the bed should be the boss. The pig-headed man led the employees to kneel in front of him, and chanted something, as if praying to God. The pig-headed man knelt respectfully, and took out a knife. What is this for? Internal strife? With a sizzle, the pig-headed man's knife pointed at the person on the bed, and cut off a piece of meat. The meat was still wriggling after leaving the body. The employee behind took a black plastic bag, and took it respectfully. Every time a piece of meat was cut, the employees and customers behind would smile with satisfaction. Zhu Ning, So where did those strange meats come from? Is this boss a little too great? He single-handedly supports a popular hot pot restaurant. We have almost understood the situation, and we must get out of the contaminated area as soon as possible. Zhu Ning was about to get up when she heard a click. She was very familiar with this sound. Someone loaded a gun, and a gun stretched out from the darkness and pressed against the back of Zhu Ning's head. Sure enough, there was another person in this room. Chapter 17. Zhu Ning squatted, and the person stood behind her, pointing a gun at the back of her head. Are you from the cleaning center? The voice of the young girl. She recognized the uniform on Zhu Ning. It was a living person. This might be her mission target. This little girl seemed a little clever, using the natural conditions in the house, projecting behind the incubator, and then hiding in the dark. As long as the person who came in had a slight mental pollution, he could go crazy in the house. Zhu Ning, yes. Little girl, are you here to save me? Zhu Ning, maybe. She was not sure who this person was, nor was she sure if he was the survivor she wanted to save. The gun-wielding girl was silent for a while. The bells kept echoing in the corridor. She didn't have much time left. She couldn't take any more risks. How do you prove that you are not a pollutant? She asked a very critical question. Just because. She held her breath and listened attentively, and heard Zhu Ning say 2 words. Her wrist suddenly hurt. Zhu Ning grabbed her hand with his backhand, unloaded the gun neatly, and kicked it out at the same time. Ah! The girl screamed, and her abdomen seemed to be hit by a huge rock. The whole person slammed into the shelf behind her, and the medicine bottles on it crackled and hit her all over. Zhu Ning frowned when he heard her scream, and immediately judged that she was a rookie. Before the girl could react, Zhu Ning's gun was already pointed at her eyebrows. Click, Zhu Ning loaded the gun. The action of holding the gun was almost engraved in her bones, and she could shoot without hesitation. Misunderstanding. I'm a living person, she said loudly immediately. The other party was a young girl, with full body defense. She was wearing a pure white protective suit with a cute cat print pattern customized on it. If Zhu Ning's outfit looked like a robber in a motorcycle suit, then the girl in front of him looked like a little white cat, a park doll. Zhu Ning knew this thing. Some rich people were afraid of being polluted, so they bought a set to keep at home. Their protective clothing was designed by a well-known designer. It not only protects against pollution, but also takes into account the appearance. This protective clothing starts at least 10 million Singapore dollars. In short, this girl is very rich. Who are you? Zhu Ning pointed a gun at her. Lu Nianyan. The girl raised her hand and spoke quickly, afraid that Zhu Ning would shoot her. I have no bad intentions. I am a good person. Lu Nianyan? Never heard of him. Zhu Ning did not stop. It is very likely that the pollutants appeared in the polluted area. Lu Nianyan was suspicious of Zhu Ning just now, and now Zhu Ning is also suspicious of her. Zhu Ning asked, how long have you been here? Lu Nianyan, I don't know, I feel like several days have passed. Zhu Ning changed the question, when did you come in? Lu Nianyan, 11:45 on October 3, 1980. It all connected, Zhu Ning thought. The mission is valid for 6 hours. According to the latest data, the maximum time an ordinary person can stay in a polluted area is 6 hours, and they will be brain dead after 6 hours. After Lu Nianyan entered the polluted area, some mechanism was triggered, and a gray grave post appeared in the forum of the cleaning center. It seems that the system asked her to save this Lu Nianyan. At least the task object was found correctly. Lu Nianyan's mental value should be quite high. She has been here for an hour, and her mind seems to be quite clear, at least better than Ling Yinchuan. But why did the system ask Zhu Ning to save her? Zhu Ning put away the gun. This gun is an air bullet, and it is not easy for ordinary people to buy it. Lu Nianyan's family should be rich and powerful. Zhu Ning made a judgment in his heart that Lu Nianyan is the daughter of a chaebol family. Zhu Ning threw the gun back to Lu Nianyan. I came in an hour later than you. 1 hour. Lu Nianyan's face changed drastically. I have been in for an hour. It's over, my brain is not working. Don't believe what I say later, I might hurt you. This person knows a lot about pollutants, Zhu Ning thought. She knows that she must cover all her skin to enter the contaminated area, and she also knows that she will encounter mental pollution if she stays there for a long time. Calm down, Zhu Ning reminded. The more unstable the emotions are, the easier it is to be contaminated. Lu Nianyan took a deep breath. There was really not much time left for her. She checked her protective clothing, and fortunately, there was no loophole. If she was parasitized by contaminated spores, she would just hit her head and die. Are you a cleaner? Lu Nianyan asked. Why did the cleaning center send garbage collectors to rescue people? Zhu Ning, Rescuing people these days is also subject to occupational discrimination? After Lu Nianyan said it, she felt it was quite rude and asked, you got separated from your teammates? Where is your demon hunter? When will he come to rescue us? Zhu Ning, This person can rescue anyone he wants. How can he touch her every 3 sentences? Zhu Ning asked. What are you doing in the polluted area? Lun Yanyan hesitated for a while, as if wondering if Zhu Ning could be trusted. Looking for my aunt. Aunt? Zhu Ning asked. How old are you this year? Lun Yanyan, 19, studying for a master's degree. How old are you? Zhu Ning, same as you. They are the same age. Everything in the Wasteland world is accelerated. A chicken can be served on the table in just 6 hours from birth. Human learning time is constantly compressed. Graduated from university at the age of 18. If Zhu Ning's family is rich, she should be studying for a master's degree now. Lun Yanyan, what's your name? Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning didn't have time to chat with her, and asked, Your aunt is missing. Why are you here to look for her? There is a warning sign hanging at the corner of the street. How blind is it to come here to look for missing people? Moreover, Lun Yanyan looks like a chaebol daughter, and her aunt should be a noble lady. How could she come to eat at a hot pot restaurant? It's almost as if the hot pot restaurant was bought by her family. Lun Yanyan hesitated, as if she was sorting out her words. She is said to be my aunt, but in fact she is the gardener of one of my families. One of my families? Zhu Ning caught the key words. How many families do you have, rich woman? When I was a child, no one played with me, so I kept looking for her. My aunt was very strange before she disappeared, and she was always talking nonsense every day. When I was a child, the adults in my family didn't let me contact her. I only found out after I grew up that she might have been mentally polluted decades ago. I looked through her diary and found that she used to like to come to this hot pot restaurant. My aunt has a burn scar on her arm, which covers the entire arm and the neck, and spreads to the lower half of her face. Lun Yanyan gestured on her body to show how big the burn area is. This area is close to disfigurement. My aunt said that she was burned by hot pot before. She didn't have plastic surgery. She felt that the scar was a gift. Moreover, when she talked about the hot pot restaurant, she didn't hate it at all. Instead, she missed it very much. She said that this restaurant was really delicious, but it was a pity that it was closed. I just wanted to see how delicious it is. Here, the last piece of the puzzle is complete. Zhu Ning read the diaries and recordings written by the employees, and now he has completed the puzzle of the diners. The diners who ate meat back then must have been contaminated. Where did the diners go after being contaminated? Now I seem to have some clues. After being mentally contaminated, they look normal. They can do gardening work normally, but they will do some abnormal things. They integrate into the lives of ordinary people, which makes people feel strange but can't tell what's strange. Lun Yanyan is really curious. Just because his gardener said that this hot pot restaurant is delicious, he wants to come and see it. Lun Yanyan may not want to expose his family's wealth, so he hides some information, and the things he confessed are half true and half false. Zhu Ning guessed that coming to find his aunt was secondary, and coming to take risks was real. He was like a rich second generation, who liked adventures after having nothing better to do. Zhu Ning, did you find it? Lun Yanyan, no, I looked around and there was no aunt among the diners. Zhu Ning, how did you get in? Employee application. Lun Yanyan, Yang Tao asked me what I was doing and I said I was washing dishes. I saw a sign saying do not enter on the wall of this room, so I thought it was hiding some secrets, so I came in. Zhu Ning, is this the first door you opened? Lun Yanyan, yes, I opened it once, and before I could leave, I saw Yang Tao killing someone, and then I didn't dare to leave. Zhu Ning, I don't know if I should say Lun Yanyan is lucky. This room is where the boss keeps medicine. Maybe Yang Tao didn't come here often when he was alive. Lun Yanyan, I couldn't feel the time after I came in, but they rang the bell every once in a while for a meeting. Each time the bell rang, it lasted for a long time. Everyone in the store would go into the basement. I found a hole in the room. I don't know who dug it. They would kneel down and pray to the boss, then cut off the boss's meat, take it to the back kitchen for processing, and then go to the hot pot. I felt disgusted at first, but I didn't feel disgusted later. I just wanted to escape. The best time to escape is when they go into the basement. I observed it several times, and it was like this. I wanted to take the opportunity to run out, but I heard your voice. Zhu Ning made too much noise. The sound of her shooting shocked Lun Yanyan. She was thinking that a living person came into the polluted area at that time. Lun Yanyan thought Zhu Ning was a rescuer sent by the cleaning center, but on the other hand, she suspected that Zhu Ning was a pollutant and did not dare to show up rashly. Lun Yanyan explained her information, and Zhu Ning also briefly told her what he knew. Lun Yanyan didn't need to read the diary or listen to the recording in person, But what Zhu Ning told her was still very scary, just like a collection of horror stories. So the person lying on the bed below is the source of pollution? Lu Nianyan asked. Zhu Ning opened her mouth and was about to answer. Buzz, the ringing suddenly stopped, the meat cutting in the basement was over, the Wi-Fi formation dispersed, and they returned to the hot pot restaurant in an orderly manner. There was a rustling sound in the corridor, and the guests and employees came up. Zhu Ning heard the sound of the pig-headed man dragging the axe again, and Yang Tao was still trying to get into the girls' dormitory. He was more irritable than before, and the axe smashed the door to pieces. It wouldn't take long to search Zhu Ning's room. Not only that, other diners in the restaurant did not go back to the lobby to eat hot pot, they patrolled in the corridor. Find the alien, they have to find the alien. Lu Nianyan's face was pale, and she whispered, "What should we do next?" Zhu Ning sighed. She could use the acceleration function of the rotten fish head to escape alone, but it was difficult to move with Lu Nianyan. Zhu Ning, I go kill the source of pollution. How to kill? Lu Nianyan was in a dilemma. There were pig-headed people blocking outside, and the people in the hot pot restaurant were all in the same group. The diners and other employees were in danger. They couldn't walk through the corridor and into the basement unscathed. And she didn't trust Zhu Ning's ability. It would be better if it was a demon hunter. It's too troublesome to walk through the corridor, Zhu Ning said. Lu Nianyan agreed that Zhu Ning was still a bit capable. Find a shortcut. Zhu Ning, it should be empty down here, back off. Lu Nianyan, ah? Why didn't she understand? Zhu Ning took out a device from his backpack, pressed it on the ground with his backhand, and there was a bang. Lu Nianyan was stunned. Zhu Ning blew up the floor. It was 1:30 in the morning. The interior of the Lu family manor was brightly lit, and the patrol team searched twice. Miss not found. The patrol team leader had cold sweat on his back. The man in front of him was wearing a black suit, and he exuded a gloomy coldness. He had a very important person to meet in the middle of the night today, who knew that something would happen at this critical moment. He didn't have time to deal with these things, because the person he was going to meet today was the director of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The young lady is very curious about pollutants. Will she, he said uncertainly, enter the contaminated area? The protective suit at home disappeared, and a gun was lost in the armory. She must have gone to look for pollutants. I don't know which area she went to, and which contaminated area she entered. Such a blind search is definitely like looking for a needle in a haystack. Every extra second in the contaminated area is dangerous. Now the young lady has been missing for more than 4 hours. The man said, ask Peishu to find someone, notify the security bureau and the cleaning center, and ask them to help. Post a bounty order, don't reveal her identity, and offer a reward of 1 million to whoever finds her. Just 1 million. Isn't it too little? It is said that he doesn't care much about the young lady, and it is true. Stupid. He spit out 2 words, and I don't know if he is talking about the young lady or the housekeeper. 30 seconds later, a flying car stopped and the man got on the flying car. After the people left, the housekeeper realized that he couldn't ask for too high a reward. Once people knew about it, they would be silenced. Chapter 18. Lu Nianyan was shocked. She thought Zhu Ning would at least make a careful plan, but she didn't expect that she would just blow a big hole in the basement. It's really unprofessional. It's too late for Lu Nianyan to find a professional now, because Zhu Ning's noise alarmed the people outside. The door was kicked open, and the pig-headed man stood at the door with an axe. Little girls, you are not good. The pig-headed man rushed towards them with an axe. Lu Nianyan's scalp was numb. She didn't have much mental pollution before because she didn't deal with pollutants much. She felt sick when she looked at pollutants for a second. Before she could escape, Zhu Ning changed a submachine gun from his backpack. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets were fired and embedded in the pig-headed man. His newly grown pig was smashed again. The pig-headed man was beaten like a sieve in an instant. Lu Nianyan, This is direct fire suppression? Zhu Ning has more equipment this time, which is different from the last time. She knows that once she finds the source of pollution, she must fight quickly. The source of pollution will fall into a frenzy mode when it finds itself exposed, and wants to fight to the death to kill you, just like the fishman before. More and more people are rushing over in the corridor, and Zhu Ning is the only one with firepower. Go down, Zhu Ning said. Ah? Lu Nianyan couldn't keep up with Zhu Ning's thinking. You want me to go down from here? She pointed to the big hole that Zhu Ning had blasted open. She wanted her to go to the basement to accompany the disgusting boss? Zhu Ning was sure that he was here to save her, not to kill her. If you don't go down, I can kick you down. Zhu Ning didn't have much patience. She had loaded her gun again, and fired a new round of shots at the pollutants that were chasing after her. Bullet shells fell down with a crackling sound, but Xu Ning did not seem to panic at all. Lun Yinyan hesitated whether to believe her or not. Xu Ning did not seem particularly unreliable, so she decided to believe her for once. After all, she was the only living person in this broken place. Once Lun Yinyan made up her mind, she did not hesitate. She tore a piece of white plastic sheet and hung it on the hole, and climbed down with her hands and feet. When her feet touched the ground, Lun Yinyan did not dare to breathe. Too close, the hot pot restaurant owner on the bed was right next to her. She could hear the rustling sound, and the boss's flesh seemed to be crawling. They were growing. Xu Ning was clearly above her head, and there was only a ceiling between them, but Lun Yinyan felt that entering the basement was like entering another world. The flow of time here, and even the air, felt even more different. It seemed very sticky here. The air was not transparent. If normal air was like a stream of clear water, now she felt like she was walking into a bowl of rice porridge. Even with the helmet on, she had trouble breathing. There were mirrors all around, not like the large mirrors that covered the entire wall in the dance studio, but rather a patchwork of irregular lenses. Countless Lun Yinyan and countless shop owners were reflected in the mirror. It seemed that everything was cut and reorganized. Lun Yinyan's things were cut off and placed on the boss, and then the boss was placed on Lun Yinyan, and they gradually merged into one. Repeated mental pollution. Lun Yinyan, a daughter of a chaebol, had never had her soles dirty, and the scene in front of her almost dirtied her eyes. Lun Yinyan didn't even know where to glance, and every extra glance would consume more mental energy. She stared at the tip of her boots. Breathe, Lun Yinyan, breathe calmly. She had checked the information before coming here. As long as the pollution source is killed, the polluted area will naturally disintegrate. The store owner is obviously the pollution source. He is lying on the bed unconsciously. Even his employees can cut flesh from him. It should not be that difficult to kill him. Taking a deep breath, Lun Yinyan picked up the gun. There are 2 instruments beside the bed, with some small words densely written on them. Some of Lun Yinyan's family projects are medical related, and she can read the detector. The numbers on the instrument have not fluctuated at all. Is this a dead person? The boss is dead? Wait, is the pollutant itself dead or alive? Otherwise, try to kill him. What if the bed is right? She and Xu Ning can leave. Lun Yinyan felt that her mental value was rapidly declining. Her mind was not very clear, and she could only act on instinct. She had only one thought in her mind: kill the boss. Kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss. Suddenly, Lun Yinyan felt a black hand patting her left shoulder. She shuddered, feeling her hair all over her body explode, and her hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. Lun Yinyan? It was Xu Ning. She almost cried when she heard Xu Ning's voice. She had never wanted to see someone so much in her life. It was really Xu Ning. Xu Ning had just jumped down from the building. Lun Yinyan was still trembling with shock. Are those pollutants dead? For now, Xu Ning said. If the pollution source is not dead, the pollutants will not die either. They can still recover. But compared to last time, it is a bit more difficult for the pig-headed man to recover. Last time, he was just shot in the head, but now, he is almost beaten into mud. Xu Ning could feel that Lun Yinyan's mental state was beginning to deteriorate. The helmet showed a message inside. Pollution concentration is as high as 113%. Such a high concentration proved that they were close to the pollution source. What were you going to do just now? Xu Ning asked. Kill the boss, Lun Yinyan said. She put down the gun dejectedly. I don't think I can do it anymore. I may have hallucinations later. I give you the gun first. Xu Ning took her gun and felt that although Lun Yinyan was a young lady, she was very smart when she needed to be smart. At least she knew how not to cause trouble for others. Xu Ning scanned the basement and saw the mirrors. Those mirrors seemed very attractive, and it was difficult for people to look away after just one look. Lun Yinyan's breathing became louder and louder. It's so strange here. The number on the light detector is dead. Huh? Xu Ning listened with a distracted mind. Lun Yinyan, the light detector has no data. The boss seems to be dead. She said it very uncertainly because she could still hear the boss's flesh moving and growing. The boss's fat grew too fast, and soon it overflowed from the bed and fell to the ground with a thud. The fat was like a vine, and it would soon fill the entire room. If it was dead, how could it grow? Xu Ning frowned. What did dead mean? Xu Ning looked at the mirror, and the mirrors on the 4 walls reflected them. Xu Ning and Lun Yinyan's bodies were very distorted, as if they had become part of the basement decorations. Among the countless superimposed figures, Juning saw a black dot. It was a very small black dot, but it was magnified at the same time against the backdrop of thousands of mirror fragments. Boom, her heart suddenly contracted, and it came again, the death notice. Primary talent danger prediction is triggered. 30 seconds in advance danger warning has been sent. Please pay attention to safety. Trap. Lun Yinyan only felt that Juning's body was stiff, very unnatural, as if it was frozen in place for no reason, and it was stiff for about a second. Lun Yinyan just wanted to see what happened to Juning, whether she was mentally polluted. Juning suddenly started to move. She dragged Lun Yinyan and rushed to the other side. Lun Yinyan's legs and feet were not smooth, and she was almost tripped. Juning really didn't care that she was a young lady at all, and pressed her back and hammered her down. Lun Yinyan, ? Her face came into close contact with the ground, and there was a loud bang. The helmet protected her, but her head was buzzing. Lun Yinyan usually had a very arrogant temper. This time, she didn't have time to lose her temper, and she felt a cold light and a fierce cold wind. Is that a guillotine? A 3-meter-long guillotine suddenly appeared inside the room, and the blade brushed past Lun Yinyan's back, almost chopping Lun Yinyan into a pig's head. Lun Yinyan couldn't react at all. This was too much beyond her cognition. Juning pressed down Lun Yinyan's back, and her position was higher than Lun Yinyan's. The blade cut her right shoulder, and blood dripped down her arm. Juning looked at the bloodstains on the floor, and began to feel dizzy. She knew with her toes that getting injured here was not a good thing. The protective suit was damaged, there were wounds, and contaminated spores were parasitic. In just a few seconds, Lun Yinyan's mind was full of this. Juning might become a contaminant, and Lun Yinyan's only companion would be infected. Juning reacted quickly. She took out a sticker-like thing from her backpack and stuck it on her damaged protective suit. Article 9 of the Cleaner's Work Manual. Please stop the task in time if the protective suit is damaged. If you cannot stop, please patch it immediately to ensure that the protective suit is sealed. Juning did her homework before coming here. She didn't know if there were any contaminated spores that took the opportunity to get in, but she couldn't care less now. Even if it became a contaminant, she had to drag someone into the water. The sharp guillotine was hung by an iron chain, and was still swinging in the room. They were like killing sickles, quickly harvesting heads inside the room. One knife after another fell down densely. If Juning and Lun Yinyan had been standing just now, they would have been chopped into dumpling stuffing now. Juning pushed Lun Yinyan away, and rolled on the ground to avoid the second attack. Juning took the opportunity to take a look. The guillotine was hanging upside down on the ceiling, and he couldn't find where it was hung. Contaminated areas cannot have things that are not in line with common sense, which means that there was a guillotine before it became a contaminated area, but it is exaggerated now. Why does this exist? Who did the hot pot restaurant owner want to kill? She couldn't find where the guillotine was hung, and guns were useless against it. In the danger warning, half of her face was chopped off by the guillotine. This talent can only predict your death in 30 seconds. She found that danger prediction does not work every time. It is one thing to encounter it, and it is another thing to escape. The source of pollution is not the boss. Juning covered his injured right shoulder, injected a strong healing agent into it, and continued, "It is Wang Ming." What? Lun Yinyan lay on the ground, trying to lower his body. It was difficult to understand Juning's words. Wang Ming? The person in the tape? Isn't Wang Ming a victim? Why is he the source of pollution? Lun Yinyan felt that she was about to have hallucinations. After Juning mentioned Wang Ming, the mirror in front of her suddenly began to distort, and the edge of the broken lens began to bleed. The edges of the mirror fragments were uneven, so the blood broke the mirror into pieces, and a pig's face emerged from the mirror fragments. It was a bigger and uglier pig's head. Swish, the sharp guillotine chopped for the third time. Chapter 19. Juning rolled to one side. Lun Yinyan hid in the corner, trying to shrink his body as much as possible. Juning, the boss, is a defective product. He was desperate, and saw the experiment recruitment of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical sent him a culture chamber and treatment agent. The direction of the experiment may be to inject small doses of contamination factors to slowly change the human body, but the experiment failed. Juning stared at the mirror. Every time she said a word, the room was changing. The figures of Juning and Lun Yinyan in the mirror disappeared, and the mirror no longer looked like a mirror. Lun Yinyan found that Juning's words were not for her, but for the source of the pollution. The boss's body is mutated, and the abnormal appearance is difficult to cover up. He can only move to the basement to avoid people. Only Yang Tao can go to the basement to take care of him every day. He and Yang Tao agreed that if something happened to him, Yang Tao would kill him immediately. The ringing sound in the store was the bed call bell. The guillotine may have been prepared at that time. The hot pot restaurant owner found a safety device for himself. If he really became an uncontrollable pollutant, Yang Tao was asked to press the mechanism immediately. He thought that as long as he hid, he would not harm others, but he didn't know that once he became a pollutant, he would continue to cause radioactive pollution and mentally pollute others. The first person to be polluted was Xiao Wei. When she was cashiering, she felt that her drawer was full of fingers. She suspected that the meat the boss gave to customers was problematic. She looked at Yang Tao as if she was looking at a pig's head. She was in a trance every day and saw enemies everywhere. Swish, Zhu Ning didn't completely avoid the fourth attack. The guillotine slashed across her back. Zhu Ning was more experienced than last time. She quickly patched it and continued to apply the healing agent. Xiao Hui left later. She may not have died in this restaurant at all. She just resigned. After she asked to resign, the boss let her go. But after she left, panic spread and others began to think too much. Wang Ming was already mentally polluted. Xiao Hui's departure was her death in his eyes. He began to wonder whether Xiao Hui's meat had been put into the kitchen. Was it already put into the hot pot? What kind of meat was in the hot pot restaurant? From the beginning, Hao Zilai hot pot restaurant was just a collective mental pollution incident. Zhu Ning looked around the room and looked for a way to break the deadlock. Wang Ming suspected that he would be the next to die, so he began to observe the boss and wanted to strike first. He entered the boss's medicine room and knew that he had been injecting drugs and conducting body transformation experiments. Wang Ming smashed a hole in the floor of the medicine room and saw the boss's secret. The boss turned out to be a defective product. Boom! There was a strange noise from the mirror. Lu Ninian almost wanted to die after taking a look. It moved. These mirrors were moving. The mirrors on the four walls moved slowly. If Zhu Ning and Lu Ninian didn't leave, they would become compressed biscuits. Lu Ninian subconsciously looked up at the hole in the ceiling. She could go back to where she came from. But when she looked up, she met dozens of gloomy eyes. The pig-headed man and others had recovered. They were surrounded by blood on their faces and looked at her with a smile. It's over, all the roads up, down, left and right are blocked. Zhu Ning angered the pollution source, and the polluted area began to enter hunting mode. Lu Ninian looked at Zhu Ning for help, asking her to find a way to leave quickly, but she seemed to be fascinated by the story and had to chat with a pollutant. With a look of suicidal intent, he would not stop until he completely angered the source of pollution. Zhu Ning dodged the attack again, and her eyes never left the mirror from beginning to end. Wang Ming made a murder plan in his mind. He sneaked into the basement while the boss was sleeping and Yang Tao was not paying attention, stood by the boss's bed, and then... Zhu Ning deliberately paused, raised the knife. Wang Ming said the opposite in the recording. He said that the boss was standing by his bed, but in fact it was Wang Ming who was standing by the boss's bed with a knife. The four walls suddenly began to twist, and pig faces were reflected in the mirror. Their eyeballs bulged, like three-dimensional reliefs. Lu Ninian could not be squeezed into meat paste by this thing even if he committed suicide. The potential energy of the guillotine in the room was getting smaller and smaller under the action of inertia. Lu Ninian crawled towards Zhu Ning cautiously. The boss died, but he was contaminated before he died, so he released contaminated spores after his death. As long as there is one, the contaminant can regenerate. The blood-red contaminated spores will instinctively look for a host. Wang Ming did not take any protection before killing people, and he was parasitized by the contaminated spores. The pig-headed people on the mirror began to struggle. They seemed to be angered by Zhu Ning, and wanted to break through the shackles of the mirror. Zhu Ning was definitely provocative. She spoke faster and faster. Wang Ming did not lose his mind immediately after being parasitized by the contaminated spores, but he could clearly feel that there was something in his body. He did not expect that killing the boss would not end the nightmare, but bring a new nightmare. He did not know how to get the contaminated spores out of his body. The symptoms of contamination began to show that day. His eyes mutated, so he wanted to have surgery to get a pair of eyes. His arms mutated, so he wanted to have surgery to get a pair of hands. Later, he thought that the difference between pollutants and superpowers was that the latter could maintain their rationality. He thought he was smart and found a solution, so he began to offer a large reward for the superpowers genes. But no one paid attention to this ridiculous reward. Shut up. The pig face in the mirror gradually twisted. Success, Zhu Ning thought. She finally succeeded in making him angry. Ordinary peoples cannot resist the erosion of pollutants. The next day, the pollutants in your body began to take over. The instinct of pollutants is to reproduce. They try every means to pollute more people. Zhu Ning changed the storyteller, and she now spoke directly to Wang Ming. Your sanity collapsed, and you became the source of pollution in the hot pot restaurant, and you also became the master of the hot pot restaurant. The interior of the hot pot restaurant is a pyramid structure, and Wang Ming is standing at the top of the pyramid. You put the boss's body back on the bed, and pretended he was still alive. The people in the hot pot restaurant were mentally polluted and confused, and it was impossible to tell them apart. Even Yang Tao had forgotten what the boss had told him before. You cut the boss's meat to pollute more people. People who were mentally polluted would think the boss's rotten meat was very fragrant, which became the golden signboard of the hot pot restaurant. At the same time, you continued the tradition of the hot pot restaurant and continued to recruit new employees until one day, the polluted area could no longer be controlled and attacked the guests who came to eat. That day, tentacles drilled out from the inside of the hot pot, rolled up the guests' chopsticks, and then dragged the people into the hot pot. The serious accident caused the hot pot restaurant to close, and it was announced to the outside world that it was because the boss was sick. 30 years ago, the pollutants in the corners of the federal districts were not thoroughly checked, and with limited human resources, they could only know that there was a pollution source on this street. But the hot pot restaurant is very stable. In a place unknown to the world, they have formed a perfect ecological closed loop. They killed each other internally. Only a few guests who were obsessed with the hot pot restaurant came to eat, and became their new kind, so the Federation only posted a warning sign. Until Lun Yinyan, a rich second generation with strong curiosity, came. At the same time when Lun Yinyan stepped into the hot pot restaurant, the forum of the cleaning center scrolled, and a gray post appeared. The hot pot restaurant successfully attracted Zhu Ning. Are you done? A face slowly emerged in the center of the mirror. His face was cut and stitched, twisted and huge, and was 2 meters high. Wang Ming, the real source of pollution, appeared. Wang Ming's face was 2 meters away from Zhu Ning, and Wang Ming's disc-sized eyes could even be seen. The 4 walls squeezed over, and the place where Zhu Ning and Lun Yinyan were was only 5 meters wide. They had no way to escape. Zhu Ning stood up. She was surrounded by 4 walls, and her body was cut into countless pieces by the mirror. The source of pollution appeared, but Zhu Ning did not move. She did not raise the gun. What is Zhu Ning doing? Shoot quickly. Isn't she a good shot? Has she been mentally polluted? Lun Yinyan raised the gun tremblingly, and fired several shots. But the bullets spun and hit the mirror, as if they hit jelly and were sucked in suddenly. It was useless. The gun could not kill the source of pollution in front of him. That's it. Zhu Ning responded calmly. Click, click, the sound of the mirror breaking was very harsh, and the broken lenses fell all over the floor. Lun Yinyan's face was pale, and he watched a huge monster coming out of the mirror. The man's head was as big as a wall, about 3 meters high. The sutured wound on his face was clearly visible, and there were several sharp broken lenses stuck in his eyes. Wang Ming opened his mouth wide, and Lun Yinyan saw a black tongue at first glance, so huge, and there were disgusting bulges on the surface of the tongue coating. What did he want to do? Swallow us in one gulp? Zhu Ning suddenly asked. Do you feel guilty for killing the boss? Lun Yinyan was anxious to death. Why did Zhu Ning talk to the pollutant? Did she think she was a psychologist for the pollutant? You said in the recording that you suspected that you killed the customer, and you were very scared and guilty. Zhu Ning said. The recording was a trap left by Wang Ming to mentally pollute the people who entered the polluted area later. The events he said were not necessarily true, but his emotions were real. Feeling guilty? How deeply was Wang Ming mentally polluted? The monster's mouth suddenly stopped opening. Why didn't it move? The psychologist was actually useful. Lun Yinyan was just happy, and then she heard a sharp sound. It seemed that hundreds of hands were scratching the blackboard at the same time, and she almost died on the spot. He wanted to kill me. The pollution source shouted. He wanted to kill me first. I just fought back first. What's wrong with that? As he spoke, Lun Yinyan saw hundreds of black flying insects pouring out of his mouth. Ugh, Lun Yinyan couldn't help but want to vomit. Hundreds of flying insects came towards him, looking for any tiny loopholes. As long as there was a loophole, they would get in and eat the skin. Zhu Ning was wearing a protective suit and a black full-cover helmet. She looked very small standing in front of Wang Ming, like an ant standing in front of an elephant. Zhu Ning raised her head and said calmly, He didn't want to kill you. Everything was just your imagination. The boss had no intention to kill. Zhu Ning asked, When you killed him, did he not struggle at all? Wang Ming frowned, because his facial features were very large, so his micro-expressions were hard to ignore. Lun Yinyan felt that Wang Ming seemed to be more painful because of this sentence. Wang Ming stood in front of the boss with a knife in his hand. His expression was fierce, and he looked at the boss as if he was looking at a mortal enemy. But the boss looked at him with a peaceful look, and was very calm about his own death. The boss died without any waves, so he was not a pollution source. Pollution sources must have obsessions. This world is a world based on spiritual value. Shut up. Lun Yinyan wanted to seal Zhu Ning's mouth. Don't stimulate him. The whole basement was squirming, and the people lying on the hole in the ceiling smiled and clapped, and the dead boss's 800-gene body was expanding infinitely. Shut up. Go to hell, he should die and you should die too. The pollution source's face was distorted, and blood slowly flowed down from the ceiling, like a bloody waterfall, emitting a strong fishy smell. Lun Yinyan couldn't help it, and shouted to Zhu Ning, "He's crazy. Shoot." Zhu Ning really pissed people off. The pollution source lost his mind, and the whole hot pot restaurant was shaking. Zhu Ning still didn't move. Lun Yinyan confirmed that the effect of using a gun in this polluted area was not great. Zhu Ning still had a bomb in his backpack. The simplest and quickest way at this time was to blow it up, but now the basement formed a closed space. Once it exploded, Zhu Ning was immune to explosives, and Lun Yinyan died on the spot. She wanted to use other methods to complete the task, and Zhu Ning opened her system panel. System, the rotten fish head has been opened, which will consume 5 life points. Do you want to use mental pollution on Wang Ming? Zhu Ning, use it. Since Wang Ming was deeply mentally polluted, Zhu Ning didn't mind and gave him some more. Chapter 20. Zhu Ning has always been curious about what will happen if she uses mental pollution on the source of pollution. To change the question, do the source of pollution need to ensure their mental health? Zhu Ning has been exposed to very few pollutants. Yuren missed the last train of Line 1 that disappeared. She later checked the news of that day. The underground radiation spread throughout the area. The last train of Line 1 was temporarily stopped due to the radiation. It stopped at the previous station. Yuren has been waiting at the station. The longer he waited, the more panicked he became. He always thought he had missed the last train. He muttered to himself that he could not find the last train, and he had no money to take a taxi. Pollutants also need a safe zone to maintain their mental stability, but their judgment criteria are different from those of ordinary people. Most people do not know that they are doing bad things when they are doing bad things. They will rationalize their behavior, otherwise they will easily have a mental breakdown. What about Wang Ming? After killing the boss, he was sober for a while, but soon, he was driven crazy again. He could only convince himself that it was the boss who wanted to kill him first, and he was just protecting himself, and took over the hot pot restaurant driven by desire. He polluted other people in the hot pot restaurant, cut off the boss's meat so that he could continue to support the operation of the hot pot restaurant. He put his finger in the cash register, and in order to make this hot pot restaurant reasonable, he made the whole hot pot restaurant look like Xiaohui's diary. Let the hallucination seen after mental pollution come true, then everything is reasonable. Rotten meat in the hot pot restaurant, monsters in the trash can, strange fragrance. Employees who keep disappearing, strange basements, a boss who is portrayed as the source of all evil. At the same time, he left a tape in the toilet tank, and he became the safest victim. This polluted area has always maintained ecological balance inside, and Wang Ming made the hot pot restaurant logically self-consistent. He has been operating for 30 years, and it has always been perfect, until today when Zhu Ning broke it. Zhu Ning broke his foundation in half. Did Wang Ming do something unforgivable wrong? It seems not. He is also a victim of mental pollution. But since he was mentally polluted, he has been obsessed with making mental pollution come true. He can only accept himself as a victim, trapped in his own polluted area like a dead end. Lun Yinyan felt that the current situation was very strange, because Zhu Ning did nothing in her eyes. He froze at the huge pig face in front of him. He opened his mouth wide, and then froze in place. His expression was very painful, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. He wanted to roar angrily, but found that he had no reason to roar. He wanted to laugh happily, but found that he had no position to laugh. He wanted to cry, but he also had no reason to cry. The interior of the hot pot restaurant was very chaotic for a while. Several employees, who stuck their heads out of the hole in the ceiling, were clapping crazily. Half of their bodies were out of the hole, and they looked like they were hanging upside down on the ceiling, including the pig-headed man. Clap, 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 they laughed loudly, their mouths pulled to their ears, and they clapped their hands so fast that they seemed to break their hands. Wang Ming in the mirror cried and laughed at the same time, and with every movement he made, the broken lens fluctuated. There was a rustling sound, and the hot pot restaurant owner's body seemed to have an uncontrollable disease, and his flesh began to want to run wildly. Crazy, really crazy this time. Zhu Ning broke the order of the hot pot restaurant, and the staff and diners went crazy. Zhu Ning took a step forward, and the mirror in front of him actually retreated. He looked at Zhu Ning vigilantly, as if he was looking at a real monster. Zhu Ning moved forward, and the pollution source retreated. Finally, the mirror was forced into a corner, but he couldn't get back. The pollution source would have no way to go if he was discovered. Chilla, Lun Yinyan saw that the pollution source was trembling visibly with the naked eye, and the lens was still reflecting light when he shivered. The pollution source's brain was in chaos, and he shrank with the wall when he was in chaos. The pollution source was blocked by Zhu Ning, and he even looked at Zhu Ning a little beggingly. It worked. Zhu Ning stood in front of him. She didn't use any weapons, and turned a blind eye to the crying face of the pollution source. It worked, so she added some more. She opened the system panel again. System, the rotten fish head has been opened, which will consume 5 life points. Do you want to use mental pollution on Wang Ming? Zhu Ning, use it. After Zhu Ning clicked to use it, the pollution source showed a blank expression. At that moment, no one spoke, no one applauded, and the entire pollution area was extremely quiet, so quiet that you could hear breathing. Hoo, the rhythmic breathing filled the pollution area. It was not the voice of Lun Yinyan and Zhu Ning, but the sound of the pollution source. The pig-headed man hiding in the mirror tentatively stretched out his hand. Both of his arms were covered with scars. Zhu Ning was standing opposite him. It was reasonable that the pollution source could easily catch Zhu Ning, but he didn't. After he stretched out his hand, he paused and looked down at his palm. It seemed that he was thinking about a difficult math problem. Then, he stretched his arms toward his face, and gently pulled them to both sides. With a crack, as easily as tearing a paper bag, a deep crack appeared inside the contaminated area. The crack began to spread from the pig face in the mirror, and continued to extend to the ceiling, the ground, the boss's life detector, and other employees peeping from the ceiling. The contaminated area was fragile, just like a paper toy, slowly collapsing from the inside. The contaminated area. Committed suicide? Lun Yinyan looked at it in disbelief. She had never heard of a contaminated area committing suicide in her life. But what happened next easily answered her question. From the torn hole in the contaminated area, blood-like contaminated spores gushed out. Thousands of contaminated spores. There were so many contaminated spores that they were like locusts passing through, flying in the collapsed hot pot restaurant, quickly covering Zhu Ning and Lun Yinyan. It was not until she saw the contaminated spores that Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her tense body. Success. She spent 10 life points and exchanged for 2 mental pollutions, just to gamble whether the pollution source would be polluted again. The pollutants are not normal, but their mental pollution status must match their own strength. The pollution concentration is not enough to form a pollution area, but the pollution concentration is too high, which will cause the internal balance of the pollution area to be broken and eventually collapse. Ding, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Zhu Ning's mind. Congratulations on completing the random task. Man-eating hot pot restaurant. Purification level 100%. Rescue survivors task. Completion rate 100%. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations on getting the basic reward, mental value restored to 100. Congratulations on getting the purification value reward of 2,000. Current purification value accumulation, 2,154. Congratulations on getting the pigman reward, pigman's guillotine. Reward description, sea-level contaminated items, can kill the task target once within 24 hours, 100% accuracy. Congratulations on getting the primary talent, metal manipulation. This talent is a primary talent, can manipulate metal materials within a distance of 1 meter. Congratulations on getting the random task reward, master key. Reward description, can open any door. This task line promotes the branch task. Find the truth of death, key clues have been found, and the search progress is 20%. The hot pot restaurant assisted the branch task, and the progress bar increased from 5% to 20%. Because of the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical, Zhu Ning had never heard of this pharmaceutical company, so she could only investigate it slowly after going out. After the contaminated area collapsed, the hot pot restaurant returned to its original appearance. A thick layer of dust accumulated inside. The hot pot restaurant, which had not been operated for 30 years, was extremely dirty and messy, with old tabletops, beer bottles scattered all over the floor, and blackened walls. If you ignore the rotten meat and contaminated spores on the ground, it looks like an ordinary abandoned building. Thousands of contaminated spores illuminated the interior of the hot pot restaurant blood red. Zhu Ning had been on a mission for the second time, and she was more experienced than the first time. She knew that she had to start containing the contaminated spores immediately. Lun Yinyan next to her was shocked. It was the first time she saw so many contaminated spores at the same time. She had only seen them in the laboratory before, and only saw 3 of them. In Lun Yinyan's heart, Zhu Ning was simply a talent. She still didn't understand how Zhu Ning killed the source of contamination without using weapons. Moreover, Zhu Ning was injured in order to protect herself. If it weren't for Zhu Ning, Lun Yinyan would have been chopped in half by the guillotine. Lun Yinyan, thank you for saving me. Lun Yinyan was sorting out her words. Her family was rich, and she wanted to know how much money to give Zhu Ning as a thank you. Zhu Ning was canceling the automatically sent message. She had been in the contaminated area for less than an hour, which was quite fast. Zhu Ning asked, "How is your mental state now?" Lun Yinyan thought Zhu Ning was concerned about her, and said firmly, "It's okay, I don't seem to have lost my mind." This girl has a high mental value, Zhu Ning thought. Lun Yinyan now regretted looking down on Zhu Ning. "You saved me, I will thank you very much." She was a little embarrassed and said, "My family will bring money." "That's not necessary." Zhu Ning received the system's thanks, and the reward this time was very rich. How could he be so embarrassed? Lun Yinyan thought, "Is Zhu Ning a walking bodhisattva? Zhu Ning, just help me sweep the garbage." "Ah?" Lun Yinyan's brain was confused. "Ah? What did Zhu Ning ask her to do? Sweep the garbage?" Not to mention that the broom fell down and was never picked up. Lun Yinyan had never even seen a broom in her life. "I was originally a garbage sweeper." Zhu Ning had already opened the cleaning backpack. Lun Yinyan blushed, thinking about how he had laughed at others' low-level jobs, and where Zhu Ning's demon hunter was. Now Lun Yinyan wanted to put the outspoken self back in the past. Zhu Ning had taken out the cleaning tools from his backpack and threw one to Lun Yinyan. There were thousands of spores in the contaminated area, and Zhu Ning had to work alone until dawn. If Lun Yinyan had not been seriously mentally polluted, he could help her. Lun Yinyan held a strange-looking cleaning tool in her hand, looking confused. "What is this?" Zhu Ning demonstrated it and collected a contaminated spore. "Have you learned it?" Lun Yinyan nodded in confusion. It was not difficult. Just put the end of the straw close to the contaminated spores, and they would be automatically collected. Lun Yinyan tried it and found that it was quite stress-relieving. The process was actually somewhat healing. "Lun Yinyan, we only need to collect contaminated spores? If we only do this, it is actually not that unbearable." "Zhu Ning, after the collection is completed, clean up the scene, clean up all the rotten meat, rinse the blood, and make sure there are no contaminated spores left. If the 2 of us are fast, we should be able to finish it in 2 hours. Lun Yinyan, Zhu Ning found out that if she wanted to do this in the future, collecting contaminated spores would definitely not be done by one person, and she would have to find a way to develop her own companions in the future. Zhu Ning has already imagined how to expand the great cause of garbage sweeping, and Lun Yinyan is the first employee she hired. "Zhu Ning, call your family to let them know you're safe, and we get to work." Lun Yinyan's eyes went dark. Zhu Ning was a farmhand who exploited labor. Zhu Ning has always been exploited by capitalists, and this is the first time she's exploiting the daughter of a chaebol family. So cool. Chapter 21. It was already 4 in the morning when Pei Shu received the call and rushed to the hot pot restaurant. They brought a team of professional demon hunters with them. Before they arrived, they received a report from the technical department of the cleaning center. The Good Hot Pot restaurant was a Class C contaminated area, which had just been activated tonight. Before they came, they had already prepared to collect Lun Yinyan's body. She was an ordinary person who had entered the contaminated area for more than 2 hours and might have been assimilated into a pollutant. If she really became a pollutant, the demon hunters could not even kill Lun Yinyan on the spot. They had to take Lun Yinyan back to the laboratory in a more roundabout way. They had made full preparations, with 3 plans and various possibilities, but they did not expect the scene to be far beyond their imagination. Lun Yinyan sat alone on the steps at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, and her white kitten protective suit was covered with blood. The eldest lady held her chin and looked thoughtful. The captain of the security team was Pei Shu, and he was a little unsure about the situation. "Eldest lady?" Lun Yinyan did not reply. Pei Shu didn't dare to let down his guard. He made a gesture and the security team entered the area and began to search. 8 minutes later, someone came to report. The area is very clean, there are no living pollutants, and no residual contaminated spores. If the absence of pollutants is understandable, how can there be no contaminated spores and rotten meat? Someone not only flattened this contaminated area, but also purified it. In his cognition, this matter would require at least a professional team of exorcists and a professional team of cleaners to complete. Has anyone from the cleaning center been here? But Pei Shu confirmed that he was the first team to arrive. The person who really purified the hot pot restaurant has left. Who is he? Why did he save Lu Nianyan first and didn't contact the Lu family? Pei Shu asked. No one else? No, the whole street has been searched, and only the eldest lady is there. Pei Shu is not stupid. How could Lu Nianyan do this alone? Pei Shu stood respectfully beside Lu Nianyan and asked, do you want to go home first? If you have something to say, go home first. We have disturbed many people tonight. It is always unsafe to stay outside for too long. You can ask her after taking her home. Lu Nianyan held her chin and said, do you think I have been looking for the wrong direction in life? Pei Shu, is idle, and stupid eldest lady began to think about life? Lu Nianyan, will I have talents that have not been developed? Pei Shu, narcissistic rich second generations usually think they are very capable, and have a wrong understanding of the world. Lu Nianyan always wanted to be a demon hunter before, and Pei Shu knew that she had no talent at all. She went out under the pseudonym of Lu Nianyan. After knowing that one of her gardeners had been mentally polluted in a hot pot restaurant, she wanted to see what the real polluted area looked like. This behavior was considered suicidal in Pei Shu's eyes. Did she think she had the talent of a demon hunter after successfully coming out of the polluted area? Pei Shu thought she was going to brag again, and was ready to flatter her perfunctorily, and asked patiently, what talent? You say. Lu Nianyan looked at her hands. Is there a possibility that I am particularly good at something, but I don't know? Before leaving, Zhu Ning said that she was very talented in sweeping garbage, the area was clean, the speed was fast, and the service was excellent, and she would like to find her again if there is a chance. For the first time, someone said that they wanted to find her for a job. She was completely in a state of thinking, and even rethought her dream. Lu Nianyan said to herself, I am actually really good at sweeping garbage? Pei Shu, ? Sweeping garbage? He would never have thought that sweeping garbage could be combined with being a young lady. This must be mental pollution. Zhu Ning's backpack was very heavy. She collected the contaminated spores in the area and increased the purification value by 1060. She also got 1060 contaminated spores and a pile of rotten meat. The storage tools in the cleaning backpack can concentrate 1 cubic meter of rotten meat to 1 centimeter of cubic. Zhu Ning's cleaning backpack was full. But she encountered a problem. She was carrying a backpack of rotten meat and contaminated spores. This was definitely not something obtained through official channels. How should she deal with it? Find a place to bury it. What if the land is polluted? Zhu Ning seemed to have obtained a batch of weapons from criminals, and didn't know how to deal with it. Then she used a stupid method, and made good use of the search engine. Forum search. Excuse me, how to deal with contaminated spores of unknown origin. It should be said that this method is very practical, and there is actually an experience post. After searching, it immediately popped up, and the steps and methods were very detailed. You need to go to the contaminated spore collection department of the cleaning center branch. The collection departments are scattered in various corners of the city, disguised as various stores, to collect contaminated spores from the public. If someone collects contaminated spores, they can exchange them. The post is very smart. After automatic positioning, it shows the nearest collection department, which is quite considerate. After Zhu Ning automatically locates, it shows the nearest collection department to you, the Honorable Queen Store. Zhu Ning, Huh? The shop owner in purple autumn clothes is from the shelter department. No wonder, he was so kind to show me the way, and acted so well. Zhu Ning, a local dog from the zombie world, went to a duck shop for the first time in her life, and was immediately stunned by the enthusiastic cultural atmosphere inside. There was a row of muscular men inside, and she was free to choose. When she came in, the owner of the purple autumn clothes shop was not there, and she was greeted by the introducer in the shop. Don't like it? Is it too straightforward? The introducer said, we also have business elite models, soft and beautiful men models, green tea brother models, and honest and dull models. Zhu Ning, There are many categories, and they are indeed professional. Zhu Ning just came out of the polluted area. She was dealing with disgusting pig-headed people before. Now she plunged into the duck shop, and her whole body was dazed and clear. Seeing that Zhu Ning was still not satisfied, the introducer thought that this time he had a high requirement. If you don't like it, you can customize it. Zhu Ning was curious. Customize it? There are blank people who have just come out, with no memory or past, and you can enter any preferences. Our store can repair it if there is a problem, but if you want to customize your own face, that is another price, and you have to pay a copyright fee. With the development of technology in the Wasteland world, blank people are like a blank piece of paper, and customers can draw on it at will. This is the extreme of materialization. Even humans themselves can be bought and sold. The customized face, he said, can be purchased from a certain star, and the star sells his appearance to the production company. It can be mass-produced to satisfy the fantasies of fans. For every face sold, they earn more copyright fees. In the Wasteland world, not only people's music and film and television works can be bought and sold, but also faces. Many stars, after becoming famous, sell the right to use their faces. From then on, they no longer need to sing, dance or act, and can just lie at home and collect money. The introducer smiled. Customization starts at 50 million Singapore dollars. Zhu Ning, no man is worth her money, thank you, not even a virtual one. My heroine, are you really out? Zhu Ning suddenly heard a familiar voice, and turned around to see the shop owner coming down the stairs. The shop owner spoke in an exaggerated way. Zhu Ning had dealt with him once, and was familiar with his style. When he spoke, he was already very calm in his heart. Brother, don't pretend. Zhu Ning, that. Can you save her? This is my customer. The shop owner leaned against the wall, and showed a very peaceful smile. Baby, come this way. Zhu Ning, who was called Baby, he didn't even know which leg to take the first step. Song Zhizhong took her into a room. The door was Barbie pink with the words Gentle Warm Room written on it. After opening the door, she found it was very serious. The decoration was pure white, with a large desk inside, and an instrument running behind it. The shop owner really ran a duck shop during the day, and had to deal with contaminated spores at night. It is better to have many skills than to have a special skill. Please sit down. The shop owner pointed to the chair opposite, and sat on the black swivel chair. His state was different from before. He was less worldly, and exuded a sense of professionalism. The shop owner coughed lightly. Formally introduced myself. My name is Song Zhizhong. I can't believe that someone with such an elegant name, and such a special dress sense is actually called Song Zhizhong? Zhu Ning paused, but still gave his real name. Zhu Ning. We will have to deal with each other in the future. Song Zhizhong is from the containment department, and has a common network with a cleaning center. It is easy to find out who Zhu Ning is, so there is no need to hide it. Don't be afraid. Song Zhizhong, I only collect spores, and don't care about other things. Zhu Ning was relieved. Song Zhizhong looked at her with interest. Zhu Ning took off her helmet after entering the door. She was quite tall, probably over 175 centimeters. But she didn't look like a fierce person at all. Her facial features were very three-dimensional, her face was small, and her appearance was heroic. It was the kind of salty and sweet style that was very popular in the market. Recently, this kind of look was particularly popular among custom people. She hastily tied a ponytail, and now it was pressed by the helmet, making her look frizzy. She looked like she had just graduated. But Zhu Ning flattened the sea-level contaminated area. If the information in his hand is correct, this is Zhu Ning's second time entering the contaminated area. The contaminated area has existed for 30 years. As its old neighbor, Song Zhizhong is very familiar with it. A person who enters the contaminated area and comes out alive is very unusual. Song Zhizhong, this is the first time I see someone working alone. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows. Is he praising her? Song Zhizhong explained. Generally, there are at least two people coming out, a demon hunter and a cleaner. Sometimes a demon hunter leads 3 cleaners. As the rating of the contaminated area gets higher and higher, more logistics personnel are needed, and one person can't accommodate them at all. This time Zhu Ning also discovered that she will have to solve this problem sooner or later. Where are your contaminated spores? Song Zhizhong stopped chatting with her. Zhu Ning handed over the contaminated spores, and the rotten meat that had been collected. Song Zhizhong put the spores and rotten meat into the machine behind him. The machine was translucent, and there was a red light scanning continuously. 1060 contaminated spores, 300 contaminated rotten meat. Song Zhizhong read the machine data. We have the same algorithm as the cleaning center. Each spore in the sea-level contaminated area is 700 Singapore dollars, and each rotten meat is 500 Singapore dollars. Kill 39 contaminated people, and flatten a sea-level contaminated area. 742,000 in contaminated spores, 150,000 in rotten meat, 1,170,000 in contaminated areas, and 1 million in sea-level contaminated areas. Every time Song Zhizhong reported a number, Zhu Ning's joy level was climbing up. A total of 3,062,000 SGD. Song Zhizhong gave the final price. Without teammates, the money doesn't need to be divided equally. 3 million. Zhu Ning earned 3 million on the second mission. Song Zhizhong, after deducting the pollution containment and treatment fee of 1 million, you still have 2,062,000 SGD left. Zhu Ning, ? Robbery? Song Zhizhong explained, unofficial processing channels are more expensive. I didn't make more money from you. Processing contaminated spores is a technology that is monopolized by the Clean Center. No other company is doing it. The cost is high, and the price is correspondingly high. Zhu Ning used to work for the official Clean Center, so he didn't have to worry about how to contain and treat contaminated spores. Zhu Ning asked, "Are you from the Clean Center?" Yes and no. Song Zhizhong, it's not easy to explain, you will slowly know later. It sounds like it was once a department of the Clean Center, and then it was slowly suppressed and moved underground. Not everyone can see the Great Post. It must be pushed to the right people to avoid causing chaos. The polluted areas in the Great Post are all old areas that the cleaning center does not care about. As long as there is no pollution chaos, the cleaning center will not interfere. There are countless hot pot restaurants in the corners of the entire Federation. Zhu Ning thought about it, and thought that there should be an underground organization. They sent people a full set of standard weapons and equipment, professional uniforms, and more professional helmet smart panels. Posting gray posts, leading people to purify the polluted areas, and finally having a special contaminated spore containment agency, constitutes a very complete industrial chain. Such a large organization and institution must have someone behind the scenes. Only one person can do this, and open up the resources and information of the entire cleaning center. Zhu Ning thought of a person and asked, "Who is your boss?" "Just as you think," Song Zhizhong looked at her steadily. "The one who chose you and me." "Prometheus, it's really it. What does an artificial intelligence do this?" Chapter 22. Beehive. Zhu Ning looked at the scars on her body in the mirror. The strong healing agent could not remove the scars. If she wanted to remove the scars, she had to buy beauty medicine. Therefore, the scars from the guillotine were still there. Zhu Ning stroked the shape of the scar on her right shoulder. She was not sure if she was contaminated. The protective suit had been broken for about 30 seconds before. Zhu Ning quickly put on the patch, but there might have been contaminants invading. Do I need to do an examination? Go to the cleaning center to apply for a physical examination tomorrow, but what if it is found to be a contaminant? Will I have to run for my life for the rest of my life? Zhu Ning looked at the scar on her lower abdomen again. This scar was even more scary. It was a scar of about 10 centimeters. The scar was raised. Zhu Ning had been stabbed by some weapon. Until now, she has not figured out the origin of her scar. She learned a lot of information on this mission, but she was more confused. For example, how long has this wild team linked by gray posts existed, and what is the meaning of their existence? What does Prometheus want to do? And what is Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Zhu Ning searched Yongsheng Pharmaceutical on the internet, and the results soon showed that it was a very powerful biological company that controlled more than half of the pharmaceutical companies in the Federation. The medicines that ordinary people take, including the powerful healing agent that Zhu Ning took, are all from this company. There is a saying on the internet that as long as you are a member of the Federation, you must have given money to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Unless you have never been sick in your life. The information about this pharmaceutical company on the internet is very clean, so clean that it is incredible. The entire internet is full of their promotional videos. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, change your genes and create your future. Zhu Ning can recite his slogan by heart after watching several promotional videos. I say clean because there are no negative posts about his company on the internet. All that can be found are praises. No one says that his medicine has problems. If Zhu Ning had not walked out of the hot pot restaurant in person, and seen the side effects of the hot pot restaurant owner after taking the medicine, she would have almost believed it. After the task was completed, the system prompted her to find the key clue. The key clue is undoubtedly Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The person the original owner wanted to meet in the garbage room before was from Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The original owner changed his defective genes in order to buy medicine? Like the hot pot restaurant owner, he participated in some experimental plan, But Zhu Ning's house did not have anything about Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The house may have been cleaned by someone. What does that sentence about the coming of the end of the world mean? Why did the fishman say something at the place where she died? Was her first mission arranged by someone? It seemed that there was a big net in front of her, and Zhu Ning was deeply trapped in it. The big net was getting tighter and tighter, but Zhu Ning didn't even know how many people were behind this net. Ding ding ding, her secondary brain rang. It was Lun Yinyan. Lun Yinyan added her as a friend before leaving. Zhu Ning said that she would find her for work in the future. At first, she was still thinking that Lun Yinyan might not be willing, but she didn't expect that she was actually quite interested. Zhu Ning left after finishing her work, leaving Lun Yinyan alone waiting for her family at the door of the hot pot restaurant. Zhu Ning! As soon as she opened the secondary brain, she saw that Lun Yinyan sent her a cat face emoticon. Zhu Ning, This person seems to be in the same group as Lin Yinchuan. Zhu Ning searched Lun Yinyan's identity. There was no one with the surname Lu in the several Chaebol families in the Federation. She might have given a fake name. Zhu Ning didn't ask much because the other party didn't want to say it. Have you got home? Zhu Ning asked. Lun Yinyan, yes, I'm safe. I was just scolded by my family. Lun Yinyan sent another picture of a crying kitten face. Zhu Ning thought for a moment. If the eldest lady ran out, she didn't know how many people would be troubled. If it was her sister, she might have been hung up and beaten. Lun Yinyan, who was lying on the big bed in the mansion, had changed into a princess dress and pajamas. She was particularly interested in Zhu Ning. She didn't have many friends. Most of the people around her were flatterers. She had never seen a peer like Zhu Ning. She went into the polluted area alone and purified the entire area. She even did the work of sweeping garbage. Zhu Ning was her idol. Lun Yinyan was still trying to figure out how to talk to her idol, and her secondary brain lit up. Idol. Transfer her 1 million Singapore dollars? Transfer with a note, your salary. Lun Yinyan, who always transfers money to others. It's only 1 million. The new dress she bought last week cost 5 million Singapore dollars. But this seems to be her first money, and it is her hard-earned money. Lun Yinyan thought for a while. Thank you, boss. Zhu Ning, we can cooperate again if there is a chance. Very businesslike. Although Zhu Ning is very painful now, she has to settle the accounts clearly. Lun Yinyan contributed half of the efforts to contain the contaminated spores this time. She plans to cooperate with Lun Yinyan for a long time in the future. Lun Yinyan is her first employee. If they are considered to be starting a company, Lun Yinyan can be regarded as her partner. Moreover, Lun Yinyan's family is very rich, and maybe she can use it. If she wants to make things bigger, she must give enough money. Lun Yinyan saw that Zhu Ning had no intention of chatting with her, so she took the initiative to ask, "What are you doing?" Zhu Ning replied half-heartedly while searching, "Look at the relevant information of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical." Lun Yinyan was silent for a while and asked, "Because of the hot pot restaurant?" Zhu Ning, yes. Zhu Ning also checked the hot pot restaurant again, but there was still no information on the internet, and there was no medical accident post in Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The hot pot restaurant owner really existed as a victim of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, but there was no trace left. There is no record of him on the entire internet, and Zhu Ning doesn't even know the name of the hot pot restaurant owner. Zhu Ning, I want to see if there are other victims. This is definitely not a single medical accident, there must be others. Across the screen, Lun Yinyan fell into deep thought in front of the secondary brain. Zhu Ning didn't pay much attention to whether Lun Yinyan had sent a message. After a while, Lun Yinyan slowly sent a message, "Maybe I can help you." Zhu Ning, ? Before Zhu Ning typed, the other party said again, "I have shares in his family." Zhu Ning, you have shares in his family? Lun Yinyan, yes, it's my father's coming-of-age gift for me. Zhu Ning, As expected of a Chaebol, Zhu Ning will never be able to earn such a coming-of-age gift in his lifetime. The annual profit of this Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is very considerable, and the annual turnover is calculated in hundreds of billions. Lun Yinyan should have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. I don't know where the problem is that he has to go alone into the polluted area. Lun Yinyan's family must be very close to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. After all, shares of such a large company are not something that anyone can buy. She understood that Prometheus might have pushed this task because of Lun Yinyan. The hot pot restaurant was secondary, and saving Lun Yinyan was the most important thing. Zhu Ning wanted Lun Yinyan to owe him a favor. Zhu Ning felt that he was being used. Prometheus used Zhu Ning, and Zhu Ning used Lun Yinyan, and Lun Yinyan seemed to be unaware of it. Lun Yinyan, What type of information do you need? Zhu Ning, anything is fine, the more detail the better. Lu Nianyan paused and said, but you have to wait for me for a while. You know, I don't know much about the company. Zhu Ning, I understand. A rich second generation who is uneducated. Zhu Ning searched for the partner companies of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical and their equity structure. It must be said that the privacy of the Wasteland world is very good, especially the privacy of the rich. With such transparency of information, the privacy of civilians is not guaranteed, but the information of the chaebols is covered up tightly. Zhu Ning searched around and didn't find a person who fits Lu Nianyan. He is indeed a chaebol. Zhu Ning turned off his secondary brain and prepared to study the newly acquired purification value and talent. Her current purification value is 3,214. Without any hesitation, Zhu Ning converted all of it into health value. Health value conversion is successful. Current health value is 45. Not bad, a little higher than before, but not long compared to ordinary people, and many props and skills consume health value. Zhu Ning opened the panel to study the props, the pigman's guillotine, which can kill the mission target once within 24 hours, and it is always accurate. Look carefully at this description, it is always accurate, but it does not say that it will definitely kill. It may be possible to hit pollutants below level C, but it is hard to say what the effect is above level C. And there is a skill cooling time, which can only be used once a day. The money should be spent on the blade and used at the critical moment. There is also a master key that can open any door. This description is much more honest, meaning that as long as it is a door, there is nothing that Zhu Ning cannot open. Thief skills. Another primary talent is interesting, metal manipulation magneto? Zhu Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, her hair was not blown yet, and she couldn't wait to try this talent. There was a coin in her palm, and Zhu Ning stared at it. 30 seconds passed, no reaction. 1 minute passed, motionless. 2 minutes passed, as quiet as a corpse. It was useless. What should she do next? Find a master to become his apprentice? Or ask for help online, how to get started with metal manipulation? Zhu Ning wanted to go down and blow dry her hair first, and be careful of a stroke with a forehead full of wet hair. As soon as she let go, before she hooked the hair dryer, she was suddenly stunned. The coin was quietly suspended in the air. Zhu Ning moved her fingers, and the coin moved 1 centimeter to the left with her fingertips. Then she moved to the right, and the coin followed, like a jellyfish she kept, floating with the movement of her fingers. Zhu Ning could feel something different, a connection between her and the coin, which was hard to explain. She had never cultivated immortals, but she guessed that it was just like this. She carefully controlled the coin, and the speed could continue to increase with her thoughts. What about farther? The coin fell to the ground. Sure enough, the limit was only 1 meter, and the connection would be broken if it exceeded 1 meter. The limit distance was 1 meter, and the coin was small and easy to control. But what about something bigger than it? The beehive where Zhu Ning lived belonged to the slums, and the building layers were all made of metal. Right behind Zhu Ning's bed was a whole metal wall. Zhu Ning knelt on the bed, with her palm gently pressed against the metal wall. This wall is the black technology of the Wasteland world, mainly made of metal, with a very high cost effectiveness. The metal wall is very thick, a whole solid piece of metal. But it is said that this material has some kind of metal radiation, so it was quickly abandoned by the rich area, and ordinary people no longer used it, and finally widely used in slums. Zhu Ning put her hand on the wall, and began to close her eyes to concentrate. This wall is quite large, and it can kill people if it collapses, so she just tried it at first. It is a good achievement to be able to deform this small piece of metal under her palm. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, and all her mental strength was concentrated in her palm. After she closed her eyes, she found that the structure of this world had changed accordingly. She was like a metal doctor, diagnosing a piece of metal with a hanging thread. Her perception continued to spread along the metal, and Zhu Ning could sense the composition of this wall, and the gaps between each metal plywood. The gaps between the layers, tens of thousands of screws. With her palm as the center, it seemed as if a large net was spread out, metal connected to metal, wall connected to wall. The tentacles deep in her consciousness continued to spread, connecting quickly like a neural network. Zhu Ning carefully sensed the wall, as if she was sensing life for the first time. She could sense that wonderful connection, so what about trying to manipulate it? Her fingertips curled slightly, and as she moved, the surface of the invisible neural network wrinkled, slowly pulling the metal wall. Wait, Zhu Ning frowned. No! The entire hive has a total of 36 floors, with 69 households on each floor, and all the walls of everyone are connected. As soon as Zhu Ning moved, The walls inside the hive began to vibrate. By the time she reacted, it was too late. With a loud bang, the walls of the 2,484 households in the hive suddenly resonated at the same frequency. This was a bit too sudden. The dishes in Zhu Ning's room were shaken to the ground, and there was a crackling sound. Is there an earthquake? Where in the fucking 103 district is the earthquake coming from? What's going on? The neighbors rushed to the corridor. Like bees that were shaken out, they were looking for the source. As the source, Zhu Ning's face was pale, and she looked at her palm and the wall in front of her in disbelief. Even if she retracted her hand quickly enough, the wall in front of her was crumpled by her. A solid metal wall was like a crumpled bed sheet, and you could even vaguely see that the wrinkles were gathering in one direction. Anyone who looked at it could guess that there was a hand controlling it. Zhu Ning tried the coin 1 meter away again, but no matter how hard she tried, the small coin didn't move at all. So it's not that Zhu Ning's mental power has increased, but the rules are limiting her. She must keep a distance of 1 meter from metal objects. The distance between the coin and Zhu Ning exceeded 1 meter, but the distance between Zhu Ning and the entire hive was negative. She was inside the hive. What a weird talent. She could only control metal within 1 meter, but within 1 meter, as long as the metal is connected, it is under Zhu Ning's absolute control. There is even no limit to the weight of the metal. If she wants, she can even uproot the entire hive. Zhu Ning touched her nose and felt a handful of scarlet blood. She was bleeding from the nose. Chapter 23. System prompt. Do not overuse mental value, which will cause brain damage. At the same time, Zhu Ning felt a sharp pain in her temple, as if a needle had pierced it. She stayed there for a full minute before she recovered. A minute later, the blackening symptoms disappeared, but she still felt dizzy. She cleaned her nosebleed and stuffed herself with 2 cotton balls. The cotton balls were quickly wet, and she changed them 15 times before they were relieved. Her current symptoms were a bit similar to Lin Yinchuan, who was deeply persecuted by mental pollution. If she continued to use them like this, she would have to be hospitalized with Lin Yinchuan. There were people walking in the corridor. What's going on? Is there a superpower in our building? Another person replied, Are you stupid? Will superpowers come to live with us? They can be rich and prosperous by selling blood. But there is no earthquake in District 103. It's an abnormal energy fluctuation. Be careful recently. The two walked away. Zhu Ning, She was stunned facing a twisted wall. She couldn't tell Wei's mother. Once she told her, she would be discovered immediately. There were 2,000 households in the beehive, and she would have to pay until she was bankrupt. Zhu Ning only crumpled a wall of her house. It was pretty good, a work of art. This was a work of art. She had been trying to brainwash herself. Well, very good. Now it looks good. But Zhu Ning's headache was still a little aftershocked. She felt her head was buzzing, and her thinking was not very clear. Would she become a fool from now on? She thought about it, and sent a message to Song Zhizhong. What should I do if I have a headache? Zhu Ning and Song Zhizhong both did dirty work. It should be safe to find him. After all, they were colleagues in a sense. Song Zhizhong should be quite free, as he replied to messages incredibly quickly. Baby, what's wrong with you? Mental pollution? Overuse of mental value? Song Zhizhong didn't wait for Zhu Ning to answer, and said to himself, Forget it, don't ask, anyway, it's all brain problems. Go to the hospital if it's convenient. I remind you that the hospital is quite expensive. If you don't go to the medical department of the cleaning center for treatment, it will cost about 10 million Singapore dollars to recover. Zhu Ning, The amount of money was just typed out, and I deleted it silently. What a rip-off. Who is the medical cost of the Wasteland world set for? The poor just die, right? Zhu Ning, I'm not serious, I can hold on. Song Zhizhong, You don't have to be so strong. If the situation is not serious, take some medicine first. You should have received the medicine. Look in the box. There is a guide to using medicine. According to the prompt, Zhu Ning went to the suitcase to look for a medicine box. Zhu Ning only knew about powerful healing agents before. Now I saw that there were many medicines in the box, including a spiritual healing medicine. There was no Yongsheng pharmaceutical written on the medicine box. But there was a very strange symbol engraved, like a snake wrapped around a flame. Zhu Ning noticed it for the first time. Looking at it this way, many things inside the box had this tiny symbol. Could this be the totem of a cult organization created by Prometheus? Zhu Ning opened it, and drank a bottle of spiritual healing medicine, which relieved a lot. Song Zhizhong is worthy of being in the service industry. He is very considerate. Take a rest for 2 days after taking the medicine. If you have a good foundation, you can recover in 3 or 4 days. If the situation is not right, you must seek medical treatment in time. If you can still hold on, I suggest you go to the cleaning center for treatment. I teach you. Next time you go on a mission, pretend to be contaminated, and you can stay in the medical department for free. Zhu Ning, holding a mental healing drug, ? What? You often use this method to get free medical treatment. Song Xizhong sighed, I can't afford it either. Zhu Ning realized that Song Xizhong's social identity was a duck shop owner, which was considered a well-funded industry. He also made a lot of money in the private shelter department, but he didn't dare to go to a private hospital for treatment. I have a colleague here who has a tattoo on his arm. Kind person, if you see me faint, please don't send me to the hospital. Don't worry about me, thank you. Song Xizhong said earnestly, if you need it, you can get a tattoo, so as not to be sent to the hospital without money. Zhu Ning, thank you. She is seriously considering it. Very practical survival skills in the Wasteland world. I have memorized them in my mind. I have to shout loudly at the last second before fainting. Don't send me to the hospital. I can die. After drinking the mental healing agent, Zhu Ning's mind became much clearer. She has a high mental value, and can withstand manipulation, but she can't withstand long-term manipulation. Metal manipulation should be used with caution, Zhu Ning thought. She opened another bottle of mental healing agent, and opened the cleaning center forum. As soon as she clicked in, fireworks filled the screen. Congratulations on completing the task of sheltering the hot pot restaurant. The information was a little delayed, and then a gray envelope popped up in the center of the page, which was different from the last page. After opening the gray envelope, there was another forum. The page was the simplest black and white style, and the name was Grave Post Lovers Exchange Center. Zhu Ning, It sounds like a shamat love forum. Zhu Ning became one of the new shamats. Please enter your username. Zhu Ning thought about it, and filled in her name, the sweetest girl in the universe. After registering, her ID name showed LV1. Does this mean a first-level user? You don't have to choose whether you are a demon hunter or a cleaner. You can take both tasks if you want, but most people will write on their homepage whether they are a cleaner or a demon hunter. After all, everyone has their own expertise. Since the successful registration, there is a team up button next to it, which means that you can invite people to form a team to enter the polluted area. To some extent, the ecology here is very similar to a bounty hunter organization. Zhu Ning began to browse the new forum. The news of Zhu Ning's purification of the hot pot restaurant was synchronized on the forum homepage, and the whole site announced, the man-eating hot pot restaurant has been purified by the new user, the sweetest girl in the universe. Zhu Ning was shocked when she saw the 3 words new user. She didn't know how many new employees had joined recently, and whether her identity would be exposed. But after thinking about it carefully, the meaning of new users in this context probably refers to people who received the grave post for the first time. Not the first time they joined the cleaning center, but everyone's reaction was also quite big. New user? New user plays sea-level contaminated area right from the start? Are newbies so awesome now? My first game was E-level. Who? Cleaner or demon hunter? We prohibit exposing identities here, don't ask. This sweet girl has a promising future. I want to team up with her. She may not be interested in you even if you find her. It's okay, the atmosphere inside the forum is pretty good. Everyone doesn't like exposing others' identities. After all, if you expose someone else's identity today, you may be the one exposed tomorrow. It's definitely not safe to post a post to a grave. Once the identity is exposed, it will definitely be life-threatening. The hot pot restaurant is a Class C contaminated area, so not many people are chatting about it. Soon they start talking about the real bosses. It is said that a user flattened the Class S contaminated area today. His ID is Shanmao, and his user level is 11. There are a lot of related discussions, but no one even knows whether Shanmao is a man or a woman. They only know that he is a demon hunter, and usually only accepts tasks above Class A. Shanmao flattened the Class S contaminated area and selected 2 cleaner teams to cooperate, which means that Shanmao only flattened it, and the cleaners were still responsible for collecting the contaminated spores. But it is normal to think that, as demon hunters generally don't want to do the dirty and tiring work of sweeping garbage. Many people below sent invitations to form a team, but this aloof Shanmao ignored them. Zhu Ning watched the real boss go out for a while, and closed the forum page. Fang Ying gave her a 7-day vacation. She spent 1 day taking private work, and the remaining 6 days lying dead at home. After experiencing the hot pot restaurant, Zhu Ning currently doesn't want to move at all. I don't want to think about my life story, the truth of my death, or the eternal life pharmaceutical. Zhu Ning was tired, so she would lie down for a while, and she wanted to lie flat. 6 days later, Zhu Ning received a notice from Fang Ying that she would go to the center for training. Lin Yinchuan happened to be discharged from the hospital, so Su Ming and Zhu Ning went to the medical department to pick him up. Mainly, Zhu Ning also wanted to check out the medical department first, so that she could use the medical resources in the future, as Song Zhizhong said. The medical inpatient department is on the 70th floor. Zhu Ning entered the cleaning center again, and the feeling was different from the first time. Not long ago, she was still a new employee, and she felt strange when she saw the cleaning center building. Now she saw the building very familiarly. She had only been here once, but it seemed like she had worked here for 3 to 5 years. Sure enough, working part-time is a drain on one's mind. She was even worse off, working 2 jobs. As soon as Zhu Ning entered the door, she felt that many people were looking at her, whispering while looking at her. Zhu Ning had few acquaintances in the cleaning center, and had no idea what they were looking at, so she walked in carelessly. Su Ming was waiting for her at the waiting area at the door, and saw Zhu Ning from a distance. Zhu Ning was not wearing work clothes, but a set of casual clothes. She wore a gray t-shirt on top, a pair of black jeans on the bottom, a high ponytail, and a bunch of red roses in her hands. Zhu Ning had long legs, and from a distance, she was all legs below the waist. It was obviously the same person, and there was nothing special about her dress. But I don't know if it was Su Ming's illusion. Zhu Ning seemed to have changed a lot, and she was very conspicuous in the crowd. It was not because of how outstanding her appearance was. In an era where beauty can be mass-produced, beauty is not worth anything at all, but her temperament, the sense of calmness on her body became stronger. Like someone who has experienced many ups and downs, not like a 19-year-old girl. Su Ming asked, "You are holding flowers to propose to Lin Yinchuan?" Zhu Ning, he asked me to give him a discharge gift. Su Ming uttered, not understanding what young people are doing nowadays. They waited at the entrance of the medical department, and soon saw Lin Yinchuan coming out, with a numb and dull face. Zhu Ning whispered to Su Ming, "Why is there such an expression? Has the mental pollution not been cured yet?" Zhu Ning was actually very curious about how mental pollution should be treated, and will he be like a normal person after recovery? Su Ming, no way, I read his discharge report, and he is returned to normal. When Lin Yinchuan came up to him, Zhu Ning stuffed the rose into his arms. "Although I can't give you wings on fire, I brought you a bunch of flowers on fire." Lin Yinchuan, It's fine if Zhu Ning doesn't talk, but when she does, Lin Yinchuan wants to die. He just recovered his energy today, and took a look at his chat history, as well as the behavior video taken by the doctor. When he saw the video of him and Zhu Ning purifying the D-level polluted area was posted on the forum, he was still very proud. What a face! I've never had this kind of face in my life. When he saw the puppy who was going to be his sister on the forum, he saw that the video had been played more than 100,000 times. He wanted to hit his head and die, or be polluted again. The Oldley family really couldn't afford to lose face. Su Ming saw that he was embarrassed and comforted him. The bonus should be quite a lot this time. Speaking of this, Lin Yinchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had money. Thanks to Zhu Ning split the reward for killing pollutants with her, and Lin Yinchuan earned more than 600,000, which was the most he had ever earned from a mission. Lin Yinchuan, I want to take this money and live in seclusion in the mountains. He wanted to retire where he was. Not really, Zhu Ning consoled him, and now there are no forests. If you want to see the forests, you have to go out of the wall and fight the monsters outside. It's better to be healthy. Lin Yinchuan, let him die. Lin Yinchuan struggled for a moment. At this point, he would have to live on a different planet. The effect should be the same. Su Ming coughed lightly. Did Lin Yinchuan receive the training news? Lin Yinchuan responded sullenly, and became even more depressed. He had to go to training right after being discharged from the hospital. Su Ming, we will go to the 45th floor for training at 1:30 p.m. The 3 of us are still in the same group. Lin Yinchuan was holding a rose, and didn't react. He asked in shock, "What do you mean we are still in the same group?" Zhu Ning, you didn't choose the demon hunter? You chose the cleaner? Chapter 24. Lin Yinchuan was browsing the forum during his hospitalization. Zhu Ning's related posts were very popular on the forum. Everyone was studying a 5th-class citizen with a spirit value of 1200. S-level spirit value, 5th-class citizen. The contrast is too great. These 2 keywords made Zhu Ning's screen full of posts. Even if Zhu Ning's physical fitness is poor, her super high spirit value is there, and no one will question her desire to go to the operations department. Whether Zhu Ning will choose the operations department or the cleaning department has become a mystery. Before Zhu Ning made a choice, some people even made bets. Who knew that Zhu Ning did not choose the more advanced and higher-paid job of the demon hunter? She chose to sweep the garbage, and continued to choose Su Ming's group. This made Su Ming a little flattered, and she had to take over Zhu Ning, this treasure, in the public eye. Zhu Ning, I'm timid, I can't be a demon hunter. Su Ming, Lin Yinchuan, The video of Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan is posted on the forum. Su Ming doesn't know how many times he has watched it. Judging from the video, you are quite courageous. More than not, you can even be considered as extremely courageous. It is very rare to have such qualities when you are in contact with pollutants for the first time. Zhu Ning said slowly under their suspicious eyes, I'm afraid of death. She can't say that she wants to be lazy, right? Zhu Ning analyzed that she can also contact the pollution source when sweeping garbage, but demon hunters are charging. Each type of work has its own professional requirements. Although she is lazy, she doesn't slack off. She does whatever she is asked to do. The demon hunter is on the front line. Zhu Ning can't hide when there is a need. She has to go. Being a logistics executive can avoid most risks. She came to work because she saw this dream job. Sweeping garbage can meet Zhu Ning's multiple needs. 1. You can collect contaminated spores, and thus collect purification value. 2. You don't have to face danger directly, but you can come into contact with pollutants. 3. The salary is not low enough for Zhu Ning, and can support her injection of genetic drugs. Su Ming nodded. This reason is actually very sufficient. Zhu Ning is a defective product, and it is probably not suitable for her to charge on the front line. There are also discussions on the forum that defective products are defective products, and people with high spirits are also defective people. Zhu Ning, I love sweeping garbage. Lin Yinchuan, Are the hobbies of the bosses so special? Lin Yinchuan was still very excited. You said you love this job. I didn't believe it. I believe it today. Lin Yinchuan seemed to have no idea how to describe Zhu Ning's spirit. You are awesome. You have character. It is a very valuable opportunity to become a demon hunter. Zhu Ning didn't choose it. I guess she doesn't care about money at all. Zhu Ning, Not really. Zhu Ning didn't know how to explain, so he changed the subject. By the way, what is the content of our employee training? Su Ming, shooting, fighting, physical training, theoretical basics, how to hunt pollutants. 5 courses in total. Wait, Zhu Ning felt something was wrong. Why did this look like a demon hunter schedule? Su Ming took the 2 kids to the training room on the 45th floor and explained, because of you, our 103 district cleaning center has carried out a series of reforms, which are quite significant from my point of view. Zhu Ning, huh? Su Ming, in the past, only demon hunters needed weapons training and physical training, and cleaners received another kind of training, you know, the kind that is very watery. Zhu Ning knew that she had seen Lin Yinchuan shoot, and his shooting accuracy was not good. Su Ming, now we are conducting weapons training and physical training with the demon hunters, because you and Lin Yinchuan got into trouble last time, and the center wants to increase the survival rate of the cleaners to deal with this extreme situation. This is the result of a meeting between several department heads. Su Ming continued, this training is different from traditional training. The cleaners and demon hunters are mixed for training. I hope the demon hunters can stimulate our combat effectiveness. Of course, the demon hunters also have to learn the cleaner course. If necessary, they can help contain the contaminated spores and clean up the scene. Zhu Ning, It is said that newcomers should not be too eye-catching, but Zhu Ning is a little too eye-catching now. In other words, her arrival has made the demon hunters, who look down on sweeping garbage, learn to sweep garbage. Moreover, let the demon hunters and cleaners train in the same pool. If they fight in the fighting class, the cleaners will be beaten by the demon hunters. The physical strength and quality of cleaners are not as good as those of demon hunters. The original logistics troops only needed to do their job of sweeping garbage, but now they also have to learn to eliminate pollutants. No wonder Zhu Ning could feel several burning eyes as soon as she entered the door. She thought these people were looking at something, but it turned out to be resentful eyes. Zhu Ning pulled a lot of hatred points by herself. Zhu Ning asked in a low voice, do they hate me a little now? Lin Yinchuan wanted to run away with a bouquet of roses. Do they hate me too? That's not the case. Su Ming said, Lin Yinchuan is the victim, and they are basically talking about Zhu Ning. Su Ming is very honest and upright. She said to Zhu Ning, yes, someone is scolding you. Zhu Ning, That means she attracted all the fire by herself. Oh my god, she didn't mean it. Zhu Ning walked into the 45th floor training ground with her head held high. She suspected that she might be assassinated. Su Ming had no idea how much pressure her words put on Zhu Ning. She explained conscientiously, training is based on credits. Just pass the credits. Zhu Ning will come first today. Lin Yinchuan has just been discharged from the hospital, and will observe the process first. Let's start with shooting. Su Ming said to Zhu Ning, I remember you are a good shooter. She had seen Zhu Ning shoot before. His shooting skills were very good. There was no need to worry. There were many people training in the shooting room. When Zhu Ning walked in, she was once again greeted with a wave of kills. Why did Zhu Ning bind to the purification system? If she bound to the resentment system, with the current resentment value, she could definitely save the world. The shooting room was very noisy, with the sound of shooting and shells falling intertwined. Zhu Ning was particularly familiar with this. She first watched them train silently for a while. The training was not using air bullets, which were obviously more powerful and had stronger recoil. The test was not only about the accuracy of the shooting, but also your ability to change bullets and react. The appearance of the gun was more like that of Zhu Ning's original world. It seemed that there was not much room for improvement in hot weapons. Su Ming asked, do you want to train first or go directly to the test? Zhu Ning, go directly to the test. It didn't feel very difficult, and training was a waste of time. Okay. Su Ming held a panel and clicked on the side, you're next. There are 3 types of assessments: target shooting, moving target, and simulation room. As soon as Zhu Ning arrived, everyone around stopped training and looked over here. There was no way. Zhu Ning was too famous, and they all wanted to see what level this defective product with a spirit value of 1200 was like. Is the video in the forum real or fake? Zhu Ning walked over expressionlessly and picked up the gun. The moment she got the gun, she felt extremely relaxed, the kind of natural physical and mental relaxation. The gun was her old friend and would never betray her. There was a dead target in front of her, 20 meters away from her. Zhu Ning aimed, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet spun out and hit the bullseye. 10 rings. The teacher in the training room read out the results. You need to fire 3 shots. Su Ming reminded. Zhu Ning didn't say anything. She aimed at the target in front of her and pulled the trigger again. 10 rings. 10 rings. The teacher in the training room read out the results calmly. The people watching the game nearby were silent for a while. 1 shot might be lucky, but 3 shots and 10 rings are real results. Lin Yinchuan stood in the crowd holding flowers, looking like Zhu Ning's cheerleader. Lin Yinchuan glanced at the crowd. More and more people were watching. Most people would feel visual pressure. But Zhu Ning didn't seem to have that. She just aimed, fired, and hit the 10 rings expressionlessly, worthy of being Zhu Ning. The newcomer is so good? Someone nearby commented. This shooting skill is not uncommon. Some people said that there were many demon hunters present, and they had all received professional training. 3 shots and 10 rings were not difficult to achieve, but the difficult part was the last 2 items. Don't worry, let's see her results later. A tall and strong man was watching the game with his arms crossed. Even Lin Yinchuan felt the pressure now. If Zhu Ning made the next 2 mistakes, it might be troublesome. With her current popularity, she would probably be scolded on the forum. The title was foreseen. Spirit value 1200 is just SOSO, it is indeed a defective product and so on. Zhu Ning didn't care about the eyes of the people around her at all. She was just immersed in her own world. She often ignored the surroundings when she got the gun. The second project was a moving target. It was called a moving target, but in fact the target was not a target, but a robot. Robots are different from mechanical men. Mechanical men have consciousness and feel pain, while robots are just tools. The target robot will run quickly in the field and hide behind various bunkers. Zhu Ning needs to hit the robot. The score will be different if it hits different positions. There are several obstacles in the center of the field. For a realistic simulation, they even dimmed the light. Start. The shooting teacher gave an order. The surroundings were very silent. They watched Zhu Ning with bated breath. A figure quickly ran past them. Zhu Ning raised her gun, but she didn't shoot. She watched the robot run to the opposite bunker. Some people couldn't sit still. She could have shot just now. Why didn't Zhu Ning do it? Because it was a robot, too human to do it, but in the video, Zhu Ning could do it to the fishman. This doesn't make sense. Zhu Ning didn't move for a long time. She just maintained the posture of shooting. This is a pistol, without a scope, so she aimed with her human eyes. Suddenly, the robot in the venue moved. It was set up with an automatic program, and it needed to keep running in the venue to be shot. It just popped out its head right now. Zhu Ning pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the robot's forehead, and the robot fell backwards. 1 shot to the head. Shooting teacher, 10 points. So that's it, everyone thought. Zhu Ning could hit it just now, but she couldn't hit the head. Zhu Ning wanted to shoot a headshot, so that she could score higher. People who originally thought Zhu Ning was just average changed their attitudes. This little girl is interesting, and knows how to calculate scores. I don't know if someone passed the message out. Now not only the people in the shooting room are watching the game, but people from other training rooms have also come. For a while, the shooting room was crowded, and only Zhu Ning's area was slightly empty. Lin Yinchuan felt a lot of pressure, feeling that he was not Zhu Ning's colleague, but like an assistant to a star athlete. The third assessment, the simulation room. Zhu Ning had to change the sniper rifle, and needed to wear a helmet. The venue in front of him became a holographic projection, a more advanced and realistic training scene. The shooting targets became various pollutants. The rules of the simulation room are that the time limit is 5 minutes, and the more pollutants you kill, the higher the score. In Zhu Ning's eyes, it's a bit like playing a game, but it's even simpler. 5 minutes later. Zhu Ning put down the gun and just heard the shooting teacher report the score. 19 pollutants were killed in 5 minutes, tying the historical record of the training room. Just tied it. So easy. Before Zhu Ning could react, Lin Yinchuan next to her was even more excited than her. Zhu Ning, you tied the record. People next to her kept whistling at her, and some people applauded. Awesome. Sharpshooter. Zhu Ning looked puzzled. She knew there were people around her, but she didn't expect there were so many. What? A small sports meeting? A spirit value of 1,200 is really awesome. I heard that shooting requires a stable spirit value, and it turns out to be true. Zhu Ning listened and felt that it made sense. Athletes need a strong heart and a stable spirit. This also proves why her spirit value is so high. Such a good seedling. Why doesn't she become a demon hunter? Otherwise she would be my junior sister. I hate it. A strong man next to him made a heart-holding gesture. Lin Yinchuan has been working for so long, and for the first time, he has a very strange sense of pride. This is their cleaner. Zhu Ning really makes people feel at ease when she shoots. Make way. Lin Yinchuan protected Zhu Ning and walked out. We are going to the next training room. Zhu Ning walked out of the training room with a cold face, and her heart was confused. The main reason is that they were still resentful half an hour ago. Why are they so happy now? Just because they watched her game. The people in the cleaning center are really abnormal. When they walked out of the training room, Lin Yinchuan still had a smile on his face, and said, "You are a really good shooter." Why did he think Zhu Ning couldn't shoot when they first met? Zhu Ning said, "Oh," and casually said, "I used to be a professional shooter. The kind who will win glory for the country in the future." Lin Yinchuan, ? Chapter 25. Lin Yinchuan was a little curious for a moment. Then why didn't you continue on this path? Zhu Ning sighed. I accidentally took a wrong path. She was a national team player at the time, and then the zombie crisis broke out, and her competitive sports skills became life-saving skills. If it weren't for her athlete's physique and her shooting skills, she would have died when the zombie crisis just broke out. Lin Yinchuan, Although I don't know what Zhu Ning's path took a wrong path specifically means, it seems that Zhu Ning took a wrong path too much, right? Why did the athlete come to sweep the garbage? But this is the first time Lin Yinchuan heard Zhu Ning talk about his past. Lin Yinchuan asked, "Are you from the club?" I don't know if the professional athletes Zhu Ning mentioned are from the club or the federal team. The professional athletes of the club can be diverse, and the professional athletes of the federal team generally only absorb first-class citizens. In the Wasteland era, androids and robots are running all over the ground. If machines can participate in federal sports competitions, it goes against the spirit of sports. Therefore, only first-class citizens with natural genes have the concept of real competitive sports, and real competitive sports have become spectator sports among aristocrats. The competition between clubs is more like a black game, without the spirit of fair, just an open sports. They only like to ensure the viewing quality of the game. Zhu Ning had already prepared an explanation, yes, from the club. Zhu Ning had already fired a gun when he encountered the fishman, and the video had been viewed more than 100,000 times on the forum. She couldn't hide her strength in the shooting test, so she might as well show her strength openly. Now that so many people in the cleaning center are paying attention to her, she always has to explain the results she just scored. She actually didn't know whether the original owner had ever been exposed to shooting. The original owner was a defective product, belonging to the group of people who were about to be scrapped. There should be very few official records about her, and even Zhu Ning couldn't find any clues about her identity. She seemed to appear out of thin air, with only basic identity information, and even the only acquaintance she knew was Wei's mother. Zhu Ning guessed that the original owner's identity might be fake, which gave her ample room to make up stories. If someone inside the cleaning center wanted to kill her, Zhu Ning looked around. There were many people in the training room, including demon hunters and cleaners, who were undergoing combat training. If someone here knew Zhu Ning in the past, he would definitely show up or come out to test Zhu Ning when he saw something strange about her. That was her chance to get a clue. She didn't know whether others believed it or not, but it seemed that Lin Yinchuan should believe it. The professional team of the club is also very powerful. Su Ming nodded. It's even harder to get into the club. The federal team only recruited first-class citizens, so the competition was not that fierce, but the club members covered 5 citizen levels, and any genius could appear. Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming looked at Zhu Ning with a somewhat subtle look. Zhu Ning graduated from university at the age of 18. A year before entering the cleaning center, she might have joined the club to play underground games. Maybe it was even earlier, while she was studying and making money in the club. Zhu Ning didn't say much, and the two of them used their imagination to their fullest, and had already imagined a poor girl who worked and studied. Zhu Ning was still a defective product, and she might have to keep running around to survive. Su Ming, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yinchuan, thank you for your hard work. Zhu Ning, ? What's the hard work? Lin Yinchuan, you are the first defective product I have ever seen. Zhu Ning looked at Su Ming, and Su Ming also said, it is also the first one I have ever seen. Zhu Ning, It turns out that she is still very rare, mainly because defective products generally cannot pass the screening of the cleaning center. Even if they come in, they cannot pass the training. Lin Yinchuan asked again, by the way, do you defective products know who you were before? Yes, what was she before? What type of human was Zhu Ning before she was classified as a defective product? It can't be a robot. It can only be a natural person, an artificial person, or a clone. It's a pity that there is no product traceability for defective products. Zhu Ning can't find her origin, and has no information at all. I don't know either. Zhu Ning asked, what about you? What class of citizen are you? Lin Yinchuan, I am a second-class citizen, a man-made human. Zhu Ning was shocked when he said this. You are a man-made human? This is the first man-made human she has ever come into contact with. In theory, human cloning can be achieved in Zhu Ning's world. Her world has cloning technology. But man-made human is definitely a black technology that only exists in Wasteland world. Zhu Ning's world has synthetic meat at most. Lin Yinchuan is an artificially created conscious person? Yes. Lin Yinchuan felt that Zhu Ning was a little excited. He had never seen a man-made human. Zhu Ning was really unsophisticated, but aren't man-made human beings very powerful? The gene editing technology used by man-made human beings generally adds a lot of functions to them. Lin Yinchuan looks a little ordinary. Lin Yinchuan was dissatisfied. What do you mean? Zhu Ning, no. Lin Yinchuan, it depends on the batch. Some artificial people are just consumables. When Lin Yinchuan said this, there was no special expression, as if he had accepted the fact that he was a consumable very easily. Some jobs need people to complete. Under the premise that robots cannot enter, flesh and blood people are very important. Replicants and artificial people, including robots, are all consumables. They were originally tools created by first-class citizens, but the tools developed self-awareness, so they were divided into citizen levels according to whether they were beneficial to the Federation. It is rare to alienate people and humanize objects to this extent. Zhu Ning asked, can I ask what genes you synthesized? Artificial people use gene editing technology, and generally will merge multiple advantageous genes. She doesn't know if this question is considered private. Lin Yinchuan, there is nothing bad to say. It has merged some sheepdog genes. I hope our batch of artificial people are loyal enough and have a high degree of domestication. Never betray the Federation and humans. Zhu Ning, She suddenly understood a little. Zhu Ning digested this information and asked again, what about the captain? Su Ming, third-class citizen, clone. Zhu Ning was stunned. She remembered Fang Ying said that clones don't live long. Su Ming saw Zhu Ning's face suddenly heavy, but she was relieved. I know what you want to ask. We can intervene, such as genetic drugs, or replace it with a mechanical prosthesis, similar to your situation. Su Ming was a little amused. She still had more than 10 years, and Zhu Ning only had 1 year left. Why was he still worried about her? Su Ming, I do this just to save money, you know? Su Ming blinked at Zhu Ning. To some extent, they are the same kind. Su Ming and Zhu Ning instantly got closer. Zhu Ning asked, "What is your life-saving direction?" Su Ming was amused by the 4 words life-saving direction and said, "I want to upload my consciousness to the cloud and use a mechanical prosthesis in the future. Completely abandon the human body and upload the consciousness directly, so that different bodies can be replaced in the future. To some extent, as long as the server does not crash, Su Ming can achieve immortality." So cool. But Zhu Ning is a bit conservative. She still prefers the human body. Su Ming asked, "Do you want to inject genetic drugs?" Zhu Ning nodded. This is why she joined the cleaning center. It is good to lean against the big tree to enjoy the shade, and the information she gets should be more than ordinary people. Su Ming, I give you some information later. I did some research before, and had a course of gene drug injections, but later I didn't want to go in this direction. By the way, the gene drugs in our center are also very advanced. You can go to the medical department to talk to those people when you have time. Employee consultation is free. Zhu Ning's eyes lit up when she heard the word free. Su Ming looked at Zhu Ning like a little sister and transferred the information to her employee bracelet. The 3 people exchanged their life stories. One was a clone, one was a man-made person, and the other was a defective product. None of them were nobles. They were busy every day to extend their lifespans, forming a group of unlucky 3. Zhu Ning suddenly thought of a question and asked, "By the way, what is the current record for the 100-meter sprint?" Su Ming, I haven't paid attention to it either. Are you interested in this? Civilians generally have little interest in sports events. The reason is simple. Humans cannot outrun robots and artificial humans. In the eyes of robots, humans are too slow. Many people find human competitions boring. Zhu Ning paid close attention to sports events in his previous life, but unfortunately, human competitive sports were forced to end after the appearance of zombies. The search in this world is very powerful. Zhu Ning just opened the search box of the secondary brain and did not enter anything. The page automatically displayed, "Do you want to search for the world 100-meter sprint record?" Zhu Ning clicked yes. The page jumped to 9.58 seconds. Like Zhu Ning's world, this number is very strange, because the technology level of the Wasteland world is at least 100 times more advanced than that of Zhu Ning's world. The record of competitive sports remains unchanged. Zhu Ning just tied the training record easily, although the training record is nothing, and many big guys may not have been to the training room at all. The shooting record in this world should be similar to that of Zhu Ning. It is known that the Wasteland world has pollutants, a powerful technology tree, and even mutated humans, but humans themselves have not made any progress. In the Doomsday era, no progress means regression. A simple inference is that the purebred genes of human beings are standing still. Zhu Ning has never seen first-class citizens, so she doesn't know what these nobles are like. From her superficial understanding, 6th-class citizens may be the mainstream of human evolution in the future. She thought that the 2 options of alienation degree and alienation direction on her system panel were still empty, and wondered if she would have the opportunity to degenerate into a 6th-class citizen. Zhu Ning became famous in the morning, and posts about her were flying all over the forum. Someone uploaded her shooting test video to the top of the forum, with a very eye-catching title, "Come and see how the big guys shoot." No newcomer has ever attracted so much attention, and the heat continues. The matter of the fish killer has just subsided. Now people are discussing Zhu Ning's shooting video. Many people suspect that Zhu Ning's data detection is wrong, and require the observation room and the R&D room to conduct a second evaluation of Zhu Ning. If defective products are like this, these healthy products will not live. Zhu Ning, thank you for affirming your strength as a member of the national team. Zhu Ning has been training from dawn to dusk for several years. She didn't get the highest international medal, but won the highest honor of the Clean Center Forum. I really want to make a speech. The afternoon is the combat class assessment. Su Ming asked Zhu Ning if she wanted to go to the training first. Zhu Ning was very ambitious at the time and thought about participating in the assessment directly. Fighting is not as easy to assess as shooting, or to take into account the viewing value. It adopts the PK system. One person goes on stage first, and the other person challenges. The winner passes, and the loser continues to accept the challenge. So it depends more on luck. If you are lucky, you can pass directly if you encounter a rookie, and if you are unlucky, you will be easily beaten if you encounter a big devil. Zhu Ning found that the idea of fighting class is not to improve the level of the weak, but to cultivate the strong. The strong will become stronger when they meet the strong. If the weak meet the weak and pass by chance, they should still be at the basic level after participating in the assessment. Of course, The weak can challenge the strong if they want to become stronger. This setting should be mutually stimulating and test your subjective initiative. Otherwise, the weak will never have the opportunity to be on the same stage with the strong. The cleaning center training gives them the opportunity. It's not a fair competition system, but it's very effective for people who want to improve their strength. It's just a communication between departments. There were many spectators around the fighting field, and everyone came to watch the fun. The fighting teacher was shocked and asked, "What are you doing? Not training?" Someone shouted, "We want to witness history." Witness history. Xu Ning was confused. What history? These people, they are not talking about her, right? The fighting teacher has been trying to relax everyone. Entertainment competition. The focus is on exchanging experiences. Xu Ning really believed it. You can't start fighting right away, right? The fighting field is 1v1. Colleagues exchange fighting experience with each other. Demon hunters and cleaners fight, and you can choose your own opponents. Xu Ning is a cleaner, so the opponent can only be a demon hunter. Xu Ning is on the field. Who will challenge? Me. A mechanical female warrior came on the opposite side, with short white hair and a height of 180. She exudes a cold metallic luster all over her body. 80% of her body has been mechanized, and both arms and left leg are mechanical. This was the first time Xu Ning had seen someone with such a high degree of mechanization. As expected, she had bad luck and met the big devil right away. The physical fitness of the demon hunter was overwhelming that of the cleaner. With such a high degree of mechanization, Xu Ning could use her metal manipulation talent to kill her with one fatal move, but that was against the spirit of sports. Xu Ning still wanted to fight in a real way, otherwise it would be unfair to her opponent. Xu Ning had never dealt with robots before, and had no idea of the power of machines. The girl was extremely fast, and the fight between the two lasted less than a minute. Waistcut, hug throw. Bang, when Xu Ning reacted, she had already landed on her back. Crack, she heard a desperate crisp sound, which was the sound of her shoulder blade breaking. The audience who were ready to witness history were stunned, and Su Meng and Lin Yinchuan were also stunned. The girl on the other side didn't expect the rumored Xu Ning to be so fragile, and apologized. "I thought you were a warrior." "What warrior?" Xu Ning was almost beaten into a piece of cheese by her. As expected, humans can't fight against machines. Chapter 26. Xu Ning was able to fight with the fishman before because the fishman's body was not covered with fish scales, and his body was a human body. And Xu Ning was wearing work clothes at the time, which helped her resist many attacks in the inflated state. But the white-haired female mechanical warrior in front of her was 80% mechanized, and she could even break an iron pillar with one hand, and Xu Ning's body had not been baptized by any genetic drugs. If it was really a competition, Xu Ning wanted to shout, "Referee! The opponent is cheating!" Unfortunately, this is the Wasteland world, and the human composition is all kinds of strange. This girl is just an ordinary human who chooses to be mechanized, just an ordinary strong and soft girl. The audience was stunned, and someone immediately saw the clue. She didn't inject genetic drugs? This is incredible. All employees of the cleaning center have injected genetic drugs, including Lin Yinchuan. The first money they made was to inject genetic drugs, because they need to have a steel-like physique to do their job. If he used his original human body, he would be broken after 2 missions. In their eyes, Xu Ning was the same as running naked, going to the battlefield without any equipment. For a moment, they didn't know whether they should say Xu Ning was courageous. After all, such an honest person is rare. The audience's discussion point was not that Xu Ning was knocked down by a punch, but the focus of their discussion was all on this admirable courage. The opponent was 80% mechanized. This is the spirit of human competitive sports. The discussion was so surprising that even the fighting class teacher didn't react. Xu Ning lying on the ground. Is anyone in charge of me? Xu Ning asked. No one cared about her calling the police for help. Lin Yinchuan finally reacted. I've contacted the medical department. Don't move. Xu Ning gritted her teeth. Thank you. Lin Yinchuan. Why did he hear resentment in this sentence? Xu Ning entered the medical cabin of the medical department. The situation was worse than she thought. She almost broke her spine. If her spine was really broken, she would either be paralyzed in the next life or have a major operation. She took an injection of a powerful healing agent, and then entered the medical cabin for half an hour. The doctor in the medical department was named Fu. He looked at Xu Ning's data with a smile on his face. Xu Ning always felt that this doctor was perverted. He smiled foolishly at his own film. Dr. Fu had worked in the medical department for many years. He hadn't seen such a pristine shoulder blade for a long time. This was the shoulder blade of a forum celebrity these days. Dr. Fu put down the film after seeing Zhu Ning, pushed his glasses, and put on a calm expression again. Zhu Ning, stop pretending, I see you smile. Dr. Fu said, don't worry, formal employees are exempt from medical expenses. Oh, at least there is good news. Zhu Ning moved his arms, and under the effect of the powerful healing agent, there was no abnormality in his body. The development of technology is good. Broken bones can be restored in half an hour, just like the original. Dr. Fu asked, you have never injected genetic drugs? Zhu Ning nodded. Fang Ying told her that she could be injected before, but she was busy investigating the truth of her death. Later, she was called here for training, and she could only take advantage of the gap to search for knowledge related to genetic drugs. Genetic drugs are very painful after injection, and there are some unknown side effects. The research and development of gene drugs is relatively mature, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. As for the information Su Ming gave her, she hadn't had time to read it yet. Dr. Fu, do you want an injection? The medical department has it. I think your data meets the requirements. Zhu Ning, I don't know much about it. Dr. Fu thought that he was indeed a newcomer, and explained, there are many kinds of gene drugs. In plain words, you can change whatever you don't like, make it beautiful or white, make it taller or stronger, and of course, you can transform yourself into a weapon. It sounds very convenient. Plastic surgery doesn't require surgery. You can accurately modify your facial features by injecting edited gene drugs. Mom doesn't have to worry about me not growing taller anymore. As long as you have money, you can grow as tall as you want. Zhu Ning suddenly understood why natural people are first-class citizens. As long as you have money, you can improve your genes. Humans are mass-produced, and beauty and strength are actually depreciating. At this time, Mom's face is more valuable. Dr. Fu, if you want to get an injection, the Clean Center Medical Department is actually your best choice. We share resources with the First Federal Medical College. Generally, we are the first to know about any advanced technology. In other words, we are definitely more advanced than other hospitals. Dr. Fu's words dispelled Zhu Ning's idea of getting an injection outside. We have mature experience here. As you know, we have more guinea pigs, and the plan we give you is more suitable for you. After all, you have a special profession. Zhu Ning, Doctor, you really look like a salesman, you know? Dr. Fu, one course of treatment with 6 injections will gradually enhance your various functions, including cardiopulmonary function, your bone density, and your skin hardness. Let me put it simply. You will be more like a steel warrior. In the Wasteland world, in order to fight against pollutants, humans have internalized their own armament from armor to bones, directly increasing the hardness of bones, making human bones comparable to steel. At the same time, the heart and lung functions are enhanced, and the organs are synchronized, and humans will achieve another sense of evolution. Dr. Fu, it takes effect immediately after the injection. It is really efficient to go to the battlefield right after the operating table. Do you want to fight? Dr. Fu asked. Zhu Ning, do you want to fight? She found that if everyone evolves, you will degenerate if you stay where you are. She must have a stronger body to talk about the next things. She may face B-level tasks, A-level tasks, and even S-level tasks in the future. In addition, the people in the cleaning center are extremely polluted. Many people choose to use mechanical prostheses directly. If everyone is so involuntarily, Zhu Ning will be easily crushed into slag if he does not move. As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Dr. Fu's eyes lit up, and he stood up directly and shouted, Wang Zhu. Prepare the gene medicine, come to life. Zhu Ning, She looked up and saw that it was the medical department outside. Did she go to a black shop? Zhu Ning postponed all the subsequent training. Su Ming personally approved the leave note for her. She was injected with the gene drug that day. She didn't need surgery, but only a fixed injection. Zhu Ning lay in the medical cabin. After the injection, Dr. Fu said she could come down. Zhu Ning sat on the edge of the medical cabin, still in a daze. She didn't feel anything. Didn't the internet say it was very painful? She didn't feel any pain at all. Are you sure that the gene drug was injected into her, not saline? She wouldn't be cheated. Zhu Ning looked up and suddenly felt that the things around her had changed. There was a window opposite her. When she looked up, she suddenly saw a scene 1 kilometer away. A man dropped the ice cream cone he had just bought. He looked in pain and wanted to pick it up, but couldn't get past himself. Zhu Ning blinked. What was that just now? How could she see so far? At the same time, her hearing became stronger, and the world was noisier than before. She could hear two doctors chatting 3 corridors away, saying that they had not had time to take their annual leave this year. Boom, the doctor's chatter poured from her left ear into her right ear, and a huge amount of sound poured into her mind like seawater. Zhu Ning covered her ears, and suddenly heard her heartbeat. Bang, 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 her heart was contracting suddenly, and she could even feel the moment when her heart was rising and falling. Blood was flowing in her blood vessels. In short, Zhu Ning had never felt where her heart, liver, spleen and lungs were so carefully. It's natural to have side effects, said Dr. Fu. The essence of the gene drug is to regenerate your body. Just wait a while, I watch you. Zhu Ning walked down the medical cabin and took a full 20 minutes to recover. After 20 minutes, she finally adapted to her new body and learned to control her senses. After blocking out some sounds, the world was not so noisy. After she consciously controlled her vision, she would not look so far rashly. Have you recovered? Dr. Fu asked. How do you feel now? Feeling? Zhu Ning clenched her fists, feeling that nothing had changed, and everything had changed. Something is wrong, Zhu Ning said. Dr. Fu took notes and asked, What's wrong? Zhu Ning, I seem a little irritable. She felt that she was not so calm, and her mood was not right. Dr. Fu glanced at the computer. Your mental value has not fluctuated. It should be a simple emotional problem. The medical department is not as accurate as the R&D department's machine. It can only see whether the mental value fluctuates, and cannot read the exact value. Dr. Fu, it is a normal phenomenon. After the injection of gene drugs, hormones and hormone levels are prone to imbalance. Zhu Ning, how long will it take to recover? Dr. Fu, it depends on the individual. The fastest one can recover today, and the slow one will take a month. Human hormones need to slowly adapt to the new body. Dr. Fu, come for a follow-up check in a month. I want to test your various data. Zhu Ning nodded. Dr. Fu, the effect of injecting gene drugs is different for everyone. Some people have particularly good effects, while others have very poor effects. The principle of gene drugs does not mean that they can definitely make the weak stronger, otherwise Su Meng would not give up gene drugs and choose to make mechanical prostheses instead. Dr. Fu, I have read your case. You are a defective product. The lifespan of your organs is not long. After injecting the gene drug, if you are lucky, it can help you extend your life. But we still need to go to the R&D department to collect more precise data to know what the final result will be. Dr. Fu, I hope you can recover. Dr. Fu said sincerely. Of course, he knew that Zhu Ning's spirit value was 1200. It would be a waste for such a good seedling to be dragged down by the body. All employees of the 103 District Cleaning Center have a common goal. They don't want to give up any talent. Zhu Ning was silent. Was it her illusion? She thought the people in the cleaning center were very enthusiastic. Dr. Fu, I add you to my communication. If you have any abnormality, tell me. Zhu Ning asked, Are there any precautions? Dr. Fu, just eat and drink normally, and you can even go on missions normally. Zhu Ning, There's no need to emphasize it. Zhu Ning, you don't want me to do some tests? Dr. Fu, for example? Zhu Ning, let me throw a punch and see my strength and defense values? Dr. Fu shook his head. It's meaningless. Your body is changing every moment. The data I measure now may not be accurate in a week. Why don't you go back now and try to beat that mechanized opponent again? I watch your video online. If it weren't for his job, Dr. Fu would have wanted to go to the scene to see it. Zhu Ning, Why are you so gossipy? Zhu Ning, okay, can I go now? Dr. Fu smiled lovingly. Take care. I've deducted your fee from your card. Zhu Ning was still adapting to her new body, and before she could react, she heard her secondary brain flash, and then heard a sound of money shredding. 1.5 million SGD has been spent. Account balance, 201,200 SGD. Zhu Ning, shock. Zhu Ning suddenly woke up. What kind of spendthrift was she? She spent 1.5 million in one go. Now there is only 200,000 left, and she can't even afford a shot of gene medicine. One course of treatment has 6 injections, and it costs 9 million to complete the injections. If there is an abnormality, you even need to make up for it. The average salary of federal people is now 4,800 per month, and the average salary of defective products is even lower. And many jobs discriminate against defective products. It is simply a fantasy for a defective product to save up 9 million. As expected, ordinary people can't afford it at all. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and asked calmly, When will the second injection be given? Dr. Fu, 1 month later. Zhu Ning, money-eating beast, money-shredding machine. Zhu Ning didn't know how to describe herself more appropriately. It's expensive to support herself. Zhu Ning walked out with a depressed look on her face. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan were waiting for her at the door. In just one day, Zhu Ning went from picking up people from the hospital to being visited by patients. The situation has changed. Lin Yinchuan gave Zhu Ning a red rose. Zhu Ning, happy discharge. Zhu Ning, one flower for two purposes. Lin Yinchuan, you are great. Su Ming asked, how is it? Many people will have side effects after injecting genetic drugs. Zhu Ning went in with full vitality, and came out with full resentment. Zhu Ning asked, where is that girl just now? Su Ming, ah? She thought she had heard it wrong. Zhu Ning looked at Su Ming firmly. I want to challenge her. She couldn't wait to try out the body she had spent 1.5 million yuan to buy. Chapter 27. Zhu Ning lost once, and according to reason, she could choose to participate in basic training, and then continue to take the assessment. But she didn't go to the basic class, and came directly to the assessment. She thought that being beaten more would help her improve. Zhu Ning's fighting skills were seriously considered wild, but she had developed motor nerves and learned everything quickly. Moreover, there were no requirements for this assessment, just fight casually. She thought her wild skills were quite powerful, but she realized that she was far behind when she met the demon hunter. The mechanical girl didn't expect Zhu Ning to come a second time, and asked, are you sure? Zhu Ning nodded. She mainly wanted to try her gene potion. And after she injected the gene potion, she felt angry, as if she had no place to vent her energy. She was eager to fight with someone. The mechanical girl had just broken someone's shoulder blade, and she was a little embarrassed, so she asked, can I practice with you? This meant she was going to let him win. Zhu Ning, you don't have to let me win. The mechanical girl understood. For warriors, letting him win was disrespectful to them. Wow, the onlookers said. She is so confident. Are you provoking? Let's fight. Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming watched with trepidation, and this time they were under more psychological pressure, mainly because they were worried about Zhu Ning. If she loses this time, Zhu Ning might be scolded to death. People are keen on creating and destroying gods, and she will definitely stir up a bloody storm. People gathered around to watch the fun. Some brought snacks and small stools into the venue, and some placed bets. I heard she just took a genetic medicine. Who do you think will win? Zhu Ning has a good chance of winning. I think she always surprises people. It's hard to say. Another person replied. Chu Ling is from the Grey Eagle team, and their record has always been excellent. Grey Eagle? Someone said. It's this unlucky team. They thought they had finished their work, but they encountered a mistake in the pollution area rating. The whole team wrote a self-criticism, and their salary was reduced by 50%? Yes. Do you think this is an enemy meeting an enemy? Zhu Ning, She listened casually and felt something was wrong. Good news. She knew that the steely soft girl in front of her was named Chu Ling. Bad news. Zhu Ning seemed to have angered her unintentionally. The last time they met in the sewer, the other team was wearing armor, and Zhu Ning didn't notice that there were girls in the team. At that time, a man passed by Lin Yinchuan and said he was a weak chicken. No wonder Chu Ling came to fight Zhu Ning when he came on the court. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate and beat Zhu Ning into a pig head? Sure enough, Zhu Ning's luck was a bit problematic. Next time, he should add luck to the purification value. Ready. The fighting teacher obviously found it very interesting, and reminded the two to get into shape. The rules of the fighting training ground are very gentle. After all, they are colleagues, not enemies. No one wants to kill the other. Just stop when the time is right. The rule is that only the feet can touch the ground. If other parts of the body touch the ground, you lose. Zhu Ning shook hands with Chu Ling. As soon as she stood firm, Chu Ling rushed over. It's different. Zhu Ning could clearly feel that she was different. After mechanization, Chu Ling's speed was faster than that of ordinary people. The first time they fought, Zhu Ning couldn't even see Chu Ling's moves clearly. When she reacted, she had been knocked to the ground. This time, Zhu Ning could see clearly, as if a slow-motion special effect was superimposed on the opponent. She could see Chu Ling's every move. Zhu Ning reacted almost instinctively, slightly sideways, and Chu Ling's fist brushed past her nose. At the same time, she bent her knees, and kicked Chu Ling in the abdomen. Chu Ling reacted very quickly and blocked with one hand. Chu Ling's hands were mechanized, and Zhu Ning thought she would kick an iron plate. At least this leg would be disabled. Unexpectedly, the expected pain was not there at all, and Zhu Ning quickly retreated after kicking. Her toes felt a little strange at most, but it didn't hurt at all. Is this the power of the genetic medicine? The skin hardness is enhanced, which is equivalent to covering a layer of soft armor. Zhu Ning tilted her neck. If before trying, Zhu Ning was a little skeptical whether she could beat the mechanized human. Now it seems that it may not be impossible. She suddenly felt a little competitive. Zhu Ling was a little surprised. In just 3 hours, Zhu Ning's progress can be regarded as a leap forward. Zhu Ling was thinking about whether to let Zhu Ning go at the beginning, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. She clenched her fist, treating Zhu Ning as a real opponent, and Zhu Ling attacked again. Zhu Ning raised her hand to block. This time she was able to fight back and forth with Zhu Ling, punching each other, and there would be a dull sound when the fist hit. Zhu Ling saw that Zhu Ning's style was particularly ruthless, and she would hit a place hard, like a wolf cub holding a sheep and not letting go. Unfortunately, she was still a little naive, and once Zhu Ling exerted force, Zhu Ning could only retreat. Zhu Ning received 3 punches from her this time, and retreated while fighting, and had retreated to the edge of the ring. Zhu Ning had good qualities in all aspects, but it should be due to the lack of systematic training. She didn't know how to deal with the fierce attack of a real demon hunter. Zhu Ling forced her to the corner, without any mercy, locked Zhu Ning, and wanted to throw her from behind. If Zhu Ning was knocked to the ground this time, she would lose. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan, who were watching the fight, were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Mechanization can lift 10 tons of weight. Zhu Ning, the girl, was like a cat or dog in her hands. She was lifted into the air. She should lose. Lin Yinchuan was a little afraid to watch. When Zhu Ning was turned over by Zhu Ling, and was about to hit the ground, Zhu Ning adjusted his posture and kicked Zhu Ling's right knee pit, which was not mechanized. Regardless of whether it was enhanced by genetic drugs or not, human instinctive reflexes are still there. There was a slight bang. Before Zhu Ning landed, Zhu Ling's right knee had already hit the ground a second earlier. Zhu Ling? Zhu Ning landed awkwardly, adjusted his posture and quickly stood up, and won. Zhu Ning wins. The fighting teacher announced. Zhu Ling, is this considered cheating? Wow. Someone said, this is not a win. Zhu Ning also fell to the ground. 1 second faster is faster. Zhu Ling is still too kind. Zhu Ning is obviously more sinister and cunning. Sinister and cunning Zhu Ning? You go to the zombie world and try to live for a few days. I guarantee that you will be more sinister and cunning than me when you come back. Zhu Ling was willing to admit defeat and stood up. You won. Zhu Ning still had some shame. I am a little clever, but you are more powerful. If Zhu Ling's body had not been mechanized, Zhu Ning would not have won today. She was just being a little clever. The fighting teacher did not recognize Zhu Ning's strength. Zhu Ning stayed to practice more. Zhu Ning said it didn't matter. She probably would come here to get beaten often in the future. Zhu Ling, do you want to make friends? Zhu Ning? Zhu Ling, there are very few girls among the demon hunters. I only wanted to fight you after watching your video. You are really strong. It turned out that he was not here to take revenge on her, but to admire her. She was admired by the female warrior. After Zhu Ning fought with Zhu Ling, half of her irritability disappeared, and she felt refreshed. She happily added Zhu Ling as her friend. The two of them put aside their grudges, and went straight to the friendship line. Zhu Ling. Someone called her in the distance. Zhu Ning looked up and saw 3 men. They should be members of the Grey Eagle team. The captain in the lead looked about 1.9 meters tall. The 3-man team looked at Zhu Ning with a very unhappy look. In contrast, Zhu Ling was the friendliest to her. Zhu Ling, I leave first. We have a chance to work together. Zhu Ning nodded. There are many opportunities for demon hunters and cleaners to work together. Zhu Ning looked at Zhu Ling's back as she walked away. There were 5 demon hunters in total. Even though they were not wearing armor, they looked like a well-trained army when they stood together. Demon hunters were indeed different. Zhu Ning retracted his gaze and asked, by the way, what is our team called? Zhu Ling's team was called Grey Eagle. What were theirs called? Su Ming, Cleaning Team A70265. Zhu Ning, Why do they sound so cool? While our team name sounds like a license plate number, Su Ming lowered his head and operated on the panel. Zhu Ning cheated, failed the fighting class, and will be trained again tomorrow. Zhu Ning, oh. In the next few days, Zhu Ning was training in the fighting room. Oh no, getting beaten. Getting beaten in different ways, by different types of demon hunters. She had attracted too much attention before, and many demon hunters wanted to come and try to challenge her, or to be more precise, to beat her. People will eventually pay the price for their boasting. Many onlookers were puzzled as to why she could beat Chu Ling on the first day, but she was half dead afterwards. She was beaten to the point of losing her temper. Zhu Ning made rapid progress in taking a beating. She could fight back the way she was beaten once. She made rapid progress. If someone else had passed the test, they would have passed the test long ago. After being beaten for a few days, Zhu Ning figured out the fighting teacher's judgment criteria. If he thought you still had room for improvement, he would always judge you as failing. If he thought you had no room for improvement, he would find a player who was similar to you to end the course. Unfortunately, the fighting teacher always felt that Zhu Ning had not reached her limit. This girl could definitely still fight, could still take a beating. So Zhu Ning repeated the fighting class, and was beaten every day like a bug. After being beaten for 3 days, Zhu Ning felt that her inner depression was getting stronger and stronger. She later went to ask Dr. Fu again, who said it was still normal. Dr. Fu watched Zhu Ning's videos on the forum every day. He was a good doctor, but lived like the president of Zhu Ning's fan club. He shook his head while watching. You still don't understand fighting. Zhu Ning, ? Go and try. The new rule of the cleaning center is that all 3 people must pass the task. Zhu Ning will be held back in the fighting class, and Lin Yinchuan will be held back in the shooting class. Su Meng was very depressed. Obviously, our A70265 team has Zhu Ning, who has the highest spirit value in the entire center. Why is the score ranked last? Su Meng, Lin Yinchuan will practice more today, and Zhu Ning will keep a low profile these 2 days. Lin Yinchuan wailed. Lin Yinchuan, what kind of rule is this? Want to delay things? Su Meng, the number of tasks in the cleaning center has dropped sharply in the past week. Except for emergency tasks, many tasks are not assigned. However, most teams can pass within 5 days, especially demon hunters can pass within 3 days. We guess that the cleaning center will slowly resume operation in 10 days. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan have been trained for 6 days. If they fail again, they may be ridiculed by the entire cleaning center. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan were subjected to extra training, and Zhu Ning was beaten for an hour by a demon hunter who was good at fighting. Zhu Ning was thinking about fighting while eating and sleeping, and thinking about how to win. It was almost time to get off work. Zhu Ning was changing clothes in the locker room. With a ding-dong, her secondary brain rang. Lun Yinyan sent a message. She sent a kitten face emoticon package and attached a sentence. Boss, the information you want. Information about Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Is there a clue about Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Chapter 28. Zhu Ning opened the folder. It had to be said that Lun Yinyan had something. This was an internal document. It was probably a plan for attracting investment, and was circulated to internal shareholders. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Excellent Body Plan. Book. Excellent Body Plan? Is this the official name for the hot pot restaurant owner to participate in the experiment? Ding. At the same time as opening the folder, the system prompted, long-term side mission, find the truth of death, key clues have been found, and the search progress is 30%, the task progress bar moved. This was a key clue to his own death. Zhu Ning read the plan carefully. In December of the 3rd year of the new calendar, after the radiation, humans had just built a high wall to resist the outside world. Not long after, the Federation implemented the human-level plan. The human beings were divided into 5 levels through genetic screening. This seemingly unequal regulation guaranteed the overall interests of the Federation to a certain extent. But at the same time, the Federation was equivalent to directly abandoning the 5th-class citizens at the official level. Most of the 5th-class citizens could only be forced to go to the 103 area garbage dump to wait for scrapping. Once classified as a 5th-class citizen, it is almost equivalent to being sentenced to death. You can even check how many years you have left to live on the official system. Some people gave up on themselves and began to squander their lives. During that period, the federal crime rate soared. For a long time, 5th-class citizens were synonymous with criminals. In fact, this prejudice still exists today. But some people are unwilling to accept their fate and actively save themselves. At this time, there is a business opportunity, and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical saw the business opportunity. They took advantage of the situation to promote the excellent body plan, and the experimental project for defective products has been carried out for nearly 80 years. This experiment is almost as old as the history of the Federation, which is equivalent to taking root in the entire Federation system. Over the past 70 years, the excellent body plan has become larger and more high-profile. From the initial underground experiments to the semi-public recruitment of experimental subjects, more and more defective products have voluntarily participated in the excellent body plan. This document does not contain much information, and there are some words of investment attraction at the back, such as this is a high-quality project, the annual profit is as high as so and so, and the future is bright. The last page of the project book also has a slogan, Eternal Life Pharmaceutical, change your genes, create your future. That's it. Without any case display, Zhu Ning can't even infer the current excellent body plan to what extent. Zhu Ning got the keywords and searched with his secondary brain. There was no relevant information about the excellent body plan on the internet. It is estimated that it was deleted as soon as it was posted. Zhu Ning had no choice but to ask Lu Nianyan, how are the experimental subjects recruited? Lu Nianyan replied immediately, as far as I know, it is not completely open. In order to prolong their lifespan, defective people will buy some specific drugs, or register when injecting genetic drugs. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical will send experimental recruitment information to these people in a targeted manner. Very precise marketing, only for defective people. Just like the recruitment method of some cults, they cannot directly recruit on public platforms, and must recruit offline point-to-point. And they select the most interested group of people. Many defective people either have no money, or are very Buddhist and just wait to die. Willing to inject genetic drugs and buy drugs proves that they have a strong desire to survive. At this time, I suddenly received a trial recruitment plan from a large pharmaceutical company. This pharmaceutical company has the most advanced technology and is free. Most people will grab the last straw at this time. Unexpectedly, the life-saving straw is really a straw, and the defective products have become pollutants. No, some successful defective products may have become superpowers. Where did the successful experimental subjects go? For example, if the owner of the hot pot restaurant did not become a pollutant after participating in the experiment, but became a sane superpower, he would definitely not continue to open a hot pot restaurant, but choose a safer place. They became 6th-class citizens from 5th-class citizens. What department can absorb them? Where can the 6th-class citizens go except to enter some chaebol families? Cleaning center. Zhu Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. The place chosen by superpowers must be the cleaning center. In this department, superpowers can use their abilities openly, and there is an official federal laboratory medical department to provide services for them. If the successful experimental subjects still have a close connection with Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, would their entry into the clean center be considered a kind of infiltration? Humans have built a high wall to resist the outside world, but cannot resist the inside. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical has been going on for so long. Does the Federation know? Does the clean center know? Wait, Zhu Ning suddenly thought. This may be the reason why Prometheus issued the grave post, and part of the clean center's forces have been moved underground. Is this Prometheus's self-rescue against the excellent body plan? To prevent the clean center from being completely infiltrated? Zhu Ning was horrified by this guess. How many people in the cleaning center belong to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? How many senior executives are there? Is Fang Ying? Is she the director of the cleaning department? What does Yongsheng Pharmaceutical want to do? If so, then her original owner has already participated in the excellent body plan? It doesn't make sense. She lacks a lot of core information. And there is no evidence. It's all based on Zhu Ning's guess based on a document. Fang Ying said that the employees of the cleaning center have all been screened by Prometheus, so he can't not know which people have problems. Is the screening method for 6th-class citizens different? If this is a puzzle, Zhu Ning has barely peeked at a corner. Zhu Ning asked, no experimental data? Lu Nianyan, I can't access it. She is just a chaebol daughter who does nothing to get by. Lu Nianyan proposed to see the laboratory. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical really agreed, but the things she saw were all toys to fool outsiders. Lu Nianyan had no access to the core data at all. Yes, if the core data was so easy to access, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical would have died long ago. If Zhu Ning wants to access it, she can sign up and enter the excellent body plan directly. But she has not found the path yet. Zhu Ning, thank you. Lu Nianyan's family must have interests with Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. What Lu Nianyan, a spoiled young lady, can access must be known with the tacit consent of both parties. This means that this information is actually just the tip of the iceberg for Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. It seems that Lu Nianyan can only access so much, and she has to dig the rest herself. Lu Nianyan, when will we go on the mission? Zhu Ning, how come you really became her younger brother? She couldn't figure out the brain circuit of the chaebel's daughter. In Lu Nianyan's mind, Zhu Ning was definitely a big boss. After she returned home, she asked the psychics at home. Zhu Ning could make the polluted area commit suicide. Maybe she was a psychic. Her psychic direction should be mental, similar to mental suggestion or manipulation. Although psychics are all 6th-class citizens, they are definitely federal talents. Not to mention the Federation, all the major chaebol are actively recruiting them. But Zhu Ning didn't seem to belong to any organization. This big boss might be undercover in the cleaning center to reveal a shocking secret. She didn't even care much about money, and had some lofty ideals. It sounded very exciting. Lun Yinyan's curiosity was stirring. Her family had always allowed her to do whatever she wanted without harming the family's interests. Lun Yinyan gave Zhu Ning a harmless document. If she could gain her trust, it would definitely be a very cost-effective deal. Zhu Ning asked, "Why help me?" Lun Yinyan said sincerely, "I think I have found the direction of my life. I will sweep garbage like you in the future." Zhu Ning, who became an idol for no reason, question mark. Does this girl think she is in a movie? Lun Yinyan, you can call me if you need a task. Zhu Ning could feel Lun Yinyan's hard work in selling through the screen. Zhu Ning maintained her boss persona. Wait for my notice. Zhu Ning turned off her secondary brain. This matter was much more complicated than she thought, and she hadn't figured out a clear idea. Zhu Ning was changing clothes in the dressing room, using the cabinet door to cover the documents she was reading. She subconsciously wanted to close the cabinet door, and suddenly she froze. Without warning, she met a pair of dark eyes, who stared at her for an unknown amount of time. Captain? Zhu Ning came back to his senses. Su Ming, what are you looking at? You are so engrossed that you didn't respond when I called you just now. Su Ming's locker was next to Zhu Ning's. She was packing some personal belongings and asked as she packed. Su Ming's movements were extremely natural. I don't know if Zhu Ning had a preconceived idea, but she always felt that Su Ming's every move exuded weirdness. Since she finished reading the excellent body plan, she felt that the cleaning center was not safe. After saying goodbye to Su Ming, Zhu Ning returned to the hive and pondered facing a wrinkled wall. Zhu Ning hung a whiteboard on the wrinkled wall and wrote, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, Cleaning Center, Prometheus. Under Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, she wrote, Excellent Body Plan. Under Prometheus, she wrote, Gray Post. Under the Cleaning Center, she put a question mark. What kind of existence are these three forces? 3 powers in a 3-way confrontation? What role does she play? Following the clues, she never expected to find a huge pharmaceutical company. This Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Company is likely the culprit that caused Zhu Ning's death. She fell into a trap. The system and Prometheus together led Zhu Ning into danger. She was already in the trap, and it would be difficult to get out. Her original body died once, and it is very likely that she will die again. The person who killed her was either the cleaning center or the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Company, both of which were behemoths that Zhu Ning could not afford to offend. She now realized how cute the zombies she had encountered in her previous life were. They were simple, cute and brainless. It only took one shot in the head to get rid of them, and they could chat with zombies when they were bored. The Wasteland world is really a pitfall. The situation is not very clear, but it is also very clear. If you don't want to be assassinated again, you have to improve your strength. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you must continue to do tasks. Moreover, the system and Prometheus seem to be leading Zhu Ning away. The tasks are not random, and are highly correlated with Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. If Zhu Ning was pushed before, this time she took the initiative. The system is bound anyway. Prometheus has already targeted her, and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical may be ready to move behind the scenes. At this time, if I take the initiative to attack, there may be a glimmer of hope. I hope that this mission can stimulate the alienation panel. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhu Ning opened the cleaning center forum, and the screen in front of him was blurred. A gray post appeared on the originally fancy forum. The title is Help. There is a house chasing me. House? How does a house chase people? This time, the gray post is in the form of a video, and Zhu Ning clicks to play. A pale and haggard woman appeared in the video. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s, but her mental state was extremely bad. Her background was a bedroom, with a bed behind her. I'm sorry, I don't know who to talk to, and I don't know what to do. I decided to post my experience, please help me. The woman seemed to have not slept well for several days. She rubbed her face before continuing to face the camera. My name is Huang Yeruo. I'm 35 years old this year, and I encountered a supernatural event. Supernatural event? Chapter 29. Huang Yeruo is not used to talking to the camera. The story starts with me buying a house. I started working at the age of 16. When I was 35, I used all my savings plus my parents' money to buy a house. The house is in a good location. I was very happy at the time, and thought I had my own home. I have been involved in the whole process, since the beginning of the decoration. I have full control over the wallpaper in each bedroom, the pattern and color of the floor, and the color temperature of the lights in the house. Huang Yero also took out her own decoration plan. It took 6 months to decorate. I was not satisfied with it in the middle, so I dismantled and reinstalled it twice. The decoration master told me that I could make do with it, but I couldn't. I could only use my entire fortune to buy this house. I may not be able to buy a second one in this life. I want to be perfect, and don't want to leave regrets for myself. After 6 months of decoration, I started to decorate the furniture again. All the furniture was carefully selected. I like the sofa I chose very much. It is very comfortable. Zhu Ning listened and felt something was wrong. This seemed to be a decoration guide video. Huang Yero was suddenly choked up when she said this, but I didn't expect that strange things would happen after I had just moved in for 3 months. Zhu Ning concentrated. This should be the key point. Huang Yero said, it was a small thing at the beginning. For example, when I woke up the next morning, my sofa would change its position. Huang Yero took out 2 photos and showed them to the audience. My sofa was originally facing the TV cabinet. In the first photo, a red fabric sofa is indeed facing the TV cabinet. This is a very conventional decoration, and most people place it this way. But when I woke up the next day, the sofa was facing the wall. Huang Yero took out the second photo. As she said, the red sofa was facing the wall with its back to the TV cabinet and close to it. At first, I thought there was a thief in my house, or someone was playing a prank, but there was no sign of outsiders entering my house. Because I live alone, I installed a safety electronic lock for myself. If there were outsiders, I would definitely know. I told my friends about this, and they asked me if I was hallucinating due to stress or if I didn't sleep well and sleepwalked in the middle of the night. I thought it was possible at the time, so I stayed at my friend's house for 3 days before going home. I saw nothing unusual at home, so I slept at home again this time and woke up the next day. Huang Yero choked up a little. The position of the furniture changed again the next day. I can show you a video. The video ended, and Zhu Ning wanted to watch the next video and clicked on the next one. She clicked on another video. The picture was very shaky, and there was a woman's terrified gasp in it. In the video, all the furniture had changed, and this time it was not just the red sofa facing the wall. Double-door wardrobes, refrigerators, TVs, dining tables, and any large furniture in the house all faced the wall. Furniture. Looks like rows of people standing with their backs to each other. This is an old post, and someone replied, the host is trying to attract attention. She moved the furniture herself in the middle of the night, and came here to attract traffic. She is crazy about becoming famous. Does she have a team? I have seen similar posts online before, but they are outdated. Does the host want to call a master? That's not right. I can't move some furniture by myself, so how can she, a woman, move it? There is another video below. This time, Huang Yero's mental state is even worse. Her face is sallow, her hair is messy, and there are 2 dark circles under her eyes. She seems to have aged a lot. I've read everyone's replies. First of all, I don't have a team, and I'm not trying to attract attention. I really ran into trouble. I've tried the ideas that a few kind people suggested, and installed surveillance, but nothing was captured on the surveillance. If you want evidence, I can also put the link below, and you can analyze it yourself to see if it's true or false. Someone else suggested that I tie myself up, and I tried it. I handcuffed myself to the bed, and when I woke up the next day, the furniture was still facing away from me. It really wasn't me who did it. I didn't sleepwalk, and I didn't have schizophrenia. I've tried all kinds of masters, exorcists, and spirit summoners, and they all messed up a lot, and it didn't work at all. I've tried everything I could. I can't stand it anymore. If you want to see the video, there's one below. I don't have any money. Why should I spend money to hire a team to do this? I don't want to be famous. I'm really upset. I tried not sleeping all night, and it was fine if I didn't sleep, but as soon as I closed my eyes, the furniture would be like this when I woke up the next day. I beg you to help me. Zhu Ning clicked on the evidence she displayed and read it again. In the video, Huang Yero installed a surveillance camera and went to sleep. The surveillance camera recorded the whole night, and the furniture did not move and remained the same. When Huang Yero woke up the next day, the moment the camera captured her, there was a 1-second screen distortion, and the next thing that was displayed was Huang Yero's scream. The position of the furniture changed again. If the video was not faked and edited, then the problem now is not whether Huang Yero has the strength to move the furniture. If she is not a Superman, she cannot change the furniture of the whole family in 1 second. Even if you find a demon hunter, you can't do it in a second. This time the comments are much more serious than last time, and some people really want to give her advice. Damn, it's so scary. Why don't you move? Why can you control the surveillance? Is it a real supernatural event? Is the surveillance fake? This house is not easy to sell like this. It's a pity that you spent your life savings to buy a haunted house. In fact, if no one wants to harm you, you can live like this. Just think of your own furniture as a little weird, and you can barely live in it. It looks weird, but no one wants to hurt anyone. I also think that the house doesn't look harmful, otherwise the owner would have been killed long ago. Alas, if I bought the house, I wouldn't be willing to leave. A month later, Huang Yero posted another video. This time Huang Yero couldn't hold it back at all. She kept crying in front of the camera. I felt like I couldn't stand it. I spent my life savings to buy this house. I tried to grit my teeth and live in it, but it didn't work. I moved the furniture back every day at first, but as soon as I closed my eyes, the furniture moved again. Then I thought, just live like this, at most I can change my living habits, but I don't know what I'm doing sitting on the sofa facing the wall. I lived in it for 3 days, and I felt like a monster. Generally, home decoration design must consider ergonomics, and the height and placement of furniture must conform to the habits of the homeowner. But if the placement of all the furniture in your home does not conform to human habits, they all turn their backs to the owner, and people living in it will have a mental breakdown. Juning felt that this was very strange when he heard this. Isn't this mental pollution? Let normal people do abnormal things, or let abnormal people do normal things. Then it repeats over and over again. This time, a living person is forced to change her life habits that she has established for more than 30 years and break her cognition as a human being. The house will not kill her, but if she stays in such a house for a long time, she will either go crazy or become a monster. Half a month later, Huang Yero posted another video. Huang Yero has lost a lot of weight, probably because she often does not sleep and does not eat much. She is now as thin as more than 70 kilograms. Through the video, Juning watched a healthy woman being eaten away. This time Huang Yero's video was particularly short. I really can't stand it. I'm going to move out. Wish me good luck. I'm going to give up this house. Thank you for your comfort and support. The comment area is full of support and understanding. Mixed with a few doubts, they are still questioning the authenticity of this post, and say they want to help Huang Yero get rid of ghosts at home. 2 weeks later, Huang Yero posted a new video saying that she had moved. The video shows Huang Yero's new home, which is very small, with a 1-bedroom and 1 living room layout, but it looks quite warm. Huang Yero has said that she is recovering her work and rest schedule and diet recently, and feels that she has finally taken a breath and can resume her normal life. As long as she persists, Huang Yero can get rid of the shadow of the past. The door to a new life is opening for her. Many people in the comment area below are blessing her to welcome a new life. But there are also more harsh voices. Yo, you finally can't pretend anymore. Are you going to start selling goods next? I also feel a little strange. Everyone be alert. This may be a liar. Juning frowned. This matter may not be over yet. Sure enough, scrolling down, only 5 days have passed this time, and 5 days later Huang Yero posted a video again. Huang Yero had many scars on her body this time. It was unknown whether it was self-harm or someone else's beating. Huang Yero was so thin that she was just a bag of bones and looked like a monster. I moved, and I thought it was over. I didn't want the house anymore. I put it up with the agent, but I couldn't sell it even at half the price. I thought at the time, let me go, I don't want money, I don't want to live that kind of life. I don't want anything, I just want to be normal. But I didn't expect. Huang Yero's eyes had become angry. She stared at the camera, as if she could look directly at the audience behind the camera. I didn't expect it to catch up. It caught up, it was chasing me. Chasing? How did the house chase? Xu Ning immediately clicked on the next video. In the video, Huang Yero carefully pushed open the door, and the voice-activated lights lit up in the dark corridor. There was a house opposite her house, with room 101 written on it. Xu Ning had seen this door before. Huang Yero had specially shown it when she introduced the decoration. It was a door color that many people would not choose. The forest green door has a red wooden sign on it, which reads, Cozy Home. Xu Ning didn't react for a moment. Isn't this Huang Yero's original home? This is my home. Huang Yero's voice revealed fear. I'm not mistaken, this is my home, I decorated it myself, and it caught up with me. Comments below. This is really a bit scary. Did the host offend someone? Is someone playing a trick on you? The neighbor across the street decorated a door like yours? Such a high cost? Who has nothing to do? Why don't you try knocking on the door? Who is inside? Don't listen to them. Don't knock on the door. Don't knock on the door. Run. Run. Then Huang Yaro moved to a new house. She moved to another community. What happened this time was even more bizarre. Huang Yaro recorded another video. The picture was very shaky. Huang Yaro herself did not appear in the picture. That house caught up again. Huang Yaro was shaking all over when she spoke. It always makes strange noises in the middle of the night. Let me show you. The video should have been shot in the middle of the night. Huang Yaro opened the door and carefully stuck the camera out, and sure enough, she captured the green door opposite her house. The green door was hidden deep in the corridor, the voice-controlled light was not turned on, and in the darkness, a green door was very conspicuous. In the middle of the night, there was a sound behind the green door. Bang! 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 It seemed like someone was boxing inside, and there was an echo in the entire corridor. The video never ended, the screen was facing the green door, and there was Huang Yaro's terrified voice. It seems like someone is inside. Huang Yaro lowered her voice. Who lives in my house? Huang Yaro's hands were shaking so much that when she shook, the whole picture was shaking. Suddenly, the sound of punching stopped. After listening to the continuous noise for a long time, the whole corridor fell into a strange silence when the punching stopped. Mom! Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. Mom? Mom? Huang Yaro froze. It's calling me. Huang Yaro asked uncertainly. Did you hear it? It called me. Mom? Mom! Mom! In the middle of the night, deep in the dark corridor, a green door was calling Mom. I don't have a child. I don't have a child. I'm going crazy. Huang Yaro ran home in fear, and the video ended. The following discussion was more interesting this time. Did the OP abandon her child? Is this retribution? If that's the case, there's nothing to sympathize with, Trash Girl. Is this the legendary revenge? Huang Yaro released another video in response. I don't want to respond anymore. I only want to say one thing. I don't have any children. I really haven't had any children. I'm a dink. Facing the video, Huang Yaro said these words very solemnly. I'm not the kind of person who abandons children. I don't know why it called me, don't ask. I'm moving away. Every time she moved, Huang Yaro would release a notice, and netizens would wish her a happy new life at first. But after this happened too many times, netizens' advice became powerless. Huang Yaro changed houses 4 times. Every time, she was fine when she first moved in, but when she woke up the next day, the door opposite her house would become a green door. There was also a sign hanging on it, warm and cozy home. Moreover, there were strange noises coming from the house in the middle of the night. Someone was making bangs. Someone was calling her mother. It seemed like someone else was living there. Even Zhu Ning was stunned. This was a bit too much and beyond her cognition. The post was about to end, and there was only one video left to watch. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and clicked on the last video. Huang Yaro laughed at the camera. I don't care. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy and I'm going to take someone with me to die, either me or the other person. Huang Yaro's speech was incoherent, and there was no logic. The camera shook, and with a creak, Huang Yaro pushed open the door. This was the 6th house she had moved to. At the end of the corridor, right in front of her door, there was a green door that looked like an eye staring at her. That was her house. I'm going in. That's my house, my house. Every floor in it is mine. It's all my hard-earned money. I can't live here. Why should I let someone else live here? I'm going home, home, ha ha ha. Huang Yaro became more and more crazy as she spoke. With a click, the camera rotated and fell to the ground, capturing only one corner. Huang Yaro stepped over the camera in slippers, and the camera captured a sound. Creak, the green door was opened, and Huang Yaro walked in. Then, with a creak, the green door closed, the video was disconnected, and the tomb post was read. Zhu Ning was slow to react, and she didn't even know what happened to Huang Yaro in the end. Huang Yaro entered the house. So who uploaded the last video to her? Ding! Congratulations on triggering the random task, the House of Pursuit. The task goal is to find the missing Huang Yaro, stay in the house for 1 night until dawn, and successfully escape. This task is a random task, not a mandatory task. Please choose whether to accept it. Zhu Ning glanced at the time. Half an hour has passed since she finished reading this post. She can't sleep tonight. Zhu Ning clicked yes. Confirm to accept the task. Please complete it before dawn. Chapter 30. It has to be completed before dawn again. Will the pollutants be more active in the middle of the night? Zhu Ning had not finished the theoretical class yet, and was trying to figure it out while combining it with the courses she had taken. The last address on the tomb post was displayed. She asked the boss lady of the big wave downstairs to take her. The boss lady was already very familiar with her. She rode a motorcycle to take Zhu Ning to the destination, and then left without saying a word. In front of her was a community with the words Roman City written on the door. Many communities give themselves some strange names in pursuit of high-end. Zhu Ning had seen a community called the Grand Palace before. This developer has really bad taste. The building density of the community is very high. The buildings are very close to each other, and there is a sense of oppression coming over you. There is a security guard at the door, and this community is still inhabited. There are social animals who just got off work dragging their tired bodies into the door. After Zhu Ning took the gene drug, her 5 senses were opened. She listened for a while. The city of Rome is very noisy, with thousands of families living there. So Zhu Ning still couldn't use the bomb, unless she wanted to send the whole community to hell. Zhu Ning didn't plan to disturb the security guard, so she jumped over the wall while no one was paying attention. The post said it was on the 13th floor of building 22. Zhu Ning took the safe passage. After being beaten by the demon hunters for the past 2 days, she had very good physical strength and climbed the 13th floor very quickly without even taking a breath. Genetic medicine, the light of mankind. Zhu Ning entered the 13th floor. This community has 2 households per elevator. Compared with the slum of the Beehive, it is already a luxury house. As described in the post, there are 2 families on this floor. One is a normal family. It has the kind of vermilion anti-theft door that everyone often chooses, and it is hung with withered wormwood leaves that were not picked during the Dragon Boat Festival. But the house opposite his was very strange. The forest green door was originally quite fresh, but no one had taken care of it for many years. It was covered with a layer of dust and looked lifeless. Zhu Ning turned over the wooden sign on the door, and sure enough, it said, "Warm and cozy home." I don't know who turned over the wooden sign. There were some mottled marks on the forest green door. Zhu Ning rubbed it, and it was rubbed off. What is this? Blood? Wang Yaruo was silent after entering the door. Is she still alive? There is no time on this tomb post, so Zhu Ning can't guess when the incident happened. Was it decades ago, like the hot pot restaurant owner, or recently? Why doesn't it show the specific time? The tomb post says, the house where the person is being hunted. This house usually lives opposite the person being hunted. So what is the situation of the family opposite it? Zhu Ning thought about it, and didn't enter the cozy house. She planned to go to the opposite side to ask. Zhu Ning stopped in front of the door. There seemed to be someone inside. She could hear the person breathing through the thin door panel. There was a person lying on the door panel listening to the noise outside, looking at the outside world through the deformed cat's eye. He was only separated from Zhu Ning by a wall, and his breathing was very nervous. Zhu Ning knocked on the door. Is anyone there? She could feel that the person inside was tense for a moment, wishing that she couldn't breathe. Zhu Ning, I know someone is at home. Is it convenient to ask about the situation? It won't take up your time. Silence. The person inside didn't speak. Zhu Ning was thinking, she might as well break in directly. Maybe she was observing Zhu Ning's dress. She was wearing a full set of black protective clothing and carrying a huge backpack. I guess normal people would think Zhu Ning looked like a criminal. After about a minute, the people inside slowly said, "Official? Official?" Zhu Ning thought about it, and the cleaning center was an official organization, yes. Are you here to arrest me? What are you here to arrest? Zhu Ning felt that this trend was getting weirder and weirder. Before he asked what was going on, the door was suddenly opened. A bearded man appeared behind the door, his eyes were bloodshot, and he said, "Take me away quickly, I can't stand it, take me to jail, I would rather go to jail." Zhu Ning, ? Why does someone want to go to jail? However, this person is a living person, he is not a pollutant. Zhu Ning patiently said like a social worker who came to send warmth, "Tell me slowly." "Okay, I tell you slowly." The man seemed to have met someone who really wanted to help him for the first time, and he couldn't help shaking. "Or go in first," Zhu Ning reminded him. The man was a little dazed now. He responded to whatever Zhu Ning said, "Yes, yes, yes, come in first, you come in and talk later." They came in, but did not close the door. Zhu Ning could clearly hear the movement in the corridor. The house was very messy inside. The table was piled with beer bottles and many cigarette butts. The kitchen sink was piled with unwashed dishes. Zhu Ning could smell a rotten smell before entering the kitchen. This was not the last house Wang Yaruo lived in before she disappeared. Zhu Ning looked around, and did not sit on the sofa. He stood beside it, looking very professional. Can you introduce yourself first? My name is Ding Chaojia, The bearded man was too nervous, and kept shaking his legs. He seemed to have some difficulty in speaking. I am a thief. Thief? So straightforward? The public security in the Wasteland world is quite poor, and there are many petty thieves and robberies. Every year, the government is too busy to handle them. Ding Chaojia said, I entered this house that day, and I wanted to take some things and leave, but I walked around and found that there seemed to be no one in this house. I am very experienced. I can tell at a glance that the owner has not been home for a long time. This house is abandoned. I thought, I just have no place to live, so I live here. Ding Chaojia shook his legs while speaking. I didn't feel anything unusual at first. The owner of this house may have paid a lot of water and electricity bills before. I lived here for a month without electricity or water outages. I really regarded this place as my own home and moved all my luggage and furniture in. I called my friends on the day of moving, all of whom were gangsters. They also congratulated me, saying that I had a new home and congratulated me on my new home. When talking about the new home, Ding Chaojia smiled bitterly. This is not a congratulation. Thinking back carefully, it is simply a curse. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows, as if she had guessed what would happen. There is a neighbor opposite my house. His door is green. You saw it when you just came in? Zhu Ning responded, I saw it. I didn't take it seriously at first, but since the day I officially moved in, I felt something was wrong. There was always a sound behind the green door. At first it was a woman crying. I thought it was a normal young couple having a conflict, so I didn't take it seriously. Later I thought, I have lived here for 2 months, and I have never seen what my neighbor looks like. But I didn't think much about it. Later one day I was woken up in the middle of the night. That family was very noisy. It seemed like someone was punching a sandbag inside. Every time he punched, my house shook. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I thought about going to talk to someone and not disturbing others. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I was upset that day, so I knocked very loudly. But the harder I knocked, the harder the punches were, just like I was upset. I got angry at that time, so I looked through the cat's eye and then... Ding Chaojia suddenly raised his eyes. I saw an eye inside. There was an eye staring at him inside. The eye was blood red, and not even a bit of white could be seen. Ding Chaojia said, people outside the cat's eye can't see what's inside, but I can see it, and that eye seems to be alive. Ding Chaojia could feel a wave of heat coming towards him, as if it was not a cat's eye, but a hot eyeball, right next to Ding Chaujia's eyeball. I was scared and ran away on the spot. Ding Chaojia repeated, I ran away that day. For the next few days, there were noises behind the green door. Someone was doing something inside, and the noises were getting louder and louder. Anyway, I didn't dare to knock on the door, but I couldn't complain. After all, I was not the owner of this place. If I was found out, I would go to jail. Then I thought, it's not my house anyway, can't I run away? There's no cause for me to run away. At most, I don't want this house. Ding Chaojia clenched his fists when he said this. He seemed to be trapped in some terrible memories. I realized that when I ran away, it was even more terrifying. Zhu Ning, did it target you? Yes. Ding Chaojia cursed. Damn, it targeted me. After I moved, it followed me. I was shocked the first time I moved. I thought I was hallucinating. Ding Chaojia moved, and when he woke up the next day, he found that the door opposite his house had turned green. It followed him. I don't believe in evil, I just keep moving, it follows me wherever I move, and later I moved to a building with no neighbors. There was only one household in the elevator, and I thought at the time, I don't even have a door opposite, let's see where you can drive to. And then I woke up the next day and found it embedded in the wall opposite my house. Damn it, it got into the wall, and it's very noisy every day there are people fighting inside, every day my floor is shaking, I'm going crazy I. Ding Chaojia rubbed his hair and pulled it hard, I'm going crazy, it keeps following me, keeps following me, keeps following me. I know I did something wrong, this is God's punishment for me. Save me, I'm going to jail, lock me up. Zhu Ning was silent. The person she saw in the tomb post was Huang Yeruo, and the current victim was Ding Chaojia. The house found a new owner for itself, and then started to hunt. There are currently 2 known victims, and I don't know how many more there are. And Ding Chaojia didn't enter the green door at all. He entered the house opposite. Is this house tied to the house opposite? Zhu Ning asked, how many times have you moved to this house? Ding Chaojia, the 4th one. The 4th time he moved, the opposite door was still the green door, which proved that the green door was the real one. Ding Chaojia's current house was not the one where Huang Yeruo disappeared. He had changed so many houses in between. The grave sticker gave the latest address. Zhu Ning asked, "Have you ever tried to open the green door?" "Ding Xiaojia, I thought about it, but I didn't dare to go in. I always felt that I couldn't get out after going in." "But," Ding Xiaojia licked his dry lips, "I want to go in more and more. I obviously don't want to go in at all, but I want to go in more and more. I don't know if you can understand." "Zhu Ning, I probably understand." Reason told Ding Xiaojia not to go in, but people's reason would be affected after being mentally polluted. Ding Xiaojia was constantly attracted to the green door. "I just called the police today. I thought if the Public Security Bureau didn't care about me, I would go in and take a look. I had a feeling in my heart. I knew it was today. The green door would definitely kill me, and then you came." No wonder, Ding Xiaojia thought Zhu Ning was an investigator sent by the government. The system said that the mission time was only 12 hours, which meant that if Zhu Ning did not show up, Ding Xiaojia might die today, and the mission would be automatically closed. But the mission description was also strange. The system did not ask Zhu Ning to protect Ding Xiaojia, but asked her to find Huang Yeruo. "Ding Xiaojia, how are you going to solve it? Are you going to take me away?" "Zhu Ning, I go in and take a look first." Ding Xiaojia's face turned pale. "You want to go in?" "Zhu Ning, yes, I want to help you solve the problem." "No," Ding Xiaojia said, "I checked it online before, and I found other people's posts. Some people had similar experiences to me, but I didn't find the follow-up of that post. Anyway, they won't let anyone in." Ding Xiaojia spoke very quickly. Zhu Ning understood and asked, "Let me see the post." Ding Xiaojia showed it to Zhu Ning. The protagonist was not Huang Yeruo, but another girl. The description was similar to that of Ding Xiaojia and Huang Yeruo. Someone commented below that you must not go in. You can't get out once you go in. She posted it 3 years ago. There are other people's posts. Ding Xiaojia must have investigated it for a long time and showed the collected information to Zhu Ning. There are a total of 20 posts. I don't know how many of them are written by following the trend and how many are real victims. But even if half of them are true, it is scary enough. This matter is quite complicated. Zhu Ning felt that Ding Xiaojia must have something he didn't tell her, and he might not be a simple thief. "Zhu Ning, I guess if you don't go in, the connection between you will not be broken." Zhu Ning glanced at the time. She had been listening to Ding Xiaojia's story for 20 minutes. It was already 1:30. Zhu Ning hurried. According to the mission description, she had to stay inside for 1 night. "Zhu Ning, I'm in a hurry. I also need to sleep inside." Ding Xiaojia's eyes widened. He thought he was waiting for an official investigator, but he never expected that he was waiting for a ruthless person. Zhu Ning actually wanted to go in and sleep for 1 night? What exactly does she do? Zhu Ning had already walked to the green door. Ding Xiaojia asked, "What about me?" Zhu Ning, Ding Xiaojia, what should I do if you go in? Once Zhu Ning went in, Ding Xiaojia would be alone. He might encounter some troubles alone. After all, the house was bound to Ding Xiaojia, not Zhu Ning. If Zhu Ning had an accomplice, he could have gone through the green door, and the accomplice would have protected Ding Xiaojia. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning was alone. Zhu Ning had already grasped the door handle with one hand. "I have 2 suggestions. I don't know which one you like." Ding Xiaojia, you. "Tell me." "The first option." "Zhu Ning, you can go in with me." Zhu Ning protected little brother twice in the contaminated area. If she didn't die, then Ding Xiaojia should be able to survive. If Zhu Ning died, Ding Xiaojia himself would not survive. Rather than letting Ding Xiaojia run around, maybe it would be the safest choice to follow Zhu Ning. "I can't." Ding Xiaojia immediately refused. He didn't want to go through the green door unless it was absolutely necessary. He would rather die than die in the green door. "That's the second option." Zhu Ning said, "Go and surrender." "Ah?" Ding Xiaojia thought he had heard it wrong. "Zhu Ning, as you originally thought, stay in the detention center for 1 night. If you are lucky, they may be able to protect you." She has never been in contact with the Public Security Bureau, but there may be a few people with special abilities there. "Then, what if you are unlucky?" Ding Xiaojia stared at Zhu Ning, hoping that she would give him an answer again. What if no one cares about him? But this time Zhu Ning did not speak. She was very silent. That is, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. She was waiting for Ding Xiaojia's choice. Chapter 31. It was 1 o'clock in the night. At the door of the Jiangsu branch of the Public Security Bureau, which is the closest to the Roma city community, a suspect with strange behavior appeared. The man said his name was Ding Xiaojia, and he came here to report a crime in the middle of the night. He spoke incoherently. Really? There is a house chasing me. The door is green. I didn't lie. Someone came to my house today. I guess she is not from the Public Security Bureau. She is a liar. She wanted to trick me into the green door. She wanted to kill me. She is a murderer. You go investigate her. Don't pull me. I'm not crazy. I'm telling the truth. Please. Who am I? I'm a thief. By the way, you arrest me. I steal things, break into private houses, and I ran away after intentionally injuring people before. I have a criminal record. You go check my criminal record. Are you crazy? Let him go quickly. You don't believe it. I am a murderer. Is this okay? I have killed people. Ding Chaojie shouted at the top of his lungs. Crazy? Really a lunatic, Lao Lu. Detain him first. Don't let him embarrass himself here. Ding Chaojie was finally detained in the detention room. Unexpectedly, this madman who couldn't control himself before became quiet in the detention room. Ding Chaojie was on the verge of collapse due to long-term mental pollution. He immediately lay on the bed after entering the detention room and curled himself up. Is this kid sick? He thought he was going home? Don't worry about him. We have a lot of things to do today. Let him stay overnight. What about his criminal record? Don't worry about it. I deal with it tomorrow. I don't have time now. I think he's crazy. Maybe he will be normal tomorrow. The two agents walked away mumbling something, and soon the footsteps disappeared. Ding Chaojie curled up on the bed, but his eyes were not closed. His red eyes stared at the void, and suddenly, his pupils shrank and his eyes widened. A green door appeared on the blank wall opposite him. At first, there was an outline, and then the whole picture of the green door emerged. There were mottled shadows on the green door, like blood still flowing. Ding Chaojie's whole body was tense. With a creaking sound, the green door was opened a crack, and a dark hole was facing Ding Chaojie. Inside was densely packed with black lines, which were madly squirming and moving. It's coming! It's chasing me! Help! Ding Chaojie shouted, Save me! The night shift staff was quickly called over by him. What are you doing? Be honest. Ding Chaojie pointed to the opposite wall. There is a door. A green door. What door? Ding Chaojie, it's chasing me. I'm not lying to you. It's really chasing me. Save me, save me. Ding Chaojie grabbed the agent's collar through the iron fence, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. Damn, you're really sick. The agent cursed. Look carefully where the door is. The agent took a look inside. The wall was clean. There was nothing on it. Why was Ding Chaojie crazy? Yes, please look again. Please look again. Don't go, don't leave me. The agent took a lot of effort to pry Ding Chaojie's hands open. If you are crazy, go to a mental hospital. Ding Chaojie's hands were empty, and he struggled to grab at the air, trying to grab the agent's collar again, but this time he caught nothing. Save me, I don't want to go in. Old Yang, leave him alone, let him go crazy. Someone called him from a distance. Old Yang adjusted his collar, seeming to feel that the young man was quite pitiful. How could he go crazy at such a young age? Old Yang said, Calm down, take a nap first. I will call a doctor for you tomorrow. Doctor? The doctor is useless. Old Yang thought Ding Chaojie was really strange. I will send you to the cleaning center tomorrow. With a click, Old Yang closed the door. Don't leave me alone. Ding Chaojie cried unconvincingly, his face stuck in the iron fence, regretting not choosing to go with Zhu Ning. At least Zhu Ning could see the green door. These people couldn't even see the door. At least Zhu Ning would listen to him. She wouldn't think he was crazy. Ding Chaojie let himself into danger. He and the green door were now locked together. He couldn't even run away. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. Ding Chaojie didn't dare to look back. He held the iron fence tightly. He felt that the green door was right behind him, motionless against his back. It was as if someone was hugging him from behind. It was a pity that Ding Chaojie didn't choose to come in with Zhu Ning. I hope that the old unlucky guy can meet a good person. Zhu Ning stood at the green gate and took a special look at the cat's eye. He didn't see the eyeball that Ding Chaojie said. It seemed to be a very ordinary door. Maybe Ding Chaojie was mentally polluted at the time, and saw it wrong. Before going in, Zhu Ning sent a message to Lu Nianyan. Get ready. Come to the 13th floor of Building 22, in Roma City Community alone, in an hour, and wait for my instructions. Zhu Ning actually only had a rough estimate. It should be finished in an hour. If not finished, it would be considered a mission failure. Lu Nianyan replied quickly, just like squatting in front of the deputy brain. Okay, boss. Zhu Ning, I have no idea where this rich girl's enthusiasm comes from. Zhu Ning can find the source of pollution by herself, but she can't finish the subsequent containment of the contaminated spores by herself. After thinking about it, she only has Lu Ninian. Lu Ninian's spirit value is quite high, and there will be no problem if she contains it for a night. Zhu Ning turned off the deputy brain, made all the preparations, and then she held the door handle and pushed it gently, but the green door did not move. It seems that the person who can enter the green door must be the owner of the house. It resolutely refuses any intruder to enter, and it is probably because of this that the green door has not been purified by the cleaning center. Zhu Ning has studied the cases of purification by the cleaning center. Generally, it is a large-scale pollution. If it is not immediately controlled, it will infect the entire area. Some old and stable contaminated areas are queued up. After all, the cost of each mission is very high, and the money should be spent on the right things. On the contrary, the underground organization headed by Grey Post created by Prometheus has been cleaning up the old polluted areas. The green door has a strong regularity. If its current owner is Ding Chaojie, no one except Ding Chaojie can open it. However, the green door is a bit unlucky today. Zhu Ning has a built-in plugin. System, the prop master key has been opened. Do you want to use it? Zhu Ning, use it. With a click, the green door was opened. The master key can open any door and any lock. The green door is a pollutant, but it is a door itself. Just like the previous 2 times, there will be twitching black lines inside the contaminated area, which is the background of the contaminated area. Data is being broadcast inside Zhu Ning's helmet. It has been confirmed that the cleaner Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area. The pollution level is roughly estimated to be Class C. Please choose whether to report to the technical department of the cleaning center. The current pollution concentration has reached a maximum of 120%. The contaminated area is 2,500 cubic meters in size, and there are living pollutants inside. The area of the contaminated area is smaller than that of the hot pot restaurant, but the pollution concentration is higher than that of the hot pot restaurant. It is also a Class C task, but the hot pot restaurant can accommodate many people. Zhu Ning remembers that this house has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Such a small area and such a high concentration may be more dangerous than a hot pot restaurant. As usual, Zhu Ning did not choose to report to the cleaning center, but she did not send a scheduled text message again. If Zhu Ning cannot control this contaminated area, the artificial intelligence will notify people to come over. With a slight bang, the green door has been closed. Zhu Ning is in the entrance hall, and like every home, there is a living room opposite the entrance hall. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. It must be comfortable to live alone in such a big house. Zhu Ning immediately found the first suspicious point. Huang Yero did not say why she bought the house. She is a single woman and said in the video that she lives alone. She has no children or husband, and she also has no intention of bringing her parents over. Moreover, Huang Yero is not financially wealthy, otherwise she would not have spent so much time and effort on whether to move in the early stage. The Wasteland world is really a world where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The price difference between 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms is far. Ordinary women living alone will choose a 1-bedroom and 1 living room, or at most 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, so as to reduce their financial pressure. Why did Huang Yero need 3 bedrooms? Did she really want to raise a child? Zhu Ning did not change her shoes, of course. She was still wearing a full set of cleaning work clothes to avoid contamination of spores and parasitism again. Zhu Ning walked around the house carefully. The furniture inside was placed normally. The sofa faced the TV, and the furniture did not face away from people. It must be said that Huang Yero really spent a lot of time decorating at that time. Red fabric sofa, warm yellow wallpaper, green curtains, retro and high-end floor. She specially matched them, and had her own aesthetics. People felt that this house was really beautiful, and comfortable at first glance. And even if this house became a haunted house for hunting people, it was well protected inside. There were no scratches on the wall, and the sunflowers on the table turned out to be fresh flowers, which were much more comfortable than Zhu Ning's beehive. Compared with this, Zhu Ning even wanted to live here. What's wrong with a haunted house? Poverty is more terrible than ghosts. And this haunted house also has its own positioning system. Once it recognizes the owner, it will move wherever you move to. The dream house. Zhu Ning walked around the house and opened the curtains to look. The view outside the window was also normal. The greeting of the community downstairs in Rome City was very good, and few people walked around in the middle of the night. The house was perfectly embedded in the community, like an ordinary house in this community. With a swish, Zhu Ning tried to open the window. She stretched out her hand, but could not feel the wind, and it was quiet outside the window. The outside of the window should be an illusion created by pollutants, otherwise the person who entered the green door would have escaped long ago. If there is anything particularly strange about this house, it should be that it is very quiet. It was extremely quiet. The only sound in the house was the sound of Zhu Ning walking around. There was no sound at all. There was no wind, no subtle noise from the air conditioner, no rustling from the neighbors next door. The time and space in the house were absolutely independent. Zhu Ning walked around, but she didn't find Huang Yaruo's shadow, nor did she find more clues. She was definitely the only one in the house. The system let Zhu Ning sleep in the house. She opened the master bedroom. There was a whole wall inside the master bedroom that was made into a bookcase. Maybe the owner loved reading, or it was just a decoration. The double bed was covered with a silk quilt. Every detail showed that the owner of the house loved life very much. Zhu Ning habitually searched every corner. After making sure that there was no place where people could hide, she tried to lie on the bed. The bed was very soft. Nothing weird happened, and no tentacles suddenly stretched out from under the bed to drag Zhu Ning into the abyss. Zhu Ning's foreknowledge of danger did not move. Very quiet and peaceful. But this calmness revealed a kind of weirdness, like a quiet lake before a storm. To complete the system's task, Zhu Ning thought she was actually sleeping in a haunted house. If an outsider came in and saw it, he would definitely think it was very abnormal. She didn't take off her clothes, but was still wearing a motorcycle suit and a fully covered black helmet. Zhu Ning clasped her hands and lay as peacefully as a mummy. She thought she would not be able to sleep. This was too awkward. Unexpectedly, less than 3 minutes later, Zhu Ning's eyelids began to fight. Before she closed her eyes, the clock on the bedside table showed 2:16 in the morning. Zhu Ning closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ding-ling-ling, the alarm clock vibrated wildly. Zhu Ning suddenly opened her eyes and saw a sun-shaped lamp hanging from the ceiling. She opened her eyes suddenly, and then began to breathe heavily, a little dazed for a while. What was she doing just now? Did she really fall asleep in the haunted house? How long did she sleep? Soldiers can absolutely control their bodies, which is their instinct for survival. Especially people like Zhu Ning, whether they are professional shooters or garbage collectors. The main reason why they can stay calm in most situations is that they believe that they have absolute control over their bodies. But just now, her control over her body disappeared. She didn't know when she fell asleep and when she woke up. Although she didn't encounter any monsters or pollutants now, she felt an extreme panic, the panic she had lost control of her body. This house is really weird. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, blinked, and moved her eyes away from the ceiling. Something was wrong in front of her. The furniture in the house has changed. But unlike what Huang Yaruo described in the video, the wardrobe and furniture were not facing away from her, but facing her. The wardrobe, desk, coat rack, and green plants in the bedroom had all been moved. They were close to the bed, surrounding Zhu Ning on the bed, as if they were quietly looking at her as an outsider. Chapter 32. The alarm clock showed the time of 6:30 in the morning, and it was dawn. Did Zhu Ning really sleep in this room all night? Why is it so unreal? The system sounded. Side quest. House where people are being chased. The current purification progress is 10%. Does this count as completing the task of sleeping in the house? This was the first system prompt she heard after entering the house. She had never felt that the mechanical sound of the system was so intimate. Zhu Ning tilted her neck. She did not feel relaxed after rest at all. Instead, she was very tired, more tired than going to a fighting class. If you didn't know, you would think she had a fight with someone last night. The furniture in the bedroom stood quietly beside her bed, as if they were alive and were watching her body. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to look at her helmet, which had a video recording function. The first time she watched a video of herself falling asleep, it was still from the first-person perspective. But the helmet had a limited field of view. She fell asleep lying on her back, and the picture taken directly opposite her was the ceiling chandelier. Zhu Ning watched her video from yesterday at a fast speed. The screen was green in the night vision perspective. At the beginning, there was only a chandelier, boring and like a still picture. Suddenly, with a slight rustling sound, Zhu Ning turned over last night. At this moment, something suddenly appeared on the screen. It was tightly pressed against Zhu Ning's face. Zhu Ning watched the video inside the helmet. When watching it, she felt as if she was in the scene and thought the thing was right in front of her. That was a pot of green ivy? The green ivy on the bedside table came to see her in the middle of the night? And she had to watch it close to her face? The green ivy was too close to Zhu Ning, blocking most of the screen. After half an hour, Zhu Ning, who was in a sleeping state, turned over again. She flipped from the left to the right, and from here, other furniture suddenly appeared in the video's screen. The time displayed in the lower right corner was 4 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Ning sorted it out and confirmed 2 facts based on the video playback of the helmet. First, she really fell asleep yesterday. Second, the furniture really moved in the middle of the night. The technology of the cleaning center should be far superior to the surveillance video used by the public, but like Wang Yeru, she could not capture the process of the furniture moving. The picture turned, and they were already in front of her. Generally speaking, the movement of furniture will make a lot of noise. Zhu Ning, as a doomsday player who survived the zombie world, didn't hear any movement. This is completely unreasonable. Mental pollution, absolutely mental pollution, through repeated unreasonable events to make you mentally collapse. But Zhu Ning's mental value did not drop at all. Is she too strong? Or is the model of this polluted area like boiling a frog in warm water? By the time you react, the whole person will be crazy. You have to do normal things in an abnormal place. What should you do the next day after waking up from sleep? Logically, it should be washing up. Zhu Ning got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. But Zhu Ning had no desire to go to the bathroom, and she couldn't take off her helmet to brush her teeth, so she pretended to wash her hands and her own helmet. Anyway, the work clothes were waterproof. If there were people at home at this time, they would also think Zhu Ning was strange. Zhu Ning actually splashed water on the helmet with her hands very freely, and wiped it carefully with a towel after finishing. The house was not normal, and Zhu Ning was not normal either. Get up, wash up, and have breakfast. The last thing was to have breakfast. She had to go to the kitchen. Zhu Ning was stunned when she opened the bedroom door. There was a whole row of furniture at the door of the bedroom. The refrigerator, washing machine, TV cabinet, and sofa all changed their positions. They were lined up in an orderly manner at the door of Zhu Ning's bedroom. It seemed that I had eavesdropped all night at her door yesterday. She could imagine that when she was asleep, the furniture moved slowly, holding her breath and observing Zhu Ning inside. These furnitures were observing her. After the furniture moved, the whole warm home looked very strange, as if the furniture was the owner of the house and was walking freely. Zhu Ning asked, "Is anyone there?" It was quiet, very quiet all around. It was still that kind of weird, extreme silence. No one answered her at all. In this world, except Zhu Ning, no one made any sound. She felt very clearly that she had stepped into the void. She regretted coming in alone, otherwise there would be someone to talk to her. She found that the greatest fear in life is boredom. So boring. The sun outside was as bright as an incandescent lamp, and the light was fake. When it shone on her body, it didn't have the warmth of sunlight. Zhu Ning sat on the sofa, which was placed at the door of her room, next to a double-door refrigerator. She had never sat on the sofa from this perspective before. She looked at the refrigerator with her chin down and observed it carefully for a while. The danger prediction didn't work. But this didn't mean there was no danger. Her talent for danger prediction could only predict 30 seconds later. If a big knife suddenly chopped her from behind, she would be killed immediately, and the danger prediction would be activated. But this kind of thing, which kills you silently and slowly, should be useless forewarning of danger. This kind of horror is completely different from what Zhu Ning has experienced before. No monsters, no pollutants, no blood or broken limbs, only a strange house. She didn't even know where to start. She turned on the TV, and it really worked. TV is generally a medium for receiving information, and maybe she could find clues. Zhu Ning moved the sofa to the opposite side of the TV and began to watch TV with a serious attitude. An advertisement was playing on TV. Have you been suffering from insomnia recently? Are you still annoyed by falling asleep? Hurry up and use the wanting cervical pillow to give you a peaceful and good dream. Pillow seller. Next advertisement. Tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Feeling tired after waking up. Supermoon sleeping pills are here to help you. Sleeping pills can be advertised on TV. Next one. White tea fragrance. Give you a gentle dream. Next one. Zhu Ning felt that the sound of the advertisement was getting weaker and weaker, and the picture in front of her was getting more and more blurred. Zhu Ning nodded. Wait. Zhu Ning suddenly raised her head. What was she doing? Did she fall asleep? The TV was still playing ads in a loop. Zhu Ning looked up. It was already dark outside. She looked at the time. It was 9:36 p.m. She slept for a whole day? Impossible. She couldn't have not known that she slept for so long. There was no light in the house. Only the faint light from the street lamp outside shone in. It was like being abandoned by the whole world after waking up. And the furniture in the house changed again. Except for the sofa where Zhu Ning was sitting, all other furniture faced the wall with their backs to Zhu Ning. It was as if rows of furniture were standing facing the wall as punishment. Here it comes again, that feeling of terror. It makes people lose control of their bodies, not knowing whether they are asleep or not, and not knowing how time passes. It breaks all your senses, and makes you completely confused. What's more terrible is that Zhu Ning's system panel has not reminded her that her mental value is dropped. The system cannot be broken, and other props in the panel can be used. So this is not mental pollution in the traditional sense, but it can make you gradually lose your instincts. It's more terrible than mental pollution. After sleeping in this house for 2 nights, Zhu Ning found that she had lost her coordinates and reference objects. Everything is unreliable, and the time indicated by the clock is not necessarily the time. You may not be asleep when you fall asleep. TV dramas have a sleeping effect, and every piece of furniture seems to be alive. She is not even sure whether there is a pollution source in this polluted area. Is this really a polluted area? But when she first came in, the helmet clearly reminded her that this is a Class C polluted area. The task given by the system is to find Huang Yeruo. This house is not big, and there is no place to hide people. If she is still in the house, where can she hide? Huang Yeruo and Ding Chaojia both heard the noise in the middle of the night. It was said that someone was making strange noises inside, as if they were boxing. There were no sandbags in the house, and Huang Yeruo didn't look like a fitness fanatic, so where did the boxing noises come from? Suddenly, bang! A muffled sound suddenly came from the dark house, and the whole floor trembled. Bang! 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 Here it comes, that's the sound. The noise described by Ding Chaojia really sounded like someone boxing, punching the dull sandbags one by one. In a residential building with poor sound insulation, if you encounter a neighbor punching a sandbag in the middle of the night, the whole floor of the room will even vibrate. It is now 10:01 p.m. The sound of boxing echoed in the house. The noise would make people irritated if they listened for a long time. Ding Chaojia was almost crazy after being tortured for many years. But where did the sound come from? Neighbor? Zhu Ning carefully looked for the source of the sound. She attached herself to the wall of the living room and listened for a while. She listened to every wall, including the floor. She couldn't find the source of the sound. Zhu Ning's hearing was already very good, but she couldn't find the source of the sound. It seemed to come from all directions and emanate from every pore in the cracks of the wall. It was like a little man boxing lived in the wall. Zhu Ning stopped. She wore a helmet and stood in a room with very strange furniture, listening to the noise of boxing very seriously. She was thinking. 1. This is an independent space. Zhu Ning could not accurately feel the passage of time and space. 2. There is sound here, and it comes from somewhere else. 3. The system asked her to find the missing Huang Yeruo, proving that a living person was still hiding here. 4. Furniture likes to turn its back to people and face the wall. Question. Where could Huang Yeruo be? Zhu Ning suddenly moved. She turned around abruptly as if she was possessed by a demon. Then she began to walk backwards. She walked very slowly, step by step, slowly walking backwards. If there was a surveillance camera watching her, she would definitely think she was sleepwalking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Huang Yeruo's house was not big, and the living room was at the end in 10 steps. There was a slight bang. Zhu Ning's back hit the wall, and she had reached the end. She could feel a solid wall blocking her back. One of her feet had already hit the wall, and there was no place to retreat. Zhu Ning raised her foot and took another step backwards. If there was a real wall behind her, she should have hit the wall with 1 foot. However, the step she took backwards fell. Her foot stepped into the ground. Theoretically, there was no space behind her, and she stepped into another space. Sure enough, the time and space of this place were very strange, and the space of the house could be continued. Every time Huang Yeruo woke up, she saw that all the furniture was facing away from her and facing the wall, because the furniture was looking at the real house. The furniture wanted to go in, and Huang Yeruo might be inside too. Zhu Ning obviously guessed correctly that the time and space here were different, but she didn't dare to look back at all. One of her feet stepped into another dimension, and half of her body was still outside. Zhu Ning was motionless, as if she was stuck in the middle of the wall. She heard a woman crying. Ding Chaojia said that there would be people fighting in the middle of the night, and sometimes there would be women crying. He didn't lie, Zhu Ning really heard it. And the touch under Zhu Ning's feet was soft, as if stepping on a corpse. Chapter 33. Professor Chu, someone has entered the number 777 experimental subject. In a laboratory, a whole wall is covered with monitoring data. The data that is usually stable suddenly fluctuated today, producing an exaggerated peak. The man called the professor is very young. He wears a white coat and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His facial features are deep, but his temperament is somewhat gloomy. The energy fluctuates abnormally. The researcher tapped the keyboard with both hands and said, "Someone really went in." He didn't mean to go in the outside. Someone went into the real inside. The researcher asked, "Someone from the cleaning center?" Another researcher replied, "Impossible. The center has recently been undergoing internal rectification under the leadership of Xianqing, and there are not many tasks. The power inside the cleaning center is changing, and most of the cleaners and demon hunters are undergoing centralized training. Those who fail the assessment are not allowed to accept tasks. The entire cleaning center has a sharp drop in tasks within a week. The cleaning center has not managed this house for so many years, and it is impossible for them to come to purify it suddenly. And they know the list of all tasks of the cleaning center within 3 days, and this experimental subject is definitely not on the recent task list. Could it be it?" the researcher asked. Professor Chu was silent. He was slow to speak. "Prometheus? What was he going to do?" he asked. "Where's experiment 777? Building 22, 13th floor, Rome City Community." Another person answered, "It is a residential area with a high occupancy rate and a dense population. This means that hot weapons cannot be used to flatten it. If it is in the wilderness, it can be directly blocked from the outside. But in a densely populated residential area, it is almost impossible to successfully bypass the Public Security Bureau and solve it quietly. What should we do?" the researcher asked. "The 777th experiment has been around for 15 years, and they don't want to give up their hard work over the years. Its experimental data is very valuable, and they have been monitoring the growth data of the 777th experiment. As a pollutant, it can recognize its owner and track it, and it is now growing slowly, and has even learned to hunt independently, which is very rare. If it is purified at this time, their years of hard work will go to waste. It's too late to send people over. The green door recognizes its owner, and outsiders can't open the door. There are only 2 outcomes for intruders entering the green door. The first is to purify the green door. The second is to be assimilated by the green door. Generally, it is the second one, so there is no need to worry too much. Researcher, don't worry about it, just like last time." Professor Chu was silent for a moment before making a decision: send someone to wait outside and find an opportunity to kill the intruder. The researcher agreed, thinking that Professor Chu was too cautious. Although the number 777 experiment was only rated as a Class C contaminated area, no one has returned alive so far because of the strange internal structure. Public Security Bureau Detention Center. Ding Chaojia held the railing tightly. He could feel someone clinging to him from behind. He didn't dare to breathe. He was the only one in the detention room. Ding Chaojia slowly turned his head. Sure enough, a green door was behind him, clinging to him. The green door had opened a crack, and the air inside seemed to be twitching with black lines. "Please, Ding Chaojia, I didn't mean it. Can you please not come to me? I kowtow to you. I didn't mean to kill you. I was just careless. Ding Chaojia kept begging in a low voice, but the green door slowly opened. Snap! Ding Chaojia was stunned, and one of his fingers holding the railing loosened. Someone was prying his hand. "Please, don't come over." "Ah!" The second finger was pried open, and no matter how hard he pulled, it was useless. Snap, snap, snap! All 10 fingers were forced to pry open. Ding Chaojia suddenly felt his right leg sink, as if a hand grabbed his ankle. The security guard in charge of watching the surveillance video of the Public Security Bureau's detention center was dozing off, and he didn't see the situation inside the detention center. In the video's surveillance, Ding Chaojia was holding the railing, and suddenly, it seemed that someone pried his hand invisibly, breaking his fingers one by one. He was in pain, and he kept shouting, like a puppet, unable to control his limbs at all. Ding Chaojia took a step back with his right foot, and backed up step by step. The surveillance video kept flashing. With a bang, the green door closed, and Ding Chaojia disappeared in the detention room, as if he had never been there. Zhu Ning's feet landed on the ground. She had seen many corpses, and this touch was definitely correct. That was a body. Did she step into the crime scene? It seemed that the game had a bug that stuck the NPC, and she could only back up, not forward. It was already like this, and there was no way back anyway. Even if there was a female ghost behind her, it was better than facing an empty house. Zhu Ning took another step back, and this time she walked completely into the space behind her. Zhu Ning stumbled, and she had to hold onto the wall to stand firm. Under her feet was a highly rotten male corpse, and his back seemed to have been cut open by a knife, and something was about to come out of the body. It looked like a pollutant that failed to be alienated. He maintained a prone position, with his fingers curled up and tightly grasping the edge of the kick line, as if he was trying every means to escape before he died. Zhu Ning came out from the back of the TV wall. It was her first time to enter another space at such a tricky angle. Her first reaction was to touch the wall again. Her palm could not pass through again. The wall in front of her became a solid wall. She could only come in but not go out. The house was unusually damp and cold, and the helmet panel showed only 16 degrees. This space was also quiet. No one spoke, only Zhu Ning made a slight sound. Out of caution, Zhu Ning did not look back after entering the alien space, but took another step back and carefully moved her feet away from the corpse. Suddenly, her whole body froze, and something seemed to move on the back of her neck. Although the work clothes of the cleaning center completely covered the skin of the person, the work clothes simulated the touch of the skin and were very sensitive. Now Zhu Ning felt a little itchy on the back of her neck, as if a ball of hair fell behind her. Zhu Ning was brave enough, and her heartbeat inevitably accelerated at that moment. Tick-tock, a drop of water fell on the helmet, making a muffled sound. Because it was too quiet, the sound of the drop of water was very obvious. She raised her head silently. Then she saw a pale face, and a woman was hanging upside down on the ceiling. The other party was wearing a red dress, lying on the ceiling with her limbs, and her long hair fell down, just falling on Zhu Ning's shoulders. Tick-tock, the woman's pale face was wet, and water kept seeping out of her pores, like a corpse that had been soaked at the bottom of a well for a night. Zhu Ning took a while to figure out what he had seen. The woman's limbs were stretched out, as if there was some suction holding the ceiling, and she was carrying a huge snail shell on her back. The whole snail shell was light yellow, and even had a beautiful black vortex line. If you look closely, the snail shell grew from the spine on the back. Snail. People? Is this a pollutant? No wonder there was no sound. Snails don't make noises. Zhu Ning glanced around with his peripheral vision. The alternate dimension was exactly the same as Huang Yeruo's home, like a mirrored space. But the furniture was placed in the opposite position from the home Zhu Ning had just visited. If the sofa was placed on the left in the previous house, this one was placed on the right. The two houses were symmetrical, but obviously older and more dilapidated. The furniture was covered with a thick layer of dust. There were rotten food and withered flowers on the dining table, and the walls were covered with mold and moss. There were 6 wriggling snails in the living room, some in suits, some in sportswear, and one in light pink pajamas. From their clothes, one could even infer who they were before. As soon as Zhu Ning came in, these snails seemed to have a collective consciousness, and suddenly all looked at Zhu Ning. Snails are mollusks, so the limbs of snails are softer. After seeing Zhu Ning, they slowly wriggled their limbs and crawled towards Zhu Ning. But the speed of snails is too slow. In a weird and humid house, a room full of snails with human faces are slowly crawling towards you. I don't know why. Obviously the other party's slow movements should not be a big threat, but she felt a weird feeling in her heart. This thing is even more frightening than the pig-headed man. The fishmen and pigmen we met before didn't have human faces. When you see them, your brain recognizes them as monsters. But snails are very humanized, and they look not much different from humans. Snail people have the behavior patterns of snails, and can climb higher. Wherever they climb, they leave a long trail of mucus. The whole environment is more suitable for snails to survive. It is very humid. The house is covered with green plants. There is a bunch of red mushrooms growing next to the sofa. If you don't know, you might think it is a giant incubator. This may be the real polluted area. Zhu Ning suddenly understood how the 2,500 cubic meters of polluted area was calculated. A home will definitely not be larger than a swimming pool, but if the space of this home can be continuously expanded and extended, it is entirely possible. Zhu Ning has been to 3 polluted areas. This is the first place she urgently wants to get out. It is really too weird, and makes people not want to stay for a moment. The clue to get out is on the snail man. The remaining 5 snail men look like ordinary people. There is a male snail man next to the TV. He is a bit too prominent. The man had a square face and a very strong body. He didn't look like an ordinary person. He might have been doing some security work before he became a pollutant. He seemed to be wearing a watch on his wrist, which flashed a faint light. Wait, Zhu Ning frowned. That's not a watch, it's a cleaning center employee bracelet. The cleaning center employee bracelet is a symbol of identity, used to contact the cleaning center, and can get support from various departments when necessary. Even if you die in a polluted area, the positioning function can also show your last location, which is convenient for someone to collect the body later. There are 3 types of employee bracelets. The cleaner wears silver, the demon hunter wears black, and the technical or management personnel wear pure white. Zhu Ning will never make a mistake. The Snail Man has a black employee bracelet on his wrist. He is a demon hunter? Demon hunters are far superior to cleaners in terms of mental value and physical fitness. Zhu Ning has deeply experienced this after being beaten in the fighting field for 3 days. A demon hunter once died here? Chapter 34. Ding Xiaojia felt the door behind him open, and he was forced to step into the space behind him. Bang, and then he watched the green door close again. In front of him was a porch, and he should have walked into the inside of the green door. Ding Xiaojia had been hunted for so long, and this was the first time he came in. He couldn't move his hands and feet, like a poor fly stuck in a spider web. It was freezing cold all around, and he only wore a jacket, and his hair was all blown up. He couldn't even say a word. Ding Xiaojia's neck was stiff, and he felt someone slowly approaching him. He couldn't turn around, but he could see the shadow cast in front of him, and someone was holding a hammer high behind him. Bang! The demon hunter who turned into a snail was under the TV. Zhu Ning was facing the TV, and she was about to check the employee bracelet on the demon hunter's hand. The employee bracelet functioned like a black box, which might record the process of the demon hunter's death. Zhu Ning couldn't figure out how a demon hunter died here. Suddenly she stopped moving. There was someone behind her. She could see the shadow cast by the person. From the reflection of the TV, it looked like a thin and tall woman. A hammer hit her from behind. Zhu Ning's body softened and fell to the ground with a bang. Zhu Ning had been beaten by the demon hunter hundreds of times in the fighting class. It was impossible for her to be knocked down so easily. She wanted to struggle, hesitated for a moment, and stopped moving. There were 2 bangs. The person might be afraid that she would fight back, so he hit her neck twice again. After the injection of the genetic drug, the skin hardness increased, as if she wore a soft armor under her work clothes, protecting the fragile cervical spine. There was pain, but it was not so painful that it was unbearable. The danger warning did not sound, not as dangerous as the last pigman's sneak attack. Zhu Ning heard a bang, the man threw the hammer, and then a woman was breathing loudly. She seemed to have been in a state of extreme panic, and her panting was particularly loud. This sound was very familiar. I caught you. The woman said in shock, I caught you. Then Zhu Ning's feet sank, and the woman dragged her feet like dragging a corpse. She was a little curious about what the woman was going to do. Zhu Ning herself, including this work clothes, weighed at least 150 kilograms. It was very difficult for the woman to drag, and she walked and stopped. Zhu Ning took the opportunity to observe this house. There was a set of steel uniforms of a demon hunter on the ground, which should be left by the demon hunter. There were 2 highly rotten corpses at the door of the toilet. It was probably because the alienation failed, and it was no longer possible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The woman dragged Zhu Ning into the master bedroom bathroom. The inside of the bathroom was simply a murder scene, with blood red inside, and blood spots splashed on the ceiling. The blood on the edge of the bathtub had dried up, as if someone had killed someone here and filled the bathroom with blood, and there was another person in the room. With a click, the woman handcuffed Zhu Ning's wrists to the water pipe. In this position, Zhu Ning finally saw the woman in front of him, Huang Yeruo. She was wearing the floral nightgown she wore on the day she disappeared, and a pair of white rabbit-shaped slippers on her feet, but they were stained red with blood. Huang Yeruo had disheveled hair, dry and yellow hair, and was so thin that her eye sockets were sunken inward. Because of her sunken eyes, she looked like a skeleton covered with skin. She was the same weak and helpless image in the video, and she had hardly aged. She was still easily panicked, but her eyes clearly revealed a sense of madness. System voice sounded. Side quest. Chasing the man's house. Finding the missing Huang Yeruo has been completed, and the current purification progress is 60%. This person is really Huang Yeruo, and Huang Yeruo doesn't look abnormal, at least she didn't grow a snail shell. Huang Yeruo kept muttering, why is there an extra one? Why is there an extra one? What's the extra one? Huang Yeruo seemed to want to take off Zhu Ning's work clothes, but the cleaner's protective suit is difficult to take off. Zhu Ning took 20 minutes to wear it for the first time. People who are not experts don't know where to start. Sure enough, Huang Yeruo gave up after trying for only 3 minutes. In the end, she took off Zhu Ning's cleaning backpack. Inside the cleaning backpack, except for the storage tools, there are standard weapons. Ordinary people don't even dare to touch them when they see them, because it is easy to fire. Huang Yaruo frowned when she saw a backpack of weapons. You are the same as him? What do you mean the same as the demon hunters outside? Huang Yaruo looked at Zhu Ning deeply. Don't be afraid. It will be fine soon. It won't hurt. The helmet did not filter out the smell of blood, and with blood all around, Zhu Ning felt that the words "it will be fine soon" meant to send her to death. Huang Yaruo didn't want to talk to her at all. She took Zhu Ning's cleaning backpack and put it in the corner of the bathroom door. The distance between Zhu Ning and the cleaning backpack was more than 1 meter, and the metal control skill could not be used, but the handcuffs on her hands and the water pipes behind her were all made of metal. With a click, Huang Yaruo walked out of the bathroom and closed the door. After the people left, Zhu Ning began to look at another victim in the bathroom. The other party had his hands tied and curled up on the edge of the bathtub, with blood all over his body. He may have been hit by a hammer. The back of his head and shoulders were covered in blood. Zhu Ning suspected that his bones might be broken. This man looked familiar. Is it Ding Chaojia? Isn't he in the Public Security Bureau? Can't the Public Security Bureau help him? Ding Chaojia had his back to Zhu Ning and was twitching slightly. Zhu Ning felt that this was very strange for a moment. She and Ding Chaojia seemed to be a kind of food reserve. Huang Yaruo's action just now was to deal with food, and now she was going to call people to eat. But the appearance of Ding Chaojia broke the weirdness of the house at once. At least this person was a living person, not a dead person, and Zhu Ning could talk to him. When people know nothing, they are good at scaring themselves. After Zhu Ning saw Huang Yaruo, the situation gradually became clear, and Zhu Ning began to rethink this matter. Ding Chaojia was lying on the ground half dead. Zhu Ning and he were tied at the two ends of the bathroom, but the bathroom itself was not very big. Zhu Ning kicked him and whispered, "Hello? Ding Chaojia?" Ding Chaujia's eyes widened. He recognized Zhu Ning's voice. When he looked up, he saw a woman in a motorcycle suit. Ding Chaojia would never forget this weirdo, even if he died. He stared with red eyes. "Liar. You lied to me." Zhu Ning, No, isn't this the time to discuss who lied to whom? Ding Chaojia was covered in wounds. Zhu Ning noticed that all his 10 fingers were broken, as if they were broken by someone. Was Huang Yaruo so cruel? But it didn't look like that if he looked closely. The fingers were all bent backwards. An ordinary woman didn't have the strength to bend the hand bones of an adult man. Zhu Ning lowered his voice and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ding Chaujia's face was covered in blood. When Zhu Ning asked him, he felt like he was being poked in the heartbreak. He leaned his head against the edge of the bathtub. "This is retribution. Retribution, it found me." Ding Chaujia's voice sounded very dull. "This is retribution for killing her." What? When Zhu Ning first met Ding Chaojia, she only felt that he was nervous, but now she felt that he seemed a little unconscious. Ha ha ha. Ding Chaojia muttered to himself, "It chased me to the Public Security Bureau. No one can save me. This is retribution." Zhu Ning's temples throbbed when she heard this. She could probably guess that the Green Door had hunted Ding Chaojia again at the Public Security Bureau, but she didn't expect the Green Door to be so flexible. Zhu Ning extracted the key information and asked, "Did you kill someone?" Ding Chaujia's voice was even more painful. He hit his forehead against the bathtub, making a banging sound. "I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted to steal something." But she said she would call the police. I couldn't do anything." Sure enough, the story he told Zhu Ning concealed part of the facts. Ding Chaojia was not a simple thief. He attempted to rob a house, and was discovered by the owner. "Ding Chaojia, I was a mistake. I am guilty. I am guilty." It turned out that Ding Chaujia's story was like this. Ding Chaojia attempted to rob a house, and killed a person. After killing, he immediately fled. Unexpectedly, the first person to catch up was not the police, but the Green Door. He killed the original owner of the house, and became the new owner of the house. This Green Door bound him. He could escape the arrest of the police, but he could not escape the arrest of the Green Door. The Green Door can chase him all his life, to the ends of the earth. Over time, he himself began to doubt whether this was retribution, because he killed someone, so the victim turned into a door to chase him. No wonder, when Zhu Ning first met him, he was eager to go to the Public Security Bureau to atone for his sins. He did something wrong, and was afraid of someone knocking on the door. It was really retribution. He deserved it. Zhu Ning speculated that this house may have existed for a long time. The Green Door kept walking in the world, looking for the next owner who would move in by mistake. Once the owner was bound, he would be hunted to death, unless you enter the Green Door. But once you enter, you will be trapped in the alien space, and cannot get out until you are assimilated into a snail. What about Huang Yarou? She doesn't look like she was forced. Has she been taking care of this house? The house has no active attack skills. If you use an analogy, its existence is more like a Venus flytrap. Huang Yarou's action of knocking Zhu Ning and Ding Chaojie unconscious was very much like a mother feeding her cub. The cub has not grown fangs yet, and the snail man moves slowly. Huang Yarou needs to chew it herself before feeding it to the house. Zhu Ning asked, "How did you get in?" She wanted to hear the specific process of Ding Chaojie entering the green door. Maybe she could find new clues. But Ding Chaojie seemed to not understand Zhu Ning's words. He suddenly jumped quickly, like a fish lying on the cold bathroom floor. Ding Chaojie's movements were too weird, not something a human could do. Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat. She was too familiar with this conditioned reflex, like a sign of a human turning into a zombie. Zhu Ning was silent for a moment and asked, "What's wrong with you?" I'm so cold." Cold? It was indeed quite cold in the house. The temperature displayed on the helmet panel was only 18 degrees. Ding Chaojie was wearing a denim jacket, so it was normal for him to feel cold. Ding Chaojie screamed and squirmed his body, but his hands were cuffed, and he could only make ding-dong sounds when he struggled. You. Ding Chaojie's eyes widened, and 2 streams of liquid flowed from his eyes. They were not tears, but a bit like yellow secretions. Ding Chaojie shook his neck like a zombie, and crawled toward Zhu Ning, while muttering you. If it were usual, Zhu Ning would have kicked him away, but today she didn't move. "Can you help me take a look?" Ding Chaojie said. My back hurts so much." "Ding Chaojie, it's a little itchy, can you help me scratch it?" Zhu Ning was stunned. Something was growing on Ding Chaojie's back, breaking out of the ground from the spine, and propping up an exaggerated bulge on his jacket, like the serious hunchback patients in the village. Before Zhu Ning had time to speak, he heard a crackling sound. The bulge was broken, and a soft, brand-new snail shell appeared on his back. The snail shell was orange-yellow with a black swirl line on it. Because it was newly grown, it was a little transparent, and you could even see the soft flesh inside. He was alienated. "What's wrong with me?" Ding Chaojie kept trying to turn his head to see his back, and his voice began to become strange. Ding Chaojie turned around with great effort, but he couldn't see it, and Zhu Ning suddenly didn't know how to tell him the truth. Ding dong. A tooth fell out of his mouth. Zhu Ning and he were both stunned. The tooth that fell out was particularly conspicuous on the tile, and the root of the tooth was stained with blood. Then, Ding Chaojie's teeth loosened one by one, and dozens of teeth actually fell down with a crackling sound. Ah! It was unknown whether Ding Chaojie wanted to speak or do something, and he could only utter a single syllable in the end. Ah! Ding Chaojie lost his language ability. He was parasitized by contaminated spores. Zhu Ning's first thought was that he had become an unconscious pollutant. Ding Chaojie opened his mouth wide. Zhu Ning was close enough to him to see the whole process of his alienation, which was somewhat similar to the zombie mutation. After Ding Chaojie's teeth fell out, new teeth actually grew in his mouth, forming the snail's unique radula. Zhu Ning thought of the messy popular science he had seen before because the zombie world was too boring. Snails are animals with the most teeth, and a snail has tens of thousands of teeth. Their teeth are different from humans. They are not used to chew food, but to crush food with tens of thousands of teeth on the radula. Now Ding Chaojie has a radula. Ding Chaojie's neck twitched, his eyes were red, but his hands and feet became softer, and his palms were constantly secreting liquid. He twisted his neck, as if he had just adapted to his body. He tilted his head, and water began to appear on his face. His pale face quickly swelled up, as if it had been soaked. Even the look in his eyes, when he looked at Zhu Ning, became very strange. Food, that was food. Ding Chaojie opened his mouth wide, and with his hands hanging, he still had to crawl towards Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning frowned. She was actually staying in the same bathroom with a mutated pollutant. With a yelp, the bathroom door was suddenly opened. Dozens of snail people appeared at the door of the room. There were twice as many snail people in this house as Zhu Ning had imagined. They opened their red eyes, opened their mouths wide, showing their teeth and tongues, and slowly crawled towards Zhu Ning. The house was about to enter hunting mode. In Zhu Ning's world, there is a very popular question on the internet. If you are given 100 million yuan, you will be chased by snails for the rest of your life. If you are caught by a snail, you will die. Would you like to do that? More than half of the people chose yes. After all, the speed of a snail is so slow. As long as you are 5 meters faster than the snail, you can win. A small number of people are not willing to live in fear for the rest of their lives, worrying that they will be killed by a snail all the time. That life is too sad. When Juning saw this question, the only doubt she had was that she couldn't imagine how she could be chased by a snail, so she couldn't answer it at all. Unfortunately, Juning seems to understand this question now. She has lived in the zombie world for so many years, and has come into contact with all kinds of mutant zombies. She never thought that one day she would be chased by a room of snails. Snail people have the habits of snails. Their bodies are extremely soft and they crawl from the ground, door frames, ceilings, and walls into the bathroom. Huang Yarou stood behind the group of snails, looking at Juning with a gloomy face, as if Juning was a leaf feeding the snails. The snails were moving very slowly, and Dante Chaojia was only half a meter away from Juning. The pollutants began to show their true colors. After Juning entered this strange house, he was depressed by the atmosphere inside and felt irritated, as if an invisible hand was pinching his neck. No pollutants appeared for a long time, and the endless nothingness was torturing people crazy. At this time, he found a little feeling, with pollutants, blood, and 2 humans. Thinking carefully, the helmet broadcast that the house was only a Class C pollution area. The house where people are chased is like the last question in elementary school math Olympiad. The question angle is a bit tricky and many adults can't do it. But tear off all the bluffing disguises, it is just an elementary school question. Ding Chaojia squirmed his body, and his slimy feet slowly crawled towards Juning. Juning didn't move, letting Ding Chaojia approach without even dodging. Ding Chaujia's slimy feet were about to touch Juning's legs. Once they touched, the work clothes would be quickly corroded. Suddenly, Ding Chaojia stopped abruptly, with an extremely painful expression on his face. He opened his mouth wide, but he had become a snail and couldn't even shout. The handcuffs that tied Ding Chaojia suddenly strangled him. He was now a mollusk. The sharp handcuffs broke his hands together. Juning used his talent for metal manipulation. With a click, the handcuffs on her wrists broke. Juning was very fast. When she turned over, the handcuffs had already hit Ding Chaujia's forehead. There were a lot of metal materials in the bathroom, all within a meter of Juning. The shower in the bathroom rose into the air like a snake, and the stainless steel handles near the faucet and the bathtub suddenly tore off the wall, making a crackling sound. Juning didn't even touch the snail man, and she had killed 3 of them under her control. The snail man who moved so slowly was really not worth mentioning in her eyes. It only took her a minute to fight a circle. It must be said that the talent for metal control was quite useful. With a click, someone loaded the gun. When Juning looked up, Huang Yarou had opened Juning's backpack and took out a gun. "Don't come over, don't come over." Huang Yarou's voice was shaking, but the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Juning. Juning took a step forward expressionlessly. Huang Yarou's face was pale, and she shouted, "Back off, if you come over again, I will shoot." Juning didn't say anything. She took another step forward. Bang! Huang Yarou pulled the trigger. People who don't often touch weapons like to shoot randomly in a panic. Huang Yarou closed her eyes and fired 5 shots in a row. They were only 5 meters apart. Even if she was a non-professional shooter, Juning would definitely die with such a short range. After Huang Yarou fired, she didn't hear the sound of the bullet hitting her body. She raised her head tremblingly, and saw that there seemed to be an invisible barrier 1 meter in front of Juning, and the 5 bullets stopped abruptly, as if controlled by some force. Juning didn't move at all, but just stood quietly behind the bullets. Crackling, the bullets suspended in the air fell on the ground like raindrops. "Are you still shooting?" Juning asked. Who are you?" Huang Yarou panicked. She had never seen such a person before. How did he do it? Why could he control bullets? Huang Yarou retreated again, and finally she found that she had nowhere to retreat. If this house was like a Venus flytrap, then this time it caught a very difficult alien. Juning was that alien. "Are you a mutant?" Huang Yarou had just opened her mouth when Juning had already walked within 1 meter of her. Huang Yarou's hands lightened, and the gun was easily taken away by someone. During the whole process, Juning did not move his hands at all. The gun was like a small pet raised by Juning, floating on her shoulder, and the black muzzle stared at Huang Yarou like a cold eye. The positions were changed, and Juning had the initiative. As long as Huang Yarou made the slightest movement, she would be the one to die. Juning had already hooked her cleaning backpack with 1 hand. This bag was full of weapons, and she could even control it at will. The snails in the house could not react. Snails were not dogs, and could not protect their masters. Juning might not be able to get out, but she could drag Huang Yarou and this group of snails to die together. Juning checked the cleaning backpack and found that everything inside was there. Juning asked, Are you Huang Yeruo? Huang Yeruo did not answer, but asked, Who are you? Ah. Zhu Ning, I am here to save you. She saw that Huang Yeruo seemed to be just an ordinary person, except that she looked a little weird living in this house. Sometimes the difference between ordinary people and warriors is as big as the difference between humans and animals. Zhu Ning didn't even need to use her talent to kill her. Save me? Huang Yeruo's face was pale. Zhu Ning, didn't you post a help post? Huang Yeruo recorded many videos with the theme of asking for help. She hoped someone would come to save her. Post? Huang Yeruo seemed shocked and trembled a little when she spoke. Is the post still there? She was not happy at all when she heard Zhu Ning was coming to save her. Instead, she was terrified. Are you afraid of me? Zhu Ning asked. No, no. Huang Yeruo forced herself to smile, but she couldn't. Zhu Ning looked around. There were still snails in the room, but it might take half an hour to crawl over. She had many questions in her heart, and she believed that Huang Yeruo could answer them for her next. Zhu Ning sat on the sofa, like the real owner of the house. For the time being, she was not worried that the snail man could kill her. Are you raising them? Zhu Ning asked. Aye. Huang Yeruo took a deep breath, and then suddenly couldn't continue. You deliberately filmed the video and uploaded it to the internet to attract people. Zhu Ning helped her and said, to feed this house? No, Huang Yeruo immediately denied it. She raised her head quickly, probably wanting to say something to explain, but she couldn't say much when the words came to her lips. After a long time, she said, what I encountered is true, I didn't lie. She really encountered a supernatural event. After waking up, the furniture in the room would face the wall and turn their backs to her. The furniture seemed to be looking at another space through a wall. Huang Yeruo thought that she would be fine after moving, but she didn't expect that after moving, she couldn't get rid of the house no matter how hard she tried. This house was chasing her. It made noises every day. No matter where she moved, this house would chase her there. Huang Yeruo cried when she said this. There were tears on her face, as if it was difficult to understand the relationship between them. Everything I encountered was true, I really didn't lie, but... It called me Mom. Mom, the door in the video once called her, tempting Huang Yeruo to go there in the middle of the night. Huang Yeruo has no children, but this house is like her child. Huang Yeruo used up all her savings and bought this house when she was 35 years old. She chose the one she liked best among hundreds of wallpapers. She ran around the furniture market for a month before choosing these furniture. She compared the size, pattern and material of the sofa one by one, and repeatedly selected the color temperature of the lights in the house. It took her 2 weeks to decide on a piece of furniture. Because she was short of money, she made every decision carefully. Because she loved her house so much, she was willing to redo the renovation. Finally, she got the house she was most satisfied with. It was perfect. Every inch of the house was realized according to Huang Yeruo's inner thoughts. She worked for others all her life, had no lover and no children. This house was very much like her child. But it slowly exposed its imperfect side. In the middle of the night, these furniture would move, and they would change their formation strangely, as if they were alive. Alive? Huang Yeruo always felt that this house was alive. From that day on, Huang Yeruo was almost crazy. She tried every means to restore the furniture to its original position, but every day when she woke up, these furniture had their own wishes. They did not change because of Huang Yeruo. Finally, she moved. She abandoned this house, which had cost her most of her life savings and countless efforts. She once pinned all her beautiful imaginations of life. She didn't want it anymore. But she gave up the house, but the house didn't let her go. After she moved, the house followed her again. It made boxing-like movements in the middle of the night to attract Huang Yeruo's attention. It was very angry, like an abandoned child. It called her deeply in the middle of the night. Mom, 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 it was just like a nightmare. Huang Yeruo had no choice but to walk back to her home. Then she found another space in the house, and there was another house inside the house. She was like a snail. From the moment she bought the house, she carried a heavy shell on her back. No matter where she went, the house would follow her. Mom, I'm hungry. The house said, it's hungry, it wants to eat. Huang Yeruo has never given birth to a child, but this call of mom is definitely a punishment. She has become the mother of a house. The relationship between them is no longer the relationship between a house and a person, but the relationship between a mother and a child. What can I do? Huang Yeruo said, it's begging me, it's so hungry. So Huang Yeruo can only help solve every victim. After the house is full, it will not make noise. It will be quiet for several days, docile like an ordinary house. House slave. Zhu Ning only has these two words in her mind. She has never felt that the term house slave is so appropriate. Snails carry their houses wherever they go, so they move slowly and cannot go far. And people spend their entire lives buying a house of their own, and from then on they are imprisoned by the house, and become slaves of the house. In Zhu Ning's era, the relationship between house slaves and houses was a lone relationship. In the Wasteland era, it became a deformed mother-child relationship. The house is like a child who is always asking for things. Did you post the video? Zhu Ning asked. No, Huang Yero shook her head violently. It's imitating me. In early childhood, the first person a child learns from is often his mother. Huang Yero once posted her experience online, attracting many so-called exorcists and internet celebrities who wanted to take advantage of the popularity to check in. The person who entered the green door was dead, and the house found some patterns in the process. Zhu Ning heard that this house has the ability to learn. The polluted areas that Zhu Ning had previously come into contact with usually had a pollution source, and most of them were once humans, such as the fishman, who missed the last bus before, and Wang Ming from the hot pot restaurant. They naturally have human thinking patterns, and Zhu Ning only needs to follow their patterns to find the source of pollution. But this house is a pollutant, formed by pollutant spores parasitizing a pollutant without life. At first, this house was like a baby, crying in the middle of the night, calling for its mother to come and feed it. As time went on, it seemed to grow up. It had some human wisdom, and even imitated Huang Yero's movements, posting videos online to attract more food. Zhu Ning asked, "When did you come in?" It seems that the parent-child relationship between this house and Huang Yero has been going on for a long time. Huang Yero, new calendar 65 years. Huang Yero turned out to be a person from nearly 15 years ago. It stands to reason that Huang Yero is now in her 50s, but she looks no different from the video. Huang Yero is supporting the house, and the house is also feeding Huang Yero. Zhu Ning guessed that Huang Yero is either a pollutant or a part of this house. Zhu Ning asked, "Where did you get the money to buy a house?" She still had many questions that were not answered, such as why Huang Yero wanted to buy a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house at that time. This question was too old, and Huang Yero herself had never thought about it, so she thought about it for a long time, but did not answer it. Zhu Ning asked a question that she rarely thought of. Zhu Ning sat on the sofa and waited patiently. After a long time, Huang Yero said, "I went to the property to look at houses. I could only afford the smallest apartment, but I thought this house was very beautiful when I visited it. I liked it very much." As she spoke, she seemed to recall more details, and her tone became more and more certain, "But I couldn't afford it. It exceeded my budget by 3 times. I went home after the first house viewing." Huang Yero said, "Later, the sales lady contacted me and said that because I liked it so much, she was willing to sell it to me at the lowest price. It's strange to say, the price they quoted was exactly the balance of my account. I only had 800,000 yuan, and they said they would sell it to me for 800,000 yuan. At that time, Huang Yero's housing purchase budget was 600,000 yuan, and the remaining 200,000 yuan was for decoration. But this house costs 800,000 yuan. Huang Yero thought about it all night, and always felt that this was a huge bargain. If she missed it, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Many years later, Huang Yero could clearly remember her mood when she bought the house. Huang Yero thought of something and suddenly asked, did they do it on purpose? Huang Yero had never thought about it in this direction. Later, strange phenomena appeared in the house. Huang Yero once went back to the sales department, but the salesperson who sold the house at that time resigned, and the new employee played Tai Chi on her. Every time she asked, they said, "We can't be responsible for this kind of thing." But thinking about it this way, the whole process of buying a house is really too strange. Zhu Ning didn't know what to say. In her opinion, the house was a pollutant. They were looking for a mother for the house. And it wasn't given away for free. If a house was given away for free, the person who got it might not cherish it. What they were looking for was someone like Huang Yero, who spent her whole life just wanting to buy a house of her own. She would cherish it, take care of it, and love it as much as she loved life. If it was given away for free, it would be fine, but they squeezed Huang Yero's last penny, even if they didn't care about the money at all. In this way, Huang Yero would not easily abandon it, and even when she doubted in her heart, she would convince herself that the sunk cost was too high, and she didn't even dare to think that there would be problems. Huang Yero figured it out. I even borrowed the money for the renovation from my parents. The more she invested, the harder it would be for Huang Yarou to give up, and the deeper her feelings for the house would be. She would do everything she could to convince herself that loving the house was like loving a child. Huang Yarou took a deep breath, and faced the snails crawling all over her house. She realized how ridiculous this matter was. She had been supporting a house for 15 years, giving everything she had, and the people behind her watched her struggle like they were teasing a cat or a dog. Zhu Ning saw Huang Yarou's smile, and then she burst into tears. She cried and laughed, and it was difficult for normal people to accept it for a while, not to mention that she had been trapped here for 15 years. But Zhu Ning didn't have time for her to deal with her emotions, and quickly asked the next question. Do you still remember the name of the company? Huang Yarou was a little dazed, and she couldn't even answer Zhu Ning's words. Zhu Ning repeated, do you remember the name of the company? This is very important. She looked at Huang Yarou firmly. Although she was wearing a helmet, Huang Yarou could not see Zhu Ning's expression at all. She didn't even know what Zhu Ning looked like. But she said she was here to save her. Will you save me? Huang Yarou asked. Yes. Zhu Ning said without hesitation. I can take you out. I am a murderer. Huang Yarou took 2 steps back. She didn't trust Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning, that's something the Public Security Bureau should consider, not something I should consider. Zhu Ning was just a garbage collector. She was not a vigilante. Arresting criminals and punishing evildoers was not within her scope of business. Besides, whether Huang Yarou was a victim or a perpetrator, she needed to go to the court for trial. Zhu Ning is an ordinary person, and has no right to judge whether anyone is guilty or not. Huang Yarou was silent. Documents, Zhu Ning reminded her. You have signed documents or left something behind. Huang Yarou reacted and said that Zhu Ning could save her, but there were conditions. Huang Yarou had to prove that she was worthy of being saved. I didn't leave any documents, but I have seen their company information, Huang Yarou said. I thought it was a liar at the time. They showed me the company information and said that this was a charity project under Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, which was specifically for people like me to realize their dreams. I thought it was a liar at the time, and I checked it out. The charity foundation is legal and compliant. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, this company again, is the appearance rate too high? This is the second contaminated area related to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical that Zhu Ning found, but this time it is different from the hot pot restaurant owner. The hot pot restaurant owner is a victim of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, which should be a medical accident to be precise. But this house obviously looks like a long-planned experiment. They seem to be monitoring this place to see if Huang Yarou could become the mother of the house. They were watching what would happen if a normal person lived in an abnormal house. Or, were they studying the parent-child relationship between humans and pollutants? Do humans and pollutants really have a parent-child relationship? If this is really an experimental body, it is impossible not to supervise it. Theoretically, Zhu Ning was monitored when she came in, which made things a bit troublesome. Even if she escaped from the polluted area by chance, she would most likely face the pursuit of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Prometheus, Zhu Ning gritted her teeth. Good job. He really pushed Zhu Ning into the fire pit. Zhu Ning asked, how do we get out? Huang Yarou closed her eyes. You can't get out. No one can get out once you enter the inner space. As the mother of the house, Huang Yarou couldn't get out. She had never seen a living person walk out in all these years. It will slowly kill you. You can't get out? Huang Yarou covered her face. It was because she knew this house too well that she was even more desperate. For 15 years, Huang Yarou had tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. In the end, she could only submit to her fate and become the mother of the house. Zhu Ning had experienced the style of this house. It would make you lose the concept of time and space, and it would not show its fangs to you. It was just a house that trapped you, constantly inflicting mental pollution on you, and letting a house full of snails chase you. No matter how powerful Zhu Ning is, can she kill the snail men every time? Can she not sleep? Can she not eat or drink? How many years can she hold on here? 10 years or 20 years? As long as she relaxes for a moment and reveals any flaw, the defense line may be easily broken. This is a polluted area, but the source of pollution cannot be found. Zhu Ning has entered the polluted area twice, once with fish people and once with pig-headed people. She can trace the source of pollution through clues. Once the source of pollution is found, the polluted area will automatically collapse, but there is no pollution source in the house. This is the first time that Zhu Ning has seen pollution spores attached to inanimate objects and come alive and have their own operating logic. What should I do? Huang Yarou looked at Zhu Ning helplessly. 15 years have passed, and she can't stand it anymore. Zhu Ning was wearing a helmet, and Huang Yarou couldn't see her expression. Zhu Ning walked to the wall. You can't go back. Huang Yarou reminded her, thinking that Zhu Ning wanted to go back the same way. The rule of this house is that people on the outside can walk backwards to the inner space, but people inside cannot walk back. But Zhu Ning did not try to walk back. She put one hand on the wall and gently pressed her forehead against the wall. There are two ways to deal with pollutants. The first is to find the source of pollution and then kill it. The second is to push it violently. Fortunately, this house is made of reinforced concrete. Chapter 35. Zhu Ning put her palm against the wall, and could feel the pulse under her palm while breathing. Boom, 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 it was like the heartbeat coming from deep in the cave. Steel is a traditional structure, with steel bars poured into cement. The steel bars are like a grid, and they are also like the meridian skeleton of a person. In an instant, Zhu Ning connected the whole house, every door, every wall, every tiny screw. She was diagnosing the pulse, and stroking the skeleton of the wall. In Huang Yarou's opinion, Zhu Ning's behavior was very strange. She was sticking to the wall as if she was praying. Suddenly, her fingers on the wall curled up slightly, and then the whole house was shaking. The steel bars twisted inch by inch, gradually breaking off from the wall's skin, and Zhu Ning seemed to be peeling his skin and pulling his bones. Huang Yarou, looked at Zhu Ning in disbelief. She was demolishing the house? She could demolish the house with her bare hands? In just a moment, the inside of the house was exploding inch by inch. The incandescent lamp on the ceiling shook wildly, and with a bang, the lamp she carefully selected fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The wallpaper fell down like pieces of waste newspaper. The wall and broken bricks fell down suddenly, hitting the sofa and TV that Huang Yarou had carefully selected. The TV was broken, the sofa cracked, and the fallen refrigerator screamed when it hit the Snail man. Huang Yarou watched the whole house collapse, and was even a little stunned. The house she bought with all her savings, and lived in for 15 years was dying. Boom! The biggest ceiling fell down. Huang Yarou reacted quickly. She stopped looking at her furniture stupidly, and put on the helmet and protective clothing of the dead demon hunter to protect her head. She covered her ears, but she seemed to hear the house talking to her. As the house gradually collapsed, she heard the house crying. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Mom, Mom. Shut up. Huang Yarou covered her ears tightly. She didn't want to listen anymore. I'm not your mother, devil. You are a devil. The house was shaking, and the loud noise accompanied by the crying of the house kept drilling into Huang Yarou's ears. She squatted beside Zhu Ning, covering her ears and closing her eyes, ignoring the crying. Zhu Ning was concentrating on dismantling the house. She couldn't hear the crying, but only the sound of steel collapsing. The honeycomb was easier to control, because it was covered with all metal. This house was more troublesome to dismantle. With her absolute control, the steel kept twisting, and was squeezed into a piece of scrap iron by her. The inside of the helmet was a little wet under her nose, but she didn't have time to wipe it. There was a system prompt in her ear. Do not overuse the spirit value. Fuck it, if I don't overuse it, Zhu Ning will die here today. Dying in a house or having her mental value damaged, she would rather choose the latter. Mental value is decreasing. Mental value is decreasing. It has decreased by 30%. It has decreased by 40%. It has decreased by 50%. Bang! Zhu Ning retracted her hand and stopped in time when it was 50%. She was panting heavily, and her nose was bleeding inside the helmet, but she couldn't even reach out to wipe it. The blood was flowing, making her look extremely embarrassed, and what was even more embarrassed was her current state. For a moment, she couldn't hear or see. Obviously, after the enhancement of the genetic drug, her 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people, but now she has lost all 5 senses. The eyes were darkening, as if everything was moving away from her. If losing control of the body was the first level of terror, then the second level of terror was losing all 5 senses. Zhu Ning wanted to hold onto the wall to steady her staggering body, but as soon as she stretched out her hand, she realized that the wall had been crushed by her. Zhu Ning couldn't find the direction in the darkness, and couldn't even hear any sound. Snap! Someone held her up. The other person was very thin, and had been tortured for years to the point that only a pile of bones remained. Zhu Ning's body was too heavy for her. But she still held Zhu Ning up, and didn't let her fall. Hey! She heard a very faint voice. What's wrong with you? With a swish, it seemed as if water flowed from the left ear to the right ear, and then from the right ear back to the left ear. After the water flowed over, her ear canal was unobstructed again. Hello? Hello? Huang Yarou was talking. Zhu Ning blinked her eyes, Her vision slowly recovering, the outline of broken walls and ruins appeared in front of her eyes. The whole house was in ruins. They seemed to be standing in a pile of ruins. There was mucus at Zhu Ning's feet, and the dead snail man turned into a pool of water. There were contaminated spores all around her. The blood-red contaminated spores covered the space, like fireflies in summer, more and denser than the last time. Ding! Congratulations on completing the random task. The house where someone is being chased. The purification level is 100%. The sleeping level in the room is 100%. The missing Huang Yarrow is found. The completion level is 100%, and the successful escape is 100%. Reward settlement is in progress. Congratulations on getting the basic reward. The spirit value is restored to 100, and the luck value is increased to 20. Congratulations on getting the purification value reward of 3,000, and the current purification value accumulation is 3,154. Congratulations on getting the house reward. 3-dimensional defense space. Reward description. Sea-level contaminated items can form a 2x2x2 3-dimensional defense space. You are the only owner of the space. All people and objects entering must get your permission. Valid time 30 minutes. Please note that the use of this item will consume 20 health points. Congratulations on upgrading the primary talent. Metal manipulation can manipulate metal substances within a distance of 2 meters. Please note that excessive use of this talent will damage the brain. Congratulations on getting the random task reward. Blank card. Reward description. Any item can be stored in the card, and only one can be accommodated. This quest line promotes the side quest, looking for the truth of death. Key clues have been found, and the search progress is 30%. The primary talent of danger prediction is triggered, and the danger warning has been sent 30 seconds in advance. Please pay attention to safety. Zhu Ning was listening to the reward, and suddenly the sentence came out of nowhere. The danger prediction came again. Zhu Ning pushed Huang Yarrow violently, and Huang Yarrow was pushed to the ground by Zhu Ning before she could react. Bang! A bullet came over. Huang Yarrow was wearing a demon hunter's protective suit, which could be bulletproof, and she quickly ran behind the ruins. Zhu Ning raised her head. She had just used metal manipulation. Her brain was not well, but at this juncture, this talent was the best to use. The bullet stopped suddenly 1 meter in front of Zhu Ning, and Zhu Ning used metal manipulation to raise a defensive wall. There is a suspected superpower in front. The hearing brought by the genetic drug was taking effect, and she heard someone talking. Repeat, there is a suspected metal superpower in front. Zhu Ning's eyes were dazed, and the inside of her helmet was full of blood. Everything she did was an instinctive reaction. Sure enough, there was an ambush. This house was an experimental subject. Someone came after Zhu Ning came in. Zhu Ning knew too much. They were waiting here to kill her. After Zhu Ning cleaned up the contaminated area, she was exposed to the killers. The challenge that followed was assassination. 20 minutes ago, 4 fully armed killers had been lying in ambush in the corridor. They were like jackals hunting in the dark, staring at the green door. They just learned that a person in a cleaner's work clothes entered the number 777 experiment subject, suspected to be sent by Prometheus to purify the contaminated area. The superiors issued 2 orders. If she was swallowed by the green door, it would be safe and sound, and the team could be withdrawn smoothly, just like the demon hunter who had entered before. If she purified the contaminated area, they would kill the intruder as soon as possible. They were a mature killer team specializing in killing people. After waiting for 20 minutes, something strange started to happen behind the green door, and a loud noise suddenly came from inside. Crackling, it seemed as if someone had taken the house apart and chewed it up. After about 3 minutes, the house suddenly returned to silence. With a bang, the dilapidated green door opened, revealing the broken walls and ruins behind it, with countless contaminated spores flying. The worst plan appeared, and the number 777 experimental subject was purified. It was also the first time that the killer saw the person behind the door. A woman wearing a pure black cleaner's work clothes and a helmet was standing behind the ruins. She seemed to be a little exhausted, and Huang Yarrow next to her was supporting her. Did she do this all by herself? There was no time to think more. Their cameras were all turned on, and the superior's instructions came from the earphones. Kill her. Kill her now. When a person has just purified the contaminated area, there will be a moment of trance. This is the moment when she is most relaxed and the best time to hunt. With a bang, the killer's instinctive reaction is faster, and they fired. The order from above was to kill without leaving any survivors, so they didn't plan to leave any room for them, and the bullets were all aimed at the opponent's forehead. But the bullets didn't hit Zhu Ning's body, but stopped 1 meter in front of her. An invisible barrier rose in front of Zhu Ning, and within a 1-meter range, the bullets were like toys in her palm. A mutant? Wasn't she wearing the work clothes of a cleaner? How could she be a mutant? The killer immediately realized that something was wrong and miscalculated. If he knew that the mission target was a mutant, he should have sent a mutant over. The mission target is suspected to be a metal mutant. He communicated with his companions. Change the air bomb. It usually takes only 3 minutes to hunt a person, especially to hunt a superpower. If you don't succeed in 3 minutes, it means that the mission is likely to fail. Now it has been more than a minute. Zhu Ning instinctively pushed Huang Yero away. With his brain not working well, he struggled to think about the current situation. The polluted area has not been completely purified. After the house was crushed, it became a strange hole. The space was filled with blood-red polluted spores. The ambushed people were outside the space. The polluted spores are still floating. This is a densely populated residential area. Once polluted, the entire community will become a polluted area, and everyone will become polluted. Zhu Ning should be glad that his mind is still clear. He must first deal with the enemy. Zhu Ning sorted out the important events in an instant. The people who came are very professional, equipped with a sniper in the opposite building. Just now, a bullet that hit the center of the eyebrow came from the rooftop of the opposite building. Zhu Ning's current vision can see a very subtle metallic luster behind the rooftop. Zhu Ning used to be a sniper. She can quickly find the approximate location of the enemy. She knows a common sense. To solve a team, you must first solve their eyes sniper. Zhu Ning's metal manipulation is only 2 meters. She can't use this talent to kill the opponent. She clicked the system panel. System, do you want to use the prop, Pigman's guillotine? Zhu Ning, use. The sniper held his breath and hit on the rooftop of the opposite building. Just after talking with his companions, they found that Zhu Ning could manipulate metal and immediately judged that Zhu Ning was a metal-type mutant. He put away the traditional bullets and was about to replace them with air bullets. The man was a well-trained sniper. It only took him 30 seconds to make a judgment and change the bullets, but these 30 seconds gave Zhu Ning a chance. He had just changed his weapon and had not had time to raise his gun. Suddenly, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The sniper's pupils suddenly contracted, and a guillotine appeared out of thin air in the scope, getting bigger and bigger. Zhu Ning could control metal, and this was his first reaction. The sniper took the opportunity to dodge and ran very fast, but no matter how he dodged, the guillotine followed him like a snake. This was definitely not a traditional metal ability. Why could it have tracking? What kind of ability was this? Click, the guillotine chopped from top to bottom, and cut him in half while he was still thinking. With a 100% hit rate, the pigman's guillotine has been used, and the cooldown period has begun. The next use will be in 24 hours. After eliminating one sniper, there are still 4 enemies. At the moment when Zhu Ning used the pigman's guillotine, another killer had already changed his gun. Bang! The air bullet was ejected, and the material was air-wrapped, without metal, and Zhu Ning could not control it. Do you want to use the rotten fish head acceleration function? It will consume 3 health points. Zhu Ning, use it. Killer number 2 was hiding in the shadow of the stairwell. He just fired the gun, and when the bullet was only 1 meter away from Zhu Ning moved. She suddenly turned into a shadow, and was behind killer number 2 in the blink of an eye. It was too late. Bang! This time it was Zhu Ning's turn to shoot. Chapter 36. Under the rotten fish head acceleration function, Zhu Ning is 3 times faster than the opponent. Zhu Ning can guess his next move as soon as the opponent raises his hand. She grabs the gun and twists the opponent's wrist. Then she shoots a headshot. Do you want to use the rotten fish head acceleration function? It will consume 3 health points. Use. The second one. Do you want to use the rotten fish head acceleration function? It will consume 3 health points. Use. The third one. Do you want to use the rotten fish head acceleration function? It will consume 3 health points. Use. The last one. Zhu Ning said these 2 words for the last time. After 4 shots, the 4 killers had fallen to the ground. There was silence in the corridor. Zhu Ning only heard her own breathing. A 5-man hunting team, including the sniper, was killed in just 3 minutes, and the lightning rhythm ended. The people sent here obviously underestimated Zhu Ning's strength. They guessed that the worst-case scenario was that Zhu Ning was a superpower. Even if he was a superpower, sending a 5-man assassin team would not be without any ability to fight back. But they didn't expect Zhu Ning to be so skillful, and use so many skills at once. In a certain laboratory, no one spoke. The data of the experimental subject number 777 on the big screen had been completely cleared, and replaced by a first-person perspective picture stitched together by 5 cameras, with Zhu Ning's face in the center. Everyone saw that a cleaner killed an assassin team in 3 minutes. They were not fools. They sent an elite team, but they were killed by surprise. Until now, they have not figured out where the problem lies. They issued the killing order immediately, and the assassins were ambushed at the door early. Logically, they have won now. Who is she? Professor Chu asked in a deep voice. The researcher quickly typed on the keyboard, I don't know. There are no psychics with these skills in the cleaning center. Mutants, or psychics as they are officially called, usually only awaken one psychic ability. It is a blessing if they can use this psychic ability well and not collapse. But some geniuses can have multiple psychics at the same time. The highest record given by the Federation is the awakening of 6 psychics at the same time. There are no such people in District 103. Once they have more than 2 psychics, they will be sent to the first military district and treated as talents. They have a list of all the psychics officially recorded in the cleaning center. The only psychic who uses metal control is a man, but the one in front of them is obviously a woman. And the guillotine that killed the sniper does not look like a psychic ability controlled by metal at all. Including Zhu Ning's last flash speed, her speed is at least 3 times faster than that of a normal person, and it looks like a residual image in the camera. She quickly moved among the 4 killers, and shot them in the head before they could react. She had at least 2 skills at the same time. This woman seemed to be an alien that appeared out of nowhere. Is there such a strange person in the cleaning center of Area 103? The woman wearing a black helmet became bigger and bigger on the screen, and her face moved closer to the screen. She found the camera, the researcher said. In order to ensure communication, the killer team will be equipped with cameras on their bodies to facilitate the laboratory to grasp their motives. Professor Chu supported the operating table and stared at Zhu Ning on the big screen with a gloomy face. They seemed to be looking at each other from a distance. Who are you? Zhu Ning was talking to him. Do you want to reply? The researcher asked. Professor Chu had been staring at Zhu Ning. The cleaner helmet she was wearing covered her face, so they couldn't see Zhu Ning's expression. But her intuition told her that this person was not afraid, because her tone was very calm. Compared to a cleaner, she was more like a killer. Was it because Prometheus was helping her? Prometheus had grown so big? There were such people under its command? Hello? Zhu Ning knocked on the camera. If you want to kill me, you have to show your face, right? Say a few harsh words? If the previous sentence was calm, this sentence was a joke. It was a provocation. Professor Chu took a deep breath and quickly gave an order. Cut off all links to prevent contaminated spores from parasitizing, immediately activate the defense mechanism, and don't let Prometheus in. With a snap, the big screen went black, and Zhu Ning's face disappeared. Compared to Zhu Ning, they were more afraid that the experimental base would be tracked and locked. Zhu Ning knocked on the camera, and saw that the red light on it went out. The other party cut off the communication. She was just asking casually. The other party cut off the communication, which meant that her face would not be exposed again. Thanks to this helmet, Zhu Ning looked as strong as she looked on the outside, and she was as embarrassed as she was on the inside. She used her mental value too much, and blood flowed out of her helmet. Her brain hurt a lot, and it was different from the last time. It was as if a knife had been stabbed in her brain, and now it hurt every time it pulsed. Zhu Ning looked back at the scene. She took out a device from her backpack and pressed a device on the ground, which could form a temporary shield to temporarily prevent the contaminated spores from overflowing. This thing can temporarily isolate the contaminated spores for 15 minutes to ensure that they will not spread. Where are the other people in this building? Zhu Ning suddenly realized that it seemed very quiet here, and there were no civilians. Evacuated before the killer came? Wait, where is Huang Yeruo? Zhu Ning looked around and found that she was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Zhu Ning had no time to take care of her since he pushed her away. There was no body at the scene. Did she take the opportunity to run away? Yes. A woman trapped in a house that would chase people for 15 years would instinctively reject everyone. I guess she didn't trust Zhu Ning and took the opportunity to escape. However, Zhu Ning only promised to rescue Huang Yeruo out of the house. Now that she has come out, she has fulfilled her promise. Where Huang Yeruo goes in the future has nothing to do with Zhu Ning. Click, there is a sound behind. Zhu Ning's body turned faster than her brain. When she turned around, she had loaded the gun. She could have shot her head in an instant, but she didn't do it. The person who came was wearing a pure white cleaner's work clothes with a kitten's face printed on it. Zhu Ning? She asked uncertainly. Zhu Ning made a judgment in an instant. Lu Nianyan? Lu Nianyan, who had just arrived, was obviously frightened by Zhu Ning. Just now, Zhu Ning was really emotionless and acted on instinct. She was like a killing machine, more like a killing machine than any demon hunter Lu Nianyan had ever met. After receiving the news from Zhu Ning, Lu Nianyan began to plan to run away from home. It took her an hour to get rid of her bodyguards. But she didn't get rid of Pei Shu, who was still waiting for her downstairs. When she came in, the entire community was evacuated on the grounds of gas leakage. The community was empty. As soon as she walked downstairs, she heard a burst of gunfire. Lu Nianyan stopped at the stairs for 2 seconds, but chose to go up and take a look without fear of death. She ran upstairs panting, and before she could see clearly, Zhu Ning pointed a gun at her forehead. Zhu Ning was wearing a black cleaner's work clothes like last time, and her whole body was wrapped up without showing her face. Lu Nianyan recognized her at a glance. What's the situation now? There were 4 bodies lying in the corridor. One of them wanted to escape but failed, and the body was hanging on the handrail of the stairs. Zhu Ning purified the Class C pollution area alone? And killed 4 killers? Lu Nianyan knew that Zhu Ning was very strong, but she didn't know she was so strong. Zhu Ning's hand dropped, and she took back the gun. Lu Nianyan was stunned for a moment, and after confirming that this person had not lost his mind, his tense body relaxed. Lu Nianyan looked at the big hole in the corridor. There were many snail shells on the ground. What kind of pollution area was this before? Snail nest? Her poor imagination couldn't imagine it. And why did the house collapse? The steel bars of the whole house were twisted violently, as if an invisible hand had crushed the house like a can. To eliminate the pollution source, the house must be demolished? Only a superpower can demolish the house, right? But isn't Zhu Ning's mutation in the psychic system? I don't understand. Generally speaking, I can infer what happened here from clues, but I don't understand it at all this time. Lu Nianyan asked, so many spores? What happened? Why are there still corpses? Zhu Ning's voice was very calm. She didn't answer Lu Nianyan's question but asked, what's going on down there? Lu Nianyan, when I came, the whole community was evacuated because of a gas leak. The property management said it would take 2 hours to repair it. So that's how it is. No wonder there's no one. When Zhu Ning was inside the contaminated area, they had already evacuated the crowd outside. Now the building is empty. Prometheus has a backup plan. The operating logic of Prometheus should be to protect civilians. It must ensure that there will be no infection inside the community. Zhu Ning didn't know whether to say that this broken artificial intelligence was shrewd for a while, but then he thought that this was its specialty. Artificial intelligence is to speculate all directions before things happen, and then make plans for various situations. Under the planning of artificial intelligence, people are really like tools. Zhu Ning's every move is under the watchful eyes of Prometheus. It will cover Zhu Ning at any time and anywhere. Why does it help her? Treacherous, Zhu Ning labeled this super artificial intelligence. 2 hours is enough. Zhu Ning said, prepare to contain the contaminated spores. Lu Nianyan is already familiar with it, and professionally took out a complete set of containment tools from the cleaning backpack. Since the experience at the hot pot restaurant, Lu Nianyan has been waiting for this day. She specially asked for the tools used by the cleaners to sweep the garbage. Lu Nianyan has seen the world. After coming out of the hot pot restaurant, the general types of corpses can no longer scare her. Zhu Ning next to her has already entered the working state. As a professional, she enters the state faster. Lu Nianyan cannot finish such a large contaminated area by herself, and Zhu Ning must help to contain it. Zhu Ning looked depressed behind the helmet. She actually had to work after all this. Is there any justice? Zhu Ning picked up the tools resignedly and began to contain the contaminated spores. System prompt, Purification value +1. Zhu Ning was almost moved to tears when she heard the purification value. Everything will betray you, but the purification value will not. As long as you work hard, it will reward you. It is honest and trustworthy. It is indeed her good system. Lu Nianyan was collecting bodies while looking around. The bodies lying on the stairs were too conspicuous. She asked, what should we do with the bodies? Zhu Ning was collecting contaminated spores while asking, how did you get here? Lu Nianyan, driving. Zhu Ning, can you put down 5 bodies? Lu Nianyan, question mark. Ah? Did she hear wrong? Zhu Ning wanted to use her luxury car to store the bodies? Chapter 37. An hour has passed since we contained the contaminated spores. We have confirmed that there are no contaminated spores overflowing, and we have contained all the rotten meat and contaminated bricks. What about the house? Lu Nianyan asked. Zhu Ning, I guess we might say it was caused by a gas leak. Zhu Ning even thought of an excuse for Prometheus. What about the body? Lun Yinyan nodded and asked, "Do you really want us to take it away?" Zhu Ning, I contact professionals. Zhu Ning found Song Zhizhong. Since he is a professional containment department, he should be able to handle the body. Song Zhizhong is like a customer service waiting for an order online. Prometheus may have assigned him a task. He just listened to Zhu Ning's explanation of what happened and quickly came up with a solution. If it's convenient, bring the body here yourself. If you want me to deal with it, the fee is 100,000 per body. I have sent someone to deal with the follow-up. Song Zhizhong said on the other end of the phone. I suggest you get out of that area as soon as possible. Lun Yinyan was curious. The first time she officially participated in the mission assigned by Zhu Ning was so bizarre. Is there really a mysterious organization behind Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning was very cold when talking to the other party. He only said 2 sentences in total. I know. The second sentence, can I bring outsiders over? Lun Yinyan couldn't hear the reply from the other end, and then Zhu Ning hung up the phone. Come and help. Zhu Ning called Lun Yinyan. Lun Yinyan had a natural trust in Zhu Ning, probably because the other party had saved her life before. Can't they help? Lun Yinyan asked. Yes, Zhu Ning said, but it's expensive. Lun Yinyan, do I look like someone who is short of money? Lun Yinyan felt clearly for the first time that she was just a cheap laborer, but Zhu Ning was her boss, so whatever the boss said was the truth. Besides, collecting corpses was also a very novel experience for Lun Yinyan. Zhu Ning and Lun Yinyan moved corpses together, and they somehow became friends who had buried corpses together. Lun Yinyan drove a luxury car that she thought was very low-key. Zhu Ning couldn't recognize the brand. In her world, it must be an extended Lincoln, and now there were 5 corpses in it. The 2 women took the 5 killer corpses to the Sky Highway. Prometheus controlled the camera, so no one would come to check. Looking from the rearview mirror, she could clearly feel a car following her car. Lun Yinyan, don't worry, it's my family. Lun Yinyan couldn't get rid of her. If something happened again, she would be grounded for the rest of her life. Zhu Ning was very alert, and did not take off her helmet in the car. Lun Yinyan and Zhu Ning met twice, and they both wore helmets. In fact, they had never seen each other's true appearance. Lun Yinyan was bored while driving, and she kept observing her in the rearview mirror. Lun Yinyan asked, "Aren't you going to take off your helmet?" She could feel that Zhu Ning seemed injured, and a normal person should take off the helmet to clean the wound at this time. Zhu Ning, I think it's better for us not to meet. The other party who did not take off the helmet was her younger brother, and their relationship was simpler. In fact, Zhu Ning regretted telling her real name when they met for the first time. If she knew that she would cause such a big trouble later, she should have reported a fake name. Zhu Ning glanced at the rearview mirror, as if wondering whether this daughter could be trusted. Lun Yinyan guessed what Zhu Ning was thinking and said quickly, I haven't checked you. Lun Yinyan thought Zhu Ning was afraid that she was not trustworthy, and wanted to kill her to silence her. She spoke very quickly, afraid that she would be killed if she spoke slowly. And it's not that easy to get the internal list of the cleaning center. I can't do it alone. Lun Yinyan, a chaebol daughter who was uneducated, had a hard time getting information about a cleaning center employee. Lun Yinyan only knew Zhu Ning's name. She came from the cleaning center, and wore a cleaner's uniform. She couldn't tell whether she was really a cleaner, or a demon hunter disguised to hide her identity. Zhu Ning hummed, and Lun Yinyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, You don't want to ask me about my identity? Zhu Ning seemed to have never asked Lun Yinyan which family she was from. Zhu Ning, no need. Lun Yinyan only needed to be useful. It didn't matter to Zhu Ning which family she was from. The more you know, the more you are involved. If you really want to get in touch with Lun Yinyan's family, it may cause another trouble. Lun Yinyan was relieved. Sometimes she was afraid that Zhu Ning would change his attitude towards her because he knew her identity. Whether it was alienation or getting closer, Lun Yinyan would instinctively feel uncomfortable. Zhu Ning's current reaction was just right. Zhu Ning asked, Why do you do this? Lun Yinyan herself said uncertainly, Because you will give me money? Zhu Ning, Such a simple wish. Lun Yinyan, I have been interested in pollutants since I was a child, but my family doesn't let me get involved. As a chaebol daughter, she can't really become a demon hunter, but her family will tolerate her little hobbies. It is completely in Lun Yinyan's interest to follow Zhu Ning on adventures. Zhu Ning was silent. She really didn't understand how the second-generation rich sought excitement. However, it seemed that Lun Yinyan was very handy, and the other party was very cooperative. Maybe they could really cooperate for a long time in the future. She was too tired to think about the follow-up. The bright lights of the sky were reflected in the car window, and Zhu Ning leaned against the car window in a trance. From this angle, you could overlook part of District 103. The Roma City community just now has been left at your feet. The people in this city have no idea what happened just now. Before joining the company, Zhu Ning asked Fang Ying if her job was a corpse collection team. For the first time, she felt that it really looked like a corpse collection team. The address Zhu Ning gave was the Honorable Queen store. There was also a shelter near the Roma City community, and the address was closer and more convenient. But Zhu Ning liked to deal with acquaintances. The fewer people knew about it, the safer it was. When Lun Yinyan parked the car in front of the Honorable Queen store, she was silent, and the pink sign in front of her was still flashing. Lun Yinyan was obviously shocked, and it took her a long time to speak. Do you usually come to places like this? Zhu Ning, Let me explain. Song Zhizhong had received Zhu Ning's message a long time ago, and was waiting at the door of the store. After Lun Yinyan rolled down the window, she saw a man standing by the railing. The other party was wearing a purple high-necked autumn coat, and waved to Zhu Ning. Baby, are you here? Zhu Ning was still not used to his joking style. She raised her hand stiffly to greet Song Zhizhong, and said stiffly, I'm here. Lun Yinyan glanced at her. Zhu Ning, Well, she couldn't explain it. Although the Noble Queen store looked a bit immoral, it was well located. There were few people here, and there were only 3 scattered stores on the whole street. Because the flow of people is not large and the location is remote, it can be used for some gray operations. Song Zhizhong is a professional shelter staff, and he asked his colleagues to deal with the bodies behind the car. Lun Yinyan couldn't leave for too long, so she sent Zhu Ning to the door of the Honorable Queen store, and curiously watched Song Zhizhong lead people to move the bodies. Song Zhizhong leaned against the car window, and greeted Lun Yinyan. Hi. Lun Yinyan, hi? Song Zhizhong smiled at Lun Yinyan. Are you her friend? Lun Yinyan was silent for a while, not daring to say, is it? Song Zhizhong, would you like to sit in the store when you have time? People in his line of work can tell at a glance which people are real rich women. Looking at the car Lun Yinyan drives, she is not even a rich woman in the general sense, but a super rich woman. Lun Yinyan was stunned. To be honest, she has been uneducated since she was a child, but she has never been to a duck store. Because she doesn't need it, if she likes handsome guys, she can just book a star down. Don't harass her, she's not your guest. Zhu Ning suddenly spoke. Song Zhizhong was a little disappointed, and he said to Lun Yinyan, this place is confidential. Song Zhizhong said so many things to Lun Yinyan, but this sentence was the most serious, not a joke at all. Lun Yinyan nodded blankly. Zhu Ning brought her to the Noble Queen, because he trusted her. It would not be good if she went out and talked nonsense. Lun Yinyan looked at the time. She had been out for too long, and she had to go back before her family reacted. Lun Yinyan, I go home first, and contact them when I get back. Zhu Ning looked very tired, and only nodded, watching Lun Yinyan drive out of the Noble Queen street. Pei Shu was waiting for his eldest daughter at the intersection. He opened the passenger door, and got into Lun Yinyan's car. Pei Shu was ordered to protect Lun Yinyan's safety, as he had been away for too long. After Pei Shu got in the car, Lun Yinyan drove, and soon left the Noble Queen behind. They got on the air highway, and it took 40 minutes to get back to the Lu family. Pei Shu, I was wondering who saved you last time. It turned out that there was a master. This place is too close to the hot pot restaurant where Lun Yinyan had an accident, which easily reminds people of the accident at the Hao Zai Lai hot pot restaurant last time. Lun Yinyan did not explain. She did not need to explain anything to her bodyguard. Pei Shu paused and said, but I suggest you stay away from that store. Lun Yinyan asked, do you know? Why did Pei Shu know a duck store? Pei Shu, the owner of their store is not a good person. The Lu family doesn't care what you do. Don't get yourself into trouble. Before Pei Shu went to the Lu family to be a bodyguard, he was a demon hunter in the cleaning center. Because Lun Yinyan insisted on becoming a demon hunter when she was a child, her family hired a demon hunter as her teacher with a high salary. Pei Shu said he was her bodyguard, but in fact he was more like her master. From Pei Shu's tone, it seems that he knows Song Zhizhong. It seems that the store owner just now is quite famous, but he is not a good person. Does Zhu Ning know? Zhu Ning entered Song Zhizhong's office. She doesn't need to worry about the bad debts later. Song Zhizhong will find someone to take care of it. Zhu Ning was very cautious. She took off her helmet after entering the office. The lower half of her face was covered with blood. Half of her face was covered with blood, like a female Shura. Song Zhizhong frowned when he saw Zhu Ning take off her helmet, threw her a towel, and said like her mother, go to the bathroom and wipe your face, it's covered in blood. Zhu Ning held the towel with disdain, as if she thought it was dirty. Song Zhizhong saw what she was thinking and said unhappily, "It's clean, nothing wrong. We are the club's ducks, all disposable. Rich women don't like to use second-hand goods." Zhu Ning, There is no need to explain it in such detail. And how can ducks be disposable? Zhu Ning said, "Oh," and went to the bathroom to wash her face. After staying in that weird house for a night, Zhu Ning could only wash her helmet before, but now she feels very happy to be able to wash her real face. Zhu Ning was still bleeding from the nose, and it didn't stop after washing several times, so she stuffed 2 balls of cotton in it. Song Zhizhong kept leaning against the door and watched. When Zhu Ning came out, he frowned and handed her a bottle of mental healing agent. "Go lie on the sofa for a while. No matter what wasteland world or zombie world you are, the folk remedies for treating nosebleeds are actually the same." Zhu Ning stuffed 2 balls of cotton wool under her nose, held a bottle of mental healing agent in her mouth, and lay on the sofa like a dead body. Song Zhizhong was counting Zhu Ning's contaminated spores nearby. The two had only met twice, and Zhu Ning almost regarded this place as his own home. Maybe Song Zhizhong didn't look threatening at all. Zhu Ning asked in a muffled voice, "You are willing to let me bring outsiders here?" Song Zhizhong, "Baby, I run a shop here to do business. Everyone in this business knows what this shop does. It's not an airtight organization. Anyone who has come into contact with pollutants knows what the sideline of the Noble Queen shop is. In addition to demon hunters and cleaners, many people in the private sector will also participate in purifying polluted areas. They collect contaminated spores and bring them to Song Zhizhong to exchange for money. Song Zhizhong has always been open to welcome customers." "Zhu Ning, where will they be sent?" She was asking about the bodies. Song Zhizhong said without even turning his head, "Sent to the autopsy." It turned out to be a professional team, and there was an autopsy. Zhu Ning asked, "Can the identity be found out?" Song Zhizhong used a small computer to calculate the accounts. "I think it's very unlikely. It's too difficult to investigate their business. I advise you not to hold too much hope." Zhu Ning said "oh" again, and she didn't have much hope herself, so she asked again, "Do you know Yongsheng Pharmaceutical?" The sound of Song Zhizhong's calculation suddenly stopped. He stopped suddenly. Zhu Ning tilted her head, and saw Song Zhizhong lowering his head. She couldn't see his expression. After a while, Song Zhizhong said nonchalantly, "It's hard to say." Zhu Ning, It's hard to say. When they first met, Song Zhizhong asked Zhu Ning why he went to the hot pot restaurant, and Zhu Ning also answered that it was hard to say. Why did he treat him the way he treated him? Song Zhizhong obviously didn't want to talk about it, so Zhu Ning didn't ask. "Zhu Ning, you can settle the account slowly, I sleep here." She curled up her body, and only then did she completely relax, and she felt drowsy. She had similar symptoms to Lin Yinchuan. The more she relaxed, the side effects of the damaged mental value began to appear. Although Zhu Ning's mental value on the system panel had been restored to 100, the side effects of this thing seemed to still be there. Probably a computer was overloaded and almost burned the CPU, and now the whole body was getting hot. Her brain was not working well now, and she needed to rest urgently, and her eyelids were fighting. "Song Zhizhong, don't sleep here, go back if you want to." Zhu Ning had already closed her eyes. "I just sleep for one night." "Song Zhizhong, this is a duck shop after all, can you respect me? What's wrong with a woman sleeping in a duck shop?" Zhu Ning buried her head in the sofa. "Am I not your baby?" Song Zhizhong, This was the first time he paid the price for his joke. Zhu Ning fell silent after he finished speaking. Did he really sleep? So relieved, Song Zhizhong stopped the steps of settling accounts and stood up and walked to Zhu Ning's side. Song Zhizhong was a man after all, but Zhu Ning was not afraid of him at all. She might be mentally damaged. She kept frowning when she slept. She completely let down her guard and looked more like an ordinary person. Song Zhizhong's shadow fell completely on Zhu Ning, pressing down heavily. Song Zhizhong looked feminine and usually smiled warmly. When he had no expression, he seemed a bit heartless. But he usually smiles, and few people in the Queen's Inn have seen him look so cold. Song Zhizhong stretched out his hand to her, almost touching Zhu Ning's face, but she didn't react at all. Zhu Ning will be killed sooner or later, Song Zhizhong thought. He covered Zhu Ning with a blanket and turned off the lights. "Good night," Song Zhizhong said softly, "baby." Chapter 38. That night, the Rome City community evacuated local residents for 2 hours on the grounds of gas leakage. 2 hours later, the property management posted a notice that a house on the 13th floor of Building 22 had exploded due to a gas leak and was currently blocked. That night, the Public Security Bureau sent people into the Rome City community. They had received the notice from above, and just came to go through the process. After confirming that no other civilians were injured, the Public Security Bureau staff left. That same night, a professional maintenance and cleaning team came to urgently repair the corridor, eliminating all bullet marks and damage caused by fighting, including bloodstains on the rooftop of the opposite building. It only took 1 hour, and Rome City was no different from an ordinary community. That night, the residents went back to Rome City to sleep, cursing, and Rome City returned to peace. And outside Rome City, a woman was running. She quickly took off her demon hunter's work clothes. The clothes were too heavy, and she couldn't walk fast at all. Wang Yarou was trapped in the house 15 years ago. Technology is developing rapidly. Only after she came out did she know what the outside world is like now. The sky was built high-speed, like a gorgeous light belt, surrounded by densely packed high-rise buildings, and neon signs on the street kept flashing. Wang Yarou, wearing pajamas, was like a bright alien in the house. Wang Yarou couldn't even find where her parents, relatives and friends were. Did they all think she was dead? Are they still alive after 15 years? She knew that she was involved in a trouble. Yosheng Pharmaceutical would definitely look for her. If she went to the security bureau, she would definitely go to jail. Run, she could only run. Wang Yarou ran faster after taking off her demon hunter uniform. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that she was stronger than before. She had lived in the house for 15 years. She nurtured the house, and the house also nurtured her. Her physical condition became very strange. Wang Yarou kept running forward. She turned into the alley, and turned around like a headless fly. After so many years, she had no idea what the city planning was like now. She just walked blindly. Her intuition told her to go to a place with fewer people. Wang Yarou just turned into an alley, and then she stopped. A person walked out slowly in the darkness. It was a robot. The robot's artificial eyes emitted a blood-red light in the darkness. Wang Yarou retreated, but there was also a robot behind her. The front, back, left and right were all blocked. There were 3 robots alone, like a pack of wolves surrounding her. Bang! Zhu Ning woke up with a strange sound. After she opened her eyes, she found herself curled up on a sofa with a blanket covering her body. Song Zhizhong was not there, and the desk was empty. This broken door has been broken for a long time. There was a noise outside. Someone was knocking on the back door. Boss Song is so stingy that he doesn't even know how to fix it. Zhu Ning had good hearing and heard it clearly. It was early in the morning, and she must have just happened to meet the ducks from the Noble Queen shop getting off work, and they walked out of the back door one after another. The door was difficult to open and close, and people who passed by would scold Song Zhizhong for being stingy. Zhu Ning, Listening to the complaints of the ducks, Zhu Ning realized that this was the Noble Queen shop, and she finally walked out of the broken house. There was no fear of not knowing whether she was asleep, no strange furniture, no woman crying in the middle of the night, and no snails everywhere, but instead a group of ducks. It's quite worldly. Zhu Ning tilted his neck and felt that he was in a better state than yesterday. The pain in his head was slightly relieved. On the coffee table were a bag of bread, a cup of milk, and 2 bottles of mental healing agent. As expected of a service industry, Song Zhizhong was really considerate. Zhu Ning opened a bottle of mental healing agent and waited until his mind was clear before he began to think slowly. There were many unread messages on the secondary brain, and Zhu Ning dealt with them while eating breakfast. The first one was sent by Song Zhizhong. The money for the contaminated spores had been deposited into Zhu Ning's account. After deducting the money for collecting the corpses, there was also the cost of handling the contaminated spores, a total of 3 million Singapore dollars. Zhu Ning originally wanted to make money from genetic drugs, and the real rewards were given by the system. There was also a bill message below. You spent a total of 15,888 Singapore dollars at the Honorable Queen store, and the deduction has been completed. Zhu Ning, Who are you trying to trick? No wonder he is so considerate, and there are breakfast and mental healing agents. You have to pay for staying in a hotel, so you just have to accept it after gritting your teeth. Zhu Ning transferred her salary to Lun Yinyan as usual. Lun Yinyan didn't know whether she was scolded by her family, or was catching up on sleep, so she didn't reply yet. Zhu Ning's current account balance is 200,5312 Singapore dollars. After paying the 1.5 million Singapore dollar bill for genetic drugs at the end of the month, there will still be 500,000 left. The income and expenditure are barely balanced, so you don't have to work so hard next time. Zhu Ning's principle of making money is to make enough to spend, and then worry about it if it's not enough. She doesn't want to brush the gray posts next time. She wants to study the system rewards carefully. The talent for metal manipulation has been improved. Now she can manipulate a distance of 2 meters. This is still a regular reward. The other 2 contaminated items are more interesting. Sea-level contaminated items can form a 2x2x2 3-dimensional defense space. Zhu Ning is the owner of the space. If she understands correctly, the 3-dimensional defense should be a special space. The idea of solving the house where people are chased is that the internal space of this house is infinitely extended, and it is a space-based contaminated area. The rewarded contaminated props are also space-based. As long as Zhu Ning is inside the space, people or objects that are not invited by her cannot enter. It is equivalent to a simple safe house. As long as you use it, you can build your own defense anytime and anywhere. Although the effective time is only 30 minutes, if you are on the battlefield, these 30 minutes can almost save lives, and even save the lives of companions. There is another prop that is very interesting. Zhu Ning has a blank card in his hand. Any item can be stored inside the card, and the number of items that can be accommodated is 1. Only the number of items is specified, and the size, material, and whether any item is alive are not specified. Does it mean that putting a house or a bomb in it is also okay? Is it okay to put a living person in it? There is no unlucky little white mouse for her to do experiments. She checked the panel again. Name, Zhu Ning. Age, 19. Education, Bachelor of Mechanics. Identity, 5th class citizen. Talent, danger prediction, metal manipulation. Direction of mutation, unknown. Degree of alienation, unknown. Physical strength, enhancement 20. Spirit value, 100. Ordinary people's value is 20. Life value, 33. Ordinary people's value is 70. Luck value, 20. Ordinary people's value is 50. Purification value, 4,554, can be exchanged to increase to other points. Every 500 purification value can increase life value by 5. Contaminated items, rotten fish head. Pigman's guillotine master key, 3-dimensional defense space, blank card. There is one more column, and contaminated items now have a separate column. The increase of 20 in physical strength should be the effect of the genetic medicine. The luck value is increasing, from 1 to 20, and I may not be so unlucky in the future. The use of rotten fish heads consumed health points, but the current health value of 33 is within the acceptable range. The purification value is not small, a total of more than 4,000, but Zhu Ning did not exchange it. She will add it next time when she needs something. The direction of mutation and the degree of alienation are still 0. She is very curious about how to become a superpower. She thought that she might find the door after 2 missions. Who knows that she doesn't even know where the door of mutation opens, and she needs to collect some information about superpowers. And she found a problem. Superpowers have their own attributes. For example, metal superpowers can control metals. But the system shows that Zhu Ning's metal control belongs to talent, not superpowers. She seems to be different from others. Zhu Ning reviewed the 2 missions, and found that both missions were related to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. The hot pot restaurant was a victim of medical accidents. This house is definitely an experiment. Is the fishman also related to the eternal life pharmaceuticals? Zhu Ning remembered that the probability of misjudging the contaminated area was very low. After rebirth, she met the fishman in the sewer, and the fishman talked about the end of the world. After that, she entered the hot pot restaurant and the house where the man was chased. There were no clues related to the end of the world in these 2 houses. But Zhu Ning always felt that these 3 things should be connected in series. Logically speaking, the relevance between the fishman and the eternal life pharmaceuticals should be equally high. Zhu Ning personally participated in the purification of the fishman, and did not leave any clues on the spot. Now the rotten meat spores have been contained and completely destroyed. It is unrealistic for her to go back and look at the information of the fishman. Zhu Ning didn't know much about Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Since the superior body plan could be written in the shareholder recruitment book, it was not a big secret for Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Song Zhizhong obviously knew something, but he didn't say a word. And someone wanted to kill her. The killer had been lying in ambush outside the green door. There must be a professional organization behind it. Zhu Ning's identity could not be hidden for long. Her characteristics might be easily dug out by others. She had to think of a countermeasure. She had training in the afternoon. The cleaning center staff training had an attendance salary of 5,000 Singapore dollars per day. Zhu Ning was reluctant to spend the money. Suddenly asking for leave would make people suspicious. It was best to pretend that nothing had happened. Zhu Ning was still stuck in the fighting class and failed. She drank the mental healing potion and was about to leave after breakfast. When she went out, Zhu Ning saw Song Zhizhong. The entire club of the Honorable Queen store was closed. The colorful neon lights were all turned off, and only the sunlight shone in early in the morning. The whole store looked surprisingly clean, as if it was just an ordinary coffee shop. Song Zhizhong stood with one hand on the bar. His posture was very elegant, and I don't know what he was thinking. From this point of view, Song Zhizhong is quite handsome. He can make a living in the sex industry by relying on his face. Judging from his appearance, he was more than enough to be a little star in Zhu Ning's era. I just don't know what kind of aesthetics. Prefer some purple high-necked autumn clothes, and dress up like a Barbie doll every day. It is really a blind spot for Zhu Ning's aesthetics. Suddenly, Zhu Ning saw the cross earring on his earlobe. A tiny blue diamond on it flashed, which looked very abrupt in the sun. Zhu Ning's pupils suddenly contracted, and she thought of Fang Ying. That day, when Zhu Ning finished collecting data and Fang Ying came to the observation room to deliver the data, she was wearing a sea blue earring on her left ear, which also flashed at that time. Zhu Ning asked, "How did I get this job?" Fang Ying was silent for a long time at that time. After the earring flashed, Fang Ying was willing to answer Zhu Ning's question. Is this the tool that Prometheus uses to contact them? Is Fang Ying really a member of Prometheus? Song Zhizhong was just contacting Prometheus. Song Zhizhong noticed Zhu Ning, turned around, and greeted her, "Good morning." Zhu Ning didn't frown on the surface, "Good morning." Song Zhizhong poured himself a cup of hot tea. "Did you sleep well?" Zhu Ning yawned, "Not bad." Song Zhizhong pushed the teacup in front of her. "You can actually fall asleep here with me." Zhu Ning didn't know whether she was careless or reckless. Her mentality was too stable. Zhu Ning didn't care. "I think if you want to harm me, I won't live long." No matter what Song Zhizhong's intentions were, he probably had no intention of harming Zhu Ning so far. A duck shop owner who runs a shelter department and deals with pollutants on a daily basis, he has been able to survive for so many years without any harm. He might be a demon hunter or a psychic. If he wanted to kill Zhu Ning, he would have disappeared from Area 103 tomorrow, and he is still alive, which is enough to explain the problem. Song Zhizhong stopped holding the teacup. Was he being plotted against? Was Zhu Ning testing him? If Song Zhizhong wanted to do something to Zhu Ning yesterday, this little ancestor would definitely have destroyed half of his shop. Song Zhizhong laughed. "Where are you going next?" "Cleaning center." Zhu Ning drank half a cup of hot tea and felt much better. "Hurried back for training. I haven't passed the fighting class yet." She took fighting classes during the day and took time to purify the polluted area at night. Only she could do it. Song Zhizhong exclaimed, "You are really hard-working. Should I send you off?" Zhu Ning put down the teacup. "No, I can't afford it. I'm leaving." Song Zhizhong, "The door is closed. Go out the back door." Zhu Ning said, "Oh, by the way, find a chance for Prometheus to see me." Her tone was very casual, as if she was just chatting with him. Song Zhizhong's face froze. "What?" Zhu Ning spoke so suddenly that he didn't even adjust his expression. Zhu Ning smiled when she saw Song Zhizhong's frustrated expression. Zhu Ning thought carefully. Among the three parties, Cleaning Center, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and Prometheus seemed to be helping her for some reason. Compared with the two huge organizations, Prometheus seemed to be easier to trade. It had been covering for her before, although Zhu Ning didn't know what this thing was. Is it really artificial intelligence? Or pollutants or something like that? The name Prometheus is very interesting. What kind of fire does the human fire thief want to steal? Zhu Ning, I feel bad about working for someone for no reason. I won't meet him or take the job. Let him think about it carefully. He should show some sincerity. Song Zhizhong tried hard to control his expression, and wanted to explain that he couldn't contact Prometheus directly. Zhu Ning didn't give him any room to perform. He waved to him, and gave him a bright smile. By after a sharp sound, the tattered back door was closed and Zhu Ning left. No one spoke in the store for a long time. Song Zhizhong sighed, and said to the empty store, "You should meet her." Zhu Ning was too sensitive, and Song Zhizhong could not hide it for long. Chapter 39. Zhu Ning went home to change clothes before going to the cleaning center. She even had to continue training today, and continue to be beaten by the demon hunter. Zhu Ning dealt with the contaminated area yesterday, and the next day, she had to continue to face the opponent who had beaten her for 3 days. Is this life? How should I describe her current situation? It seems that she played games all night the day before, and had to take an exam the next day. It was all her fault. However, since taking the gene potion, Zhu Ning's physique has made a qualitative leap, and she is not easily tired. In the afternoon, except for a little headache, there was no other reaction on her body. As soon as Zhu Ning walked into the training base, she saw Lin Yinchuan with an excited face. Zhu Ning. I passed. Zhu Ning, congratulations. Lin Yinchuan, hurry up, we can go on a mission after you pass. Zhu Ning, Is there any justice that she can't pass for so long? After fighting 2 sea-level contaminated areas, she was stuck in the fighting class of the training. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan were both teammates that Zhu Ning knew, but after a night, they seemed a little strange to Zhu Ning. Lin Yinchuan asked, what did you do yesterday? Why do you look so bad? Su Ming also looked up. Zhu Ning yawned, I played games all night. Lin Yinchuan, Is this a top student? After playing games all night, he can still come to fight training the next day? Su Ming clicked on the panel. Zhu Ning, the fight has begun, try to pass this time. Zhu Ning tilted his neck, and there were many people around the fighting class. They didn't come to see the joke, but just to have fun. Zhu Ning was obviously very strong, but every time she was strong, her opponent was stronger, and everyone in the top 10 of the scoreboard came to challenge her. The big guy was beating her up, and she couldn't get up for several days. Someone was betting on the sidelines of the fighting match, betting whether Zhu Ning would lose 4 consecutive days. Lin Yinchuan was rebellious, betting on Zhu Ning to win. They were all on the same team, and they couldn't lose face. It is worth mentioning that Su Ming also bet on Zhu Ning to win this time. Lin Yinchuan secretly went to see Su Ming. Captain, I thought you didn't participate in the bet. Su Ming had a sense of righteousness, and he thought the captain disdained to play these messy things. Su Ming, don't miss the opportunity to make money. Lin Yinchuan, Wait, what does the captain mean? Do you think Zhu Ning will really win? Lin Yinchuan was just helping his friend to support the scene, and Su Ming really recognized Zhu Ning's strength. Zhu Ning is on the court. The fighting teacher said, who will challenge? I will. It's him again. A muscular man stood up. He was probably 2 meters tall, and there was a sense of oppression when he stood up. Zhu Ning stood opposite him like a weakling. This muscular man was called Huang Xiong. He had been beating Zhu Ning for 3 days. Zhu Ning was already very familiar with him. Unlike Zhu Ling, Zhu Ning could not win with all kinds of tricks. The opponent's strength was overwhelming for her. She was beaten by the same person for 3 days. On the first day, she was full of ambition, but on the third day, she was a little bit beaten out of temper. Zhu Ning was still being beaten by him yesterday. It stands to reason that the loser would be afraid when facing an opponent that he could not surpass. In the fighting arena, once you are afraid, you lose. Maybe because she had just killed the killer last night, Zhu Ning felt very peaceful when facing him again this time. There was no anxiety at all. Start. The fighting teacher gave an order. Zhu Ning moved first. When she moved, there was a cheer from the crowd. Zhu Ning had always been beaten. The day before yesterday, she was beaten by Huang Xiong and ran all over the training ground. This was the first time she took the initiative to fight Huang Xiong. Everyone felt that Zhu Ning was different. She seemed to have a murderous aura. It was not the kind of murderous aura that a child would have when playing house, but the real murderous aura that came from the battlefield. Zhu Ning threw a punch. Huang Xiong was a master of fighting. He raised his hand to block, and Zhu Ning's fist only landed on his left arm. Before Huang Xiong could react, Zhu Ning swept his leg horizontally, and the second move followed. The audience outside the field was a little nervous. Zhu Ning took the initiative to attack 5 times in total, and all 5 moves were blocked by Huang Xiong. Although it was different from being suppressed before, it seemed that there was no chance of winning. The game time was only 10 minutes. Now 3 minutes had passed, and Zhu Ning couldn't even break through Huang Xiong's protective circle. You don't know how to fight. Dr. Fu's words rang in Zhu Ning's ears. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, and could only feel her own breathing in the opponent's moves. You know the moves, but you don't know how to fight, Dr. Fu said. Zhu Ning was beaten for 3 days by different demon hunters. She was very smart, and could quickly learn the opponent's moves. When the moves are understood, the focus is on the momentum of a person. Zhu Ning has always felt unreal since her rebirth. Now she feels the reality of the world, and the reality of danger. Before, Zhu Ning was always afraid of Huang Xiong. She wanted to hide when the opponent moved, and she could only be forced to block when the opponent exerted force. Zhu Ning was punched on the left face, punched in the abdomen, and hammered on the back. She almost fell out of the fighting field. There were 2 minutes left in the match. If someone else was beaten like this by Huang Xiong, he would have fallen. But Zhu Ning didn't fall. She was still standing on the field. If Zhu Ning had any new thoughts after killing the killer last night, then her new thoughts were this. This is not a competition field, this is a battlefield. If you fall down, you will die. The Wasteland world is a real world, just like the zombie world. It is not a gentler place. Zhu Ning can't be a salted fish. The law of the jungle is applicable everywhere. In Zhu Ning's eyes, Wang Xiong is no longer just a demon hunter colleague in the cleaning center. At that moment, Wang Xiong became the embodiment of all the difficulties she faced. The unknown life experience, the defective body, the killer who was chasing her, all became Wang Xiong at this moment. She can't use the system props every time. When all the props are used up, Zhu Ning must use the real ability to save her life. The real ability that can be used to protect her life. 1 minute countdown. There was 1 minute left in the fight, and Zhu Ning was hit so hard that her whole body was in pain. Wang Xiong roared and threw a punch, but Zhu Ning barely dodged it by leaning sideways. It was dangerous. There was a sigh from the audience, another punch. Come on, Wang Xiong. Lin Yinchuan was indignant and shouted, Zhu Ning, don't be scared. Come on. Is she unable to hold on? An audience member asked. Zhu Ning was punched on the left cheek, and she pushed it back with her tongue, and almost lost a tooth. Fighting is a sport that requires facing conflicts head-on. Many people have to spend several months overcoming their instinctive urge to avoid it when they first start learning fighting. Zhu Ning's nose began to bleed, and the inside of her mouth was filled with the smell of rust and blood. She was adjusting her breathing. She could see that Wang Xiong was not so calm. He was a little anxious. This kind of look Zhu Ning had not seen 3 days ago. In the first 3 days, Wang Xiong defeated her in no more than 6 minutes. Now the fighting time is almost over, and Zhu Ning has not fallen. Wang Xiong may be wondering what happened to Zhu Ning. Was Zhu Ning instructed by some master? Why is it so different after just 1 day? There is an information gap between novices and veterans. Zhu Ning can watch every game of Wang Xiong to understand his inherent strategy. After being beaten for 3 days, Zhu Ning can summarize the rules of Wang Xiong. But Wang Xiong can't. Because Zhu Ning is wild, he fights differently every day. Once Wang Xiong hesitates, there will be a flaw. Zhu Ning suddenly kicked sideways. She has used this trick many times. She used this trick to play rogue like this when fighting Chu Ling before. No one recognized the result of that match. Many people thought that Zhu Ning had no strength at all, and had been relying on cleverness to get by. 1,200 spirit points were wasted. Wang Xiong thought so too. As an old fighting player, he could usually predict the opponent's moves. Seeing Zhu Ning's moves, Wang Xiong instinctively blocked below. Opportunity, now is the opportunity. Zhu Ning made a feint, and she attacked again, punching Wang Xiong in the face. Bang! Wang Xiong fell to the ground with a confused look on his face. Wang Xiong himself was nearly 2 meters tall, and he made a heavy muffled sound when he fell to the ground. This time was more intuitive than the time of Chu Ling. If Chu Ling had to count who landed first, it would be judged whether Zhu Ning was cheating. This time, Wang Xiong landed first, which was visible to the naked eye, because Zhu Ning definitely did not fall down. Zhu Ning stood in the center of the fighting field, and had no expression when facing her fallen opponent. She had no expression at all. She had no happiness, contempt, or disgust, she just stood there. There was a silence in the field. No one even spoke. Zhu Ning spoke first. Did I pass? The fighting class teacher finally reacted. Passed? Zhu Ning passed. The fighting class teacher officially announced again. This was a more resounding announcement, clearly heard by everyone. Lin Yinchuan next to her was more excited than her, blew a whistle, and shouted, Zhu Ning, you won. Lin Yinchuan wanted to go up and hug Zhu Ning, you won. Some people next to her were applauding and whistling, and they were even more excited than when Zhu Ning won the shooting competition before. Shooting is Zhu Ning's advantage. She is a genius in shooting, but a mediocre person in the fighting field. The mediocre suddenly got wise overnight, and defeated the opponent he could never defeat before. There is no better competition than this. Zhu Ning stood in the center of the venue, accepting all the praise and cheers with peace of mind. She certainly knew how much noise she made and how much attention she attracted, and this was the effect she wanted. There is no need to hide. When facing unknown dangers, the weak will hide, and the strong will show their strength. She looked around. There were many demon hunters watching. Some applauded Zhu Ning, while others looked at her with disdain. She couldn't tell who in the crowd wanted to kill her. After she made such a fuss, someone would definitely lose his temper. Being a man, you have to be high profile. Zhu Ning's right hand was still aching. Wang Xiong was too big. Zhu Ning's hand hurt when she punched him. She spent a lot of effort to manage her expression. Zhu Ning pulled her opponent up. As a former athlete, she still retained some sportsmanship. Zhu Ning shook hands with Huang Xiong. You are really strong. Huang Xiong, you too. Zhu Ning felt very relaxed. Her previous depression was swept away. This was the affirmation from her opponent. Fighting sports are very stress-relieving. She is very glad that she can have an opponent like Huang Xiong. Years of sports career made her understand a truth. A good opponent can force you to grow. Zhu Ning was hugged by Lin Yanquan as soon as she left the fighting field. Thank you, Sister Ning. What for? Zhu Ning felt pain all over. She had to get a healing agent later. And I'm younger than you. Lin Yanquan, thank you, Sister Ning. Zhu Ning wanted to beat him up. Lin Yanquan let her go, and then Zhu Ning was covered with a handkerchief. Su Ming came over with a wet handkerchief and wiped her face like a kitten. It hurts. Zhu Ning protested. You know you're in pain. Su Ming, it's just a training session, not a competition. Are you going to die? Zhu Ning's posture just now was too scary, as if it was either her or Huang Xiong who would die. The problem was that there was no prize money, and no one knew what they were fighting for. Your face is swollen. You're a little girl. Can you have some dignity? Su Ming felt sorry for Zhu Ning's left face being bruised. Zhu Ning, little girls have to fight too. She wanted to lie down, and it would be best if she did nothing but bask in the sun, but the killer would not care whether she was a little girl or not. Zhu Ning whispered, Don't I want to take the task earlier? You and Lin Yanquan can't just follow me and starve, right? The rules of the cleaning center are that 3 people must pass the test before they can go on a mission. Zhu Ning drags it alone, and the whole team can't make any money. Zhu Ning remembered that Su Ming wanted to save money to upload his consciousness to the cloud. Su Ming, still stubborn? Do I need your money? Zhu Ning, Although she was scolded, she felt a little warmth from her family for the first time in a long time. Is Su Ming caring about her? Zhu Ning has been living in crisis since she came to the Wasteland world, and this little bit of care is very precious. Su Ming put away the bloody handkerchief and handed her a bottle of healing agent. Drink it yourself. Oh! Zhu Ning responded softly, and instantly put away all her fangs and claws. Zhu Ning is so strong, but she still acts cute, which makes Su Ming a little bit of sister love. Su Ming, put aside your athletic attitude. The cleaner doesn't need you to go all out. Sweeping garbage is not like being a demon hunter on the front line. Zhu Ning, Is this a scene where a veteran in the workplace is teaching slacking skills? Beside him, Lin Yanquan kept tapping on his secondary brain. Zhu Ning's face didn't hurt as much after drinking the healing agent. He asked curiously, What are you doing? Lin Yanquan, I won the money. The captain also won. We all bet on you to win. Zhu Ning, I worked so hard and ended up making wedding clothes for others? Why don't you two work together to be my agent? Su Ming laughed beside him. I said she could win. Lin Yanquan probably never made such an easy sum of money. He looked at Zhu Ning as if he was a living Buddha. You will be our golden chicken for laying eggs in the future. Zhu Ning, thank you. But it won't be so easy to win next time. Lin Yanquan turned off his secondary brain and finally remembered to care about his teammates. He asked, What's wrong with you? You changed so much overnight? Zhu Ning, I got it. She couldn't say that she was chased by 5 killers last night, right? Lin Yanquan hummed, thinking that professional athletes are different. He imagined that Zhu Ning went back to watch fighting videos overnight, and then dreamed of being enlightened by the god of fighting. Lin Yanquan nodded to Zhu Ning with an expression that said, I understand. Zhu Ning, ? What are you imagining? Su Ming looked at them like 2 children. We can take the task. All members of the cleaning team A70265 passed the test, and they can take the official tasks of the cleaning center. Besides the time with the fishman, Zhu Ning has been doing private work. She doesn't know what the official tasks are like now. Su Ming, let's go eat. I treat you. Lin Yanquan, great. Team building. The 3 of them walked out of the fighting field, talking and laughing all the way, attracting people to keep watching, mainly out of envy and jealousy. The cleaner team has a genius who can fight and shoot, which is too hateful. Every demon hunter wants to pull Zhu Ning to their team. Once this kind of polygonal warrior is recruited, the team's points will soar. They can carry out higher level tasks and make more money. Lin Yanquan is right. Zhu Ning is a walking golden egg. In the noisy training ground, there is a man standing against the wall. He has been staring at Zhu Ning thoughtfully. Chapter 40. Cleaning Center. The main building of the cleaning center has more than 300 floors, and most employees do not have the authority to access more than 200 floors. The 130th floor belongs exclusively to Xianqing, the director of the operations department. Xianqing sat behind a large desk. She was over 50 years old, with gray hair. She was clearly at the age of retirement, but she exuded a spirit that young people could not match. Fang Ying stood opposite her with a document in her arms, waiting for Xianqing's next instructions. Xianqing was watching the playback video in the training room. Xianqing would rather withstand pressure from all sides and slow down the progress of the entire cleaning center, and overcome all difficulties to conduct collective employee training. Some people in the center speculated that the significance of Xianqing's centralized training was to reevaluate the employees of the cleaning center and record the characteristics of each employee again. Under dozens of high-speed cameras, the performance of all employees was clearly visible. Some people hid their strength and refused to show it, fearing that their hidden skills would be discovered and targeted from then on. Some people were not afraid at all, and were bound to attract everyone's attention. Zhu Ning is really too conspicuous. A cleaner has a spirit value of 1200. In the shooting class, she easily tied the record of the training center. In the fighting class, she defeated Huang Xiong under the premise that no one was optimistic about her. There is an old saying that a big tree attracts the wind, and there is also a saying that the gun hits the bird that sticks out, but Zhu Ning doesn't seem to care about these two sayings at all. Zhu Ning actually belongs to the cleaning department. Her real boss is Xie Jiazu, but unexpectedly, Xianqing pays more attention to Zhu Ning. The reason given by Xianqing is that talents should be demon hunters instead of sweeping garbage. Fang Ying thinks it makes sense. Xianqing had just finished watching the fighting match between Zhu Ning and Huang Xiong, and was silent for a moment. Assign her a B-level mission. I want to see her overall strength. Training and actual combat are two different concepts, and true strength can only be demonstrated in actual combat. B-level? Fang Ying was not sure. She was assigned a D-level mission last time. Zhu Ning is a pure newcomer, and has only been assigned a mission once, which was judged to be E-level at that time. Even if the pollution area was misjudged, it was only a D-level difficulty in the end. Now that it is B-level right from the start, Xianqing is not afraid that Zhu Ning, a little newcomer, will die in it. What's wrong? Xianqing asked. Do you feel sorry for her? Fang Ying suddenly didn't know how to answer. The cleaning center was unwilling to give up any talent. This is the consensus of everyone in the cleaning center. No matter which faction or what position they are in, they will instinctively protect talents. Because in this era, real talents are too scarce. If you treat her like a vase, you will turn a talented person into a mediocre one. Xianqing's thinking is more about actual combat, and they don't have the leisure to grow flowers in a greenhouse. Xianqing said expressionlessly, with such a high reputation, if she can't show any real achievements, it will be difficult for her to get by in the future. Fame needs to match strength. As expected of the director of the operations department, Zhu Ning has thought deeper than Fang Ying. He has already embarked on this path, and can't get off. No matter whether it is shooting class or fighting class, no matter how well you do, it's useless, it's all just a show. The badge of the employees of the cleaning center is to enter the contaminated area for missions. What she needs now is to enter a contaminated area that can match her strength, so as to prove herself and truly gain a foothold in the cleaning center. Xianqing actually planned for Zhu Ning's future. There was nothing to talk about next. Fang Ying followed the instructions and left the office. After Fang Ying left, Xianqing paused the surveillance video and stopped watching the employee training process. She was very busy, and could not spare much time to pay attention to such trivial matters. She just learned a piece of news that the number 777 experimental subject was purified. The characteristics of the number 777 experimental subject were very strange. Whether the demon hunter could purify it had little to do with his own strength. This experimental subject was more of a test of thinking. Being able to come out alive proved that this person had a flexible mind. The number 777 experimental subject had existed for many years, and had never been purified. Now it seems that Prometheus has found the right person for the task. Due to the protection mechanism, the task person of the tomb post kept it confidential throughout the process. As senior executives, they could not really lock down who entered the number 777 experimental subject. The underlying logic set up by Prometheus is to protect the privacy of the task person, and they have no authority to view it. Sometimes Prometheus would even release some interference information to prevent some people from trying to guess who was carrying out a certain task. But she had already vaguely guessed. In the surveillance, Lin Yinchuan pushed Zhu Ning out, and the cleaning team discussed what to eat for this team building. Zhu Ning seemed to notice someone looking at her, and suddenly turned back and glanced at the surveillance here. The surveillance video just stopped here. With a snap, Xianqing turned off the video. When she returned home that day, Zhu Ning was like a robot that had used up all its power. After a fighting match, she felt very happy, and even her head didn't hurt that much. Fighting matches are really stress-relieving, and she likes this sport a little. After the body was exhausted to a certain extent, the sequelae of overusing the mental value were slowly recovering. Zhu Ning drank a bottle of mental healing agent and a bottle of nutrient agent. Then she fell asleep. She put aside all the pursuits, and the first thing was to sleep. As long as she was not dead, she had to ensure adequate sleep. The workload these days was really a bit excessive. In just 1 week, Zhu Ning felt like she had lived a lifetime. Zhu Ning slept until 6 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. After getting up, she drank 3 tubes of nutrient agent and 2 tubes of mental healing agent. Then she continued to sleep. This time she slept until 11 o'clock in the morning of the next day. In total, she slept for more than 40 hours, and Zhu Ning finally recovered. Sleep is definitely the cheapest way to rest in the world. If she hadn't had something to do, she could have slept for another day. After resting, her head didn't hurt so much, and it was much relieved, but her brain seemed to be a little bit wrong. The mental value displayed on the system panel was a full 100. There was no problem with the mental value, but there might be something wrong with the brain. It's hard to tell if you don't go to the hospital or the medical department of the cleaning center. If you have a chance, you should go to the medical department for a brain examination. You can consider the method mentioned by Song Zhizhong and wait for the next mission to get in. Zhu Ning passed all the training and is now on standby at any time, waiting for Fang Ying to assign her a new task. Zhu Ning woke up for a while and found that she was under a lot of pressure. She has a lot of things to do next. There is a black bracelet on Zhu Ning's bedside table, which is emitting a cold luster. She brought something out of the cozy little house. It was the employee bracelet of the demon hunter. After purifying the polluted area, the snail man turned into rotten meat. When sweeping the garbage, Zhu Ning picked up this bracelet in a pile of bloody rotten meat. The operation of the demon hunter employee bracelet is similar to that of the cleaner. The name of the demon hunter is written on the inside of the bracelet, Cheetah Team Chung Maf. Cheetah Team? I have never heard of this team. Because of the collective training of employees, demon hunters and cleaners are mixed together, and all the demon hunters who should have seen it have seen it. She has never even heard of this team. It turns out that his name is Chung Maf. Zhu Ning recalled it, and could still remember that the snail man was lying under the TV with a snail shell on his back. He had completely lost his mind at that time, unable to speak or think. In a sense, he was a pure dead man. Chung Maf was his predecessor after all. Zhu Ning was not better than Chung Maf, and might even be weaker than his predecessor. If Zhu Ning did not have a talent for metal manipulation, he would probably die in it. Zhu Ning's metal manipulation has absolute power within 1 meter. She crushed the thing to death in one go, and never let the house struggle again. But Zhu Ning still hasn't figured out why Chung Maf died in the house. Zhu Ning was able to enter because he had the key. Was Chung Maf directly bound to the owner of the house? The situation was too urgent at the time, and Zhu Ning didn't have time to ask Huang Yero about Chung Maf. To this day, Zhu Ning doesn't know how Chung Maf died. Zhu Ning's motivation for paying attention to this bracelet is a bit difficult to explain. It's like he played the same game with another player. After clearing the level, I want to see how the other player plays, so that I can find some experience to learn from next time. Zhu Ning opened the forum of the cleaning center. The functions of the forum were very complex. It contained the structure diagram of the entire center and the employee relationship table. She opened the combat department where the demon hunter was located and searched. Cheetah Team. No search results yet, a line of cold words. The Cheetah Team no longer exists? Was it disbanded, or was the entire team wiped out? There was a black section in the center forum, which was dedicated to commemorating dead employees, a bit like a cyber cemetery. Zhu Ning searched for Chung Maf in this section. This time there was a result, and a very formal information popped up. The information showed that Chung Maf was very young, probably only in his early 20s. He wore a blue suit and showed a hearty and sunny smile to the camera, which was completely different from the snail man Zhu Ning saw. The information showed that he died in a mission and never came out again. Through the life monitoring function of the employee bracelet, the cleaning center determined that he was dead. He even held a funeral without a body. Chung Maf's information is also a bit strange. The specific tasks are coded. This is not a strange thing. It involves the confidentiality of some tasks. After many people died, the tasks were not announced. Strangely, Chung Maf was awarded the third-class military merit, which is even rarer. There are only 3 people in the entire forum who have been awarded military merit. If he simply died in a Class C contaminated area, he would not be awarded. What happened before Chung Maf died? The function of the cleaning center employee bracelet is similar to a black box. It can provide the last location before the incident, and also has recording and video functions. There should be some information in it, which may record what Chung Maf experienced before his death. Zhu Ning fiddled with it for a while, but she didn't think it could be opened. The employee bracelet of the cleaning center has built-in iris and fingerprint recognition devices. Generally speaking, the employee bracelet has no authority except the employee himself, and even your superiors have no authority, unless it is sent to the technical department for cracking. Zhu Ning was still wondering if she could use the master key. Is this a door? But as soon as she touched the dial of the bracelet, the employee bracelet suddenly lit up with a light blue light. Opened? So simple? Then a mechanical female voice sounded. The employee bracelet of the demon hunter Chung Maf has been turned on, and no valid iris has been recognized. Do you want to choose the visitor mode? The employee bracelet also has a visitor mode? This should be specially set up with the authorization of the person himself, so that later people can see it? Zhu Ning chose yes. After choosing yes, a video folder popped up on the bracelet screen, and the date displayed was 9 years ago. 9 years? Chung Maf has been dead for 9 years? Zhu Ning clicked on the video, and the picture was very shaky. It was probably in the dark, and the camera was turned on the night mode, and the whole lens was covered with a layer of green light. Zhu Ning looked for a long time, and didn't even recognize where this place was. After about a minute, the camera was placed in a certain position, and someone adjusted the video shooting angle. Zhu Ning saw the environment clearly. This room must be used to store sundries. Many things were covered with cloth. Facing the camera was a shabby box, and Chung Maf was sitting on the box. Before he turned into a snail man, he looked very regular, with a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes. With his height, he was considered a handsome guy. But he seemed to be injured, his lips were pale, and his abdomen was wrapped in a thick bandage. Zhu Ning felt something was wrong. She thought she would see a video of the inside of the house where people were being chased. Now it seemed that Chung Maf had filmed it while escaping. Zhu Ning had been in the cozy house. A snail man could not have caused such a wound. Powerful healing agents have been developed for many years. Chung Maf's abdomen was so bloody. Either the healing agent was ineffective, or he was at the end of his rope and did not even have one. There was another possibility that his injury could not be healed at all. After a rustling, Chung Maf sat down. Even though he was injured, he sat very straight in front of the camera, like a soldier. "Hello," he said the first sentence. His voice was a little hoarse. "I don't know who you are. I hope you are from the cleaning center. I have lifted the confidentiality program of the employee's wristband. Those who pick up the wristband can log in guest mode and view some information." Zhu Ning frowned. This was not what she thought. She thought she saw Chung Maf trying to escape from the house where people were being chased. She did not expect that it was like talking to a dead person in the air. Zhu Ning's eyebrows jumped, and she always felt that this information would be very strange. "I am being hunted by someone, and it is confirmed that I will not survive tonight. I will enter the number 777 experiment before I die to save the information." Information? What information? It turns out that the name of the experiment is number 777. Didn't the demon hunter go in to purify the house? He used the characteristics of the house to avoid being hunted? Who was hunting him? Zhu Ning's heart was in turmoil. The amount of information was so large that she couldn't digest it for a while. Zhu Ning didn't press the pause button, so the video was still playing. In the video, Chung Maf coughed lightly, and his expression became very serious. "I am Chung Maf, a member of the Cheetah team, employee number L7563, and I am currently investigating the Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals." Chapter 41. Chung Maf, this mission is confidential. The only people who know about it are me and my superiors, which means that I should be missing in the eyes of other team members, or be judged as an accidental death. There was a constant noise in the video, and there were footsteps and rustling sounds outside. Zhu Ning could feel the tension through the screen. Someone caught up. Zhu Ning seemed to know the ending in advance, as if he was reading a novel, but Chung Maf in the video didn't know it yet. He was about to die. "They are coming." Chung Maf glanced in the direction of the door. He didn't have much time left. Chung Maf zoomed in and said the last words. "I declare that this mission has failed. The relevant investigation data of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical has been sent to my superiors. The remaining half of the data is stored in this employee bracelet. The power of the bracelet can last for 21 years. Please deal with the relevant data by yourself if you find the bracelet. It belongs to you. Good luck. Then, there was a rustling sound, and Chung Maf left the camera. Bang, bang, bang. The voiceover was a burst of gunfire. Zhu Ning herself played with guns. She could distinguish the sound of bullets hitting the body, and several bullets missed the target, probably hitting something steel. There was the sound of a body falling down. Someone was injured. Snap, the screen went out, and the video ended. After the video ended, the secondary brain fell into a black screen, reflecting a pale face of Zhu Ning. Chung Maf's face overlapped with Zhu Ning's face. Zhu Ning could see Chung Maf turning into a snail man with her eyes closed. A fairly handsome face became swollen, like a water ghost who had been soaked in water for a lifetime. After seeing Zhu Ning, he couldn't even make a sound, and could only crawl towards her by instinct. Is this the end of investigating Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? The video is 3 minutes long, and the amount of information revealed is very huge. Before, Zhu Ning thought that Chung Maf was his predecessor, but he didn't expect that he was a predecessor in the true sense. They were all investigating the same thing. Chung Maf was the person who investigated Yongsheng Pharmaceutical before Zhu Ning. Maybe the last person chosen by Prometheus was Chung Maf. Mission failed. There were only these 4 words in her mind. Zhu Ning saw a dead demon hunter in the house before, and naturally thought that he failed to purify and was killed by the house. But now it seems that things are not that simple at all. The information that the video can convey is beyond people's imagination. Zhu Ning seemed to have seen with his own eyes how Chung Maf spent the last part of his life. In the dark alley, Chung Maf avoided the pursuit of the hounds behind him. He temporarily found a safe place, entered an abandoned warehouse, and then recorded this video. He was injured, and the wound could not be healed under the circumstances at that time. He had expected that he would die. Chung Maf was secretly carrying out a secret mission, an investigation plan against Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and he must have obtained some information. When he was being hunted and had nowhere to go, Chung Maf thought of the characteristics of the number 777 experimental subject. He could get in as long as he became the owner of the house. Zhu Ning didn't know how Chung Maf got in. Maybe he had the key to the green door. Maybe he knew how to inherit the house and learn more about the characteristics. So it seems that he must have succeeded. Chung Maf was not killed by the house, but he was almost dead after he went in. He just found a safe place for himself. The place of death. Then he quietly waited for death in the house. This way of dying has no dignity at all, and he was humiliated until the last moment of his life. If Zhu Ning hadn't gone in, his information would have been forgotten in the house forever. Zhu Ning recalled the face of the snail man. He had completely become a pollutant at that time, and had no human reason at all. He used his last bit of reason to leave the information to his descendants. For a moment, she was a little difficult to digest. She was stiff for a long time before she began to think again. There are 2 very critical issues. First, the physical fitness of demon hunters is very strong. They have all been injected with genetic drugs, and have undergone different degrees of transformation. Moreover, the medical care in the cleaning center is well developed. Who did Chung Maf meet and felt that he was doomed to die, so he had to enter the number 777 experiment? The biggest possibility is that Chung Maf met a superpower, and the ability of this superpower is to make people unable to heal after being injured. Although it is a hypothesis, if there is such a person, how can Zhu Ning protect himself when he meets this person in the future? Second, Chung Maf may have seen Huang Yeruo before he died. After all, according to common sense, Huang Yeruo was still in the house before he died. Has he talked to Huang Yeruo? Did they say anything to each other? Huang Yeruo can answer this question, but Zhu Ning has completely lost contact with Huang Yeruo. The information stored in the employee bracelet should be what he would rather die than leave behind, and now he says that this thing belongs to him. The employee bracelet has gone out, and Zhu Ning is only 1 step away from this information. She clicked on the folder. Please enter password. The 5 big words displayed on the screen were not warm at all. It makes sense if it was Zhu Ning who fought hard to get a copy of the relevant information of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. She might turn on the guest mode so that the next person can pick it up, so that people know the importance of this bracelet and don't deal with it casually. But she won't spread the secret documents to others. After all, it's hard to judge which camp the person who picked up the bracelet belongs to. Password. What is the password to open the folder? Chung Maf's superior may know it, and the rest, his relatives or teammates, may also know it. The forum did not show Chung Maf's relatives and friends, but she guessed that there must be someone Chung Maf knows in the cleaning center now. The Cheetah team has been disbanded, and Zhu Ning may need to spend time to enter the cleaning center to investigate slowly. This matter is much more troublesome than Zhu Ning thought, and this is the real reason why Prometheus let her enter the number 777 experimental subject. Prometheus seemed to have been leading her away. When she walked into the hot pot restaurant, she discovered Yongsheng Pharmaceutical for the first time, and saved Lun Yinyan by the way, making a chaebol daughter owe her a favor. The second time, she entered the house where the man was being chased, and found the employee bracelet that contained secret information. What did Prometheus expect her to do? The question is, what can a new employee like her do? Zhu Ning is now like a child holding a bomb, and she doesn't know where to throw it. She is a new employee who has been working for a month, and she is inexplicably involved in a bunch of messy troubles. It's easy to get herself killed. In this kind of power struggle, Zhu Ning may not even know how she died when she died. This matter is too bizarre, and she was forced to become a detective. Zhu Ning fell on the bed, staring at the ceiling expressionlessly. While she was thinking, Chung Maf's employee bracelet floated quietly in the air. Now she seemed to have entered the fighting arena. Whether forced or voluntarily, she was already in the game. Combat sports are a sport that cannot be avoided. There are opponents, countdowns, and referees. There is also death. The fate of the loser is death. The opponent has already hit you with his fist. Once you run, you lose. You can only face the conflict head-on, collect all information, not miss any clues of the opponent, and find the key to victory in the limited countdown game. The key. Suddenly Zhu Ning moved. She entered a to-do item in her secondary brain. Find out the truth about Chung Maf's death. Zhu Ning has always received tasks from the system in Prometheus. This is the first time she has created a task for herself on her own. Her new task is to find out the truth about Chung Maf's death. Set time, 1 month. She simulated the behavior pattern of the system in her mind, with task time and task content. The only difference is that there is no task reward. Maybe the final task reward is that Zhu Ning triggered the branch line of finding the truth of death. She opened her employee bracelet and entered the Grave Post Lovers Exchange Center. If the number 777 experiment subject was purified, the whole site broadcasted it, which might attract some people. Zhu Ning just opened the forum, and sure enough, the news that she killed the number 777 experiment subject was on the list. The Grave Post forum called the number 777 experiment subject a cozy hut. Congratulations to the universe's first sweet girl for successfully purifying the sea-level contaminated area cozy hut. Congratulations to the universe's first sweet girl for successfully upgrading to LV2. Some people in the forum discuss the origin of this house. I know this house. It's very strange, just like watching a ghost story. I heard that a demon hunter went in and never came out. Later, people didn't dare to go there. Yes, I also read about the demon hunter. It was obviously a Class C contaminated area. A demon hunter was killed. Later, we all called it a haunted house. It was purified. I think it was a second-level user. The level was not high, but she was very brave. This sweet girl is interesting. She always chooses tricky tasks. What does she do? The house where people are hunted is a famous haunted house in the forum. After being purified, it has been discussed a lot. Zhu Ning skipped their chat and roughly summarized the information. There is a discussion about demon hunters. It seems that many people know that a demon hunter once died in the number 777 experiment. This matter is not so airtight. But everyone should not know that the person who died was Chung Maf. If Zhu Ning posted at this time and asked if anyone here knew Chung Maf, this move would be too rash. Zhu Ning slept for 2 days and did not go to the forum. When she came back, her avatar lit up and she became online. 3 minutes after she entered the forum, an anonymous message popped up. Have you completed this task? Anonymous messages can be sent to each other in the forum. Under the protection of Prometheus, everyone can communicate with confidence. Sure enough, someone must know about this house, maybe Chung Maf's team member back then. This person's avatar is all black, without avatar or nickname. Under the premise that the other party is turned on anonymous protection, Zhu Ning knows nothing about him. Zhu Ning did not answer. The other party is likely to deceive her, and answering rashly will be very disadvantageous to her. A new message was sent quickly. Is the thing with you? The thing. Someone knows that she brought the thing out. Is the anonymous user an insider? Is he Chung Maf's superior? Zhu Ning still didn't answer. At this time, it's a test of patience. Zhu Ning has the video in his hand. Although this thing is very dangerous, it also has the upper hand. After a minute, the other party is obviously even more impatient. This time he didn't say nonsense, but simply and directly stated his request. Do you want to make a deal? Someone wants to kill you. I can help you. A laboratory. There is no data of any experimental subject on the blank wall, and they have been watching the video of that day in a loop. Without knowing the name or any data, a cleaner purified the experimental subject number 777. They conducted a behavioral analysis on Zhu Ning, watching the video frame by frame, at least hundreds of times. They must quickly analyze the opponent's weaknesses so that they can prescribe the right medicine. The only thing we can be sure of now is that she has metal abilities. A researcher paused the video, then rewound it, but there should be a distance limit. I only saw her defending, not attacking. They had studied metal ability users before, and metal mutation is a very mature mutation direction. People who can control bullets can attack or defend. They can raise a defensive wall and treat the enemy's bullets as their own bullets. This is the biggest feature of metal abilities. But Zhu Ning never used it from beginning to end. The biggest possibility is that Zhu Ning's metal ability is not fully developed and she has a weakness. How far? Someone asked. The researcher played Zhu Ning's video again in slow motion. In the video, the bullet was stopped abruptly 1 meter away from Zhu Ning, and then the bullet fell to the ground with a crackle. I guess it was about 1 meter, he said cautiously. The killer closest to Zhu Ning was only 2 meters away. If he was in that situation, he should have used the metal power to block the bullet and killed him directly. So this person was beyond the maximum range. Moreover, Zhu Ning's speed increased in the later period, and he suddenly appeared behind the killer. The means of killing was shooting. On the verge of life and death, people on the battlefield will choose the method with the highest survival rate to the maximum extent. This means that the metal power is not as useful as the gun for her. Good discovery. A man's voice suddenly came from behind. Professor Chu didn't know when he came. He sat in the corner of the last row. He had been listening to their analysis silently before, and only said the first sentence at this time. The researcher was relieved after being praised, and then became more nervous. Professor Chu would make people feel pressured as long as he existed in a space, even if he didn't speak. Continue. Professor Chu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. The guillotine that killed the sniper was too fast for me to see clearly. The researcher switched the screen again. This time it was the screen from the sniper's camera before his death. The knife appeared very abruptly and disappeared inexplicably. Assuming that Zhu Ning's metal manipulation has a distance limit, she should not use supernatural power to manipulate killings. I guess this thing is a tool made of some kind of pollutant, the researcher said, so she only used it once. The guillotine is very scary to kill people. Once you are targeted, there is almost no room for escape. But Zhu Ning only used it once, and the rest of the killers were dealt with by himself. So the guillotine is not a kind of superpower, but more like a prop. Now that technology has advanced, tools that are beneficial to humans can be made by extracting contaminated spores. Many observation instruments in their research room are made of pollutants. The second conclusion is that Zhu Ning has some kind of pollutant prop. What about acceleration? Professor Chu asked again. In the later period, Zhu Ning's speed was very fast, and only a residual image could be seen in the camera. This time, the tactical analysis researcher was silent for a long time. He was a little afraid to say his guess. I guess. The researcher looked into Professor Chu's eyes, and said cautiously, she may have 2 superpowers. As soon as he said this, the research room fell into a strange silence. What they could not accept the most was an opponent with 2 superpowers at the same time. This means that the difficulty of dealing with troubles has increased sharply. So, Professor Chu spoke after a long time, you mean, this person has both the ability to accelerate and manipulate metals, and has a pollutant item in his hand, right? Professor Chu's voice was flat and straightforward, without any ups and downs, but the researcher felt that he was mocking him. Working with Professor Chu was very stressful, and the researcher spoke with difficulty. Based on the limited data analysis, it should be like this. After all, they didn't have any data, only a video that was almost worn out. After he finished speaking, he looked at Professor Chu with a nervous face. The other party was holding a file in his hand, tapping his fingers on the edge of the folder. The gold-rimmed eyes cast a reflection, making it difficult to see his expression. To be honest, Professor Chu is very good-looking, but most people don't think he is good-looking, they just think he is scary. Professor Chu, next. The researcher breathed a sigh of relief, which means that Professor Chu temporarily recognized his analysis. The maximum they can infer with limited video materials is this result. Another researcher is now under more pressure. I guess she may not be a cleaner. Oh, Professor Chu asked. I guess she may be a demon hunter who wears a cleaner's work clothes to confuse people in order to hide her identity. Another person said, I also think that if the qualifications are sufficient, it is impossible for someone to be willing to be a cleaner instead of a demon hunter. Only 2 people in the cleaning center can have 2 superpowers at the same time. I don't think those 2 big guys will go to the sea-level contaminated area. People with 2 superpowers are now in high positions in the cleaning center. I even suspect that she may not be a member of the cleaning center. No data matches. The employees of the cleaning center will go on missions, and their characteristics are difficult to cover up. This woman does not fit the image of anyone. Professor Chu neither confirmed nor denied it. The researcher seemed to feel that what he said made sense, and his voice rose slightly. Maybe it's just convenient to wear protective clothing. She may also be a rebel. After all, she is a Prometheus person. I think this person is not simple, and maybe Prometheus's trump card. No way, the more you talk, the more you get out of control. What if she is just a simple cleaner? The 2 researchers became more and more excited, and they were about to quarrel, and more people tried to stop the quarrel. There was some chaos in the laboratory. Identity is not as easy to infer as superpowers. For the time being, they have only found Zhu Ning's weaknesses, and cannot lock down the specific identity. Professor Chu said nothing. He looked at the list he had just received in his hand. According to the information just provided by the informant, there are a total of 10 suspicious people. He crossed out 4, and now there are 6 left. Trump card. If this person is really Prometheus's trump card, I don't know if she is among them. Professor Chu, we must find her quickly. Then, kill her. Chapter 42. Anonymous user, want to make a deal? Someone wants to kill you, I can help you. Zhu Ning did not reply to this message immediately. How did he know someone wanted to kill him? Is it someone from Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Or is it an undercover agent placed by the cleaning center at Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Zhu Ning suddenly glanced at the entrance. There was a set of cleaner uniforms hanging there, and at this time it looked like a pure black human-shaped shadow, staring at Zhu Ning expressionlessly. It was as if there was another person in the house. She thought of a question. Zhu Ning was ambushed as soon as she entered the number 777 experimental subject. Someone must have been watching the cozy house. But due to the characteristics of the number 777 experimental subject, no one was sure that they could get out alive after entering. So the number 777 experimental subject has been free for many years, binding its master in the city and devouring humans. They were not alerted until Zhu Ning entered. They immediately made a decision to ensure her death. But they underestimated Zhu Ning's strength, and none of the assassins, they said, had superpowers. If they had sent a superpower to wait outside of the number 777 experiment body, Zhu Ning might have been dead now. The second assassin would definitely not be so simple. For example, their most basic choice would never use metal bullets. Zhu Ning guessed that the second batch of assassins might be superpowers, whose abilities specifically countered her. The situation that day was too complicated, and Zhu Ning was a little dazed because of excessive use of her talent, and she relied on instinct to fight back. But now that technology is advanced, technology will help her recall things that she can't remember clearly. Unlike the official mission, no one took away her helmet when she walked out of the contaminated area. The helmet that Prometheus gave her recorded the whole process after coming out of the number 777 experiment. Zhu Ning ignored the anonymous user, holding the black helmet as if holding a human head. She exported the video from the helmet. The video was not long, and this time I carefully watched the details of the time. Zhu Ning used metal manipulation to crush the house, and almost at the same time, the first bullet came. After she walked out of the experiment, she used her skills to kill people, and the killer at that time also had a camera on him. In other words, her use of system props and talents had been recorded, and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical also had them. A mature research institute may have analyzed Zhu Ning's abilities in a targeted manner. I don't know how her use of system abilities would be interpreted by scientists in this world. The video recorded by the helmet is more intuitive. During the whole process, Zhu Ning used the metal manipulation talent, the rotten fish head prop, and the pigman's guillotine prop. There are 3 in total. When using the metal manipulation talent, I was not used to the controlled distance upgraded to 2 meters. The only evidence left is 1 meter. Because she knew there was a distance limit, she was not used to using metal manipulation to kill people, and only used it for defense. Other props and talents were not shown in the video. Due to the information gap, Zhu Ning did not know much about Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical did not know her completely. These were all opportunities. If she were to compete with Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, any small detail would become an opportunity to lead the opponent. It was also the key to whether she could survive in the end. To be honest, facing such a huge organization, It was difficult for Zhu Ning to be sure of a safe retreat. She was a bit weak on her own. She should be as careful as possible in the future, and not use her talent in public areas. Whether it is shooting or fighting, it is within the scope of ordinary people, but exposing one's talent is easy to be targeted. Half an hour later, Zhu Ning reopened her employee bracelet. Zhu Ning did not reply to the message, and the anonymous user did not send a new message. Zhu Ning considered the words for a while, and then slowly typed the next line. You are not the only one who came to ask me. To put it bluntly, their current situation is a second-hand transaction. Zhu Ning is the seller, and the anonymous user is the buyer. The seller's interest is to raise the price as much as possible. Zhu Ning intends to blackmail the other party. According to common sense, if she really brought out the bracelet, there will not be only one person who wants it. Sure enough, the other party did not doubt it and asked, how many? The sweetest girl in the universe, 3. She made up 2 competitors. The sweetest girl in the universe. I just talked to them. Anonymous user frowny face, believe me, this is not something that an ordinary demon hunter can handle. The subtext is that he is the best choice, and it seems that he believes it. The sweetest girl in the universe frowny face, they also said so. Anonymous user frowny face, it is not safe to keep the things with you, and it is not safe for you either. This person knows the importance of the bracelet. The sweetest girl in the universe frowny face, how do you know someone wants to kill me? If he already knows that someone wants to kill Zhu Ning, this person must be very close to the truth. He must know the actions of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Anonymous user frowny face secret. He must be afraid of exposing his true identity. Once he answers this question, Zhu Ning will immediately know his real identity. Zhu Ning couldn't ask because of the network. The sweetest girl in the universe. How can I trust you? Anonymous user. How do you want to prove it? The sweetest girl in the universe. Let me see your ID. If we want to cooperate, this is not an excessive request. Because Zhu Ning is not anonymous, it is very insecure to cooperate with an anonymous person. Even showing the forum ID can let her find some clues. This time the anonymous user pondered for a long time. After about 5 minutes, Zhu Ning's employee bracelet dinged. She received a new message. Mountain Cat. Hello, I am Mountain Cat. Mountain Cat. Zhu Ning's eyebrows jumped. The big guy who challenged the S-level contaminated area alone? It's really him. His ID suffix is LV11. The forum ID cannot be repeated. He is a real big guy. Click on his homepage to see the list of tasks he has taken in the past. Most of the tasks he took were above A level, and he worked alone. He entered the contaminated area alone and got out of it. He outsourced the subsequent cleanup to the cleanup team, and many people were willing to cooperate with him. It was like following the boss to pick up meat, and he would not miss the bargains that he picked up for free. It must be said that the other party showed his ID, which was quite intimidating. The Mountain Cat was very strong. Zhu Ning had never done an S-level mission, but he knew from imagination that the S-level contaminated area was more dangerous. It was of course a good thing to team up with a strong person, but it was a bad thing not to know the other party's attributes. The Mountain Cat was now Schrodinger's cat, and Zhu Ning was not sure whether he belonged to the cleaning center or Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. This is a bit arbitrary, because both sides may not be good people. The question should be whether the Mountain Cat is here to help you or to cheat you. You are facing a dangerous knife. If you don't have the strength, it will be very difficult to control it. The Mountain Cat is too high level, which will make people afraid. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and typed a line. How to trade. It has come to this point. She can't be picky about her partners. In a shabby rental house. The house has been in disrepair for a long time, the wallpaper is yellow, and the bathroom is dripping. In a small one-bedroom apartment, there is a man sitting against the wall. It was dark, but he didn't turn on the lights. The faint screen light from the light screen hit his face, illuminating his face. He wore a pure black metal mask on the lower half of his face. There were mechanical patterns on the metal mask. It was cold and looked like a sharp mouth. His bangs covered his forehead, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes and a high-nosed bridge. He had been waiting for news from the sweetest girl in the universe on the forum. 3 people went to her to ask for a bracelet. Chanel probably had a list in his mind. There were only a few people who wanted Chung Maf's bracelet. He had never been forced to wait so long. After a while, the sweetest girl in the universe sent a message. How to trade? Before he replied, the other party sent another message. Chung Maf stopped typing. This transaction was a bit forced. 20 minutes had passed since he finished the transaction with the anonymous user. Zhu Ning opened the message notification of the tomb post. If there was any news, her bracelet would pop up immediately, so that she could contact Chanel anytime and anywhere. They are now in a cooperative state. Zhu Ning turned off the bracelet, not sure whether her choice was correct. She exhaled deeply, got up and drank a bottle of mental healing agent. While holding the mental healing agent, she opened the secondary brain and sent a message to Lebeo. I don't know if Lebeo has screened out the video of the garbage dump. She has been working on multiple lines, and has never asked about the progress of the garbage dump. Lebeo said before that it would take at least 1 or 2 months. Lebeo replied with a kind word in the machine. No, looking for videos in the garbage dump is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and Zhu Ning has never had much hope. She originally wanted to urge him to make progress and let him hurry up, but after thinking about it, she sent a message. I will add money. She is now rich and confident. Lebeo, Zhu Ning, add another 10,000 Singapore dollars. Lebeo, okay Ningbao, I will expedite it for you. Zhu Ning, Compared with the mountain cat just now, this little robot is a bit too easy to control. After typing with Lebeo, Zhu Ning got up to change clothes. She looked at the scar on her back shoulder in the mirror. It was a little red from being scratched. It seemed that the scar left by entering the hot pot restaurant before always itched for no reason. Zhu Ning got used to it after so long. Was she going to become a pollutant? Because she had seen the whole process of Ding Qijia's transformation up close, she was a little worried that she would suddenly become a pig head. Compared with this terrible situation, becoming a pollutant was not a bad thing. Maybe she could awaken her own superpowers. Zhu Ning changed into a loose black hoodie, combed her hair into a high ponytail, and then put on a black baseball cap to cover her face. She was very busy today. Zhu Ning had to go to a regular event held by the Eternal Dream Foundation. This was the only clue she got from Huang Yarou. She needed to know more about her opponent. Before leaving, Zhu Ning took Chung Maf's bracelet. It was no longer safe to leave it at home. Or now she is completely unsafe. After going through all this, she can be sure of one thing. The system said that the task of finding the truth of her death, if the task fails, she will die. This is absolutely true. Why does she feel vaguely that she is on the verge of death? Chapter 43. The Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Gene Society's event was held in a hotel in the city center. When Zhu Ning went there, someone was giving a speech. There were more people than expected. The entire hall was full, and many people stood in the back row or sat in the corridor. Those who didn't know would think that eggs were distributed for free here. Zhu Ning stood in the last row, with her hat brim pulled down low, and outsiders could only see the lower half of her face. The audience was all low-class people, many robots and defective products visible to the naked eye, and Zhu Ning blended in without feeling out of place. Natural people, they are the weakest race among the 5 citizens. They can't run as fast as robots, and their reproductive ability is not as strong as clones, but they are nobles. Why? Just because they have natural genes? There was a man in a tuxedo giving a speech on the podium. His voice was very contagious. As soon as he spoke, the audience responded. It really looked like a pyramid scheme. 2nd class, 3rd class, 4th class, 5th class citizens. The man spoke in a sonorous tone, stretching out one hand and breaking 3 fingers. 3rd class and lower citizens have to work hard for their own survival. The lifespan of clones is only 40 to 50 years. Robots must be recycled and returned to the factory for repair on time. Defective products need genetic drugs to survive. We are like canned food with a shelf life. We are like a countdown timer hanging above our heads. We are like a bomb that can explode at any time. When the lifespan ends, the bomb will explode. Bang! The man spoke close to the microphone, and the microphone made a sharp noise that continued to echo in everyone's ears. Why can natural people be so high and mighty? Why do we have to work so hard? Every penny we earn is a struggle for our own survival. We can't stop. Once we stop, we can only wait to die. They classify us as inferior people, defective products, and think we are heretics. The man paused deliberately. Are we heretics? The audience below replied loudly, no. Zhu Ning frowned. This person's speech was not brilliant, but it was a bit inflammatory, like some kind of spiritual pollution. It made people fall into it. Zhu Ning's high spirits did not affect her much, but she glanced around and saw that other audiences were very excited and obviously a little excited. It was the kind of uncontrollable excitement. The Federation gave up on you, but we didn't. We can help you realize all your dreams. Zhu Ning was a little distracted while listening, and felt that this speech became ridiculous. She didn't know about robots, but most of the genetic drugs that defective products needed to be injected came from Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. If what the speaker said was true, then everyone was actually giving money to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical in disguise. Is this a screening method of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Wang Yarou was obviously not a first-class citizen aristocrat. Zhu Ning guessed that she might be a clone. Through the Foundation's weekly publicity, we find suitable test subjects and then conduct experiments in polluted areas. The hot pot restaurant owner is a drug experiment. Wang Yarou is a special test subject. They are exploring the mother-child relationship between pollutants and humans. But what does Yongsheng Pharmaceutical want to do? What is their ultimate goal? Pollute all mankind, monopolize technology. Zhu Ning holds a booklet in his hand. If you want to fully understand what Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is doing, the best way is to sign up. Either participate in the Excellent Body Plan, or participate in this Dream Foundation and speak out your dreams. The speech was about to end. After the speech, there would be a free dinner and a professional Q&A session. Some audience members in the back row were standing up, and the crowd began to flow. The speaker was still on the stage, and many people did not leave, rushing to ask questions in the crowd. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind her and patted her shoulder. Zhu Ning had been beaten by the demon hunter, and her body's instinctive reaction was faster than her brain. She twisted the other person's arm with her backhand. Ah! The man screamed, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zhu Ning was holding a robot, and the other person was not even covered with simulated human skin. It was a pure natural mechanical body. Zhu Ning used too much force and almost broke his mechanical arm. This attracted many people to look over, and the next door whispered, "What are you doing?" Zhu Ning let go of her hand. "I'm sorry." The other person was shocked and looked at Zhu Ning in confusion. "I just want to give you a flyer." Zhu Ning, She was a little paranoid now. "I'm sorry," Zhu Ning apologized. "I really didn't mean it." This was due to the demon hunter's hell mode training for her. She didn't want to do it on her own. But, before she could figure it out, her body moved on its own. The robot moved its arms, looked at Zhu Ning with a vigilant look, and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The robot was like a security guard, and it seemed that if it found Zhu Ning's abnormality, it would kick people out. Zhu Ning looked like a martial artist, and his appearance here was suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Zhu Ning took the flyer and said casually, "I'm a defective product, and I came to listen to the speech." The robot's face changed when he heard that Zhu Ning was a defective product, and asked in a low voice, "How many years do you have left?" Zhu Ning watched him soften his attitude. Why did he change his face here? "Zhu Ning, there is only 1 year left." Hearing this news, the robot had completely lost his temper, and his expression when he looked at Zhu Ning was a little sympathetic. Only 1 year left to live is equivalent to being terminally ill. Zhu Ning really didn't expect that a defective product would have such sympathy, because the robot didn't want to bother with Zhu Ning anymore. The robot lowered his voice and asked, "Are you really a defective product?" Zhu Ning looked healthy, and the robot suspected that she was an undercover. Zhu Ning took out her identity information and shook it in front of the robot. The robot didn't see the specific information clearly, but also saw a symbol. Roman numeral 5. The identity mark of a 5th-class citizen. "This thing can't be faked." Zhu Ning asked, "Do you believe it now?" The robot looked at Zhu Ning as if he had seen a treasure. He looked around and asked in a low voice, as if he was doing an underground transaction, "Do you want to try the experiment? Here it comes." This person may think Zhu Ning is a potential user. Zhu Ning pretended to be stupid. What experiment? The robot was like a salesman. He took out a thick document. The experimental project of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is only for old customers. The robot pulled Zhu Ning to the shadow and whispered, "I think your conditions are particularly suitable." Zhu Ning looked at the document and pretended to be very curious, asking, "Where is suitable?" The robot, "We give priority to recruiting people with only 15 months left to live, but it's a bit hard to find." Then Zhu Ning completely meets their recruitment goals. Defective products are also divided into high and low. If you find someone with only 1 year left to live in the vast sea of people, it's actually not that easy. Zhu Ning frowned, feeling that she was getting closer and closer. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical had inadvertently extended an olive branch to Zhu Ning. She now had 2 choices. First, pretend to know nothing, leave immediately, and then continue to improve herself by taking genetic drugs. Second, participate in the experimental plan of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. But she had a problem. She didn't know what the original owner was like. If the original owner was already an experimental subject of the Yongsheng plan, then her second registration would definitely cause trouble. After all, she should be a dead person in a sense. Moreover, since she came out of the number 777 experimental subject, she suspected that Yongsheng Pharmaceutical was looking for her. As long as Zhu Ning showed up again, she would definitely be exposed. Zhu Ning asked, "No side effects?" Robot, "How is that possible? The experimental subjects will definitely have side effects." Zhu Ning asked like a customer who came to consult, "Is the success rate high?" Robot, "Yes, it is high. The latest data is 5% now. 5% is already a very high probability. After all, the effect of genetic drugs injected into defective products is not very good." Zhu Ning, "What will happen if it fails?" The robot suddenly stopped and stared at Zhu Ning with his huge mechanical eyes. After 2 seconds, he slowly said, "It depends on whether you are willing to gamble. You have a 1% chance of becoming a 6th-class citizen." He did not answer the question directly. If Zhu Ning is willing to take a gamble, she will definitely die in a year if she does not participate in the experiment, but she will most likely become a 6th-class citizen if she participates in the experiment. Many people are willing to try. Zhu Ning asked a question that sounded irrelevant. "How much commission can you get for doing this?" The robot probably didn't expect Zhu Ning to ask this. 300,000 per person. No wonder, so enthusiastic. After hearing that Zhu Ning only had 1 year left to live, it was like seeing a walking new currency. Zhu Ning, "I think about it." The robot, "Okay, this is my business card. Come to me when you've made up your mind. Or you can go directly to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Any branch pharmacy will do. Just show my business card, you understand?" Zhu Ning, "I understand. This performance will be counted as yours." Very reasonable, the robot thought. Zhu Ning is a rare customer who is not difficult to deal with. The robot handed Zhu Ning a card. The world's technology is very advanced, and those who have business cards are either particular people or like it. There is a certain threshold, unwilling to spread contact information online, one-to-one contact. Zhu Ning picked up the business card and turned it over. There was a sentence written on the back. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, change your genes, create your future. The slogan of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Zhu Ning feels different every time he sees this sentence. Now a door opened in front of Zhu Ning. As long as Zhu Ning signed up for the superior body plan, she could open the door immediately. Behind the door might be an experiment. It might also attract assassins to chase her. But no matter what, as long as she made this call, she would be confronting Yongsheng Pharmaceutical head-on. The question is, does Zhu Ning have the capital? She wants to fight such a huge pharmaceutical company on her own? It won't go to this extent. The robot has gone far away. His eyes are turning around, looking for the next potential customer. Zhu Ning came to the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical lecture and only got a business card. It can be regarded as gaining something? The speaker on the podium has left, the staff is cleaning the podium, and the remaining half of the audience left one after another. Zhu Ning was still thinking about something here, and suddenly frowned. She saw someone in the crowd. Zhu Ning rarely saw her in casual clothes, and this was too different from her usual outfit, and she didn't recognize her for a while. She was wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, sitting in the 3rd row. She stood up from her seat, and seemed to want to go out from the left door. But Zhu Ning worked with her, and he could tell who she was from her figure. That was Su Ming. Why was the captain here? Chapter 44. Su Ming told Zhu Ning before that she had been saving money. The effect of the previous injection of genetic drugs was not good, so she planned to upload consciousness. This path requires huge server support fees every year. Zhu Ning checked and found that it would cost at least 10 million Singapore dollars a year. Once the payment stops, the server will stop running, and the consciousness will be locked or destroyed. So how many years you can live after uploading to the cloud depends on whether there is anyone to renew your supply. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Su Ming needs money. Did Su Ming come to the Foundation to attend the speech, to get support from the Foundation? Zhu Ning never thought about this direction. Su Ming is completely the target user of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan are the first team Zhu Ning met in this world. They trained and assessed together for several days, and had a barbecue for team building the day before yesterday. It seems that they have no problems. Zhu Ning can recall with her eyes closed that Su Ming trained her. She was patient like an older sister. Zhu Ning generally doesn't want to think so badly of people. She still remembers the first time Su Ming took her on a mission. She was very conscientious, and taught Zhu Ning how to contain the contaminated spores. And so on. When in the underground waterway, Lin Yinchuan said that he wanted to take a breath, which should be a natural reaction to the influence of mental pollution. But at that time Su Ming gave her a look, and she asked Zhu Ning to look at Lin Yinchuan. It was because of this look that Zhu Ning followed Lin Yinchuan into the depths of the underground waterway, and then mistakenly entered the D-level contaminated area. If it weren't for Su Ming, Zhu Ning wouldn't have met the fishman. Su Ming said, afterwards, that he was very anxious to chase after him, but was stuck outside the contaminated area. But from beginning to end, Zhu Ning never really saw where Su Ming was that day. Thinking about it carefully, Zhu Ning could think of all the unnatural things about Su Ming. She took the initiative to reveal that she wanted to upload the information of consciousness to the cloud, and she also kindly shared the information of genetic medicine with Zhu Ning. Su Ming was obviously a cleaner, but she passed the training assessment faster than Zhu Ning. Although Zhu Ning had a bug in the combat class, Su Ming passed the level very quickly. Zhu Ning later looked at her various results. She was excellent in both shooting and combat. Her personal qualities were actually far superior to those of cleaners. She was very similar to a demon hunter. I don't know why she was in the cleaner team. Another thing is that Su Ming had no personality. Zhu Ning recalled that Su Ming was a conscientious captain. She was emotionally stable and patient with everything, but other than that, Zhu Ning didn't know her at all and knew nothing about her characteristics. The people around began to flow, and Su Ming followed the crowd to the side door. Zhu Ning didn't think about it, and immediately followed Su Ming's pace. There were already many spectators sitting in the corridor. Once the crowd started to move, Zhu Ning had a hard time moving like a fish swimming upstream. Zhu Ning simply chose to lean on the back of the seat and flip over. "What are you doing?" Someone yelled. "Don't you look at the road when you walk?" Zhu Ning quickly shuttled through the crowd. "Excuse me, please make way." Su Ming was wearing a large sun hat with the brim down, so Zhu Ning could only see her profile. She seemed to turn her head and look over here. 10 meters. There were only 10 meters between the two people. A woman holding a child suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Ning. When Zhu Ning raised his head again, Su Ming had disappeared. Zhu Ning walked out of the crowd and finally reached the side door where Su Ming left. There was a bustling crowd outside. Su Ming disappeared in the crowd, and the woman who bumped into her just now also disappeared. She was sure that she was definitely not mistaken. It was Su Ming. Su Ming should still be nearby and not far away. Zhu Ning opened the employee bracelet. The emergency contact method can make the bracelet alarm sound harshly. Zhu Ning just opened Su Ming's message window and stayed on this page. As long as she pressed it, she could hear the alarm. The next second, boom, there was a loud noise in the distance. The sound was really loud, like an earthquake, as if some huge monster fell down, and then someone screamed next to it. Zhu Ning was stunned. "What's wrong?" Someone asked. "What happened?" "An earthquake or an explosion." "Why is there no network?" "Can you make a phone call?" Someone said, "Call the security bureau." As these words came, darkness spread out in circles, and the lights on the entire street went out one by one, and the street suddenly fell into darkness. Someone was running around in panic. People would instinctively panic in an unfamiliar environment. Some people were looking for their relatives and friends, some were making phone calls, and some were using their secondary brains to surf the internet to see what was going on. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical held a foundation here, and then there was an abnormal movement immediately. It was hard not to think too much. Zhu Ning glanced at her dialogue box, and Su Ming's avatar was still flashing on it. She gritted her teeth and turned off the bracelet. Something happened nearby. Zhu Ning had injected genetic drugs, and her 5 senses were more acute. She could immediately tell where the problem was. She ran quickly towards the southeast. As expected, the closer she got to this location, the more chaotic it became. It was 2 streets away. The accident happened in a large venue. She couldn't tell where it was for a moment. A stadium-sized venue collapsed. Some people kept screaming and running out. Some people in the crowd were injured, and their faces were covered with blood. Zhu Ning stopped him and asked, "What happened in front?" The man was busy running for his life and said, "Go! There's a monster in front." "Monster?" Before Zhu Ning could react, the other party had already run away. More panicked people ran past her, and no one could even explain what was happening now. Beep, beep, Zhu Ning's employee bracelet suddenly lit up, and she received a message from Fang Ying. Emergency B-level task, all members of the cleaning team A70265. Please gather at the Mechanical Oceanarium in 20 minutes. Emergency B-level task? Zhu Ning received a B-level task for the first time. This was also the first time she received an official task from the cleaning center after passing the fishman. But, Mechanical Oceanarium, with a clang, a huge sign suddenly collapsed, like a rock falling from the mountain. The sign read, Mechanical Oceanarium. What a coincidence! The Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation is held just 2 streets away, and there is a Class B pollution area. And Su Ming has also appeared here. At the same time she came to the foundation, the Oceanarium immediately had an accident. The alarm sounded. The Public Security Bureau rushed to the scene first to help evacuate the crowd. 5 minutes later, black cars kept landing, and Zhu Ning could clearly see the words Cleaning Center written on the body of the car. The cordon was raised, and the gate of the aquarium was blocked by the people from the cleaning center. Someone was helping to evacuate the crowd and settle the victims. This was a very unfamiliar experience for Zhu Ning. The first official mission was in an underground sewer far away from human habitation, and this mission was in a downtown area. Zhu Ning had specifically asked before whether ordinary people knew about the existence of pollutants. Fang Ying's answer was that they knew and didn't know. This sentence was ambiguous. Since the radiation, a large number of animals and plants, including humans, have mutated. Some people call people with mutations mutants, which is what the official calls superpowers. The official never advertised the existence of the cleaning center to civilians, but in the Wasteland era, mutations can happen anytime and anywhere, and it is no exaggeration to say that they can happen anytime and anywhere. It could be humans, animals, plants, or even a brick. For example, one day you wake up and the faucet in your home suddenly mutates. This is completely possible. Civilians are already very easy to accept any abnormal phenomenon. A car stopped at the cleaning center. Zhu Ning saw the demon hunter get out of the car and was about to step forward. "What do you do?" The person in charge stopped her. "This place is blocked. No outsiders are allowed to enter." Zhu Ning showed her employee bracelet and called out her pass. "I am a cleaner in the cleaning center." The other party looked at her work badge and opened the cordon to let her in. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhu Ning was stunned. If the other party hadn't said this, Zhu Ning wouldn't have had a big reaction, but after saying this, for the first time, Zhu Ning felt that her profession had special significance. Whether it was a demon hunter or a cleaner, as long as they entered the contaminated area, there would be a certain risk, and the employees of the cleaning center would be respected by the security bureau. She saw an acquaintance. Fang Ying was directing on the scene, and the other party was still dressed as a clerk, and appeared here. Fang Ying was stunned when she saw Zhu Ning. They had not met since Zhu Ning was assigned to employee training. Now Zhu Ning suddenly looked at Fang Ying with mixed feelings. Zhu Ning took a closer look at Fang Ying's earlobes. She was wearing sea blue earrings today. Fang Ying asked, "You came so quickly?" The message was sent only 5 minutes ago, and Zhu Ning was already on the scene. Zhu Ning said calmly, "I just happened to have dinner nearby." "Fang Ying, get in the car and change uniforms. It's a B-level mission. I talk to you about the mission content later." There was a black car parked next to Fang Ying. Zhu Ning jumped in. Sure enough, emergency missions would be equipped with sufficient resources. There were cleaner uniforms, cleaning backpacks, and a row of standard weapons in the car. Zhu Ning is now familiar with it. She skillfully changed into a whole set of cleaner work clothes. The speed of changing clothes has become faster and faster, and it can be done in 10 minutes. After changing clothes, Zhu Ning ran into Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming. Su Ming's clothes were different from when Zhu Ning saw her. She didn't have a sun hat or sunglasses. She wore a white shirt and black pants, which was Su Ming's usual attire. They seemed to have come together. Su Ming was so fast. She was nearby before. Was she deliberately delaying to avoid suspicion? Lin Yinchuan greeted Zhu Ning when he saw her. "You are so fast." Just nearby, Zhu Ning asked, "Did you come together?" Lin Yinchuan, "We met when the underground rail left the station." Lin Yinchuan thought Zhu Ning was just asking casually, so he didn't say much. They received an urgent mission, and didn't have time for small talk. After that, Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming got on the car to change clothes. Su Ming behaved very naturally from beginning to end. If Zhu Ning hadn't been sure that she had seen her appear at the Foundation, she would have thought she was dreaming. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan had been colleagues for a long time, and she should have been able to guess Lin Yinchuan's behavior trajectory. The flying car is not as fast as the underground rail, and the fastest way for Lin Yinchuan's family to get to the mechanical museum is to take the underground rail. Su Ming should have found a place to change clothes, and then walked to the exit of the underground rail, and had an accidental encounter with Lin Yinchuan, and Lin Yinchuan became Su Ming's witness. Do you want to ask her? But if you ask Su Ming, you must also explain a question, why Zhu Ning appeared at the Foundation, and she can't answer this question. Zhu Ning still doesn't understand how this series of coincidences happened. In the Class B contaminated area, the problem between her and Su Ming must be temporarily put aside. Too many distractions can easily lead to early death, and you must distinguish the primary from the secondary. Zhu Ning has never participated in a Class B mission, let alone such a large mission. The staff of nearby activities wear full-cover orange-yellow protective clothing. They are the real logistics department, generally responsible for personnel evacuation, scene survey, and logistics supply. In short, they do all the odd jobs that cleaners and demon hunters don't do. They saw Zhu Ning wearing a black cleaner protective suit and nodded to her. Zhu Ning walked into the cordon. The situation was almost under control, but she still saw blood. 5 bodies were lying at the gate of the aquarium. Someone was collecting the bodies. The floor was covered with blood. Zhu Ning could see the eyes of the body. The other party died with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before he died. His chest was pierced by something, and a mechanical tentacle-like creature was wriggling in his chest, revealing half of its tail. Someone wearing a full set of orange-yellow protective suits fired 2 shots at the body. Bang! After 2 shots, the mechanical tentacles exploded and turned into a ball of meat paste, completely motionless. A white cloth covered the body, blocking Zhu Ning's sight. What was that just now? Is this the legendary large-scale urban pollution? Chapter 45. The 3-man team changed into uniforms. According to Fang Ying's instructions, they did not wear helmets, but gathered with other team members. There were many people on the mission this time, 1 demon hunter team and 3 cleaner teams. The demon hunter team came from the Grey Eagle team. The last time they met was in the sewer. One of them mocked Ling Yinchuan. Zhu Ning couldn't tell which one it was. Now they are going on a mission together. Is this putting 2 mortal enemy teams together? Zhu Ning saw Chu Ling in it. Chu Ling was the only girl in the Grey Eagle team. With a height of 1.8 meters, she was very conspicuous. Chu Ling raised her eyebrows to greet him. Zhu Ning waved to Chu Ling. Some of them looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names. He should have seen them during training. Others had no expression when they saw the cleaner team. Ling Yinchuan made a snort beside him. He was vindictive and never had a good face towards the Grey Eagle team. The demon hunters were wearing steel armor and stood in a row with the cleaners. After the special training, everyone behaved very well. Zhu Ning looked much more professional than the novice last time. Fang Ying glanced around, his eyes pressed heavily on everyone, and began to explain the situation. The mechanical oceanarium was suddenly infected with pollutants, which instantly infected the mechanical jellyfish hull and then spread outward. Each of them had a floor plan of the oceanarium on their employee bracelets, and the deep-sea hull was marked in red on the floor plan. And this red was still expanding, and 4 venues were polluted to varying degrees. This was the first time Zhu Ning encountered a newly polluted area. How did the pollution break out in this case? Fang Ying continued. There is not much news. The source of pollution is unknown, and a tourist's glass suddenly exploded while visiting. Before the surveillance was parasitized by contaminated spores, we intercepted the internal video of the aquarium. Fang Ying synchronized the video on everyone's employee wristband. It has been specially processed, and the surveillance of each scene is spliced, so the plot looks very smooth. 1 hour ago. The mechanical aquarium is still operating normally. If there is any benefit after radiation, it is that the species are richer. The mechanical jellyfish aquarium is the most popular venue in the entire aquarium. The mechanical jellyfish is a brand new species. Only the 103rd District Mechanical Aquarium in the entire Federation has an exhibition. 80% of tourists come to the mechanical aquarium just to see jellyfish. The mechanical jellyfish swims in the water, with the agility of the jellyfish itself, and the metallic luster of the machine. The cold metallic luster has a strange silver cold light against the background of the seawater, which is very beautiful from different angles. Harmless and beautiful. Many people come here to check in. Today is the weekend, and the aquarium is crowded. Each person has to queue for an hour, and the visit is limited to 15 minutes. A little girl with pigtails has been waiting for an hour and a half. Her parents took her hand and led her into the viewing area. The guide next to her patiently explained. Mechanical jellyfish are a species specially cultivated in the mechanical aquarium in Area 103. They have a metal shell on the outside, but mechanical jellyfish are not robots, but mechanical creatures. They can reproduce independently. The guide carried many mechanical jellyfish figurines. In order to attract children, the figurines were equipped with neon lights of different colors. As the narrator moved, the mechanical jellyfish figurine swayed, making people's eyes sore after staring at it for too long. The little girl's parents took a lot of photos. Quick, tilt your head. The man held a professional camera and pointed the lens at the little girl. There was only 15 minutes in total, so they had to seize the opportunity. The little girl herself was not in a good mood and kept showing a bored expression. The father shouted loudly, "Smile. Smile." The little girl forced a smile, which was her signature smile. She looked innocent and harmless. The father pressed the shutter with satisfaction. After the little girl posed a few poses with her parents, She lay on the huge transparent glass wall and stared at the swimming jellyfish without blinking. The mechanical jellyfish has an umbrella-shaped appearance, and its tentacles move with the waves when swimming. The little girl stretched out her hand and pressed it against the glass. A jellyfish swam over and rubbed the little girl's palm intimately through the glass. The little girl showed a surprised expression of wow. Unlike the pretense of innocence just now, it was a real expression that came out naturally. The tour guide took the opportunity to explain. The mechanical jellyfish is non-aggressive towards people and has a gentle personality. In their eyes, humans are very friendly. It seems that they like you very much, little friend. The tour guide's words made the little girl's parents laugh. Every parent wants their children to be praised. The tourists who came to visit also nodded and smiled, and many took out their cameras to take pictures of this scene. The little girl in the red dress and the beautiful mechanical jellyfish, the two creatures separated by a transparent glass wall, the whole picture is very warm and healing. The camera flashed, mixed with the tourists' exclamations. So cute. So healing. Amidst the laughter, it seemed that the mechanical jellyfish understood what people said. More jellyfish came in groups, and they rushed over through the glass. At first, there were only two, and the scene was warm and cute. Later, there were more than a dozen mechanical jellyfish, which looked a bit strange. But, only 3 minutes later, hundreds of mechanical jellyfish came together. They waved their tentacles, and used their umbrella-shaped heads to push against the glass wall, as if they had formed some kind of group thinking. The little girl put her hand on the glass, and thousands of jellyfish came over, as if they were summoned by her. The whole scene was very spectacular. Click, 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 the tourists were still taking pictures, and the flash kept flashing. So spectacular. Some people exclaimed, "It's really beautiful. It's worth it this time." "Honey, is it something wrong?" Only the little girl's mother asked uncertainly. Thousands of jellyfish came to the entire venue, and they were densely attached to the glass wall. No matter how cute something is, once there are thousands of them, it will make people feel creepy when they suddenly appear in front of them. In front of this wall made of mechanical jellyfish, humans seem very small. No, how cute. The little girl's father was very excited and quickly pressed the shutter. Our Xiaofeng is going to be an internet celebrity. He didn't care about the strangeness of the mechanical jellyfish at all. He could only see the flashing lights. His daughter has never been so popular. This video may be on the federal hot search list tomorrow. The whole federation will be able to see their daughter by then. They will be famous. In this era where you can control money by controlling traffic, he saw an opportunity to make a fortune. At that moment, it seemed that countless money was pouring into him. Suddenly, there was a slight bang. A mechanical jellyfish hit the glass wall. The sound was very small through the thick glass. If only one mechanical jellyfish was abnormal, it would not be abnormal. Animals often do things that are difficult for humans to understand. But bang, 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 mechanical jellyfish began to hit the wall one after another. The little girl's mother was always worried and couldn't help but raise her voice. "What's wrong?" The smile of the tour guide froze. He was just a worker who memorized information every day for a fixed salary. His understanding of marine life was superficial. He had never seen such a scene and didn't even know how to explain it. Dozens of tourists and hundreds of eyes stared at them. They didn't know whether this phenomenon was normal or abnormal. "Now it seems," the commentator said under pressure, his voice hoarse, "these jellyfish are quite enthusiastic." "Really?" Someone rubbed his arm and said, "Why do I feel a little scary?" "I think so too," another person said. "They seem to want to get out." The mechanical jellyfish changed from sticking to the glass wall at the beginning to squeezing the glass wall and hitting it with its umbrella-shaped head. "It looks like it really wants to get out. Would a mechanical jellyfish have such an idea?" The commentator has never encountered such a challenge in his career, so he calmed everyone's emotions. Mechanical jellyfish don't have such a high IQ. Please rest assured. Will it be unsafe? Someone looked at the mechanical jellyfish with a worried expression. The commentator has been doing this job for too long and is always asked some weird questions. Even if he curses in his heart, he looks very gentle on the surface. "No, our glass wall is specially made and can withstand tens of millions of tons of pressure. The glass wall is bulletproof. Not to mention jellyfish, even explosives can't blow it up." Crack. Before the commentator finished speaking, a clear crack suddenly appeared in the venue. Everyone heard it. Everyone looked at the glass wall in unison. The little girl seemed to have seen something horrible and suddenly began to retreat. The place where the little girl had touched her palm before, with this as the center, cracked into spider web patterns. The little girl's mother was the first to react. She hugged her child around the waist and ran out with her in her arms without paying any attention to the people behind her. Then, there were screams, and all the tourists reacted. This glass wall is about to collapse. The mechanical jellyfish inside is about to come out. Not to mention whether there are creatures inside. Such a huge water wall, once collapsed, the pressure brought by the pressure can involve everyone. Run! Someone ran and shouted, "It's going to collapse. Run!" There were people queuing outside the venue. They were waiting anxiously, and suddenly heard unusual movements inside. "What's wrong?" the people outside the venue asked. Someone ran out in panic, "Hurry up! It's going to collapse!" Some people followed the crowd out, and some tourists stopped to see what was going on. The commentator was stunned, with a microphone on his body and a series of mechanical jellyfish figures hanging around his waist. The commentator swallowed his saliva, not knowing why he couldn't move his feet. How could it be possible? The information he memorized showed that this wall would never collapse. Didn't it say that it could withstand bombs? It's just a crack. Don't make a fuss about it. Crack? There was a desperate sound behind him. The commentator was stiff and turned back slowly. The broken glass wall seemed to be contagious, and a huge flaw could be found from a small gap. Behind the broken glass wall, dense jellyfish seemed to be ready to go. The glass wall, which had reached its limit, could not withstand any slight pressure, let alone so many mechanical jellyfish rushing in at the same time. The commentator finally realized how wrong the situation was, but he had not had time to run away. Boom! The broken glass finally could not withstand the pressure of tens of millions of tons, and the sea water mixed with mechanical jellyfish instantly submerged him. Zhu Ning frowned after seeing the video. The surveillance video recorded the whole process. At first, a little girl stuck to the glass, and then it broke. This little girl is a bit weird. Zhu Ning's question is also the question of everyone. Fang Ying answered directly, "We are investigating this little girl at the same time. Her name is Lin Xiaofeng. Her father is Lin Tianqi, who was an adventure blogger before, but later the account was closed. Her mother is Su Qingqing, and their daughter Lin Xiaofeng has a social media account." Fang Ying synchronized a message over. It is a social account, and the account name is Baby Xiaofeng. Swipe down, and you will see all the photos of the little girl, and some short videos. Lin Xiaofeng is very beautiful, with big eyes and white skin. Her parents are willing to spend money on her. When you scroll down through the photos, you will find that she wears different clothes. However, the number of clicks is not high, and she can only be lost in the crowd of beautiful pictures on the internet. There is no shortage of beauties in this era, and of course there is no shortage of cute little girls. The account does not look like a natural share, and there are obvious signs of personal operation. Maybe she came to the Mechanical Jellyfish Museum this time to take advantage of the popularity. Unexpectedly, there was an outbreak of pollution in the Jellyfish Museum. Fang Ying, there is no news about their current situation. The people in the video were too close to the contaminated area. They did not escape, and their bodies were not found. Now it is a mess. The cleaning center knows nothing about the current situation of this family of 3. Fang Ying stood opposite and synchronized the news with them. There are still survivors inside. The exact number is not clear at present. It is roughly estimated that there may be 30 people trapped. The White Dove team has entered. They are responsible for rescuing the hostages. The Grey Eagle team will eliminate the source of pollution after entering. It is very normal to have survivors inside the suddenly infected contaminated area. Zhu Ning recalled the basic courses he took during training. Public areas like this are generally equipped with temporary safety zones. The safety zones equipped in large venues can accommodate 500 people and allow ordinary humans to survive for 6 hours. When people encounter pollutants, their first reaction is to find a nearby safe house. Zhu Ning just felt the explosion at the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation. It should be the sound made by the White Dove team after entering to rescue the hostages. The White Dove team may have activated some large weapons. Fang Ying continued, according to the technical department's assessment, the contaminated area is a Class B contaminated area with 2 pollution sources. The Grey Eagle team led the cleaning team A70265 directly into the contaminated area, and the remaining 2 cleaning teams were on standby outside. Double pollution source? Zhu Ning had entered the contaminated area 3 times, each time with a single pollution source. So there are 2 pollution sources? Fang Ying saw Zhu Ning's doubts and explained. The cleaners usually enter the scene after the demon hunters are done, but this time they entered with the demon hunters. Because there are 2 pollution sources, after one is solved, the cleaning team A70265 must immediately start cleaning the scene to avoid secondary pollution, especially to protect civilians. After one pollution source is resolved, the pollution spores begin to escape, and the pollution spores may cause secondary parasitic pollution to the polluted area, especially if there are still survivors inside. If the pollution spores are not properly handled, the 30 survivors can easily become polluted. What Li Nianchuan said has always been right. Cleaners are very important, especially when encountering multiple pollution sources. Fang Ying, this mission will put a lot of pressure on the cleaner team. If necessary, the demon hunters must carry out containment at the same time. This is the significance of collective training in the cleaning center. When the situation is urgent, there is no difference between demon hunters and cleaners. Fang Ying looks like a secretary, but at this time she is very aura. She asked, "Do you understand?" Everyone answered, "I understand." Li Nianchuan was a little confused in private. In the past, experienced veterans were called into the pollution area with 2 pollution sources. It is understandable to ask Li Nianchuan and Su Ming to go to them. After all, they have at least 1 year of containment experience. But there is a new member in their team. Zhu Ning has only been a regular for less than a month and has only been on a mission once. The last mission was D-level, but this time he went directly to B-level? Or is he working with the demon hunter? Did they take a fancy to Zhu Ning's super high spirit value? But cleaners and demon hunters are soldiers to some extent, and they must obey the orders of their superiors. Li Nianchuan had no room for doubt. Li Nianchuan poked Zhu Ning and whispered, "Be careful." Zhu Ning didn't feel anything, you two. Li Nianchuan, Is this mocking him? Zhu Ning was not mocking him, but she knew that Su Ming was not right, but she wanted to participate in such a dangerous large-scale mission with her. You might die in there. Fang Ying continued, detailed information has been sent to your employee bracelets. Take a look at it yourself. Note that the polluted area is the aquarium, which has a complex ecology. If it cannot be purified in 30 minutes, the center will send support. The aquarium is large in area, with many species and a complex ecology. There are tourists and large marine life. If the polluted spores spread, it will be a disaster. The priority of the cleaning center's task is to deal with the overflowing polluted area first, which may cause large-scale pollution this time. The 5 kilometers around the aquarium have been evacuated. The worst result is that they will seal the aquarium area. Otherwise, the entire 103 area will be infected. I hope everyone will try not to use explosive weapons unless it is absolutely necessary. Fang Ying said again, some creatures in the aquarium are already on the verge of extinction. Zhu Ning, The difficulty coefficient of this task is too high. I have to consider protecting marine life at the critical moment of life and death. I am almost dead, and I am the rarest animal. But no one else seemed to have any questions, especially the demon hunter team, who accepted it easily. This time, the cleaners will go on a mission with the demon hunters, and they will all wear the demon hunters' communication tools. Fang Ying asked people to distribute the communication tools, which was a black velvet box. Zhu Ning had heard from Li Nianchuan before that the demon hunters' communication channels were not easily contaminated. This time, Zhu Ning could finally contact them. Opening the black velvet box, there lay a blue ring the size of an earring, emitting a sea blue glow. It looked very familiar. It was very similar to the earrings of Fang Ying and Song Shizhong. On the back of the blue ring is a circle of tiny mycelium, which should be used to invade nerves. Fang Ying, wearing it on your temple can directly connect the artificial intelligence to your nerves. Fang Ying spoke quickly. If necessary, the artificial intelligence can even take over your body and take you away from the venue directly. Please relax. Zhu Ning frowned. She instinctively rejected everything that needed to be connected to her brain. The demon hunters and cleaners next to her were wearing it, and Zhu Ning hesitated. Li Nianchuan saw that she didn't want to wear it and said, generally there is no reaction, and a few people will reject it. Either Zhu Ning quit the task or she must accept it. The task was urgent, and there was no time for Zhu Ning to think slowly here. She put the blue ring on her temple. At that moment, she felt that countless small needles were piercing her brain, and the whole brain was like an earthquake. The nerves were connected in an instant, and the signal connected every nerve ending. Boom, she felt a roar in her mind, and then she began to have tinnitus symptoms. Her brain, which was already a little tingling, now felt like countless needles were piercing it at the same time. Zhu Ning? Li Nianchuan noticed Zhu Ning's abnormality and asked, are you okay? Zhu Ning's reaction was so big that the demon hunters next to her looked at her sideways. What's wrong with her? Zhu Ning could hear Fang Ying's voice. There will be some rejection reactions when you connect for the first time, Zhu Ning? Fang Ying was calling her. After all, it was connecting personal nerves. The higher the mental value, the more likely it was to have rejection reactions, but Zhu Ning's reaction was particularly strong. She was pale, nauseous, and cold sweat kept coming out of her back. The physical symptoms were bearable. Zhu Ning had suffered all kinds of injuries in her previous life, and she would not cry out for such a small thing. What was unbearable was her brain. Her brain was extremely repulsive, and all the cells in her body were shouting, "Expel foreign matter! Expel foreign matter! Expel foreign matter! Expel foreign matter!" Her brain refused any invasion, and if it was forcibly invaded, Zhu Ning would die on the spot. The filamentous substance attached to the nerve endings began to slip, and it failed to attach. The hyphae was slowly retreating, and it failed to land in a person's brain for the first time. In the end, it had to settle for the second best. It retracted all the hyphae that tried to control the nerves, retreated all the way, and finally settled near Zhu Ning's temple. Its function became extremely simple. It did not occupy any of Zhu Ning's nerves. In addition to detecting basic life, it just allowed Zhu Ning to hear his own voice. A low and calm male voice. The voice package was implanted successfully. The identity of the cleaner Zhu Ning was confirmed. "I am Prometheus, the commander of this battle, and I am dedicated to serving you." Zhu Ning had just taken a breath, and was stunned when he heard this. Prometheus, it really came. Chapter 46. Zhu Ning had always wanted to see it, but she didn't expect it to be in such an official occasion. Prometheus' voice was transmitted directly from the skull, not like the voice assistant inside the helmet. It was as if someone was talking to her ear, and this absolutely intimate way of speaking made Zhu Ning very disgusted. Zhu Ning looked at the others, and they seemed to have no reaction at all, as if they were connected to an artificial intelligence. Lin Yinchuan asked, "Are you okay?" Su Meng next to her asked, "Zhu Ning, are you okay?" Her face was too ugly, and she had never been so bad after being beaten by the demon hunter for 3 days. Zhu Ning adapted for a while, and the tingling sensation disappeared. Prometheus seemed to exist only on the surface of her brain. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, and quickly put away her expression. She could feel a series of inquiring eyes falling on her. "I'm fine." Compared with her physical state, Zhu Ning's mental state was more troubled. The rumored mastermind was in her mind. The helmet has an automatic camera function. After the mission is over, Zhu Ning needs to return the helmet to the data collection center. If it was Prometheus who helped Zhu Ning edit the surveillance video last time, it might be difficult for Prometheus to do it again this time. After all, there was only one video last time, and now there are 8 people and 8 cameras. If they process all of them, there will definitely be loopholes. Therefore, she can't have any extra conversations with Prometheus. This big boss, she imagined, came to see her, and Zhu Ning couldn't even talk to it. She could only suppress her curiosity and pretend to be an ordinary employee. Prometheus' voice continued to come to her ears, this time speaking to everyone. "I am Prometheus. For all employees who have access to me, I will assume that I have the highest authority over your body. If necessary, I will take over and ask you to leave directly." Its voice is more humane than a simple mechanical voice, and can even be called gentle, but that kind of indifferent gentleness. It seems that it doesn't care about your life at all. You are just a tool for it to execute its goals. Once your body is taken over, you cannot go against its will. It will invade your nerves and control your body, making all arrangements for you. How to describe this feeling? It is very insecure. It is equivalent to opening a backdoor in the human brain for artificial intelligence to enter. An artificial intelligence can suppress you and even deprive you of control of your body at a critical moment. This is clearly telling you that the other party is a higher level of intelligent creature than you. All the decisions it makes are better than yours. Disgust? Zhu Ning's first impression of Prometheus was that she was very disgusted. As a person from the zombie world, she always felt that no matter how powerful artificial intelligence is, it can only be a tool. The Wasteland world actually allows an artificial intelligence to take over the human body, which is simply terrifying. Zhu Ning finally understood what Lin Yinchuan meant when he said that the demon hunter was a chess piece of artificial intelligence. She is now a chess piece. "Prometheus, please wear a helmet." The full cover helmet covers the whole person, forming an enclosed space, making Prometheus's voice clearer. The location of this mission is the mechanical oceanarium. The cameras inside the oceanarium have been contaminated, so the only cameras I can use are you. The cameras inside the oceanarium are unusable, which means that they are all Prometheus' eyes. Prometheus's omniscience advantage cannot be brought into play. Its biggest function is actually to communicate the communication channel of the entire team. Prometheus, the pollution area is highly polluted, with the highest concentration reaching 178%. The cause of the pollution is currently unknown. After evaluation by the technical department, It is determined to be a Class B pollution area with an area of 50,000 cubic meters. After entering, you will encounter strong mental pollution. Please stay rational. The organic glass inside the aquarium can withstand tons of pressure, but high-intensity weapons will cause secondary collapse. The water force of the aquarium is about 2,620 tons. Please use the blasting device with caution. Fonging has repeatedly reminded that the interior of the aquarium is too complicated, and overly powerful weapons may bury everyone inside. Prometheus, the current plan is as follows. The Grey Eagle team will lead the cleaning team A70265 to find the source of pollution, and the White Dove team will be responsible for rescuing survivors. I will synchronize the information of both parties. The mortality rate of this mission is 5% to 8%. Mortality rate? Zhu Ning has never heard of mortality rate when he went on missions in the past. Artificial intelligence can quickly rehearse all possibilities, but the contaminated area is a dangerous area, and it cannot guarantee that everyone can come back alive. In this mission, someone will die in the aquarium. Zhu Ning sometimes feels that the rapid development of technology will make people feel scared, and some of them have been sentenced to death. Next, I will enter the monitoring state and only provide communication assistance and scene analysis. Your captain will be Tang Ku, the captain of the Grey Eagle team, for the time being. I wish you good luck. Prometheus fell silent after saying this. What do you mean? Is this free range? Isn't it a combat commander? Zhu Ning whispered to Lin Yinchuan. What is the monitoring state? The demon hunters were ready to enter the field. As they entered, Lin Yinchuan answered. It means that before it obtains the authority, it can only play a supporting role and cannot directly take over your body. Zhu Ning understood that Prometheus is an artificial intelligence, and humans are wary of artificial intelligence. On the one hand, they are highly dependent on the algorithms of artificial intelligence, but they are also afraid that they will be directly controlled by artificial intelligence. So they set up a lot of constraints and analyze them according to different situations. If the situation is controllable, the captain of the Grey Eagle team, Tang Ku, can lead everyone to complete the task. When the situation is out of control, Prometheus will apply to the upper level, and then there will be room for play. In short, it is a bottom line. Prometheus is a bottom line for everyone, and its authority before this is very limited. Maybe there is also a responsibility system involved here. If everything is handed over to Prometheus at the beginning, it will be difficult to define who is the first person responsible when the task is reviewed. After all, we can't put all the blame on artificial intelligence. Zhu Ning asked, Prometheus actually commanded a B-level mission? How come it is different from what she imagined the daily life of the big boss? Lin Yinchuan, it handles many things in the cleaning center. I don't know what it does specifically. It monitors every time the demon hunter goes on a mission. It has strong computing power. It may be carrying out our mission while taking over another team and taking them away. Prometheus is the real multi-line operation. This B-level mission is just one of them for it. Artificial intelligence was originally developed to serve humans. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. However, every time the demon hunter uses Prometheus for communication, Prometheus was definitely there during the fishman incident. The assessment of the contaminated area was wrong, so it must have intervened. Zhu Ning asked, You connected but there was no response? Lin Yinchuan, No, I could feel something piercing, but only for a short while, and there was no pain at all. Zhu Ning was silent. Why are the reactions of the two people so different? What is the operating principle of this? Why can technological development control human nerves? Lin Yinchuan, maybe your mental value is high, so it's hard to adapt. The higher the mental value, the harder it is to control the nerves. Lin Yinchuan can't understand Zhu Ning's feelings, just like ordinary people don't know what geniuses are thinking. Lin Yinchuan is talkative, and said a few more words. I like it quite a lot. Zhu Ning asked, Why? Why would humans willingly let an artificial intelligence penetrate their nerves? Lin Yinchuan, the network with it is very safe. You don't have to worry about the channel being polluted by others. Pollution spores can pollute the network, and Prometheus is a firewall that blocks pollutant attacks at the network level. All communications of the demon hunters are controlled by Prometheus. Communication is a very important part of a team. When it is there is no need to worry about communication errors. Even if Prometheus is just an auxiliary, it can definitely increase the survival rate on the battlefield. This is a wasteland world, not a peaceful place. They are willing to give up some things to artificial intelligence to ensure their own survival. Lin Yinchuan, and if you are in a dying state, it will comfort you. Zhu Ning was silent. Prometheus also does part-time hospice care? She wanted to say that the absolutely calm voice just now sounded like the god of death, and it should not have any comforting effect. But she thought of Chung Maf. How did Chung Maf feel when he died in the number 777 experiment? He knew that he had to die, so he resolutely walked into the number 777 experiment. He took off his helmet, and was contaminated without resistance. If Wang Yarrow was not there at that time, what was he thinking about in the last period of time before his death? If you are trapped in a polluted area, there is an artificial intelligence that can speak before you die, and the process of death will not be so painful. Chung Maf's Demon Hunter employee bracelet is still in his pocket. Zhu Ning is not one person, she is now two people. She seems to have inherited some will from Chung Maf invisibly. Zhu Ning held the gun in her hand firmly. After all, if she made a mistake, Chung Maf's fate might very likely be her own. Everyone has entered the scene in an orderly manner. They have all been on many B-level missions, and are very skilled. But for Zhu Ning, this was her first group mission. Her previous experience in the contaminated area was just playing around. This was the scale of a regular mission. With so many people, Zhu Ning couldn't use any system props and talents as she pleased, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to the outside world. She really didn't want to be used as an experimental subject for research. However, Zhu Ning was a cleaner, so she should be able to avoid most dangers, and normally didn't need to do it herself. The staff in yellow protective clothing gestured in this direction, and then slowly opened the door of the venue. After opening the door, a damp air hit her face. The power supply in the aquarium was cut off, and there was water on the ground. Once there was a leakage, there would be an electric field inside. They simply cut off the power supply system. Under the night vision function of the helmet, the entire aquarium was glowing green. Zhu Ning had been on many missions, and he was very accustomed to the night vision scene. The hall of the aquarium was usually used to buy tickets and souvenirs. There were no marine life here. Most of it collapsed, and the counters and chandeliers were all smashed down. There were also gravel and water on the ground. Tang Ke led the demon hunters to take the lead, pay attention to protecting the cleaners. Chao Wei explores the way. The Grey Eagle team cooperated very well. Although they didn't like the cleaning team, after Tang Ke said a word, their team moved. Chao Wei walked in front, and Zhu Ning heard Li Nianquan next to him snorted. Judging from the reaction, Chao Wei should be the one who laughed at Li Nianquan's weakness. Chu Ling walked to Zhu Ning with a gun. Chu Ling was responsible for protecting the cleaners. She liked the cleaning team very much, so she naturally took on this task. After Chu Ling put on the Demon Hunter helmet, the full steel suit looked very cool. But Zhu Ning was thinking that the Demon Hunter metal suit was actually quite unsafe. For example, as long as they were within 2 meters of Zhu Ning, she could completely control the entire Grey Eagle team by force. Chu Ling, don't worry, I protect you. Before Zhu Ning spoke, Li Nianquan next to him proudly said, don't worry, Zhu Ning will protect me. Zhu Ning, ? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. And why are you so proud? Chu Ling glanced over here, and it seemed difficult to determine the relationship between Zhu Ning and Li Nianquan. Zhu Ning was very strong, probably on par with himself, and it shouldn't be difficult to protect Li Nianquan. Are they that kind of group? Chu Ling, I was a little abrupt. Zhu Ning, what's abrupt? But Zhu Ning still cares about Li Nianquan. His mental value is not very high. He was contaminated in the last D-level contaminated area. After coming out, he recuperated for a week and insisted on being his sister's puppy. If it happens again, Li Nianquan really shouldn't hang around in the cleaning center. But why arrange Li Nianquan to come in? Who assigned this task? Li Nianquan's mental value is not high, and it is easy to be mentally contaminated. It should be that they want Zhu Ning to go down, and Li Nianquan is just a byproduct. Zhu Ning asked Li Nianquan out of concern, are you okay? Li Nianquan, it's okay, my mental value has increased. In Zhu Ning's understanding, it's not much to increase the mental value to 400. Li Nianquan, I had a brain chip inserted before I came in. Zhu Ning, what? Li Nianquan, it can temporarily increase your mental value. When you go on a large-scale mission, the cleaner will implant it, but it does not mean that you will not be contaminated after wearing it. Instead, your contamination symptoms will appear later, such as 4 hours later. Of course, you don't need it. The captain and I have implanted it. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Li Nianquan will show symptoms of mental contamination in an hour in the Class B contaminated area, and thus become unconscious. The chip can prolong this process, but it cannot prevent it. 4 hours later, Li Nianquan will walk out of the contaminated area and will have sequelae in a relatively safe environment. But his condition will worsen, and in severe cases, he may be brain dead. There is no way. There are too few people with high mental values. Most cleaners have low mental values. Some tasks require too much, so this is the only way. It's quite cruel. Zhu Ning thought that this world's attitude towards consumables is very cruel. Sometimes you can understand why Yongsheng Pharmaceutical has become the hope of defective products. Zhu Ning looked at Su Ming's back. The other party talked to Zhu Ning as usual, not distant nor overly enthusiastic, and was always calm. Zhu Ning remembered that she was very calm when she took him on a mission for the first time. I don't know why Su Ming appeared in the Foundation. Maybe Zhu Ning thought too much. Su Ming just simply understood the project and didn't necessarily have any entanglement with Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. After all, if she was really a person from Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, she didn't have to go to the Foundation in person. Zhu Ning retracted his gaze and focused all his attention on the task. The demon hunter led the way in front, and Zhu Ning just followed behind as a little follower who fished in troubled waters. Zhu Ning had visited the aquarium before. The aquarium near her home was broken and old. It was just a large glass tank with some marine life in it. It took 20 minutes to see it. But the aquarium in the Wasteland world is spectacular. There are 7 venues in total. The design style of the entire aquarium is to simulate the deep-sea world, and it is designed to look like a deep-sea mountain. Each venue you visit is a deep-sea cave. The terrain in the middle of the venue is complicated, and you have to turn several corners to reach another area. Now there is no light, and the immersive experience of the deep-sea world is directly maximized. When people walk in, it is like walking into the deep sea, dark, cold, and depressing. You don't know what is ahead. The aquarium has planned a best viewing route. The first venue is the Mermaid Pavilion. They have to pass through 4 venues to reach the Mechanical Jellyfish Pavilion, where the accident broke out. Mermaid? The creatures that didn't exist in Zhu Ning's world were the first to appear. The demon hunters took the lead and pushed open the door of the Mermaid Pavilion. Appeared. The gray-black lines twitching in the air were the background color of the polluted area. As soon as they came in, the helmets automatically broadcast, "We have entered the Class B polluted area." It seems that this is the polluted area. In the darkness, several corpses were lying on the ground, and blood was spilling from the corpses, slowly floating in the accumulated water. There was a big hole in the heart of the corpse, as if a monster had drilled out from the middle. Zhu Ning thought of the tentacles he saw outside the venue. Prometheus' voice came. A total of 17 corpses were detected in the Mermaid Pavilion, and no human beings survived. 17? 17 people died in the Mermaid Pavilion alone? Zhu Ning held a gun and stepped into the floor of the Mermaid Pavilion. The ground was full of accumulated water. The accumulated water was very deep, accumulating up to the ankles, and the whole team was waiting in the water. As soon as Zhu Ning stepped in, she heard the system prompt. "Ding, you have started the side quest, Weird Oceanarium. The quest target has successfully purified the area. The current purification progress is 0%. Please keep up the good work." She triggered the quest mechanism. The system description is a side quest, which means that she cannot refuse this quest. Zhu Ning seemed to have figured out some patterns. The quests posted by the tomb post were identified as random quests by the system, and she could choose to accept or not. To her, random quests were like copies used to upgrade and obtain props. The official quests of the cleaning center were all side quests, and there was no room for refusal. Zhu Ning had to complete them. The door behind her slammed shut, and now a closed space had been formed. The demon hunter was in front, about 3 meters away from them. Zhu Ning's Zhu Ling led the way, and she would take care of anything first. Zhu Ning relied on her high spirits to stay behind. She couldn't let that unlucky Lin Yinchuan stay behind. The glass walls on both sides were empty. The aquarium was dark. Under normal circumstances, the night vision function of the helmet could see many details clearly. But there was a large area of sea water in the aquarium, which blocked part of the vision, so the things behind the glass wall were blurry. Blurred is scary. When humans encounter something unknown to themselves, fear is almost engraved into their instincts. The Grey Eagle team spread out and searched the entire mermaid venue, looking for suspicious objects. The Grey Eagle team had strict discipline, and basically did not talk except for necessary communication when doing tasks. In contrast, their team seemed very noisy. Lin Yinchuan whispered to Su Ming, "Captain, are we really just waiting?" Su Ming, "Wait for them to search the scene. If there is no pollution source, go to the next venue. If there is, wait for them to solve it. We should not add to the chaos." Article 14 of the Cleaner Employee Code. When working with a demon hunter, the cleaner should try to stay still and not interfere with the demon hunter's movements. As an old employee, Lin Yinchuan certainly knew this employee code. In fact, before Zhu Ning appeared, they, the cleaners, would stay still when they encountered any sudden danger. But since Li Nianchuan and Zhu Ning fought the fishman, they have been a little restless. Li Nianchuan whispered to Zhu Ning again, "What do you think?" Zhu Ning said, "What can I think? I am learning." "Learning what?" Li Nianchuan asked. Zhu Ning, on-site teaching, how to purify the polluted area, more intuitive than video lessons. 5 demon hunters teach, a great opportunity to learn. Li Nianchuan, He kneeled down to Zhu Ning. What kind of thinking is this, taking the opportunity to steal the teacher? Chu Ling next to him also heard this sentence. She was amused by Zhu Ning. She is really interesting. The other demon hunters looked over here. Zhu Ning's words made them feel uncomfortable. Is this a mockery? Zhu Ning is telling the truth. She is really learning the working method of demon hunters. It is much more professional than herself. After entering the polluted area, Zhu Ning wandered around and walked by intuition, which is not very efficient. When demon hunters enter the polluted area, they will form a carpet search to not miss any evidence and doubts. The clues found will be divided into 1, 2, and 3 levels, and the 5 people will communicate synchronously to classify and summarize the clues. The efficiency is very high. Zhu Ning asked, "Why didn't I see any mermaids?" Behind the transparent glass walls on both sides, the only moving things were the floating water plants. Apart from that, it was quiet, as if there were no moving creatures. Chu Ling, mermaids are very timid and shy. They must be hiding behind the rockery. Zhu Ning asked, "How do tourists visit them normally?" Chu Ling, mermaids are afraid of light. When it's time to visit, high-intensity lights will be turned on inside to drive them to the viewing area. Zhu Ning, How cruel. There is no protection association in this world. Zhu Ning, what do mermaids look like? To be honest, she has never seen a real mermaid. Chu Ling, it's just like that. A human body on top and a fish tail on the bottom. There's nothing to see. The tone of Chu Ling's words made it seem as if mermaids were cabbages, nothing special. But Zhu Ning, a country boy, thinks it's magical. In the Wasteland world, mermaids are man-made creatures. After the gene editing technology matures, scientists can realize many stories that originally only existed in fairy tales and legends overnight. For example, mermaids. When mermaids were first studied, they caused a sensation and were published in the headlines of major media. Countless people came to see mermaids every day. With beautiful human faces and gorgeous fish tails, many people said that their fairy tales had come true. During that time, mermaids were so popular that many restaurants would put an ornamental mermaid to keep the place in check. But only 5 years later, people lost interest in mermaids. It's just a beautiful face. With the development of technology, beauty is worthless. Moreover, mermaids are too unimaginative. The appearance of artificial mermaids is completely to restore fairy tales, which have been shown in literary works hundreds of years ago. Now mechanical creatures are more popular. For example, mechanical nine-tailed foxes and the like. That's why mechanical jellyfish can be so popular after the mechanical trend. Zhu Ning was listening to the history of popular internet celebrities in the Wasteland world. Search completed. Someone reported, nothing unusual. It sounds like good news, but everyone knows that this is not good news. Because it is obvious that something terrible has happened here. The corpses on the ground, and the bloodstains on the glass wall prove that someone wanted to escape but failed. They searched around but couldn't find the monster. What should we do? Someone asked. Tang Ku, everyone be alert and keep moving forward. Su Meng also said, be careful. Zhu Ning raised her gun when she heard this. When her danger warning sounded, it should have been too late. The 8-person team walked very scattered before, but now everyone consciously walked very closely. The water was getting deeper and deeper. As they walked out of the mermaid pavilion, the water in the pavilion had already submerged from ankles to knees. The walking speed was also getting slower and slower. In the night vision state, they could not see what was under the water. Therefore, it was equivalent to walking in the water without knowing anything. Everyone was alert. Even Li Nianchuan didn't say anything, and for a while there was only the sound of splashing water. Zhu Ning walked alone at the end. There was no one behind her, but she always felt that something was strange behind her. And because she was in the aquarium, her back felt wet and sticky. It seemed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her from behind. Illusion? If it was a ghost story, the general advice would be not to look back. Zhu Ning stared at the back of Li Nianchuan's head in front of her, hesitating whether to look back. Suddenly she paused, and something in the water grabbed her ankle. Chapter 47. Zhu Ning froze. The first reaction in this situation is to shoot, but she didn't have time. As soon as she raised her gun, she was suddenly pulled down. She was wearing work clothes, carrying a cleaning backpack, holding a gun in her hand, and her whole body might weigh 180 kilograms. But she never knew that one day she would be easily knocked down by someone's ankle. The speed was too fast. Before people could react, Zhu Ning was dragged directly into the water by a strange force. Her vision was instantly submerged in water, and she heard someone calling her, Zhu Ning. The one who called her was Lin Yinchuan. Chu Ling and Lin Yinchuan were closest to her, and noticed something was wrong at the first time. When they turned around, Zhu Ning had been flipped over with her gun. In the blink of an eye, she sank into the water, as if she was dragged away by some marine creature with brute force. Tang Ke, there is something under the water, protect the cleaner. Chu Ling wanted to shoot, but in the chaos, she was afraid that the bullets would accidentally injure her after she shot. After just a second of hesitation, Zhu Ning disappeared. They stared at the water surface. The water only reached their knees. It should be a shallow area. Even if they fell, they could easily get up. But Zhu Ning was gone. Where did she go? The demon hunters were waiting with their guns. After Zhu Ning was dragged away, the water surface shook for a while, and then returned to calm, as if it was just an illusion. The water here was not very transparent, and the water was a little gray. If you stare at it for a long time, it seems that it is not the water surface. Instead, it is countless squirming gray insects, whose bodies gather into something similar to water, waiting to devour new prey anytime and anywhere. They stood in a pool of insects. Lin Yinchuan's scalp was numb. He watched Zhu Ning disappear. It was easy to think that he would be the next one. The gray bugs in the water seemed to be able to climb up along the calves of people, and drill into your pores through the gaps in the cleaner's work clothes. Imagine that people are afraid of bugs and unknown tiny creatures because they are afraid that they will drill into your body. Before they drill in, people's imaginations have scared themselves crazy. Mental pollution. Lin Yinchuan had fought fishmen with Zhu Ning before, and soon realized that the water here was a kind of mental pollution. Lin Yinchuan held the gun carefully and brainwashed himself according to the way Zhu Ning taught him. This is normal. This is normal. Lin Yinchuan opened his eyes. His brain was not confused, and he seemed to be stronger than before. Lin Yinchuan had been preventing himself from being mentally polluted, so he had no time to look around. He just recovered and suddenly heard a muffled sound behind him. Bang! A demon hunter in front of him was knocked down. In the shaking water, Lin Yinchuan saw a vague black shadow flash by. The sea monster didn't leave. It was still in this area. The unknown monster surged in the water, instantly raising a large splash. This time it was their turn. Zhu Ning was dragged by a hand and sank suddenly. The water flow quickly passed by her ears. At high speed, people's reactions would slow down. She watched herself getting farther and farther away from the water surface. Zhu Ning deeply understood one thing: what is a marine life? On the ground, humans can have absolute initiative, but no matter who they are, once they enter the bottom of the water, they must give way to marine life. Just one hand can pull herself away. Thanks to the demon hunter who beat her up, if it was Zhu Ning a week ago, she would have no power to fight back. The underwater was complicated, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Zhu Ning raised her left foot and kicked hard downwards. When she kicked downwards, the hand was still dragging her into the deeper sea. Zhu Ning kicked down one by one. When she kicked for the fourth time, her ankle loosened and the ghost hand loosened. Gone? Zhu Ning's body lightened. She was floating in the deep sea. There was nothing around her, only darkness. What was it that pulled her just now? If it was a monster, it couldn't disappear suddenly, right? After the ghost hand disappeared, people didn't relax their vigilance. They had to be on guard against the next attack at any time. The ghost hand just now was too strong. If it wasn't for the genetic medicine, Zhu Ning might have had her ankle twisted by the other party. Zhu Ning was alert for a while, and there was nothing around. No one. Her ankle felt strange. There was nothing, but she felt restrained. The worst thing to avoid when swimming underwater is getting entangled in water plants or something like that. Once someone ties you up, you're not far from death. Zhu Ning touched her ankle, then pulled something off from it. Hair. What grabbed her just now wasn't a ghost hand, but a strand of hair? Can a strand of hair have such great power? Zhu Ning carefully pulled one end of the strand of hair, then gently pulled it out. Like pulling out a cocoon, the strand of hair got longer and longer. It looked like a woman's hair, very long. If it still grew on a human head, it would at least be waist-length hair. But things were getting weirder and weirder. This length far exceeded the length of human hair, and there was no end. It was clearly only wrapped around Zhu Ning's ankle, but there was no end, as if endless hair could be pulled out. Zhu Ning only pulled 2 meters and dared not move. Zhu Ning looked at her hands, and the messy hair was wrapped around her 5 fingers. These hairs are alive. The hair is growing and multiplying, and it is wriggling in her palm. Girls will take off a few hairs when they take a bath, and they should be familiar with the daily scene of hair in the palm of their hands. But now, the hair is moving, like a wriggling maggot. The wriggling hair crawled slowly, starting from the palm of the hand, and climbing up to the forearm. Zhu Ning's whole body was tense. Normal people think this thing is very disgusting. Just thinking about the living hair crawling all over the body will make the whole body numb. Once the mentality is unstable, she will struggle. According to the current situation, the more she moves, the deeper she will be entangled. Zhu Ning stopped. She did not move again, forcing herself to accept the fact that there was living hair in her palm. This is normal, this is normal, this is normal. Zhu Ning continued to brainwash herself. It was just a living hair, it was too normal. The pulled out hair was entangled around Zhu Ning, and they were growing faster and faster. It was simply gushing. Only about 2 minutes later, Zhu Ning was already covered by a ball of hair. Before she fell behind, she had been holding a gun, and the gun belt was hanging on her arm, and it had not been lost until now. But she didn't dare to shoot at all. She had a premonition that if she dared to shoot, these hairs would instantly entangle and strangle her to death. Zhu Ning could only try to relax her body. Countless hairs climbed on her body, trying to find the gaps in her work clothes, and kept trying to surge in at the neck, helmet, and the edge of the clothes. Once a strand of hair enters the interior, the hair with reproductive ability will grow from the inside. It shouldn't take long before her work clothes will be squeezed and burst by hair. And Zhu Ning herself will be deprived of all oxygen and become a slave to the hair. All pollutants in polluted areas are trying every means to pollute you, and this place is no exception, but their actions are particularly disgusting. The hair probe the edge of the work clothes, and they climb for a long time without finding a tiny gap. I don't know who designed the work clothes. This designer deserves the highest design award. The quality is really amazing. Zhu Ning suppressed her instincts, deliberately ignored the existence of the hair, and began to look at her situation. Zhu Ning was dragged out far away. She couldn't see where she was now, but she knew that the bottom of the water was very deep. In order to simulate the seabed, aquariums usually simulate artificial waves. The artificial waves will move every minute, so the bottom of the water is not a stagnant pool. Zhu Ning stretched out her limbs, and the hair floated beside her like water plants. Zhu Ning and the hair seemed to be companions. Or maybe the hair was a trap, and Zhu Ning was its new prey. She was like a dragonfly that hit a spider web and was bitten by it, but so far, she hadn't seen where the spider was. She could feel the hair moving, and it felt real when it moved. The tactile sensor on her work clothes clearly transmitted that feeling. It was itchy. Zhu Ning didn't move, and didn't even hold a gun. She was just feeling it. She was deep in the sea, surrounded by only a bunch of hair. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and looked at her current situation. Looking through the green screen, the seabed is pitch black, and a sense of oppression comes over you. It's as if you are the only one at the bottom of the sea. The contaminated area is no longer the layout of an aquarium. It's like the real deep sea. Prometheus? Zhu Ning tried to call it. I'm here. A clear and calm answer. This feeling is quite magical. Zhu Ning went into the contaminated area alone for several missions. In the 777th experiment, she was almost driven crazy by boredom. No one talked to her at that time. Zhu Ning began to believe that Prometheus really has the ability to provide hospice care. If Zhu Ning was to die in the contaminated area one day, she also hoped that Prometheus' voice would be in the channel at that time. Before Zhu Ning asked, Prometheus guessed what she was thinking. No casualties so far, they were attacked. Lin Yinchuan and Su Meng were with Chu Ling, and the other demon hunters were organizing the team under the leadership of Tangku. A very simple sentence, just stating the facts. But Zhu Ning inexplicably felt that this artificial intelligence was really smart. He could judge the close relationship between Zhu Ning and others, and when reporting the situation, he would first report the news of Lin Yinchuan and Su Meng. The demon hunter was only mentioned briefly. Has the emotional development of artificial intelligence reached this level? Zhu Ning paused. They were also attacked. No wonder no one contacted him. Entering the contaminated area means taking care of yourself. Life and death are determined by fate, and you are responsible for it. Zhu Ning soon stopped thinking about them. She had to think about how to get out of trouble. Zhu Ning asked, "How are my vital signs now?" Prometheus can connect to the human body. Zhu Ning remembered that one of its functions is to monitor people's vital signs. Normal heart rate, no fluctuations in mental state, you are very healthy. In fact, Zhu Ning is a little too healthy. After all this, she was tangled in her hair, but she rarely felt fear. Among the many employees Prometheus has served, Zhu Ning's psychological quality is definitely top-notch. Good news, she should not be injured. Zhu Ning asked, "Where is the oxygen?" The cleaner's helmet has a filtration system, and the work clothes are designed to enter the contaminated area. Various extreme situations must be taken into account. The work clothes that looked like motorcycle clothes before have now become a perfect diving suit. The remaining oxygen can last for about 40 minutes. After all, the work clothes are not equipped with special oxygen tanks, and 40 minutes is the limit. "Is there an oxygen tank nearby?" Zhu Ning asked. "Who knows how long you have to stay in the contaminated area? In the deep sea, it is more reassuring to have oxygen. The nearest oxygen tank is 900 meters away from you." The interface of the cleaner's work clothes is a universal interface that can be connected to any model. A small dot appeared on Zhu Ning's helmet panel, and Prometheus marked the location of the oxygen. It should be the oxygen tubes provided by the aquarium. The staff and performers also need to go into the water. Prometheus is very useful. No wonder Li Nianchuan likes him. Zhu Ning quickly thinks about his current situation. The first step is to escape from this weird hair. There is basic logic in the polluted area. Pollutants cannot completely change the rules and create something impossible out of thin air. There will not be such a large amount of hair in a normal aquarium. Animals only have hair, and most marine organisms have scales and tentacles. There is only one person who can grow hair. Mermaid. This should be a mermaid thing. Zhu Ning tried to stretch her arms, and the hair did not strangle her. Hair is very sensitive. They can sense people's emotions. As long as Zhu Ning does not run away or hostile, these hairs do not seem to have any strong intention to attack. Zhu Ning stretched out her hand carefully, and the hair did not move. After confirming, she began to move, with a small amplitude and slow speed. Once the hair began to entangle her, she would slow down. She was exploring the space she was in. There was sea water all around, but this was not the real deep sea. The sea water in the deep sea was boundless, and could never find the end. This is the aquarium. There should be an end. Zhu Ning stared at the direction of the oxygen tank and moved forward with this as the goal. Dong, a very dull sound. About 5 minutes later, she touched something. Zhu Ning felt it, and it was very smooth. This should be a transparent glass wall. Did she touch the edge of the exhibition hall? The oxygen cylinder was 300 meters ahead, but there was a thick glass wall between her and the oxygen cylinder. Zhu Ning was just trying to feel how big this place was. As soon as she lowered her head, she suddenly froze. She was facing a human face. There was a man pressed against the glass wall. His facial features were squeezed and deformed by the glass wall, but his eyes were extremely greedy, and he kept looking over eagerly. Zhu Ning frowned, more than one. Outside the glass wall were densely packed spectators, perhaps hundreds or thousands. Hundreds of faces squeezed over, their faces pressed against the glass wall, staring straight at Zhu Ning. It was as if they were looking at some strange animal. Their eyes were too greedy, squeezing the glass wall hard, wishing they could get their heads in and get a good look. The polluted area has its own logic. After entering, you will have an identity of living inside the polluted area. In line 1, Zhu Ning is a passenger. In the hot pot restaurant, she is a cashier, and in experiment 777, she is the owner of the house. There are roughly 3 identities in the aquarium: tourists, staff, and exhibited creatures. Zhu Ning is now the one exhibited inside the glass wall. Chapter 48. Click, someone pressed the shutter. Zhu Ning squinted instinctively. The flash made people feel very uncomfortable. It was a kind of discomfort of being stared at and treated as an object. Zhu Ning remembered that Chu Ling said that mermaids are out of fashion now. So why would there be so many tourists coming to visit? There was a tour guide in the crowd. He was dressed in a suit and a red bow tie. He looked at his tourists with satisfaction and continued to explain. The Mermaid Museum has not been so popular for a long time. Today, you are all very lucky to see the courtship and reproduction of restricted mermaids. Courtship? Reproduction? These 2 words seemed terrifying to Zhu Ning. What's going on? Inside the glass wall, Zhu Ning was entangled in hair, and she was quietly suspended in the water, like a captured prey. She seemed to understand her situation a little bit. She did step into the trap, but not to be eaten. Instead, it was used as a prop. They had to ensure that they could not break free during the reproduction process. The aquarium in the Wasteland world was a bit heavy. If this was a separate mission, Zhu Ning could use system props, and she would have many options to escape the scene. For example, the three-dimensional defense space before. As long as it is open here, she can get at least 30 minutes of breathing time. For example, the pigman's guillotine, she can kill the target suspected of being the source of pollution once. But now she is under the surveillance of Prometheus, she can realize that there is a camera pointed at her, which may be analyzing Zhu Ning's behavior pattern and recording every flaw she reveals. After the end, all videos will be sent back, and she must behave like an ordinary employee. System props cannot be used, only the cleaning backpack can be used. Wow! Look! Someone in the crowd pointed at his back excitedly. The hair behind him moved. Amid the floating hair, Zhu Ning unexpectedly saw a pale face, which was whiter than the popular cold white skin, a little exaggerated. If some skincare products are said to be glowing white, then this face has done it. It is really glowing. A breathtakingly beautiful face, with delicate facial features and a strong visual impact. His ears are very eye-catching, like two lavender fins, swaying with the waves. A beautiful man's face appeared in front of Zhu Ning. His expression looked fragile and innocent, full of broken beauty. It seemed to have been broken and reassembled countless times. His appearance far exceeded Zhu Ning's understanding, a little too advanced, which made her stunned. Mermaid? This should be the mermaid that Chu Ling mentioned. The floating hair is his hair. She saw a fish tail under the big mass of hair. The fish tail is pure silver, about 5 meters long, and emits a beautiful glimmer in the water. The two are very close to each other, and he is like a mythical sea monster, staring at her with a pair of extremely charming eyes. There seems to be light in his eyes, and when the lavender pupils look over, it will give people an illusion. All humans are visual animals. Men love beautiful women, and women also love beautiful men. Zhu Ning, as a human being, is no exception. Moreover, this is such a charming handsome man, and he doesn't even seem to have any sense of aggression and lethality. It's different from all the ugly pollutants encountered before. The mermaid stretched out his hand. His strong arms were also pale, and his muscle lines were smooth like a perfect sculpture. He made a gesture to hug Zhu Ning. At that moment, Zhu Ning's previous novel about a domineering mermaid falling in love with me flooded into his mind. The beautiful mermaid captured the human, and took the human away, as if taking away his bride. The whole picture was so beautiful that it could be directly filmed in an idol drama. No, the idol dramas of Zhu Ning's era could not even restore 1/10,000th of his beauty. His hair flowed to Zhu Ning's back with his movements, and under the background of such absolute beauty. The disgusting hair just now was not disgusting at all. Click, click, the flashlight was like a piece of music, flashing continuously. Wow! Outside the glass wall, the audience exclaimed. So beautiful! The courtship period of mermaids lasts for 3 months. The guide looked at Zhu Ning with a smile. What you see today is the courtship period. In the next 3 months, our exhibition hall will display the 3-month reproduction period. Mermaids are out of fashion. For a long time, there were no visitors to the Mermaid Museum. It costs a lot of money to keep mermaids alive. For this reason, the curator had to find another way. They began to publish the courtship process of mermaids to attract audiences. The effect is quite significant. At least every month, the Mermaid Museum has a group of regular guests. Many people are curious about how mermaids reproduce. The mermaid's tail swayed in the water, and the huge silver fish tail tentatively tried to wrap around Zhu Ning. This is one of their ways of courtship. The mermaid smiled, opened her mouth, and uttered a series of very wonderful syllables. Ah, hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhu Ning is not a mermaid, so she can't understand what he said. To her, these 4 syllables don't even make any difference. The narrator's smile deepened. He is about to start courting. Everyone, pay attention to his tail. He is expressing his affection. As the narrator spoke, people began to shoot crazily, giving some close-ups of the fish tail. Narrator, this sentence means I like you in mermaids. What will this lady do? Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhu Ning. They looked over eagerly, waiting for her answer. Promise him, promise him. He's so handsome. What are you hesitating about? Come on. Be together. The commentator glanced at the scene, and now the emotions were about to reach the peak. He added fuel to the fire at the right time. Mermaids are very loyal creatures. After they become spouses, they will stay with her forever and never betray her. So affectionate. As expected of a mermaid. Why doesn't this woman move? Why doesn't she react? The audience was slightly dissatisfied, and Zhu Ning's expression disappointed them very much. Yes, she's not a peerless beauty. Why are you keeping them on edge? They didn't like performances that were too dull. The commentator was not very satisfied with the current plot progress. It was too slow. The commentator's hand was suspended on a button, and the mermaid seemed to feel his anger. He had experienced the consequences of being disobedient many times. The mermaid wanted to ask for a mate more eagerly, and his purple pupils became brighter. Zhu Ning smelled a fragrance, which emanated from the mermaid. It made her brain a little dizzy. The most terrifying thing is not being trapped in a glass wall, but becoming a performance prop. In this process, your will is not important, you just need to cooperate with the performance. Zhu Ning found that as long as she was looked at by the mermaid, she didn't seem to have such a strong intention to resist. The charming purple pupils seemed to constantly lure people into his trap, always making you think, there is nothing wrong with this, right? There is nothing wrong with this. Right? The surroundings were full of flashlights, and the audience was shouting, constantly saying together, together. They repeated a sentence thousands of times, as if it was a good story of love. Zhu Ning should walk into this good story in the expectation of everyone, write this legend, and become a part of the story. She will become a dazzling heroine, the one that everyone expects, and satisfy everyone. Zhu Ning lowered her eyes. There is nothing wrong with it, right? Everyone can do it, why can't you? Zhu Ning. Prometheus tried to call Zhu Ning's name, but she was suspended in a ball of hair and had no reaction. The species characteristic of mermaids is to capture people's hearts. Once people look directly into the pupils of mermaids, they will be affected and will unconsciously follow the other party's thinking. Especially under the premise that the appearance of mermaids is attractive enough to humans, this influence will be maximized. Zhu Ning has not replied to it for 3 minutes. The mermaid is slowly approaching, and he tries to pull open Zhu Ning's cleaner protective suit. Once the protective suit is pulled open, the contaminated spores will parasitize, and Zhu Ning will become a pollutant. Zhu Ning is not a psychic, and cannot resist this silent mental interference. Prometheus is analyzing the current situation, and it sends a request to the upper level, requesting to exit the monitoring state and enter the command state. As long as it takes over Zhu Ning's body, it can take her out of the contaminated area within 3 minutes. 2 seconds later, it received a reply, requesting a rejection. Today, Zhu Ning was specially asked to participate in the B-level mission, just to see where Zhu Ning's limit is. This is not even a mechanical jellyfish museum full of dangers. Once Prometheus takes over, this mission will lose its meaning. Prometheus hesitated for a second, and the hyphae tentatively explored Zhu Ning's brain, trying to recontrol its nerves. But it just stretched out the hyphae. Suddenly, Zhu Ning opened her eyes. Her expression was cold. In the glass wall, a silver mermaid and a woman floated in the air. If this is a mermaid wedding, it has all the elements, gorgeous lights, beautiful stage. Groups of guests, countless flashes, they smiled with satisfaction. And blessings, thousands of blessings. They sincerely congratulated the wedding. Zhu Ning looked unconscious. She had stopped for too long, as if she had completely lost the intention to resist. The mermaid's arms came around, and he was about to embrace Zhu Ning in his arms. His hand fell on Zhu Ning's right shoulder, where the protective suit opened. Zhu Ning also raised her hand. This was her first action, and also the first intention she actively expressed. People stared at Zhu Ning's actions, unwilling to give up any details. She had a gun hanging on her left arm. But she didn't raise her left arm. Did she give up the resistance? She agreed. She bravely took the first step. In the eyes of the audience, Zhu Ning gave up her weapon, and she was about to hug back. People's mouths seemed to be zipped up, stretched to the maximum at this time, and pulled tightly to both sides. Zhu Ning in the glass wall raised her right hand. Then, she turned on the flashlight. The strong light shone instantly, casting a beam of light in the water. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. The moment the strong light touched the mermaid, he was like a vampire exposed to the sun, and suddenly showed an extremely painful expression. He opened his mouth, his ears on both sides hissed, and the gill-shaped thing under his neck vibrated at a high frequency. The water flowed through his gills, gushing out a series of bubbles. It looked like he was suffocating. Even so, he didn't even blame Zhu Ning, the culprit. The mermaid's expression was painful and fragile. It was very lovable. He was begging Zhu Ning to stop. The audience's smiles became shallower. They seemed to be wandering between anger and smiles, unable to control their true expressions. The narrator was stunned. There were many unexpected events in the performance, which was a great test of the narrator's ability to perform on the spot. The narrator had his own explanation for this phenomenon. It seems that the lady is in a bad mood, and the mermaid looks very painful, but this is the sadomasochism. Sadomasochism? Sadomasochism is also a very popular drama. The narrator, all love has to go through twists and turns, with peaks and ravines. The current sadomasochism will be the sweetness of the future. The more painful it is now, the happier it will be in the future. Happiness. Everyone smiled happily when they heard these two words. We have to wait for a happy ending. After the narrator explained this, the audience's anger subsided a little. They looked into the glass wall, looking forward to the next sadomasochistic scene. The mermaid would always remain elegant. He looked at Zhu Ning with a pleading look. Zhu Ning had a headache. After using the metal manipulation talent before, the sequelae had not healed. It was like a needle piercing her brain. Now the pain was intensified, making her a little irritated. She hated the gazes of the crowd, the body being manipulated, and the performance. Zhu Ning silently increased the light, and turned on the strong light mode. Sadomasochism, right? I can make the sadomasochism part more intense. The mermaid instinctively covered his face. This time, he could no longer control his expression. He screamed in pain, and his face was hideous and ugly. He waved his arms, and tried to take the flashlight from Zhu Ning's hand, but he was afraid of the light. The light ignited him like a flame. His expression was distorted, and his facial features were deformed. Okay, the handsome guy is not handsome anymore. The guide's smile froze. The audience's laughter froze. The guise of sadomasochism could no longer hold up. They had watched performances at this venue many times, and had never seen a courtship fail. They couldn't even believe it. But they still had a glimmer of fantasy, hoping that Zhu Ning could turn back from his wrong path. The price of resistance was not good. Once the intention to resist was formed, the hair on the body would recognize it. The hair was entangled, and she felt endless pressure pressing towards her. The genetic medicine strengthened her bones and skin, otherwise she would be like a deflated balloon now. The mermaid's hair was tough, and it might cut her into a ball of mincemeat later. It was as if a group of hands were pinching your body, squeezing you, and depriving you of the last breath of air. Under this threat, she resisted despite the severe pain. The cleaner's work clothes need to cope with various dark environments. There are many light sources on the body, and even the employee's wristband has a flashlight mode. The helmet, employee wristband, and flashlight are all turned on. The entire glass wall was as bright as day in an instant. The light at this moment was like a weapon. The audience closed their eyes in pain, and the guide turned his head with a gloomy face. The hair strand sensed Zhu Ning's strong intention to attack, and instantly tightened. And the mermaid in front of her was screaming. The high-frequency scream of the mermaid was very piercing. After the injection of the gene drug, the hearing of the human body is 5 times that of ordinary people. She felt a sharp pain in her brain. The anti-noise mode has been turned on for you. She finally heard the voice of Prometheus, which turned on the anti-noise system of the helmet, and the noise pollution was immediately reduced a lot. The optical pollution purification system has been turned on. The helmet has turned on the filtration system, and the strong light has no effect on Zhu Ning. As an artificial intelligence, it can do very little. For example, it cannot stop the hair from getting tighter and tighter, covering Zhu Ning's head like a fishing net. Endless pressure is pressing down on her, and she will suffocate in less than 70 seconds. The pressure is increasing, and the protective suit is about to break. Zhu Ning can certainly feel it. The dense hair is wrapped around her helmet, as if it is going to wrap her up tightly. If the protective suit is not strong, she might be chopped into pieces now. She doesn't have much time left. Zhu Ning only turned on the strong light for a moment. Then it was turned off immediately. The high-intensity light disappeared instantly, and no matter what kind of creature it was, it would be in a trance for a moment. Except Zhu Ning. At the same time when the strong light failed, she felt the hair wrapped around her body loosen for a moment. This is the natural reaction of living things. It's like a conditioned reflex. 1 second is enough. The mermaid's face was burned by the strong light, and her delicate and beautiful features disappeared. Her face was bloody and fleshy, like a burnt patient. As soon as he raised his head, he felt his chest stiffen, and Zhu Ning put the muzzle of the gun against his chest. She was entangled with hair all over her body, and some hair had cut through the protective clothing on her thigh. But she did not relax, pressing down like a mountain. Mermaids are performing creatures, and Zhu Ning is a survivor who has crawled out of the doomsday. As long as she is alive, she can resist. Even if she doesn't use system props, she can resist. She came to the Wasteland world alive, and dealt with various forces, not to have a love affair with a fish. She pressed the mermaid's body tightly, pressed him against the glass wall, and turned on the flashlight again. In the strong light, the sound of the gunshot seemed very strange. Bang, 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 bang. Zhu Ning fired 5 shots in total. The bullets penetrated the mermaid's chest and finally hit the glass wall. There was a very dull sound. The mermaid's eyes widened, and he roared in anger at first. He wanted to avoid the light but couldn't. The pain was very intense, but it ended very quickly. Zhu Ning didn't let him suffer much. Especially compared to the suffering he had suffered in the aquarium, it was even merciful. He was tired of performing day after day, being driven to the performance area by the strong light, facing countless audiences every day. They looked over greedily, they raised their flashlights, and took every picture. He needs to court day after day, performing the same drama in front of the crowd. The most painful thing is not this: mermaids have been performance tools since their birth. The most painful thing is to go against their nature. Mermaids are willing to have only one spouse in their life, but the curator will not allow mermaids to court only once. They will wash their bodies repeatedly, erode their memories, and force them to do it again and again. Start again, start again. Under the flashing lights, tourists' cameras record every beginning and end. This time is the real end. The mermaid's body softened and sank slowly. The upper body had been smashed by high-intensity bullets, and only a complete fishtail fell down. The 5-meter-long fishtail slowly sank, as if it was finally returning to the bottom of the sea. The more gorgeous the fishtail is, the more bloody and terrifying the upper body looks. The blood was like ink, instantly dyeing a large area of seawater red, covering everyone's eyes. The audience and the commentator stared blankly until the mermaid's body fell to the bottom of the pool. The commentator didn't even know how to explain it. And the heroine of the story they had seen before, wearing a pure black helmet, floated in the water. Like a real water monster. Bang! Her hands covered the glass wall. They couldn't see Zhu Ning's expression through the helmet, but they always felt that it was a provocation. She looked at the audience provocatively. The audience was staring at her, and she stared back. Her posture was extremely strong, and in an instant the audience and the performing creature switched positions. It seemed that these audiences were the stupid creatures. After the mermaid died, the hair wrapped around Zhu Ning finally loosened, as if it had lost all its life and turned into a mess of straw and fell. Zhu Ning fired 5 shots just now, leaving a spiderweb mark on the glass wall. Before she entered the venue, she watched the video of the Mechanical Jellyfish Museum. At that time, she was standing from the perspective of the audience, and now she was standing from the perspective of the marine life on display. She didn't know what the mechanical jellyfish was thinking at the time. Was it thinking this? Destroy it, let everything be destroyed, and there is no way to start over again. Zhu Ning gently pressed the spiderweb crack on the glass wall. The crack quickly spread around with this as the center. The audience and tourists screamed, and they realized that this place was going to collapse. Zhu Ning fired 2 more shots in the center of the spider web. Boom! The glass wall couldn't bear the heavy pressure, and a huge amount of seawater gushed out, instantly flooding the entire viewing area. Zhu Ning recreated the disaster of the aquarium. Cough cough. Zhu Ning lay in the ruins, unable to help coughing, and the ball of hair just now almost strangled her to death. There were broken glass fragments all around, as well as the bodies of mermaids and tourists, and the dead tour guide looked at herself with wide eyes. The earphones on him were soaked with water, making crackling sounds. Bang! The earphones exploded, emitting a faint smell of burning. The body of the mermaid next to him was shattered, and a contaminated spore floated out of his body, and then hundreds and thousands of them. This was Zhu Ning's 4th time entering the contaminated area, and he was already familiar with the scene. Zhu Ning lay in the aquarium, watching the contaminated spores floating around. The aquarium simulated the deep sea, and she seemed to be lying quietly on the bottom of the sea, witnessing a rare spectacle with her own eyes. But it was completely unattractive. It only made people feel cruel. This world is cruel to both humans and creatures. Are mermaids human? When technology develops to the extreme, scientists are like creators, they can create a species at will. Mermaids have human faces, and have human-like emotions and feelings, but they are not regarded as human beings. They are not even 5th-class citizens. 5th-class citizens seem very precious at this time. At least the world recognizes Zhu Ning as a human being. Humanize people, and humanize objects. The boundary between people and objects is gradually disappearing. Zhu Ning? Prometheus's calm voice came. Oh, there is an artificial intelligence in her mind. You are injured. Zhu Ning took a break. Her brain was still aching. She stood up and saw a scar on her thigh. This time it was different from the pigman's. She applied a patch on the pigman within 30 seconds. This time it was too urgent. She was exposed to the contaminated area for too long. She didn't even know whether she should apply the patch. Is it a bit too late to apply it now? She is about to become a pollutant? Please treat the wound in time. Prometheus' voice sounded emotionless. Zhu Ning paused, took out a patch and pasted it on, no matter if it was useless or not. Otherwise, her teammates might collapse her later. What's the situation now? Zhu Ning asked while handling it. Have I completed the task? Cleaner Zhu Ning has successfully purified a pollution source, and is notifying other teammates. Zhu Ning did not complete the system task to purify the entire aquarium, so it was Prometheus who was broadcasting, and the system was silent. It was quite magical that this time it was Prometheus who spoke. Zhu Ning wanted to ask others what was going on now. She paused and asked, "Did you try to control my body just now?" She clearly felt the pain in her brain just now. At that time, she thought she had sequelae, but now she thought it should be Prometheus. Prometheus corrected Zhu Ning's statement, tried. It did not move. Zhu Ning's nerves refused to invade. It didn't even know if it could succeed. "Ah, luckily you didn't do it." Zhu Ning stood up. She hated people controlling her body. No matter if he was doing it for her own good or not, letting Prometheus temporarily occupy her brain was the biggest concession. She had to draw a clear line between herself and this artificial intelligence. Zhu Ning turned her head and looked at the glass wall next to her. There was a broken piece of the glass wall, which was covered with cracks, reflecting Zhu Ning's shadow, as if she was divided into countless pieces. Zhu Ning stared at the reflection inside and said to Prometheus, "Otherwise, if I survive, I will definitely blow up your host." Prometheus, eh? Zhu Ning should not be joking, she is serious. Chapter 49. 10 minutes ago, the lobby on the 49th floor of the cleaning center. The big screen was projected on the blank wall. Except for urgent tasks, many people stopped to watch the big screen. The leader was Xianqing from the operations department, and next to her was Lu Qiqin, the director of the technical department. The last time Zhu Ning went on a mission, the technical department made a serious mistake, and there was a problem of incorrect rating of the pollution area. This time Lu Qiqin personally showed up to inspect. He was sure that the mechanical oceanarium was only a Class B pollution area with 2 pollution sources. There would be no problem. Xianqing asked, "Isn't Xiejiazu coming yet?" Xiejiazu is the director of the cleaning department, that is, Zhu Ning's real boss. He is very casual. A cleaner with a mental value of S level appeared in the team, and he didn't even show much concern for Zhu Ning. Instead, Xianqing, the leader of the demon hunters, showed a little too much attention to Zhu Ning. Lu Qiqin, I guess he's slacking off somewhere. The cleaning department is the most idle department. Generally speaking, they don't have to face conflicts directly. Xiejiazu would rather be lazy than work, and his work style is very problematic. Xianqing didn't say any more nonsense. She crossed her arms and looked at the big screen. The camera accurately captured Zhu Ning's situation. She was entangled in her hair, and there was a mermaid in front of her. Prometheus is the artificial intelligence of the cleaning center. As long as it is in the place where it is, the communication will not be disconnected, and it can keep in touch with the outside world. Prometheus is the only communication tool that can communicate with the polluted area. From the feedback video, it can be seen that Zhu Ning's condition is not very good. She is a little sluggish. It seems that she has been bewitched by the mermaid. Xianqing is the director of the operations department. She was a very good demon hunter before. She worked hard in countless polluted areas to get to her current position. She knows the properties of polluted areas very well. Generally, the pollution sources of mermaids are very difficult to deal with. Their eyes are similar to some strong mental pollution. Sure enough, Zhu Ning on the screen seemed to be in a bad state. She had no power to fight back against the mermaids. Beep, beep, a red light appeared in front of her eyes. Prometheus was asking for instructions. Request to enter command state. Prometheus needs instructions to take over Zhu Ning's body. Xianqing raised her eyebrows. The judgment of artificial intelligence has never been wrong. Prometheus's algorithm may have calculated that taking over the body and leaving the scene is the best choice in the current situation. Lu Qiqin, authorize it. I think she is not good enough. She is not a professional demon hunter. She entered the D level before. It is too much for you to let her enter the B level all of a sudden. The colleague next to her thought so. Zhu Ning's identity is a cleaner. She just needs to sweep the garbage. Finding the pollution source and killing it is not within her business scope. There is no need to use the quality of a demon hunter to ask a cleaner. Xianqing stood with his arms folded, looking at Zhu Ning on the screen, and said in a deep voice, "Request rejected." Lu Qiqin, TSK, this woman is a bit stubborn. Prometheus did not send any more requests. Xianqing looked at the screen expressionlessly, and this was just the beginning. The ecology in a large-scale pollution area is complex. Once the pollution spores overflow, it will easily form a new pollution source, which is called a secondary pollution source. The pollution level of a secondary pollution source is generally weaker than that of the main pollution source. This shouldn't be very difficult for Zhu Ning. But Prometheus's reaction today was a bit abnormal, too fast, and Zhu Ning was obviously not pushed to the edge. Are you so worried that Zhu Ning will die in there? Employees stopped in the hall of the cleaning center one after another, and every time the demon hunter sent back messages after a mission, it was very much like a live broadcast. Some battles are very interesting and more exciting than sports competitions. Some people even bet. Do you think she can win? Yes, Minister Xian is so optimistic, so there must be something. I think so too. Zhu Ning's training record has always been good. I don't think so. The demon hunter industry relies on accumulation. Different trades are like different mountains. No matter how powerful a cleaner is, he can't always do the work of a demon hunter, right? Two guys in the technical department started to bet. It was different after the bet. They looked at the big screen intently, and then their expressions became more and more weird, and their brows frowned deeper and deeper. On the contrary, Xian Qing was always calm and composed. In the end, Zhu Ning handed in a perfect answer. She turned on the flashlight. The mermaid was shot into a sieve by her gun, and half of the 5-meter-long tail sank. The audience in the aquarium was shocked. The staff of the cleaning center were also shocked. Why did they play cards so unconventionally? We won. The technical guy shouted, "Give me the money." Another employee numbly transferred 10,000 Singapore dollars. Follow the minister, understand? The winning guy showed off his balance. A highly regarded genius, Xian Qing came to supervise him personally. There was no way he would lose. The losing guy's painful expression was hard to hide, and he said with difficulty, "Chu Ling, let me see Chu Ling's sister." The big screen was divided into 3 parts. The 8 people were separated, and were divided into 3 teams by the sea monster. Chu Ling, Lin Yanchuan and Su Meng were in one group. On this side, gunshots just sounded. After Zhu Ning was dragged away, the next person to be dragged away was Lin Yanchuan. Su Meng quickly grabbed Lin Yanchuan's arm, but the strength of the mermaid was not at the same level as that of humans, and she dragged Su Meng and Lin Yanchuan away together. The two of them brought nearly 400 kilograms of equipment, and the mermaid dragged them without any hindrance. If Su Meng didn't let go, Su Meng would disappear with Lin Yanchuan. Lin Yanchuan was startled, and the next moment he had already plunged into the water. When the accumulated water spread up, he was almost scared crazy. Bugs? The bottom of the water was full of bugs. Countless bugs surged on his helmet, and he fell directly into the bug pool. His arm was pulled by Su Meng, and his calf was pulled by an unknown thing. Under the huge force from both sides, he felt like he was going to be torn in half. It turns out that when people encounter extreme danger, they won't even resist. Swish, a bullet flew past him, brushing his helmet and falling into the water. Chu Ling fired. Compared to Zhu Ning, who was dragged away without any expectation, Chu Ling was more experienced than last time and fired immediately. She had good marksmanship and could hit the target even in the chaos. Bang! She fired the second shot. Lin Yanchuan was still struggling in the water, and only saw a red mist rising on the water surface, and his ankle loosened. The monster that was pulling him had let go. Because of the huge inertia, Su Meng and he fell into the water together. Lin Yanchuan couldn't react for a long time. He had been dragged into the deep water area, and then his arm tightened. His arm was held again. Unlike the mermaid just now, this hand was powerful but not brutal. His eyes darkened, and a face with a metal helmet suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, he was picked up like a little chicken. Chu Ling's mechanization level was as high as 80%, so it was not difficult to pick up Lin Yanchuan. "Chu Ling, are you okay?" Lin Yanchuan said blankly, "It's okay." Chu Ling let go of him, and made sure Su Meng was okay. Lin Yanchuan began to look around. Zhu Ning disappeared early in the morning, and the other demon hunters were gone. They were deep in an unfamiliar water area. The water here was so deep that it could probably submerge a person's chest. Even with the protection of work clothes, people would feel a little suffocated. Chu Ling stood behind him with a gun, and Su Meng also took out his weapon. Lin Yanchuan then hurriedly picked up his gun. It's not safe now. There are still things in the water. They can see shadows flashing in the water, like monsters waiting for an opportunity to move at any time. Lin Yanchuan is a little too cautious. The visibility here is not high. Under the green screen, he is suspicious of everything. He always feels that there are monsters everywhere. The muzzle of the gun changes its position back and forth, pointing in one direction for a while. Lin Yanchuan stands in the water. The leg that was caught by the ghost hand before is slightly strange. It seems that there is something wrapped around it. Water grass? Li Nianchuan is quite troublesome. He is not so shameless as to ask Chu Ling or Su Ming, a girl, to help him see the abnormality under his feet. He can only pretend that there is nothing wrong with him. His right foot was caught. In the water, he rubbed his right ankle with his left foot, trying to rub the water grass away. But he hooked his right foot, and there was no sign of relaxation. Why was it getting tighter and tighter? There was no monster in front for the time being. Li Nianchuan thought about it, and decided to solve his abnormality first. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. He stretched out his hand, thinking that this matter would be easy to solve. But he froze. He touched a ball of hair. Wait, hair, that should be hair, heavy hair, like a ball of water grass. He couldn't even move his palm. He felt that his hand was also entangled. Li Nianchuan lowered his head in confusion, and then met a pale face. That face was hiding under him, buried in a ball of water grass. Although it was a beautiful face, the more beautiful it was at this time, the more weird it looked. Li Nianchuan immediately picked up the gun and aimed it at the bottom. He had been with Zhu Ning for so long, and he had developed courage. But as soon as he moved, the mermaid dodged, and the water plants that bound him followed. His feet were twisted, and unlike the strange force last time, he could feel the sharp hair, as if it was going to cut him in half. Li Nianchuan fired a bullet, and the water plants suddenly tightened, and he staggered and was about to fall again. This time, he was not the only one who was hit, and Su Ming next to him was in the same situation. Li Nianchuan didn't care about so much. He struggled hard, but no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Chu Ling was a little depressed. Sure enough, except for the monster Zhu Ning, the quality of ordinary cleaners was just like Li Nianchuan. He was dragged down immediately after he was fished out. Chu Ling felt like she was swimming with her students, and when she swam to the other side, she turned around and found that her students were missing. The waters became very chaotic. Something gradually emerged from the water. It was a human face, a pale human face. Only half of it emerged, and the lower half of the face was still buried in the water. The exposed eyes emitted a lavender light, as if there was a light mist floating from them. Mermaids. They really were mermaids. As one emerged, more and more emerged, and there were 4 or 5 of them, as if they were specifically here to see their miserable situation. Chu Ling shouted, "Don't look into their eyes, turn on the light." Li Nianchuan hurriedly turned on the flashlight. He turned on the strong light mode. Under the strong light, the mermaids were afraid of light, and swam away quickly after seeing the light spot. Chu Ling immediately adjusted her state after seeing the mermaids. She turned on the flashlight in one hand, and fired a gun in the other. But the number of mermaids in the water exceeded her imagination. There was no pollution source here, and it might be on Zhu Ning's side. If Zhu Ning does not eliminate the pollution source, they will have to face this endless trouble. Chu Ling is alone, and cannot take care of 2 people. Li Nianchuan is almost entangled by the hair. The more Li Nianchuan struggles, the tighter the hair becomes. He feels that the hair keeps drilling into his body, as if to find the entrance of the work clothes. Li Nianchuan's back is cold, and his mental value has been continuously declining. If this torture does not end, he may scare himself to death. Blood flowers continue to explode in the water, and Chu Ling is still maintaining firepower output. Strong light plus bullets are effective, but they have little effect on people like Li Nianchuan, who are deeply trapped in the quagmire. Li Nianchuan even wanted Prometheus to take over his body directly while suffocating. He was dying. Chu Ling's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and the captain was getting farther and farther away from him. He was useless. It turned out that the B-level contaminated area was like a trip to the Hades Palace for ordinary cleaners. Didn't Prometheus have hospice care? Why didn't he come to care for himself when he was dying? He wanted to leave a few words for his relatives. He just pressed the button and suddenly felt the hair wrapped around his body loosen. Then, countless hairs lost their vitality in an instant like withered flowers. Li Nianchuan broke free from suffocation and just took a breath when he heard a sentence. Cleaner Zhu Ning has purified the mermaid pavilion. Cleaner Zhu Ning has purified the mermaid pavilion. This sound seemed to have an echo, and Prometheus opened the public channel to broadcast. At that moment, Li Nianchuan even wanted to cry. Zhu Ning. It was Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning said he would protect him, and he kept his word. After the announcement ended, changes began to occur around them. The body of the mermaid floated to the surface of the water, and there were many dead human bodies in the water. This place was restored. It was completely different from the place they knew. The glass wall in front of them was broken, as if it had been smashed to pieces by someone, and the body of the mermaid was lying on the spot. There were a lot of bloodstains on the glass wall. This was the real contaminated area. The contaminated spores began to float. They had entered the aquarium for 15 minutes, and had solved the first source of contamination. Chu Ling smiled. Zhu Ning really had something. He was worthy of the S-level spirit value. With such a good strength, it was a pity to be a cleaner. It took Lin Yinchuan 2 minutes to recover. When he looked up, he saw countless contaminated spores and asked, "What should we do now? Contain the contaminated spores?" "Chu Ling, this is your job. I guess Zhu Ning should be nearby. The mermaid pavilion is quite large. Zhu Ning should be not far away. He may be there by pushing open a door." Zhu Ning solved the pollution source. Lin Yinchuan successfully escaped from the crisis. The remaining 4 demon hunters should also be stable. Prometheus reconnected the channels of the 3 teams. "Zhu Ning? Can you hear me? Zhu Ning?" Tanku's voice came from inside the helmet. "I can hear you," Zhu Ning replied. She just solved a pollution source, and the demon hunters also heard Prometheus's report. Some people in the team were very unhappy. It was Zhu Ning again. Last time, the fishmen were also the polluted area purified by her. Why did she, a cleaner, always do the work of demon hunters? Thinking of Zhu Ning's previous statement that he wanted to learn the working methods of demon hunters, he was not sure at that time, but now they are sure. That is a mockery. Zhu Ning's side was also in a mess. She originally wanted to fish in troubled waters and learn how the demon hunters work. She didn't think about competing for any credit. She was involved by accident. She couldn't just wait to die, right? "How is your side?" Tanku asked. As the captain, he was more concerned about the overall situation. Zhu Ning reported the situation on her side and asked, "What should I do next?" Zhu Ning was on a group mission. Tanku was the captain this time. Zhu Ning had to follow the captain's arrangements. Tanku was silent for a while. The original 8-person team had been forcibly split into 3 groups. For demon hunters in one group, Chu Ling and the remaining 2 cleaners were together, and only Zhu Ning was left alone. Prometheus can provide everyone's location. From the data, the 4 demon hunters are closer to the mechanical jellyfish hall. It takes a lot of time for the 3 groups to reunite. Tanku, Chu Ling will bring Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming to join you to contain the contaminated spores. Zhu Ning hummed. The 3 cleaners came in to contain the spores. This is normal. Tanku, the 4 of us will go to the mechanical jellyfish museum. After you finish, wait there. Keep in touch at any time. Tell me if you encounter any trouble. The cleaners came in just to contain the contaminated spores of a pollution source. Zhu Ning and his team will be done with the containment, and the jellyfish museum will be handed over to professional demon hunters. Zhu Ning agreed. In fact, Tanku said to keep in touch. If Zhu Ning was really in trouble, they would have been dead by the time they arrived. So his words translated as asking Zhu Ning to protect himself. Zhu Ning hung up Tanku's call. Then she received another call from Lin Yinchuan. "I was scared to death." Lin Yinchuan was still in shock as soon as he answered the call. Zhu Ning imagined that he might be hugging Chu Ling's thighs tightly now. It seems that they encountered the same thing as me. Chu Ling is worthy of being a demon hunter, and he can save 2 cleaners by himself. "Are you okay?" Zhu Ning asked. "No, I'm fine." Lin Yinchuan, "Sister Chu saved me." Zhu Ning, Boy, you recognize your sister so quickly. Where's the captain?" Zhu Ning asked again. Su Ming's voice came. "I'm fine. Su Ming has high personal qualities, and is an old employee. Zhu Ning is not really worried about her." Su Ming said, "We will rush over soon. You should pay attention to safety, and don't be stubborn." Zhu Ning paused. She remembered that the last time Su Ming wiped her face, she also taught her to learn to slack off, and not to work so hard. Su Ming really looks like her sister. Zhu Ning was silent for 2 seconds, and softened her voice. "Okay, I will pay attention." She hung up the communication. Going on a mission is not about chatting. It's better to finish the mission and go out earlier. There were countless contaminated spores that needed to be contained, but Zhu Ning did not move. Instead, she carefully looked at the mermaid pavilion. This place had just been destroyed by her, and was in a mess. The formation of the pollution source required some mental power. That is, after the mental pollution broke out in the jellyfish pavilion, the contaminated spores drifted over and parasitized the people in the mermaid pavilion again. Thinking carefully, she had not been to many polluted areas, but the types were very rich. Wang Ming, the source of pollution in the hot pot restaurant, was a human. The source of pollution for the number 777 experiment was a house. The source of pollution in the mermaid pavilion was artificial creatures. Humans, pure objects, and artificial creatures, she had experienced them all. It was hard not to think that this was arranged by someone. And the biggest boss that Zhu Ning suspected was in her mind, and it only needed intracranial conduction to talk to her. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning could not ask it any questions, because the camera was looking at her. Chapter 50. Cleaning Center Lobby. Behind the big screen. Xianqing said, her protective suit is damaged. This is a very direct sentence, cold and ruthless. It sounds like there is no emotion mixed in, as if he doesn't care whether Zhu Ning will be contaminated or not. Zhu Ning's protective suit was damaged and everyone saw it. Lu Qiqin said, it seems that it is not contaminated now. Under normal circumstances, if demon hunters and cleaners are infected, they will form a new source of pollution and then become pollutants. People with high spirits will even become powerful pollution areas. 1200. Such a high spirit value, once contaminated, the pollution area formed may be more than B-level. At that time, their technical department will detect a peak value, and Zhu Ning will become their new enemy. She will be more terrible than mechanical jellyfish and mermaids. Lu Qiqin said twice, this task is not simple. There is something behind his words. Of course it is not simple. A task that happens to appear near the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation cannot be a simple task. Although it was only rated as a Class B polluted area, it was full of people of all kinds and very troublesome. There were too many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and do something. Zhu Ning did not just walk into a Class B polluted area, she walked into Xianqing's trap. The next mechanical jellyfish museum was the real trouble. Lu Qiqin tilted his head to look at Xianqing. This capable woman with silver hair did not show much expression from beginning to end. Lu Qiqin could probably guess what Xianqing wanted to do. She wanted to see if Zhu Ning would use extra abilities, such as supernatural powers, when she was at the limit of life and death. Is your protective suit torn? The first thing Su Ming saw when she saw Zhu Ning was that she had many patches on her body. One on her left eye, one on her back shoulder, and two on her back waist. One patch was understandable, but so many patches might have been contaminated. Zhu Ning didn't really understand everyone's attitude towards her, so she took a half step back silently. How about you stay away from me? Lin Yinchuan just breathed a sigh of relief, but frowned, and didn't express any opinions. No need, hurry up and work, get out early. Su Ming was only surprised at first, and after seeing Zhu Ning put the patch on, he also said, work first, and go to the medical department after finishing. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan had a conditioned reflex, and their first reaction after seeing the contaminated spores was to take out the containment tools. They really had to work. Zhu Ning asked, aren't you afraid that I will be infected? Su Ming, I don't think you are. Except for Zhu Ning, the rest are old employees, and they have seen the infected look. The fate of being infected with contaminated spores is uncertain. Some people become pollutants after being infected, while others awaken their special powers after being infected. Su Ming paused. We may face colleagues being infected at any time, so don't take it too seriously. Although it is not written into the employee code of conduct, this is the survival guide for cleaners. Don't be too nervous. Don't take it to heart whether you are infected or not, because the problems faced by others today may be the problems you will face tomorrow. The attitude of the old employees of the cleaning center towards infection has always been very casual. No wonder in the sewer, Zhu Ning guessed that Lin Yinchuan was infected, and Lin Yinchuan asked her to calm down. Unlike Zhu Ning's world, she thought, in her zombie world, once she suspected that this person was infected by zombies. Adhering to the principle of killing is better than killing, we must kill this person. Su Ming, if you mutate into a pollution source, none of us can escape. Zhu Ning, ? Huh? Zhu Ling, who is very experienced, continued, it is difficult to predict the consequences of people with high mental values becoming pollution sources. With your mental value, if you become a pollution source, this place may become an S-level pollution area. By then, it will not be a problem for the three of us. We may need to send a team of demon hunters to deal with it. By the time they come in, we should be dead. Zhu Ning, The attitudes of these three people were only a little nervous at first, but they became indifferent later. Because it was meaningless. If they were infected, the three of them would definitely die. If they were not infected, they could not shoot her with one shot. They could only leave Zhu Ning alone for now. Is this working with Zhu Ning with an attitude of being ready to die? Su Ming, work first. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan were already working, only Zhu Ning was still slacking off. Oh! Zhu Ning responded and took out the containment tools from the cleaning backpack. Zhu Ling was watching from the side. She had only fought monsters when she was on a mission before. In her previous impression, cleaners were just garbage collectors. She never paid attention to the subsequent developments. This seemed to be her first time to see a cleaner team working up close. Chu Ling asked, "How long will it take you to contain the pollution?" Su Ming glanced around and said, "It's a 3-person team. If we're fast, it will take less than half an hour." In the previous D-level pollution area, the cleaner team could contain the pollution slowly, and there was no rush. But the real pollution source of the aquarium has not been purified yet. They have to hurry up and not delay the progress. The longer you stay in the contaminated area, the more dangerous it is. If you only contain the contaminated spores, and don't clean up the rotten meat, 20 minutes should be enough. Chu Ling thought it was quite interesting and asked, "Do you want help?" Thanks to the staff training of the cleaning center, she has taken the cleaner course, but has never practiced in a real contaminated area. When Chu Ling asked, Lin Yinchuan instinctively wanted to refuse. It was already troublesome enough for Chu Ling to protect them, and there was no reason to ask others to help work together. Zhu Ning was never shy. As soon as Chu Ling finished speaking, he stuffed his tools into Chu Ling's arms. "I was waiting for you to say this." Chu Ling, You don't even bother to be polite with me. The cleaner will carry multiple containment tools. One was given to Chu Ling, and Zhu Ning had another one. Chu Ling tried to contain them. For the first time, she felt it was really interesting, but it was a bit boring after doing it for a long time. Containing contaminated spores is a test of patience. Demon hunters are all about fighting and killing, using heavy firearms. In fact, they are very uncomfortable doing such delicate work. After working for a few minutes, Chu Ling knew that she was not suitable for being a cleaner. She used to think that anyone could be a cleaner. Now it seems really difficult. Chu Ling glanced at Zhu Ning. She entered the working state very quickly. She was a rare talent who could be both a demon hunter and a cleaner. Chu Ling asked, "How did you purify the mermaid house?" Zhu Ning told her roughly. When she spoke, she was actually straightforward, just summarizing what happened. But the calmer she was, the more uncalm Lin Yinchuan was, and he kept gasping for breath. "You were almost caught and reproduced?" Lin Yinchuan asked. "Zhu Ning, if I hadn't purified the contaminated area, you would have been captured too." Lin Yinchuan's situation happened at the same time as hers, and her hair was already entangled with Lin Yinchuan. Lin Yinchuan, How can he reproduce if he is a man? Su Ming beside him kept frowning, and she was not happy to hear that. No wonder Zhu Ning's protective suit was damaged, and she was covered with wounds. Su Ming, how are the wounds? Zhu Ning, I took a healing agent, nothing is wrong. Except for the possibility of infection, she looked very healthy, and the Prometheus test was also fine. Chu Ling is a demon hunter, and her views are more professional. Zhu Ning's approach is similar to hers, using a flashlight. But using a strong light to turn on for a moment, and then immediately turning off the light, using the conditioned reflex to attack in this second of trance, this is really something. It reminded her of the previous fighting class, when the two of them were together, and Zhu Ning kicked her in the knee. Moreover, Zhu Ning sometimes doesn't care about her life. Even if she is cut into pieces by the hair, she will kill the mermaid on the other side. A terrible mental power. Chu Ling puts herself in Zhu Ning's shoes, and thinks that if she were in Zhu Ning's position, Chu Ling would also be sure to kill the mermaid, but she might not do it so beautifully. Chu Ling, the mermaid pavilion should be a clue. Great minds think alike. Zhu Ning, I think so too. Double pollution sources are not formed casually. For example, if one pollution source says east, and the other pollution source says west, there may be a melee between the two pollution sources. Mermaids have the conditions to form pollution sources because they have mental power. Mechanical jellyfish and mermaid pavilion are both creatures displayed in the oceanarium. They are all man-made objects created from scratch. Maybe the reasons why they become pollution sources are very similar. Zhu Ning thought of the strange performances in the Mermaid Museum and said, I guess the curator may have a problem. Can ordinary people modify organisms at will? Zhu Ning had just come to the Wasteland world, and didn't know much about the laws here. There were few normal organisms in the aquarium, and he didn't know whether it was legal. Chu Ling, generally, it is necessary to issue instructions to the higher authorities. Ordinary citizens are strictly prohibited from biomodification experiments. Ordinary people do not have professional qualities, and can easily produce pollutants. Once he is found to have modified privately, he will face life imprisonment. Zhu Ning nodded, and Chu Ling said, normally, the organisms in the aquarium are licensed. Some organisms are harmless, and can be exhibited to the public, but the procedures for these organisms are very complicated and basically cannot be obtained without some tricks. Are these things registered? Zhu Ning asked. It was not Chu Ling who answered her, but Prometheus. The registration is complete. Prometheus can connect to the outside world. Zhu Ning was already used to Prometheus's existence and asked again, "Do you have the curator's information?" Prometheus quickly found the curator's information. It has the ability to integrate information. In addition to the general official website introduction, there are also interviews with the curator, social media information, and other people's comments on the curator. Prometheus's algorithm only takes 10 seconds to integrate information, and after 10 seconds, he synchronizes the information with everyone. The curator is Brainwashing, a first-class citizen, a natural person, and studying at the First Military Region University. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is a social elite. He has loved marine life since he was a child, and many media have reported his deeds. After the radiation, human civilization suffered a heavy blow, and many marine creatures became extinct. After graduation, Brainwashing did not join a large company to work for the Cheetah, but instead devoted himself to protecting marine animals. He has a lot of precious biological data, and even donated some marine animals to scientific research institutions for free to facilitate follow-up research. At first, the scale of the mechanical oceanarium was very small, no different from a circus. It was under his leadership that it gradually became glorious. Many marine creatures in his venue were polluted, and many people chose to kill marine creatures to eliminate future troubles. After all, the cost of treatment was too high. But he was different. He had been actively treating them. He specially invited a professional scientific research team to come and reduce the risk of polluted marine creatures and make them as harmless as possible. Even if they are polluted, they do not have to be deprived of their lives. They can survive in another way. This concept made him very popular on the internet. "Is this a great kind person?" Lin Yinchuan exclaimed. "Zhu Ning, if I hadn't almost been killed just now, I would have believed it." She had just experienced the perspective of the marine life in the aquarium. To be honest, this was not only physical torture, but also mental torture. Forcibly trapped in a glass wall, forced to reproduce in front of a group of people. If it were a creature without intelligence, the degree of pain might not be so high, but mermen are highly humanized and have wisdom. Zhu Ning still remembers that sense of terror. There is something wrong with this curator. By the way, the aquarium suddenly broke out in a large-scale pollution. Is the curator still in the aquarium? The identities of the victims in the aquarium have not been fully investigated so far. Even Prometheus can't answer her question. Zhu Ning, wait and see the curator's office. The curator's office should be upstairs. Generally, all the behind-the-scenes work of the aquarium is upstairs. There must be some information in the curator's office. As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Lin Yinchuan and Chu Ling immediately responded. Sure. Su Ming, Does she remember that she is the leader of the cleaning team? Zhu Ning, this is not a simple matter. I think other demon hunters need help. Chu Ling, I think so too. Lin Yinchuan, yes, we are all colleagues. We have to help them. Su Ming, Why can't she see that the demon hunters need the help of their cleaners? Also, Chu Ling, which team are you from?